Chapter 76. You, Brother Zhang, have experience in chasing women. However, in any case, Tang Xiuchuan, who owns the mind control tower, no longer has to worry about the loyalty of the island residents, whether they are indigenous residents or other survivors. He can control and check their loyalty at any time. Moreover, Tang Xiuchuan also discovered on the operation page of the mind control tower that this control tower can actually be directly connected to the island stone. This means that in the future, Tang Xiuchuan will be able to check directly on the island stone without having to run to the control tower every time. Now that the mountain is still small, it doesn't matter if he runs like this once a day. But if the island area doubles and the hill turns into a high mountain, Tang Xiuchuan feels like he will collapse if he has to run every day. Therefore, being able to operate directly on the island stone is also a good thing for Tang Xiuchuan. Tang Xiuchuan installed the mind control tower and started walking towards the dock. When he just arrived at the dock, he could see the huge waves caused by the flying fish in the distance. After another minute, the Feiyu stopped steadily at the dock. As soon as the hatch was opened, a beautiful figure immediately ran out of the Feiyu. Xiuchuan! Ma Yin flew into Tang Xiuchuan's arms. Tang Xiuchuan, on the other hand, looked embarrassed. Ma Yin had never been so proactive before, nor had she hugged herself like this. But one thing is for sure, Ma Yin's figure is really impressive. Even though it's been almost a week now, she's still in great shape. Sister Ma Yin, calm down. There are so many people watching, Tang Xiuchuan said with some embarrassment. When Ma Yin heard Tang Xiuchuan's words, she immediately let go of Tang Xiuchuan. Tang Xiuchuan looked at Zhang Ji awkwardly, while Zhang Ji lowered his head and looked at his feet, seeming to be studying something. Tang Xiuchuan turned his head to the other side, and Nushi and the others also did not look at him, but gathered together, seeming to be studying something. Nansher, is this our future mistress? Mushi asked. I don't know. It's the first time I've seen it. But it must be it, Nushi said in a low voice. Oh, then should we go over and say hello to the mistress? Kuratsuchi asked. You have to go. You haven't seen the embarrassment on the master's face now. If you go up at this time, you will probably be punished by the master. Nansher glanced at Kuratsuchi and said, Oh? Then I won't go. Kuratsuchi shook his head quickly. Then we just squat here, Mushi asked. Just squat. I don't want to go there now anyway. Nushi has been following Tang Xiuchuan for the longest time, and he already has a rough idea of his master's temper. From his understanding, this was definitely not a good time to go over and say hello. When Tang Xiuchuan saw Zhang Ji and Nushi, they didn't look at him, and he knew they did it on purpose. But he still felt very embarrassed. He first patted Ma Yin on the back and said to her, Sister Ma Yin, follow you men to the apartment first. We stay here and deal with the natives who come after us. Ma Yin came out of Tang Xiuchuan's arms after hearing what Tang Xiuchuan said. But when she saw Zhang Ji and Nushi, she also felt a burst of heat on her face. But then she looked at the stubborn stone and said softly to Tang Xiuchuan, Xiuchuan, you have to deal with the indigenous people. These people on your island. Is that okay? Otherwise, I can stay and help you. When Tang Xiuchuan heard Ma Yin's words, he immediately understood that Ma Yin was worried about whether Nushi and the others would rebel. Tang Xiuchuan smiled slightly, then shook his head at Ma Yin. Just kidding. I just confirmed the loyalty of Nushi and the others a few minutes ago. According to the data given by the system, they are generally more than 60% loyal. As long as they do not seek death, these natives will never rebel. Will you commit suicide? Definitely not. Then the possibility of stubborn people rebelling is almost zero. Sister Ma Yin, don't worry. This is not the first time, Tang Xiuchuan said with a smile. Then I'd better stay and help you. One more person will give you more strength. Ma Yin looked at Tang Xiuchuan and said, No, you should just go back to the apartment with you men and wait. Tang Xiuchuan shook his head firmly, and then said, Don't worry. There will be no problem with me. Besides, Brother Zhang's child is still alone in the apartment. You just go and help take care of it. Brother Zhang's child? Ma Yin was a little surprised, but still nodded. As for Zhang Ji, when he heard that Tang Xiuchuan asked Ma Yin to help take care of Wenwen, he immediately smiled and said to Ma Yin, Brother and sister, my Wenwen, I leave it to you. When Ma Yin heard Zhang Ji calling her younger siblings, her face suddenly turned redder. Then she covered her face and ran towards the apartment. Brother Zhang, please don't yell. There is nothing between me and Sister Ma Yin, Tang Xiuchuan said to Zhang Ji with an embarrassed look on his face. Nothing? Stop making trouble, Zhang Ji said immediately after hearing Tang Xichuan's words. Brother Zhang is someone who has been here before. I know all the thoughts of young people like you, Zhang Ji said with a mean smile. Let me tell you, when chasing women, you still have to be more proactive. Zhang Ji began to teach Tang Xichuan his experience. No. Wait. Brother Zhang. Tang Xichuan quickly stopped Zhang Ji. Should we deal with the indigenous people first? Well, what you said makes sense. Let's deal with the indigenous people first. Zhang Ji heard Tang Xichuan's words and nodded. At this time, Yumin walked out of the cabin. He glanced at Tang Xichuan and immediately said low. Yes, N. I'm not disturbing you. No. Tang Xichuan shook his head, then stretched out his right hand to Yumin and said with a smile. Welcome to join my island. No. I should be thanking Yishan for taking him in. Yumin quickly held Tang Xichuan's hand. Brother, please go back to the apartment first. We can handle it here. Tang Xichuan calculated the distance and felt that the natives should be arriving soon. So he said to Yumin, Yes, N. Why don't I stay? Yumin said. At least if I stay, we will have a fighting force. When Tang Xichuan heard Yumin's words, he thought about it and felt that Yumin would definitely face the indigenous people in the future. So it would be good to let him be relieved in advance now. So, Tang Xichuan nodded and said to Yumin, Okay, you stand behind us. With that said, Tang Xichuan directly handed the iron gun in his hand to Yumin. After Yumin took the iron gun, he stood directly behind Tang Xichuan. After Tang Xichuan saw that the arrangements were made, he immediately shouted to the sea, Bang Boer Ba! Don't pretend to be dead. You too? Old rules. If you sink the boat today, you'll have enough to eat. After hearing Tang Xichuan's words, then Boer Ba and Bob Boer Bin immediately showed a big fish head and looked at Tang Xichuan. Master, don't worry. For the fish and meat. After saying that, then Boer Ba waved two big axes with his tiny arms and cheered loudly. Chapter 77 Mushi is looking for trouble, and Maka is frustrated. I'll go. Are these two fishmen? This was the first time Yumin saw Bin Borba and the others, and he immediately shouted out in surprise. Huh? Brother, you also knows about fishmen? Zhang Ji looked at Yumin in surprise. Please, I'm also born in the 1980s. Can I know? That game was popular all over the country, Yumin said with a nostalgic look on his face. That's right. Zhang Ji nodded. But, I'm wondering, how did Yishan subdue them? Yumin looked at Tang Xichuan's back and said softly, You still have to ask? It must be a fist. Zhang Ji curled his lips and then said, Anyway, with these two fishmen, it will be much easier for us to deal with the natives. Huh? Why do you say that? Yumin still doesn't know Tang Xichuan's tactics. In his opinion, the fighting power of these fishmen is not strong. Why is it that with them around, it will be easy to deal with the natives? The fishmen, don't they know how to dive? We only need to block the natives for a few minutes. And that's it. Zhang Ji explained to Yumin. Stuck on the sea? Yumin repeated. And then he suddenly realized. I understand, Yumin said in surprise. Tang Xichuan made arrangements to rush around and greet them, and then began to wait quietly for the arrival of the natives. After waiting for a few minutes, a black spot once again appeared in the distance. Tang Xichuan knew that it was the arrival of the indigenous people. Everyone, get ready. The enemy is coming! Tang Xichuan immediately shouted loudly. After hearing Tang Xichuan's words, Nushi and the others immediately picked up their weapons and gathered towards Tang Xichuan. Soon, the black spot got closer and closer, and the totem on the ship could be clearly seen. This time, Tang Xichuan didn't need to be reminded by Nushi and the others. The indigenous people who came this time were still from the Sisi tribe. Tang Xichuan turned around and looked at Mushi. Mushi, come and see if you know the leader on the other side. Okay, master. Mushi nodded, and then walked to Tang Xichuan's side. He just stared at the boat opposite, glanced at it, and then said, Master, the leader of the team this time is Maka, the #1 warrior of the Mushi tribe. The #1 warrior? Tang Xiaochuan murmured, and then continued to ask. By the way, you said last time, how many teams did you shoot in total? There are 4 teams. A total of 60 people, Mushi said. 4 teams? Tang Xiaochuan nodded after hearing Mushi's words. Just when Tang Xiaochuan asked Mushi, the wooden boat also stopped 30 meters away from the island. At this time, Maka stood at the bow of the boat and saw Mushi and others on the shore. He felt a little strange about this and frowned slightly. Look, The person on the shore is the young patriarch of Mushi? Maka asked the people around him. Hey, it seems that he is really the young leader of Mushi. The warrior of the CC tribe on the side saw Mushi's figure and nodded. Strange. Why is Mushi with those strangers? Maka looked at Mushi and the figures of Tang Sichuan and others behind her. Maka, do you think the young patriarch has captured this island? Asked the warrior of the Mushi tribe on the side. It's unlikely. If it's captured, he should send people back, Maka said with a frown. Then what do we do now? Lean up and take a look. Maka thought for a moment and then gave the order directly. When the people around heard Maka's words, they nodded and got ready to go rowing. But at this moment, a black shadow flew towards Maka quickly, pierced Maka's cheek, and shot into the wooden board behind him. Maka gently touched her cheek with her hand, only to find that her hand was covered in blood. Maka was furious, pointed at Mushi and shouted loudly, Young patriarch! What do you mean? Do you want to kill members of your own family? Maka! Do you still know that I am the young patriarch? What do you want to do now? Do you want to take my credit? Mushi stood up and started arguing with Maka. In fact, Mushi was very happy to see Maka deflated. You know, although he is the young patriarch, his position is not stable. The reason is because of the existence of Maka. Maka is the first warrior of the Mushi tribe, the second heir of the Mushi tribe, and the nephew of the clan leader. Therefore, Maka and Mushi do not have a good relationship. Now that he had the opportunity to watch his master make Maka suffer, he was very willing to cooperate with Tang Sichuan. Moreover, there is no need for him to do anything specific, as long as he stands up and attracts Maka's attention. Sure enough, Mushi jumped out, accused Maka, and wanted to take away his credit. Maka looked angry, but he did not give any order to let the ship continue to approach. As long as the ship doesn't move, that's enough. All that's left is to talk to Maka. Young patriarch, we are all following the orders of the high priest. Do you still want to stop me now? Maka looked at Mushi and said, Stop you? No. 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 Did I stop you? I am doubting you now. You want to take my credit. Mushi shook his head quickly. Then what do you mean now? Maka looked at Mushi and asked. I just can't let you go to the island. Mushi said directly. Why? No reason. Tang Sichuan was behind Mushi, listening to the awkward conversation between him and Maka. He felt that he could use his toes to carve out a 4-bedroom apartment on the beach. However, despite the embarrassment, Tang Sichuan still had to endure it. Just now, Bin Bo Erba and the others have sent back information. The two of them have dug a hole and are now expanding the damaged area. Maka, who was on the bow of the boat, suddenly felt a little strange. Although he and Mushi had disliked each other before, they had never been so opposed to each other before. But now, Mushi has made it clear that he is looking for trouble again. And it is obvious that he wants to prevent him from landing on the island. And why Mushi suddenly sides with the stranger. But why? Maka couldn't understand. At this time, Maka was not talking to him. And he was thinking about why. At this moment, he suddenly felt a very rhythmic vibration coming from under his boat. Huh? Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling? Maka reacted instantly, and he immediately asked the warrior behind him to take a look inside the cabin. But after a moment, the warrior ran back in a panic. Oops! Someone is chipping away at our ship, the warrior said in horror. When Maka heard what the warrior said, he frowned, then took out his stone axe, and jumped into the sea. He wanted to see who dared to smash his ship. Seeing Maka jump into the sea, Mushi suddenly had a smile on his face. I wasted so much saliva, and I will finally be rewarded. Mushi was very happy. He could finally see Maka's ugly appearance. After Maka jumped into the sea, he discovered that there were really 2 black figures under the bottom of his boat, and they were constantly smashing his boat. Seeing this scene, Maka was furious and swam towards the black shadow. Chapter 78 Headbutt from Bin Bo Erba. As soon as Maka swam within 10 meters of Bin Bo Erba's face showed a hint of joy. He is a fishman, although he is no match for humans on the road. In the sea, this is his home field. With a slight swing of his powerful fish tail, he rushed towards Maka, accelerated by the powerful tail. Bin Bo Erba's speed has reached a very fast speed. When Maka didn't react, he used his big head to push Maka's lungs. Maka's chest hurt, and his lungs were hit hard. He couldn't help but open his mouth wide, and then spit out all the air in his lungs. And until now, he didn't know who was attacking him. He only knew that the opponent was very fast. Maka, who had received a headbutt, was a little panicked now. He wanted to surface and take a breath. Moreover, this unknown creature made him a little panicked. However, just as he was about to float up, he felt his legs being pulled. He looked down and saw a creature with a huge fish head holding his legs. What's even more terrifying is that the fish head seems to be still smiling at him. Although Maka is the #1 warrior of the Stream Tribe, he has never seen such a weird scene before. In a state of excessive panic, he once again expelled all the remaining oxygen from his lungs. He didn't have much to worry about now. He just wanted to surface. After all, the lack of oxygen in his lungs made him really uncomfortable. He had just dragged Ba Boer Ben to prepare to go upstream. But Ben Boer Ba, who was rushing over, had already turned his head and once rushed towards Maka. Maka's eyes widened. He wanted to hide, but Bowerben held him tightly. As a result, Maka, who could not dodge, was hit with the headbutt by Ben Boer Ba again. However, this time, Ben Boer Ba hit Maka in the face. Maka, who had no way to escape, was hit in the face by Ben Boer Ba, and then fainted due to the double blow of lack of oxygen and heavy blows. Looking at Maka, who fainted, Bowerben let go of the thigh he was holding and high-fived Ba Boer Ba in celebration. Maka lost her restraints and floated face down to the surface of the water. At this time, the indigenous warriors, who were still on the boat, were dumbfounded when they saw Maka floating up. It took less than a minute from the moment Maka jumped into the water to the moment Maka was knocked unconscious and came to the surface. This frightened the indigenous warriors, who came to stay on the boat. The dignified first warrior was knocked unconscious within a minute of entering the water, and his life or death was unknown. This made them think that there must be some monster under the water. But now, what makes them difficult to decide is whether to save Maka or not. If you want to save, how to save? Also, what should people like me do? Should you wait where you are, or prepare to run away? If I choose to run away, will I be able to run away? These series of issues require decisions to be made as soon as possible. But now, their leader has thrown himself into the street and lied directly in the water. Just when the warriors on the boat were still hesitating whether to save him or not, Ben Boer Ba and the others were not idle. 2 axes per person were violently attacking the bottom of the boat. In just half a minute, the hole in the bottom of the boat had grown from the size of a bowl to half a meter in size. The speed at which the wooden boat sinks is visible to the naked eye. The natives on the boat panicked. At this time, they couldn't run away even if they wanted to. In order not to sink with the wooden boat, they had no choice but to jump from the boat to the bottom of the sea. However, as soon as they entered the sea, they were headbutted by Ben Boer Ba and the others. Within a minute, the remaining 9 natives passed out one after another. Afterwards, the 2 of them, Ben Boer Ba, began to push the people to the shore. Looking at the indigenous people lying face down in the sea, Tang Sichuan waved his hand and said to the stubborn rocks behind him, "Go and pull them up." "Okay, master." Nushi and the others nodded happily and ran towards the seaside. At this time, Ben Boer Ba and the others also emerged from the sea, and then ran towards Tang Sichuan with 3 shaking steps. "Master, these natives have been dealt with," Ben Boer Ba said to Tang Sichuan with a flattering look on his face. Tang Sichuan looked at the expressions of Ben Boer Ba and the others, and he knew that this was Ben Boer Ba and the others coming to seek credit from him. "I know. I'll cook grilled fish for you in a minute." "Thank you, master. You are so kind." Ben Boer Ba is willing to follow the master forever. When Ben Boer Ba heard that Tang Sichuan was about to cash in the reward, he flattered Tang Sichuan as if he was free of money. Yu Min, who was behind Tang Sichuan, was dumbfounded. "I originally thought that there were 10 indigenous warriors on the other side, but this time it was going to be a tough battle." But he didn't expect that Maka and the others would rush straight into the street without even touching a stone on the island. This surprised Yu Min, but he also felt that he was right in choosing to join Tang Sichuan's camp. He doesn't expect anything else now. He just wants to be able to see his wife alive. And adding Tang Sichuan's island is tantamount to greatly increasing this hope. At this time, Yu Min looked at Tang Sichuan's back, with a hint of awe and expectation in his eyes. But Tang Sichuan didn't know. He was just thinking about how to deal with Maka. From the conversation just now, he could already tell that Mushi seemed to have a strong prejudice against Maka. He didn't want his island to be divided into factions so early. As the saying goes, if a superior wants to perfectly control his subordinates, he needs to support 2 or more factions to compete with each other. The more intense their competition is, the better Tang Sichuan, as the superior, can control them. However, that competition should not be at this time. The current island is in the startup stage. Competition at this time can easily lead to a waste of resources. Therefore, Tang Sichuan is now considering whether to conquer Maka. Mushi! Come here! Tang Sichuan stopped Mushi and waved to him. When Mushi heard that Tang Sichuan was looking for him, he immediately ran to Tang Sichuan's side. Master! Mushi bowed to Tang Sichuan. Mushi! What do you think of Maka? Tang Sichuan asked directly. When Mushi heard Tang Sichuan's words, he was stunned for a moment. And then he reacted. Mushi and the others were natives and had little knowledge. But that didn't mean they were all fools. He could understand a lot from Tang Sichuan's questions. Among these meanings, the most important thing is that Tang Sichuan is considering whether to save Maka's life. If Mushi were still in the CC tribe now, if he had a chance, he would definitely want to kill Maka. After all, Maka is a strong contender for the next generation of clan leaders. But now, he has surrendered to Tang Sichuan and no longer thinks about his tribe. He knows very well what Tang Sichuan lacks now. What Tang Sichuan lacks most now is population. Therefore, Mushi smiled slightly and said to Tang Sichuan, Master, Maka is the first warrior of the tribe. I think if he is alive, he can provide more help to the master. Chapter 79 Island Stones Can Be Fused. Mushi's word showed his attitude. Tang Sichuan also understood, and he nodded with great satisfaction. Indeed, what Tang Sichuan lacks most now is population. If he can regain Maka, then he can now control 22 indigenous people. With the participation of these people, Tang Sichuan feels that his island will be able to develop better. Well, since you said that, I understand. Tang Sichuan nodded, and then said to Mushi, From now on, you and Nushi and the others will be the leaders of other tribesmen. Don't worry. As long as you follow me well, I will ensure that your tribe can prosper. Thank you, Master. Mushi believed Tang Sichuan's words deeply. After all, even if he was in the tribe, he would not be able to eat as much meat as he does now. What is the biggest problem for a tribe to develop? Isn't it just food? You must know that these indigenous people do not know how to plant. Their food source is hunting and gathering wild fruits. Collecting wild fruits is okay. There is no big threat. But hunting will be different then. Every year, many members of the tribe lose their lives due to hunting. But now, they only need to work for Tang Sichuan and work hard to develop the island, so that they can get endless food. Only a fool would betray Tang Sichuan. Moreover, through this day's communication with Nashi and the others, Mushi has discovered that strangers, like Tang Sichuan, and the others seem to have some kind of magical power. As long as they continue to build and develop the island, their lives will be better, and food will be easier to obtain. So he now values the development of the island more than Tang Sichuan. As for the conflict between him and Maka, to put it bluntly, it was the issue of the tribe's heir. But now that they had all taken refuge in Tang Sichuan, this issue was no longer a problem. Tang Sichuan nodded when he heard Mushi's words. Since Mushi didn't object to conquering Maka, there was no need for him to refuse. He directly took out a contract card that had been exchanged for a long time from his system space, and used it directly on Maka, who was still spitting water. The same black smoke surged towards Maka. Nushi and the others are not surprised by this. After all, they have seen this kind of scene many times, and have no feeling at all. But the natives who followed Maka didn't know that. Seeing a stream of black smoke rushing towards Maka, they naturally regarded Tang Sichuan as a figure similar to the high priest, and they were so scared that they backed away. However, they were all choked by the seawater, and their limbs were all weak. How could they move? Each one twisted for a long time, but ended up still spinning in place. The black smoke formed by the contract card penetrated directly into Maka's body without any obstruction. Tang Sichuan felt that he had successfully established a direct connection with Maka. He nodded with satisfaction, and then said to Mushi, You comfort your tribe. Prepare some food for them, and then go and rest. Tomorrow morning, you and Nushi and the others will start working with them. Oh, by the way, we still need to send someone to keep watch, Tang Sichuan said to Mushi. Okay, Master. Mushi nodded, and then prepared to comfort the frightened tribesmen. Tang Sichuan waved to Zhang Ji and Yumin and walked towards the apartment. Zhang Ji and Yumin looked at each other and followed. Soon, Tang Sichuan and the other three arrived at the door of the apartment. He knocked on the door, and Ma Yin immediately opened the door from the inside. Sichuan, did you solve the matter so quickly? Ma Yin asked, looking at the three of them. Yes, it's solved. Tang Sichuan nodded. You're going too fast, Ma Yin said in surprise. Is this still fast? It's already very slow. Okay. Tang Xiuquan showed a wry smile. By the way, you haven't eaten yet. Right. You sit down for a while, and I'll get 2 fish, Tang Xiuquan said, looking at the 3 of them. Forget it. You guys just talk. I'll do it. As soon as Tang Xiuquan stood up, Zhang Ji pushed Tang Xiuquan down. Tang Xiuquan saw Zhang Ji taking such initiative, and then thought about it again, and felt that he did have some problems, and needed to ask Ma Ying and the others. So he nodded in agreement. After Zhang Ji left, Tang Xiuquan looked at Ma Ying and asked, Sister Ma Ying, are there no dangers on your journey? It's not dangerous. Ma Ying shook her head, and then said, It's just that we didn't find other survivors' islands along the way, which is a bit strange. Wait a minute. You're saying that you haven't seen any of the islands in the middle of this journey? This was the first time Tang Xiuquan heard the news. Yes. We didn't encounter any island along the way. Yu Min also nodded. When Tang Xiuquan heard both of them saying this, he suddenly fell into deep thought. Logically speaking, it was impossible not to reach an island in this journey of several thousand kilometers. Although, there is a possibility that those islands are outside the visual range, and the flying fish's route avoids all survivor islands. But it is impossible to travel thousands of kilometers without even a shadow of an island. Tang Xiuquan thought for a while, but didn't understand why. He gave up on his own initiative. After all, the flying fish avoids the area where the island is located. So this kind of thing can be explained. Therefore, it does not affect Tang Xiuquan's overall plan. By the way, Xiuquan, you told me not to destroy the island stone before. So I brought the island stone here. Do you want to give it to you now? Ma Ying suddenly thought of this and asked Tang Xiuquan. Huh? By the way, I forgot to ask. Are there any special tips or items when you move the island stone? Tang Xiuquan asked. There are no items, but there are 2 prompts. Ma Ying thought for a while and said. What hint? Tang Xiuquan asked. There were 2 prompts at that time. One was to ask whether to move the island rocks to the ship and turn on the watering mode. The other one is to tell me that the island stones can be replaced at the appropriate location. After the island stones are replaced, the evolution level of the current materials on the island will remain unchanged. Moreover, island stones can be fused with other island stones. After fusion, the materials of the 2 island stones will be integrated. Ma Ying recalled. What? Can island stones be fused with other island stones? Tang Xiuquan was stunned when he heard this. Sister Ma Ying, give me the island stone, Tang Xiuquan said immediately. The island stone is still on the Feiyu. I didn't take it off. Ma Ying said immediately. Oh, then you guys wait for me for a while. I'll go take a look first. With that, Tang Xiuquan ran towards the Feiyu. And Ma Ying really wanted to stop Tang Xiuquan and ask him, if this island stone is so important, why can't we wait until tomorrow? However, just as she was about to speak, Tang Xiuquan had already ran out. Ma Ying pouted and stamped her foot with some dissatisfaction. At this time, Tang Xiuquan had already rushed to the Feiyu, and he boarded the Feiyu without hesitation. Chapter 80. You 2 fishmen. Stay away from the fire. As soon as Tang Xiuquan entered the Feiyu, he saw a black island stone half a man tall. Standing inside the cabin, Tang Xiuquan walked to the island stone, stretched out his right hand, and was about to touch the island stone, when he heard a prompt in his ear. Ding! An unowned island stone has been detected. Do you want to fuse it? Sure enough. When Tang Xiuquan heard this reminder, he was not surprised but overjoyed. However, he did not blindly choose fusion, but systematically started to check Dao Shi's information again. Island stone, the foundation of island construction. You can use materials to build islands at the island stone. If it is destroyed, the island will sink. Please protect the island stone well by the living. Note, this is an unowned island stone. You can choose to take it as your own and place the island stone where you want, or integrate the island stone into your original island stone. After fusion, the area owned by the island stone will be increased 28 square meters on the original island area. At the same time, all materials owned by the island stone can be obtained. After fusing the island stones, the evolution direction of the 2 island stones will not be affected. Special properties. Tang Xiuquan looked at the introduction given by the system, and suddenly fell into deep thought. The introduction of the system makes it very clear that if you choose the fused island stone, you can first increase the island area owned by the attached island stone. The second is to obtain the physical resources and evolutionary direction of this island stone. What are physical resources? In other words, The various trees, stones, and other materials originally on the island are not very important to Tang Sichuan. After all, he does not lack them now. But the last sentence made Tang Sichuan a little surprised. What is the direction of evolution? This sentence contains a lot of information. First of all, what Tang Sichuan thinks of is that for every island, or every island rock, its evolutionary direction has been fixed. Simply increasing the island area can only speed up the evolution process, but will not change the direction of the island. To give a simple example, if Tang Sichuan's island originally evolved toward the grassland, then as the area of Tang Sichuan's island increases, the first thing that will be reflected on his entire island is that the island will soon large areas of grassland will appear. If the evolution direction of Ma Yin's island stone is woods, then as the island grows, the first thing that will be reflected is the lush trees. Of course, this is Tang Sichuan's conjecture. It is possible that the island stone did not evolve in this direction, but that's the general meaning. This sentence directly told Tang Sichuan that each island has its own evolutionary direction. In other words, the more affiliated island stones it has, the more balanced the development of its own island will be. Tang Sichuan saw this clearly. The last point is that the system mentions special properties. Tang Sichuan doesn't quite understand. What are special products? Does rich fish resources count? Do abundant timber resources count? In a strict sense, these should be. But Tang Sichuan feels that it is not that simple. Can something that can be individually marked by the system be simple? However, Tang Sichuan understood one thing. It was far better to integrate the island stones than to relocate an island. The idea of re-establishing an island in an ideal location seems appealing. But this is not the case. The first point is that if you want to develop two islands at the same time, the cornerstones you need to consume will double. This method is only suitable for building a small island in an important location, just like the sub-bases in the game. And it is unlikely that the two islands will develop at the same time. Therefore, this is not suitable for Tang Sichuan's future development plan. From this point of view, Tang Sichuan actually has only one way to choose, and that is to directly integrate the island stones into his own island stones. After thinking about this clearly, Tang Sichuan directly chose fusion. With a flash of white light, Tang Sichuan touched the island stone and turned into ashes and disappeared into the cabin. At this moment, Tang Sichuan suddenly heard a notification sound coming from his ear. Congratulations on merging an unowned island stone. The evolution speed of the island is increased by 2%. A prompt suddenly sounded in Tang Sichuan's mind. Huh? What are the benefits of merging island stones? Tang Sichuan was very happy. This was a complete surprise. After Tang Sichuan integrated the island stones, he nodded with satisfaction and walked towards the apartment. When Tang Sichuan just stepped off the Feiyu, he saw Maka, Mu Shi, and the others sitting around the fire. He thought for a moment and walked towards the fire. Before he even got close, he heard Nushi and the others laughing heartily. Tang Sichuan was a little strange. He didn't understand what these natives were laughing at. After he walked in, he realized that Bin Borba and Bab Urban were also here. Moreover, the two of them were holding one head larger than their head. And then they were swinging back and forth in the crowd, as if they were doing some kind of dance. What are you doing? Tang Sichuan stood behind everyone and suddenly asked. His words immediately startled Nushi and the others. Master! Everyone present saluted Tang Sichuan. It's okay. Tang Sichuan waved his hand, and then asked, What are you doing? Master, isn't there a new partner joining us? We plan to have a celebration. Nushi looked at Tang Sichuan and said nervously, Oh, it's a celebration. Okay, then you guys have fun. Tang Sichuan nodded and agreed. He felt that it would be beneficial to let these natives play by themselves, as it could quickly enhance their sense of belonging. As for whether he wants to join in, Tang Sichuan has no plans yet. First, he needs to maintain his majesty as the master and not get too close to the stubborn ones. Although Tang Sichuan didn't want to talk to them about privileges and wanted to squeeze them, but the proper dignity is still necessary. The second is that he is the master, and if he joins in now, perhaps Nushi and the others will not feel uncomfortable, but Maka and the others will feel somewhat uncomfortable. After all, the two sides were still enemies an hour ago. If you want to blend in with them, you can, but definitely not now. And it is best to reduce the number of times and ensure your dignity. Therefore, Tang Sichuan had no intention of joining in today. However, he still nodded to Maka, expressing his welcome to his arrival. After saying hello to Maka, Tang Sichuan turned his attention to Bin Boer Ba and Bob Boer Bin. What are you two doing here? Tang Xiuchuan asked. We are also here to attend the celebration. Bin Borba answered first. Oh, you are attending the celebration. So you should stay away from the fire. Aren't you afraid that the fire will roast you into dried fish? Tang Xiuchuan suddenly became very serious and looked at Bin Borba and Ba Boer Bin. Chapter 81 What a Prosperous Person. Tang Xiuchuan couldn't understand why the two fishmen, Bin Borba and Ba Boer Bin, were so strange. They are obviously two fishmen, but they prefer to warm themselves over the fire and eat cooked food. Tang Xiuchuan looked at Bin Borba and Ba Boer Bin, whose skin was already dry and cracked, and was speechless. What are your attributes and don't you know what you like? Tang Xiuchuan was very worried that if the roasting continued like this, the two of them would turn into dried fish sooner or later. You two? What's going on? You're about to turn into a dried fish, Tang Xiuchuan yelled, pointing at Bin Borba and Ba Boer Bin. Huh? Is there any? Bin Borba heard Tang Xiuchuan's words, looked down at his body, and then poked his skin with his fingers. Yeah, it's true. The skin has become dry, Bin Borba said in surprise. You still know? Then what are you still doing here? Tang Xiuchuan said speechlessly. It's okay, Master. We've already thought of it. Bin Borba shook his head after hearing Tang Xiuchuan's words, indicating that the problem was not big. Under Tang Xiuchuan's gaze, he walked towards the boundary river. When he reached the river, he pounced forward and jumped into the river. After more than 10 seconds, he crawled out again, then returned to the campfire, poked his skin with his hands, and said to Tang Xiuchuan, Master, look, my skin is not dry again. When Tang Xiuchuan heard Bin Borba's words, he immediately covered his forehead with his hand. He felt that he had no way to communicate with creatures with abnormal brain circuits like Bin Borba. It's obviously a fish, but it just likes to be grilled over the fire. My skin was dry and almost dehydrated, so I dived into the water, then came out and continued to warm myself over the fire. Forget it. I really have nothing to say to you. Just take care of yourself. Tang Xiuchuan shook his head, and then prepared to go back to his apartment. However, before he left, he still told Nushi to pay attention to the two of them and water them from time to time. When Tang Xiuchuan returned to the apartment, Zhang Ji also took two fish and was cleaning the fish at the door of the apartment, while Yumin was preparing charcoal fire to grill the fish. Tang Xiuchuan said hello to Zhang Ji and walked in directly. At this time, Ma Yin was in the living room, teasing Wenwen. Wenwen seems to like Ma Yin very much. Wenwen was sitting in Ma Yin's arms, holding her hair and babbling. Hey, it seems Wenwen likes you very much, Tang Xiuchuan said to Ma Yin with a smile. It's okay. I'm quite fond of children, Ma Yin also said with a smile. By the way, the conditions we live in are still quite difficult now. You need to overcome it first. I'm thinking of ways to expand the place where we live. Tang Xiuchuan thought for a while and said to Ma Yin, Xiuchuan, this place is already very good. I used to sleep in a tent. But here, at least you still have a house. Ma Yin smiled and shook his head. Let's do this. If you can today, you can sleep in the bedroom with Wenwen in your arms. We, the old men, will spend the night in the living room. Early tomorrow morning, I will go to the market to see if there is any suitable house. Tang Xiuchuan thought for a while and said to Ma Yin, Me, how about I sleep in the living room? And you let Brother Zhang and Wenwen sleep in the bedroom? Ma Yin said, feeling a little embarrassed. What are you two talking about? Tang Xiuchuan was about to speak when he heard Zhang Ji's voice coming from behind him. Nothing. I'm just talking about where to sleep tonight, Tang Xiuchuan said to Zhang Ji with a smile. What's there to discuss? Miss Ma is the only woman on the island. She must sleep in the bedroom, Zhang Ji said without thinking. Brother Zhang, why don't I sleep outside? Ma Yin said immediately after hearing Zhang Ji's words. Come on. Let you, a girl, sleep outside. Where will we, gentlemen, put our faces? Zhang Ji shook his head, unwilling to compete with Ma Yin for the bedroom. Tang Xiuchuan felt very relieved when he saw this scene of harmonious humility. After all, in such an apocalyptic world, everyone is trying to survive. Being able to maintain a bottom line and maintain the fine traditions of the flower grower makes him feel like he is still a human being. Okay, that's it. It's been decided. Ma Yin will take Wenwen to sleep in the bedroom, and we gentlemen will spend the night in the living room, Tang Xiuchuan concluded. Seeing that she had no way to refuse, Ma Yin could only nodded and agreed to Tang Xiuchuan's arrangement. Soon, Yumin brought in the grilled fish. Although these fish are just ordinary grilled fish with simple seasonings, when it comes to eating, It mainly depends on who you eat with. Eat with your good friends. No matter what you eat, it will taste delicious. If you don't like it, even if it is delicacies, that's it. Soon the four of them had eaten all the fish. After dinner, Tang Xiachuan considered that Ma Yin and the others had just experienced a day's sailing, so he asked them to rest early. According to Tang Xiachuan's arrangement, Ma Yin carried Wenwen back to the bedroom to rest, while Tang Xiachuan still lay down on his rocking chair. Zhang Ji followed Yumin, huddled on the sofa, and prepared to deal with it all night. Feeling the cool air brought by the air conditioner, Tang Xiachuan and the others fell into sleep. To be precise, Zhang Ji and Yumin fell asleep, while Tang Xiachuan was still insomnia. The reason for his insomnia is simple. Tang Xiachuan is a light sleeper, and he doesn't like any noise when he is sleeping. He couldn't sleep as long as there was any noise, and Yumin was snoring again. Well, it seems that I really have to find a way to buy a new house tomorrow. Being squeezed into the same room with Yumin every day, I'm afraid that insomnia will become the norm in the future. Tang Xiachuan sighed in his heart one breath. Moreover, tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, if nothing else happens, Shen Qian and Fan Long will also arrive on the island. By then, even 6 people will not be able to squeeze in. But the question is, should I get a new apartment? Or should I just get a big house where everyone can live together? Tang Xiachuan thought about it. He didn't know how long it took before he fell asleep in a daze. When Tang Xiachuan woke up again, it was already the next morning. He opened his eyes and saw Wenwen lying next to his rocking chair, looking at him with her big eyes open. When Tang Xiachuan saw Wenwen, he showed a smile, then stretched out his hand and pinched Wenwen's little face. Then, Tang Xiachuan looked inside the room and found that Yumin and Zhang Ji had already gotten up at this time. Tang Xiachuan picked up Wenwen, opened the door and walked out. In the distance, on the edge of the Boundary River, Nushi is leading a group of indigenous people to continue to widen the width of the Boundary River and expand the area of the fish pond. Zhang Ji is doing military-style boxing and exercising his body, while Yumin is following Zhang Ji's example. Ma Yin, on the other hand, was repairing the apple trees and peppers that Tang Xiachuan had neglected for many days. The whole scene is thriving and full of vitality. Chapter 82. I like this villa. Hey, you're quite early. Tang Xiachuan looked at everyone and said low with a smile. Zhang Ji and others nodded towards Tang Xiachuan. Wenwen, who was in Tang Xiachuan's arms, began to twist her body after seeing Ma Yin, trying to go down to find Ma Yin. Tang Xiachuan smiled helplessly. He was a little confused. Why did this little girl become so familiar with Ma Yin after sleeping with Ma Yin for one night? Tang Xiachuan put Wenwen down and asked her to find Ma Yin, and he walked towards Zhang Ji and the two. What are you doing? Tang Xiachuan asked, looking at the two of them. Practice your body. In this environment, it is always beneficial to have more strength. Zhang Ji looked at Tang Xiachuan and smiled. Okay, I'll leave the important task of surrounding the island to you from now on, Tang Xiachuan said with a smile. No problem. Zhang Ji smiled and nodded. By the way, I will arrange some work for you today. Tang Xiachuan thought for a while and said to Zhang Ji and Yumin. Well, tell me. Zhang Ji immediately stopped what he was doing when he heard Tang Xiachuan's words. It's like this. I've discussed it with another survival group and asked them to help me collect a batch of foundation stones. But we still have a few supplies that need to be traded. It's mainly fish. So I want you men to take a few people to the sea to catch some fish today. As soon as we prepare the materials that need to be traded, the faster we can upgrade our island, Tang Xiachuan said while looking at Zhang Ji and Yumin. I'm familiar with fishing. Leave this matter to me. Yumin stood up and said immediately after hearing Tang Xiachuan talk about fishing. Well, okay, I'll leave this matter to you. Tang Xiachuan nodded after hearing Yumin's words. He originally let Yumin go to the island just to let him do these things. Therefore, Tang Xiachuan just thought about it and nodded in agreement. Fishing is one thing, and on the other hand, among the supplies we need to trade, there is also some fresh water, which also needs to be prepared in advance. Tang Xiachuan thought for a while and said, Well, let me take care of the fresh water matter. Isn't it just to fill the spring with water? Zhang Ji said with a smile. These two things, I leave to you. I will first trade the Feiyu number to Shen Qian, and then I will go to the market to see if there are any housing drawings. Huh? Why do you need housing drawings? Zhang Ji asked. When Tang Xiachuan heard what Zhang Ji said, he rolled his eyes at Zhang Ji, and then said, There are only 4 people now, and it's already very crowded. When Mr. Fong comes, do you want him to lay the floor? What you said makes sense. Zhang Ji nodded awkwardly after hearing Tang Xichuan's words. Tang Xiaochuan smiled and returned to the apartment without saying anything else. Tang Xichuan first went to the market to take a look and found that the architectural drawings prepared for trading in the market were all small wooden houses or straw sheds. These things simply do not meet Tang Xichuan's needs. To build a straw shed or a cabin, there is no need to buy blueprints anymore. As long as they have enough supplies, Nushi and the others can build one in a day. But such a building can only be used to block the sun. If you want to protect it from the storm, you should just go to bed. Tang Xichuan doesn't think that there will be bad weather in this world. Just like the previous heavy rain, it came as soon as it came, without any delay. Just like a pouring rain. And that was just a heavy rain. There was not much wind. If the wind really blows, I am afraid that the cabin may not be able to block it. Therefore, Tang Xichuan thought about it and decided to choose some stronger houses to build, so as not to be destroyed by the storm and have to be rebuilt. Since it is not available in the trading market, I can only go to the common channel to take a look. Tang Xichuan made up his mind and switched directly to the common frequency. Come here and take a look. Freshly baked live fish. Number 998. Number 688. Just 10 units of basic substances. Fresh fish to take home. Upstairs. Are you crazy about money? Don't miss it if you're passing by. Do you want to buy the salted fish you just caught? Wait. Salvage salted fish? Is this still possible? Is there any kind-hearted person? I have been thirsty for a week. Can you give me a sip of water? I've been thirsty for a week. Are you still a human being upstairs? Tang Xichuan looked at the public screen, where countless people were bragging and chatting, feeling that it was very much like the online games of the past. In fact, Tang Xichuan felt relieved when he thought about it. After all, most people are now alone on the island. If there were not a public screen to chat with others, many people would probably go crazy. How many people are there who are like me and can bring other survivors to live on their own island? Tang Xichuan looked at everyone's chat, smiled, and then casually sent a message. Yifeng, exchange various architectural drawings at high prices. If you want to exchange, the price guarantees that you will not suffer a loss. Oh no! Boss Yifeng has appeared. Whoever has the blueprint will get rich. Wow! It's true. The missing person has returned. Boss Yifeng is here to purchase again. Boss Night Breeze. I have a tent. Do you want it? What's upstairs? Didn't you see clearly? Boss Yifeng is talking about architectural drawings, not tents. Your tent is considered a building. Why don't you count the tent? Why don't you use the bean bags as dry food? Tang Xichuan watched the quarrels on the public screen and felt that the pressure on this group of survivors seemed to be too little. Each of them still has the energy to argue here. Tang Xichuan shook his head helplessly and exited the public screen directly, because at this time, he had already heard someone chatting with him privately. Boss, do you think you need this blueprint? Originally, I plan to use this for myself in the future. A survivor asked Tang Xichuan in a private chat. Then he sent a screenshot, and Tang Xichuan clicked on it to see what it was. But the moment he clicked it, he froze. Exquisite villa, as the saying goes. There are 4 things in life: car, house, money, and girl. Although the other 3 cannot satisfy you, this villa will definitely be able to meet all your needs for a house. 3 floors, multiple styles of design. You can only choose 6 bedrooms and 3 living rooms, with a large garden outside. Each bedroom can have an independent bathroom, so you no longer have to worry about not having enough toilets. In addition, it is fully furnished with home appliances and ready to move in. It is your best choice for living a good life. Note, there are only household appliances. No electricity. No water. No ventilation. If you want to use these devices, you need to install the corresponding equipment separately. I'll go. It's a big villa. It's so beautiful. I like it so much. When Tang Xichuan saw this villa, he told himself that he liked this villa very much. Chapter 83 Dormitory. Tang Xichuan knows very well that no matter how much you like something, you cannot show it in front of the seller. Otherwise you will only get ripped off. Therefore, Tang Xichuan suppressed the strong urge to buy in his heart and said in a calm tone, Oh, how do you want to trade this thing? Boss, I plan to use this thing for myself in the future. But if the boss likes it, I will reluctantly part with it. But the price is... The survivor paused for a moment after saying this. You decide the price. If it's right, I'll take it, Tang Sichuan said calmly. Okay. Boss, please be happy. I'm not ink. 10 kilograms of food. 5 L of fresh water. Plus a set of other habitable houses and construction resources. The survivor thought for a while before setting out his conditions. Tang Sichuan nodded when he heard the survivor's words. These conditions were not excessive. The price is very reasonable for 10 kilograms of food and 5 L of fresh water. In addition, it is also reasonable to provide a habitable house. After all, the other party also said that he planned to live in this villa by himself. It was impossible for him to give up his only set and continue sleeping in the tent. Therefore, the other party's request for compensation for a house was very reasonable in Tang Sichuan's opinion. But the problem is, Tang Sichuan doesn't have it now. Food is okay. But the problem is that he doesn't have other houses. If he does he still need to go out to buy them? If you want to meet the other party's requirements, you still have to make an acquisition. Tang Sichuan didn't want to go to such trouble. He thought for a while before suggesting to the other party, I can promise you food, but to compensate you for a house. I don't have it now. However, I can provide double the resources to trade with you, and you can go to the trading market to see the rest. If you agree, I can trade now. If not, forget it. After Tang Sichuan finished speaking, he began to wait for the other party's answer. Tang Sichuan waited uneasily for a minute, and the other party sent the message again. Okay, just do as the boss said. The survivor finally nodded in agreement with Tang Sichuan's opinion. Tang Sichuan nodded when he heard the other party's answer. He was quite satisfied with the other party's attitude. Although Tang Sichuan gave him double the supplies, the extra supplies were enough for him to buy a smaller house. For example, in the market, Tang Sichuan saw a small wooden house with only 1 kilogram of food. What Tang Sichuan gave him was 10 times the amount of fish. After calculation, it actually far exceeded the supplies needed by the other party. But this is only theoretical, and it does not count the psychological price. Indeed, Tang Sichuan needed this villa very much. After all, no one wanted to live a better life. The other party did not deliberately raise the price on this point. Therefore, Tang Sichuan was still very satisfied with the other party's attitude. So he was willing to give more. After all, he was not short of food now. After the transaction of 20 kilograms of food and 10 L of fresh water, Tang Sichuan got the construction drawings of the villa that he had longed for. Exquisite villa, as the saying goes. There are 4 things in life: car, house, money, and girl. Although the other 3 cannot satisfy you, this villa will definitely be able to meet all your needs for a house. 3 floors, multiple styles of design. You can choose freely. 6 bedrooms and 3 living rooms, and a large garden outside. Each bedroom can have an independent bathroom, so you no longer have to worry about not having enough toilets. In addition, it is fully furnished with home appliances and ready to move in. It is your best choice for living a good life. Note, there are only household appliances. No electricity. No water. No ventilation. If you want to use these devices, you need to install the corresponding equipment separately. Construction requirements: wood times 500. Stone times 1000. Glass times 200. Iron times 200. Copper times 200. Leather times 100. This requires a lot. Tang Sichuan looked at the supplies and touched his chin. However, when I thought that I would be able to live in a big villa soon, this little resource made sense. Tang Sichuan first looked at the supplies he had in stock and found that everything was still missing. If you open 100 or so supply boxes, you should be able to collect the missing supplies. But Tang Sichuan doesn't plan to open boxes now. He wants to save more boxes and wait for the double card to be activated before opening them, so as to maximize the benefits. Moreover, when all these supplies are added up, if 1 unit of supplies is exchanged for 100 g of fish, it is only worth 220 kilograms of fish. What's more, I still have some supplies in my hand, so I can't spend so much fish and meat. Therefore, Tang Sichuan directly started to purchase materials on a large scale in the trading market. In just a few minutes, he gathered the materials needed for construction. After the collection was completed, Tang Sichuan looked at other private chat messages and found that they were all messages from people who wanted to hug someone. Of course, there are some survivors who chat privately with their own construction drawings. But those houses are all drawings of cabins, adobe houses and the like. Tang Sichuan, who already owned a large villa, naturally looked down upon this. Just when Tang Sichuan was about to close the private chat and build his own big villa, Zheng Zheng also sent him a private message. Master Yefeng, are you acquiring housing drawings? Yes. Tang Xichuan thought for a while and replied to him. Then take a look at this. Do you need it? Zhang Zing directly sent over the construction drawings in his hand. Tang Xichuan looked at the drawings and was dumbfounded. Group dormitories. Are you still worried about not having enough housing to live in? Come on. Dormitories are your best choice. The collective dormitory is 4 floors high, with 10 rooms on each floor. It is simple and well decorated, and you can move in with just your luggage. Note, materials required, wood times 1,000, stone times 1,500, glass times 400, iron times 400, copper times 400, leather times 200. I'll go. This is fine, Tang Xiaochuan exclaimed. He was thinking before that since he was living in a big villa here, Nushi and the others should also have their own rooms. After all, it would not be good for Mushi and the others to live in a pergola for a long time. The weather is hot now, so it doesn't matter if they live in a pergola. But if there is a strong wind, heavy rain, or a natural disaster, they can only live in the pergola. It's outside. But now they have this dormitory, which is quite perfect, and they don't need to live in a pergola. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaochuan felt hot inside again. What do you need? Tang Xiaochuan said to Zhang Zing. Our leader wants this blueprint to be given to Master Yefeng. After all, this thing is too time-consuming to build and not cost-effective. As long as Master Yefeng needs to make a deal in the future, he can think of our survival team first, Zhang Zing said to Tang Xiaochuan with a smile. Chapter 84. This building is not a place for display. When Tang Xiaochuan heard what Zhang Zing said, a smile appeared on his face. I have to say that their boss oath is still very far-sighted. Tang Xiaochuan had to say that this was a very thoughtful idea in exchange for a blueprint that was of little use to him in exchange for the right to trade with him. However, speaking of words, the only survival group that Tang Xiaochuan can trust now is the Pledge Survival Group. Therefore, it is not impossible to hand over your supplies to the Oath Survival Group. In addition, I have a big deal to do with the Survival Pledge Group recently. If it can be completed, the Survival Pledge Group can get a lot of benefits from me. Therefore, Tang Xiaochuan accepted this drawing without any psychological burden. Okay, then thank your captain for me. Tang Xiaochuan smiled and nodded. Whatever Yishin said, our survival team will still have to rely on Yishin for support in the future. Zhang Zing also said to Tang Xiaochuan politely. He was Oath's confidant, and he knew very well that his survival group wanted to make a deal with Tang Xiaochuan. Everyone entered this world at the same time. Others were still struggling to survive and make ends meet. But Tang Xiaochuan could directly take out more than 20 tons of supplies and trade them. What does this mean? This shows that Tang Xiaochuan was very lucky. He got lucky and left all the other survivors behind. If your survival group can get online with Tang Xiaochuan, then their survival group will also develop better. As for whether you have ever thought about occupying Tang Xiaochuan's island, although I don't say it doesn't exist, it is definitely unrealistic. First of all, a person can take out more than 20 tons of supplies at any time, which is enough to show that his own development has reached a terrible point. Faced with such a person, you can only try your best to curry favor with the other person, hoping that the other person will give you a bite of meat. Do you want to annex the other party? What's going on? You have to understand that the supplies are in Tang Xiaochuan's hands. He doesn't have to cooperate with you. He can definitely find other people to cooperate with. And if you miss Tang Xiaochuan, you will lose a lot of money. The second point is that the other party can trade with you for more than 20 tons of materials, which is enough to show that the materials in his hands far exceed these. Since he can trade with you for 20 tons of supplies, do you think he will take another 20 tons of supplies and torture you to death? As for whether to intercept Tang Xiaochuan's supplies and not give him what he wants? Yes, but the consequences are very serious. Whether it was an oath or a past, they all knew very well that if they were to do any tricks when dealing with Tang Xiaochuan and were discovered by Tang Xiaochuan, the consequences would not be something they could bear. Unless you are 100% sure that you can kill Tang Xiaochuan in one go. People like Tang Xiaochuan are not someone they can offend. Therefore, when Tang Xiaochuan accepted the drawings, he accepted them with peace of mind. In the past, when he sent drawings, he also gave them willingly. After Tang Xiaochuan took the drawings, he went to the market again, purchased all the necessary materials, and then directly chose to build. Please choose a placement location. The island stone recalled the mechanical prompt sound, and then a map reappeared. Tang Xiaochuan looked at the map and thought carefully. The first is the villa, which must be placed where the apartment is now. After all, this location is the center of Tang Xiaochuan's plan. If the villa is placed here, the apartment must be moved. Tang Xiaochuan thought for a while, and decided to place the apartment next to the spring, which will be planned as a new residential area in the future. As for the cabin, Tang Sichuan was going to move him to the back of the hill, because Tang Sichuan finally figured out that the trend of the entire hill was actually a cross-cutting trend. This means that when the hill is completely evolved, it will definitely split the entire island into two. After the separation, it was impossible to ignore the north side, and someone would definitely need to watch over there. So Tang Sichuan planned to let the cabin go first. As for why other buildings are not placed, this is simple, because they cannot be placed. As for the newly built dormitory, Tang Sichuan thought about it and placed it directly at the boundary river. After all, the dividing river is the center of the entire island. When the time comes, no matter which branch island they need to work on or where they start from, it will be the closest. After careful consideration, Tang Sichuan directly chose to place it. Then Tang Sichuan felt a white light flash around him, which made him unable to open his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he found that his eyes were blank. Please set the villa decoration style. Tang Sichuan felt that a screen suddenly appeared in front of him. On the screen was written, American Pastoral Style, and then paired with a picture. Tang Sichuan tried sliding the screen, and then the picture on the screen changed. Gothic Style. Well, if you don't like it, keep changing, Tang Sichuan muttered, and then switched the screen again. Tang Sichuan was not satisfied with several choices in a row, until a country-style villa appeared on the screen. This villa is not high, with only 2 floors, but the yard is huge. There are small bridges and flowing water, cobblestone paths, 2 gardens in front of and behind the house, and a small pond in the garden. It's beautiful. Tang Sichuan likes it very much. So, he decided directly to get a set. Later, Tang Sichuan felt that the white light around him gradually dissipated, and walls and various furniture began to appear around him. Tang Sichuan looked at everything around him and felt pretty good. After seeing his villa, he had only one emotion in his heart. He didn't have his own house in reality, but he didn't expect that he would have his own luxurious villa here. Tang Sichuan shook his head helplessly, then opened the door and walked out. The first thing that caught the eye was the 4-story collective apartment. When Tang Sichuan saw this apartment, he suddenly felt a little regretful. It seemed that he should build this apartment in the South Island. Like now, a 10-meter-high building blocks more than 50 meters in front of my villa. The sunlight on this side of the villa was strictly blocked. I'll go! Why did I forget this? Tang Sichuan covered his face in pain. Sichuan, did you do all this? At this time, Ma Ying came over and asked Tang Sichuan. Well, yes. Tang Sichuan nodded. I said, Sichuan, it's not good to put this building here. Zhang Ji also walked over with Wen Wen in his arms. However, he kept his eyes on the dormitory in front and said to Tang Sichuan, I said I made a miscalculation. Do you believe it? Tang Sichuan covered his head again after hearing Zhang Ji's words, and said with some pain, Chapter 85, The generator cannot be driven. You said you. If you just miscalculated the distance between 2 houses, I would still believe it. But why do you put that dormitory facing the villa? If you put it upright, there might be some sunlight. Zhang Ji hugged Wen Wen and looked at the dormitory not far away, falling into deep thought. When Tang Sichuan listened to Zhang Ji's words, he felt that the other party was mocking him. Rolling his eyes at Zhang Ji, Tang Sichuan felt that Zhang Ji was a bit straight. He was very suspicious of how Zhang Ji could catch up with Wen Wen back then. Tang Sichuan did not answer Zhang Ji's words, and then walked towards the dormitory. By the time he reached the downstairs of the dormitory, Nushi and the others were already surrounding the dormitory, raising their heads and looking at the dormitory in front of them. Ahem. Tang Sichuan coughed lightly, and Nushi and the others turned their heads and looked at Tang Sichuan. Owner. Well, from now on, this building will be your dormitory. You can choose any room to live in. Tang Sichuan pointed to the dormitory and said to Nushi and the others, Master, is this house for us to live in? Nashi and others looked at Tang Sichuan in surprise. Tang Sichuan nodded but did not speak. Nushi and others looked at Tang Sichuan with excitement. They never imagined that one day they would be able to live in such a house. Looking at the snow-white outer walls of the dormitory, as well as the large glass windows and the square iron box above the glass windows. Huh? Master, what is that iron box? Why is there one on every window? Nushi asked, pointing to the iron box. Iron box? What iron box? After hearing Nushi's words, Tang Sichuan raised his head and looked at the dormitory carefully. Is this a window machine? Tang Sichuan was stunned. Window chicken? What window chicken? Can it be eaten? Nushi looked confused. Oh my god! Can you eat this? Tang Sichuan was speechless when he heard Nushi's words. Let's go and have a look. Tang Sichuan knew that he and Nushi had no way to explain, so he could only take them in to have a look. With that said, Tang Sichuan opened the door of the dormitory, walked in, and then randomly selected a room. When he walked in, he saw the window air conditioner hanging on the window. Tang Sichuan took a closer look and found that it belonged to Gree. It's just that this style of air conditioner seems a bit old. However, although the style is old, at least it is still brand new. Tang Sichuan walked to the air conditioner, stretched out his hand, and turned on the air conditioner. Huh? No wind. Tang Sichuan was stunned for a moment, then turned the air conditioner, but there was still no wind. I'll go. It won't be bad. Tang Sichuan underestimated and glanced at the plug hole next to him. No problem. It's plugged in. Why can't it be turned on? Tang Sichuan was a little confused, but then he thought of a possibility. He immediately walked to the room where the light bulb was controlled and pressed it directly. Sure enough, the light didn't light up. Tang Sichuan's face turned dark immediately. It turned out that although the dormitory had all kinds of furniture and appliances, there was no electricity yet. There is no way. It's impossible. Just don't provide electricity to the dormitory. After all, the dormitory has been built, and it would be a waste not to use the furniture. Tang Sichuan turned his head and said to Nushi and the others, Wait a minute. This dormitory is not powered on yet. With that said, Tang Sichuan walked towards his new villa. He went directly to the edge of the island stone and chose to make wires in the construction module. Considering that the dormitory had 40 rooms, Tang Sichuan also deliberately chose to make thicker wires and some water pipes. Then the electricity and water pipes were connected in the island rock. After doing all this, he ran to the dormitory room and pressed the air conditioner switch again. As soon as the switch was pressed, a stream of cool breeze blew out from the air conditioner. Wow! Nushi and the others stood behind Tang Sichuan, feeling the cool breeze blowing out, and they exclaimed. Then, the natives who had never experienced the charm of air conditioning crowded over one after another. Okay. You can choose a room individually. Or a few of you can choose a room. Stop standing around here. It's not too hot. Tang Sichuan was surrounded in the middle, and his head was filled with heat. Sweat profusely. Although there is air conditioning, it can't stand being surrounded by more than 20 people. It's still quite hot. The indigenous people present ran out quickly when they heard that Tang Sichuan asked them to choose their own room. Tang Sichuan looked at the natives who disappeared in an instant, shook his head feebly, and then said to Nushi, who was still in the room, This will be your sleeping place from now on. When it's too hot during the day, you can have a good rest in the room. Yes, master. Nushi also looked excited. Tang Sichuan looked at Nushi, then nodded and walked towards his villa. After his villa was built, he had not looked at it carefully. When Tang Sichuan returned to his villa, he looked at this large villa with 6 rooms, 2 floors, and a basement. He felt quite good. Tang Sichuan couldn't help but sigh. He didn't even have a small bungalow of his own before, but he didn't expect to live in such a large villa when he came here. He was somewhat proud in his heart. It seems that handsome people can get along anywhere. However, this villa seems a bit airtight. Why does it feel a bit hot? Tang Sichuan looked at the central air conditioning controller on the wall and found that the central air conditioning in the villa was not turned on. Tang Sichuan turned on the air conditioner without thinking, and then set it to 18 degrees. What's the best thing about summer? Isn't it just in the middle of summer? Turning on the lowest air conditioner, eating ice cream, and covering yourself with a quilt? Although there is no ice cream now, the air conditioner must be turned on to the lowest temperature. Tang Sichuan felt the cool breeze blowing from the air outlet, thinking about when he would have some ice cream and the like. And that would be the perfect life. But this feeling didn't last for a minute before Tang Sichuan felt that the air conditioner was no longer blowing. Then, the lights in the whole house stopped working. What the hell? There's a power outage? Tang Sichuan said indifferently. But then he realized it. Oh my god! There's a power outage! I use my own hydroelectric generator. However, as soon as he said these words, he thought of the most terrifying situation. Do the math. A dormitory has 4 floors, 10 rooms on each floor, and 1 air conditioner in each room. That is 40 air conditioners, taking into account the central air conditioning used in his large villa. He suddenly thought of the most terrifying situation. My careful hydraulic generator cannot carry so much equipment. I'll go! Tang Sichuan exclaimed, and then ran towards the outside of the villa. Zhang Ji and others were still busy outside, looking at Tang Xichuan running out in such a hurry, with doubts on their faces. What is the situation? Is there a ghost in the house? Run so fast. Chapter 86 Where to get the rubber. When Tang Xichuan walked around the hill and came to the generator, he found that his hydroelectric generator had stopped operating. And, obviously, there seemed to be a puff of smoke coming out of the generator. Hey! It's over! The generator burned out! Tang Xichuan put his forehead with one hand, feeling a little headache. Originally I just wanted to give benefits to Nushi and the others. But now it's gone, and no one has any use for it anymore. Tang Xichuan wanted to repair the generator, but found that he didn't know how to repair it at all. He could only shake his head helplessly, and walk towards his villa. He was going to the market to see if there was anyone selling generators. On such a hot day, without air conditioning, it would be fatal. When he reached the door of the villa, Zhang Ji greeted him. Xichuan, why is there no power in the villa? Zhang Ji opened his mouth and poked the pain in Tang Xichuan's heart. I used too much power, and the generator burned out, Tang Xichuan said weakly. What? The generator burned out? Zhang Ji was also confused. How could he live without air conditioning on such a hot day? Tang Xiaochuan nodded, and then said, I'll go to the market to see if anyone can redeem the generator. Well, hurry up. It's not too hot now, but it will be very hot at noon. Zhang Ji thought for a while, and said to Tang Xichuan, Yeah, I understand. With that said, Tang Xichuan walked into the villa. Tang Xichuan came to the edge of the island stone, switched directly to the trading market, and then searched for the construction drawings on the market. However, he just took one look and expressed his disappointment. There are generators on the market, but these generators have not met Tang Xichuan's expectations. These generators are either gasoline generators or diesel generators. They are all household generators. It would be great if this kind of generator could drive the electricity consumption of the villa. Which dormitory do you want to drive? It's better to wash up and sleep. Moreover, these are internal combustion engine type generators. Even if he trades them, he will not have the fuel to work. Tang Xiaochuan thought for a moment. And since it was not on the market, he could only check on the public screen to see if anyone had a generator. Tang Xiaochuan has thought clearly that for the future development of the island, especially in the next few days, the entire island will be expanded 10 times. When the time comes, I will definitely build a large number of workshops and other buildings on the island. These all require electricity. So Tang Xiaochuan plans to build a larger generator this time. It was best to be a power station. He didn't want his power station to burn down every once in a while. This will seriously affect the development of your own island. He can't even use electricity, but he doesn't have the momentum of the island owner at all. Moreover, this power station cannot generate thermal power. It must be environmentally friendly energy, such as water conservancy, tidal or wind energy. After all, thermal power generation requires fuel, and I don't have so many resources to burn it. Tang Xiaochuan made up his mind and directly sent a message on the public screen. Purchase drawings of generating units or power stations at high prices. The requirement cannot be thermal power generation. Damn it! Yishin is here again! Is Yishin going to directly acquire a power station this time? I am also a person who graduated from 9-year compulsory education. Why am I still struggling to survive? Has Mr. Yeffing started building a power station? Upstairs. Stop talking. What you said makes me feel like I'm not alone anymore. Well, not one person. Could it be 2 people? Same question. That big brother upstairs. What species are you? Tang Xiaochuan's words immediately aroused the surprise of the entire public screen. But this kind of surprise often does not last long. Usually only 2 or 3 sentences, which are bound to be wrong. This made Tang Xiaochuan couldn't help but sigh. This generation of netizens is really difficult to lead. However, even though the building is crooked, the notification sound for privately chatting with myself keeps ringing. Tang Xiaochuan took a rough look at the private messages he had sent to him. Although these people all brought generator drawings, they still did not have a suitable generator. Many are small household generators that cannot meet their own needs. The only drawing of a power station is thermal power generation. The drawing of this thermal power station is composed of 2 steam turbine units, each of which can provide 1.5 megawatts of power generation, which is 1500 kW. It can require large amounts of coal and also emit large amounts of waste gas. Tang Xiaochuan just took one look and decisively chose to give up. Joke. Not to mention whether this waste gas will affect the island's environment. Let's just say that 395 tons of coal are consumed every month. Where can I find so much coal? 395 tons of coal, calculated based on the ratio of 100 G per unit, is equivalent to approximately 3.95 million units of coal. With so many resources, even if I open the exchange, I would not be able to exchange it. Therefore, for such a large resource owner, Tang Sichuan can only watch the news and sigh. Tang Sichuan looked through his private chat and found that there was indeed no suitable power station for him. He could only shake his head and exit the Island Stone interface. Will there be no electricity in the future? Tang Sichuan was a little worried. In an environment where he was used to having air conditioning, Tang Sichuan felt a little irritated when the electricity and air conditioning suddenly went out. Wait! Did I forget something important? Just when Tang Sichuan was extremely irritable, he suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to have signed in today. I hope there will be good things. After so many days of signing in, Tang Sichuan finally discovered that as long as he signed in, he could always get what he needed most. What we need most now is a generator. Without a generator, there is no air conditioning. Without air conditioning, it will be very hot. If it is very hot, you will feel irritable. Being irritable will lead to bad liver, and bad liver will lead to short life. To sum up, no generator equals short life. System. Sign in. Congratulations on the Small Integrated Power Station. Small Integrated Power Station. Are you still worried about the island's insufficient power resources? Now I would like to recommend you a comprehensive power station that integrates tidal, water conservancy, and solar power generation. If there are tides, you can use tidal power generation. If there are no tides, you can use water conservancy to generate power. If there is no water conservancy, you can also use solar energy. The limit can reach 1,000 kilowatts per hour, which is your best choice for island development. Since we have the integrated power station, my mother no longer has to worry about power outages. Construction materials, metal sheet times 1200, wood times 800, glass times 500, rubber times 200, copper times 1000. Oh yeah. Sure enough, the system still loves me. When Tang Sichuan saw that he had signed in and got the power station he had dreamed of, he immediately jumped up with joy. However, after Tang Sichuan calmed down, he suddenly discovered that among the construction materials this time, there was a new material that he had never seen before. I haven't seen this rubber before. Where can I get it? Tang Sichuan looked at the rubber inside the construction materials with a confused look on his face. Chapter 87. Where is my dog? As a person who has a surplus of food and has consumed hundreds of kilograms of marine fish today, Tang Sichuan felt that it was necessary to go to the market to have a look. However, a few minutes later, Tang Sichuan felt like he was constipated, and his face looked bad. There are no finished rubber products in the trading market, but there are a few rubber saplings. But the problem is that it takes a lot of time to plant rubber saplings, wait for them to mature, and then harvest them. Could it be that for so many days, I had no choice but to go without electricity? As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Tang Sichuan, who was used to falling asleep with a cool air conditioning breeze, now felt that it was a torture to have no air conditioning. Moreover, I have clearly obtained the drawings of the integrated power station. Why do I still have to watch it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Unwilling to give up, Tang Sichuan went directly to the public screen and left a message directly on the public screen. Yifeng purchased a large amount of rubber, and some of them chatted privately. Huh? Boss Yifeng appears a bit too frequently today. Wait a minute. Mr. Yifeng today. What's going on? First he bought a house. Then he bought a generator. And this time he wanted rubber. Are you going to start an industry? God damn it. Let's do industry. Can't we just make raincoats? The ones upstairs are not kicked out. When you create happiness with your own hands, do you still need a raincoat? Why can't it be used? Oh, I just like it. No, don't go off topic. Boss Yifeng wants to buy rubber. Do you understand rubber? Let's talk about it. I know rubber. But the problem is, I haven't had enough to eat yet. Are you telling me that rubber is useful for hanging? What you said makes sense. Upstairs, we are still struggling on the line of life and death. And Brother Yifeng is already in need of rubber. No, Brother Yifeng. Did you make a typo? It's banana, not rubber. What a banana! It's rubber. That stuff left on the tree. Tang Sichuan smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. Looking at the speeches of the other survivors, he could only say that the mentality of these survivors was really good. However, After speaking, Tang Xichuan no longer paid attention to the public screen, because he knew that the public screen was always used for bragging and chatting. When Tang Xichuan looked at the private chat and blocked some useless messages, there were still more than 20 people willing to sell the rubber in their hands. After some haggling, Tang Xichuan finally used 4 kilograms of sea fish and traded for 200 units of rubber. This price is already at the same price as the cornerstone. Although it is expensive, at least Tang Xichuan has collected the necessary materials to build his own power station. After collecting the materials, Tang Xichuan directly chose to build it, and then placed the power station at the original location of the small hydroelectric generator. As for the previous generator, Tang Xichuan directly chose to demolish it. However, what Tang Xichuan didn't expect was that, after choosing to demolish it, some of the materials were returned. Although, these materials are not of much use to Tang Xichuan now, but still better than nothing. After Tang Xichuan completed the construction, he immediately felt the cool breeze coming. He looked at the air outlet of the air conditioner, and after confirming that it was the cold air blowing from the air conditioner, he nodded with satisfaction. Now, let me see how you cut off the power. The corners of Tang Xichuan's mouth twisted into a square root shape. Tang Xichuan opened the door with satisfaction and walked out. Then he felt something was wrong. He felt that the color of the sky had become darker. Xichuan, what is that? Zhang Ji ran to Tang Xichuan and asked, pointing to the west side of the island. What the hell? Tang Xichuan was a little confused. Then he looked up and found that a tall building suddenly appeared on the coast on the west side of the island. It's a little higher than that dormitory building. What is this? Tang Xichuan shouted in surprise. I still want to ask you. What is this? Zhang Ji rolled his eyes at Tang Xichuan. I'll go. This can't be a comprehensive power station. Tang Xichuan opened his mouth with a look of disbelief. Isn't it the promised small integrated power station? Is this still small? It directly occupies almost 10 meters of the entire West Island. This is because 2/3 of this building extends into the sea. If the entire building was located on an island, it would be estimated that it would need to occupy 1/3 of the width of the entire island. But having said that, a power station is only about 30 meters wide and about 40 meters long. It is indeed small. But my own island is even smaller. In this regard, Tang Xichuan could only sigh and said that it was too difficult for him. This is a new comprehensive power station. The maximum power is 1,000 kilowatts per hour, which should be enough for us to use for a long time. Tang Xichuan said to Zhang Ji feebly. I'll go. Power station? 1,000 kilowatts. Zhang Ji was stunned when he heard Tang Xichuan's words. He didn't expect that Tang Xichuan had just burned down the generator and cut off the power. But he turned around and built a power station, or a 1,000 kilowatts power station. This is no longer small. At least one power station is more than enough to supply the entire island. Tang Xichuan looked at the power station, and then said to Zhang Ji, the island is still too small. We must speed up the process and prepare the supplies as soon as possible. I will go and trade with others as soon as possible. When the island expands, we will be able to do more things and enter the farming period earlier. Zhang Ji nodded when he heard Tang Xichuan's words, and then said, I understand. I will take care of it, and I will let you know when the supplies are ready. Yeah. Okay. Tang Xichuan nodded, and then prepared to return to the villa to ask Shenqian about the situation there. It is now approaching noon, and it stands to reason that Shenqian will soon arrive at Fan Lao's island. I don't know if Shenqian has received Mr. Fang. Tang Xichuan touched his chin and thought. After Tang Xichuan returned to the villa, he looked at the island stone still placed in the living room. After thinking about it, he moved the island stone directly to the master bedroom on the second floor. Then Tang Xichuan walked directly to the master bedroom and lay down on the bed. Oh, the bed is still comfortable. Tang Xichuan couldn't help but sigh. After all, if you were unwilling to sleep on a bed before, it was because there were not enough beds. If there were beds, who would want to sleep on a rocking chair, now enjoying the soft mattress and cool air conditioning? Tang Xichuan felt that life like this was not bad. Why do I suddenly feel like something is missing? Tang Xichuan put his hands under his head, and then wondered if he had forgotten something more important. It seems that I haven't seen my dog for several days. Heck, where's my dog? Tang Xichuan suddenly jumped up from the bed. He meant that he had forgotten something very important. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that he had not seen his dog for 2 or 3 days. Chapter 88. Where are the remaining natives? Tang Xichuan carefully recalled the last time he saw Guzi, but after much thought, he didn't even remember it in the end. It seems that since the last time he met Bin Borba and Bab Orban, Heizi rarely showed up. Thinking of this, Tang Sichuan jumped up from the bed and prepared to go out to find his dog. When Zhang Ji saw that Tang Sichuan had just returned to the villa, he immediately ran out in a hurry and asked Tang Sichuan directly, "What's wrong with you? Brother Zhang, have you seen my dog?" Tang Sichuan asked. "You dog? A big black dog?" Zhang Ji asked. "Yes, it's a black dog." Tang Xiaochuan nodded. "I remember following Nashi and the others yesterday." Zhang Ji thought for a while and said to Tang Sichuan, "Follow Nashi? Okay, I understand." Tang Xiaochuan nodded and then ran to find Nashi. At this time, the stubborn stone is leading people to widen the fish pond. When he saw Tang Sichuan walking towards him, he immediately put down the tools in his hand, looked at Tang Sichuan and said, "Master, what's wrong? Nushi, have you seen Heizi?" Tang Sichuan asked anxiously. "Heizi? He was sleeping in the cabin before," Nushi said to Tang Sichuan. "In the cabin?" Tang Sichuan nodded when he heard Nushi's words. And now, he was no longer anxious. "By the way, how many fish are there now?" "It's almost 20 tons now. There is still about 5 tons to go in and out before the minimum limit required by you. Master, it will be enough until almost midnight." Nushi looked at it and saw that it had been widened a lot. But he still felt said the very full fish pond. "Already have 20 tons? Tang Sichuan nodded after hearing Nushi's words. "Well, that's good. However, you should also pay attention to preventing heat stroke. You can go to the villa later, get some salt and ice cubes, and make some light salt water." "Okay, master." Nushi nodded immediately after hearing Tang Sichuan's words, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The master is still the good master. Tang Sichuan gave Nushi a few instructions and left directly. He had to go see his dog. After all, Heizi was with him during the loneliest 2 days at the beginning. When Tang Sichuan walked around the hill and came to the cabin on the north side of the hill, he opened the door and saw Heizi lying in the cabin. As soon as Tang Sichuan walked in, Heizi raised his head and looked at Tang Sichuan very alertly. After it saw clearly that it was Tang Sichuan, it immediately waggled its tail and ran towards Tang Sichuan. He licked Tang Sichuan fiercely. Okay. Tang Sichuan tilted his head to avoid Heizi's saliva attack and stroked Heizi's head. "I'm sorry, Heizi. I've been so busy these past 2 days that I forgot about you. Don't worry. I won't do it anymore." Finally, after Heizi stopped licking Tang Sichuan rubbed its head, said with a smile, "Let's go home." With that, Tang Sichuan stood up and prepared to take Heizi home. He knew why Heizi stayed in this cabin. In the past, Heizi always stayed with him and lived in a small wooden house. But after I own an apartment, I rarely care about it. This made Heizi feel a little disappointed, and he hid in the wooden house every day. However, now that I have finished all my busy work, I can spend more time later to spend time with Heizi. Heizi, on the other hand, was very excitedly circling around Tang Sichuan. When Tang Sichuan returned to the door of the villa, Wenwen saw Heizi and immediately didn't want to stay in Ma Yin's arms. She leaned forward. Beep! Bab! Trying to catch Heizi. The movement was so big that Ma Yin almost couldn't hug him. "It's okay, Sister Ma Yin. Heizi is very good. Please let Wenwen come over." Tang Sichuan saw this scene and immediately said with a smile, "Are you really okay?" Ma Yin looked at Heizi, who was more than 1 meter long, and said still a little worried, "It's okay." Tang Xiaochuan nodded, and then said to Heizi, "You go to the door and play with Wenwen for a while." When Heizi heard Tang Sichuan's words, he raised his head very spiritually and looked at Tang Sichuan, and then at Wenwen, who was walking towards him. It turned around and walked towards the door of the villa, then chose a sheltered place and lay down on the ground. Wenwen watched Heizi lying on the ground, babbling even more, and walked towards Heizi, and then sat next to Heizi. He stretched out his hand to grab Kuriko's tail. Heizi turned his head and smelled the scent of Wenwen first, then stuck out his tongue and nodded at Wenwen. Wenwen, who was licked, suddenly burst into laughter. "Sichuan, where did this dog of yours come from?" Hearing his daughter's laughter, Zhang Ji turned his head, looked at it, and asked Tang Sichuan, "I got it from opening the box. Can you get living things by opening the box?" Zhang Ji was stunned when he heard Tang Sichuan's words. "Yeah. What's wrong? These are also humans. Why are you so showy? Can you get a dog out of a box?" Zhang Ji looked at Tang Sichuan speechlessly. These are all routine operations. Tang Xiuchuan smiled immediately after hearing Zhang Ji's words. Now that the dog has been found, the island is being constructed in an orderly manner, and it is soon noon. Tang Xiuchuan looked at the sun that had risen to the middle, and then asked everyone to start preparing lunch. Tang Xiuchuan suddenly thought of something and pulled Zhang Ji aside alone. What's wrong with you? Zhang Ji looked at Tang Xiuchuan with a strange expression. Brother Zhang, do you still remember the night you went to the island and last night? Tang Xiuchuan asked Zhang Ji directly. Remember? What's wrong? Zhang Ji looked at Tang Xiuchuan with a strange look on his face. Brother Zhang, I have a hunch that there will be another wave of natives coming tonight. Tang Xiuchuan actually spent the whole morning thinking about this matter. Huh? What do you mean? Zhang Ji was stunned for a moment when he heard Tang Xiuchuan's words. Do you still remember what Mushi told us on the first day he came to the island? What? Zhang Ji was a little confused. He said that they came out to attack my island under the order of the high priest, and they were 4 waves of people. Seeing that Zhang Ji had forgotten, Tang Xiuchuan immediately reminded him. Well, that's what happened. Zhang Ji nodded after hearing Tang Xiuchuan's words. For waves of people, we have already encountered 2 waves, and they only appeared after someone landed on the island. If we treat this world as a game, then the indigenous people attacking the island can be treated as monsters attacking the city in the game. Then, according to the script, the last wave of attacks is definitely the most dangerous. If you count the 4 waves of people coming out in total, we can only deal with 2 waves now. Where do you think the remaining 2 waves of people will be? Tang Xiuchuan looked at Zhang Ji and said lightly. Chapter 89. If you want to reduce losses, use traps. You mean they will come together? Zhang Ji said with some uncertainty after hearing Tang Xiuchuan's words. Tang Xiuchuan didn't speak, just nodded. Zhang Ji suddenly fell silent when he saw Tang Xiuchuan nodding. He thought about it carefully and felt that what Tang Xiuchuan said was very likely to happen. Then what are your plans? Zhang Ji asked. Me? I haven't thought about it yet. Tang Xiuchuan shook his head gently, and then said, however, according to the information given by Nushi and the others before, their tribe only has about 200 people in total, excluding the old, weak, young and strong. The population is only about 120 people. Now, they have sent about 40 people. Then, there are only about 80 people left on their island. And a large part of these people are women. Tang Xiuchuan said slowly. As for Zhang Ji, when he heard Tang Xiuchuan's words, he didn't understand what Tang Xiuchuan meant at first. However, he immediately thought of a possibility. That is, Tang Xiuchuan wanted to attack the indigenous islands. Zhang Ji's first reaction was that it was impossible. However, just when he was about to dissuade Tang Xiuchuan, he suddenly reacted. It seems that attacking the indigenous islands is not really impossible. First of all, there is the population aspect. In this aspect, it seems that there are many indigenous people. However, many of these people are old and weak and women. How much fighting power can these people have? On his side, all are young and strong warriors. As for weapons and equipment, Tang Xiuchuan's side used iron tools, while the natives used stone tools. The difference between them was not that small. Therefore, it is not impossible for Tang Xiuchuan to occupy the other party's island. However, Zhang Ji suddenly thought of a question. What about after the occupation? Xiuchuan, have you ever thought about what you will do if you knock down the island? Zhang Ji asked. From the current point of view, the only way is to divide people up to occupy it. Tang Xiuchuan thought for a while and said, however, no matter what, it is inevitable to send people to attack the indigenous people. Judging from the several indigenous attacks on the island, this indigenous tribe is the only one near us. If we leave them alone, they will always be a threat to us. Zhang Ji nodded when he heard Tang Xiuchuan's words. Indeed, as Tang Xiuchuan said, if the island wants to develop, it is impossible to leave the indigenous people alone. You can only be a thief for 1,000 days, but you can't guard against a thief for 1,000 days. If you leave the natives alone and give you a bite from time to time, it will be like a toad crawling on your instep. It doesn't bite, but it's disgusting. However, Ogawa, even if you want to attack the indigenous islands, that will happen in the future. So what do you want to do with the indigenous people this time? Tang Xiuchuan heard Zhang Ji's words, thought for a while and then said, still the old way. Try to capture them alive. I'm afraid this is a bit difficult. Zhang Ji thought for a while, and then said, in the past, there were always groups of 10 people. But this time, It is likely to be 20 people. Well, yes. So this time, I have no intention of stopping them on the sea. Tang Sichuan thought for a while and said, in the past, there were only 10 indigenous people. Since we had the numerical advantage, we could directly block the indigenous people on the sea and use boats to deal with them. And this time, it's likely to be 20 people. In this way, there is almost no difference in the number of people. If you still choose to block people on the shore, it is very likely that the other party will not be scared. When the time comes to rush over, it will turn into a melee. And as long as it is a melee, there will definitely be casualties. If it weren't for Nashi and his tribe, Tang Sichuan would have directly chosen to fight head-on. However, these natives are all from the same tribe. As long as there are casualties, whether it is damage on your own side or on the indigenous side, it will definitely affect morale. After all, this is the real world. Although there are too many incredible things in it. When people die, they are really dead. Therefore, in order to reduce casualties, Tang Sichuan still hopes to minimize casualties. Do you have any good ideas? Tang Sichuan looked at Zhang Ji and asked. Sichuan, I understand what you mean. If you want to reduce losses, the best way is to use traps. Zhang Ji thought for a while and said, Trap? Tang Sichuan nodded when he heard Zhang Ji's words, and then said, Okay, you will arrange this matter. Okay. Zhang Ji nodded, indicating that it was okay. He said so much just to let Tang Sichuan leave this matter to him. After all, I still need to do some things on the island. Otherwise, how can you show your own value? And planting these things is not my strong suit. Therefore, the only thing Zhang Ji can do is to think of ways to fight. After all, no matter what I say, I am a veteran. And this is what I used to do. Then go and ask Nashi and the others to assist you. I just hope that the casualties can be kept to a minimum. Tang Sichuan thought for a while and said to Zhang Ji, Understood. I'll get it done for you. Zhang Ji nodded, turned around and left. Tang Sichuan watched Zhang Ji leave, and he walked towards the dock. He suddenly thought that after he conquered Maka yesterday, he had not yet opened the bronze box on Maka's ship. Bin Boer Ba! Tang Sichuan came to the dock and saw Bin Boer Ba and the others repairing the ship. What's wrong? Master? When he heard Tang Sichuan calling him, Bin Boer Ba immediately swam towards Tang Sichuan. When you were repairing the ship, did you see the boxes on the ship? Tang Sichuan asked. Box? Is it the same bronze box as last time? Bin Boer Ba asked. There are 3. Move them over here for me. Tang Sichuan said happily when he heard Bin Boer Ba say there were 3 bronze boxes. Okay. Bin Boer Ba nodded after hearing Tang Sichuan's words, and then swam directly towards the boat that Maka and the others were driving towards. Soon, 3 bronze boxes were placed in front of Tang Sichuan. Tang Sichuan did not hesitate and opened all 3 boxes. Congratulations on getting the leather armor manufacturing blueprint. Are you still worried about the insufficient defense of the people on your island? Then you need to make a set of leather armor. Although it is not as good as iron armor, it can definitely reduce the damage you receive. Note, a leather armor workshop needs to be created first. Each set of leather armor requires 1 piece of cowhide. Congratulations on getting the mineral resource upgrade card. Are you still worried about the lack of mineral resources on your island? Then you need a mineral resource upgrade card. Note, 1 card can only upgrade 1 resource, directly doubling a certain mineral resource on your island. Congratulations on getting the fishery resource double card. It can provide you with double the food source. From now on, you no longer have to worry about insufficient fish resources near your island. Note, after use, the fish resources within 30 kilometers near the island can be doubled within 7 days. Chapter 90. Why worry? Tang Sichuan looked at what came out of the bronze box and was a little disappointed. This is not to say that these things are bad. In fact, no matter who is given these things freshly opened from the box, it can be said that they can take off immediately. Tang Sichuan felt disappointed because he didn't get the double card he wanted. For Tang Sichuan, these supplies cannot be said to be useless, but they are not as good as he imagined. However, although these things are useful, they are not what Tang Sichuan can use now. For example, this leather armor manufacturing blueprint can completely double the combat effectiveness of Nashi and the others. But the premise is that you need cowhide. As soon as he saw this, Tang Sichuan wanted to overturn the table. I haven't even seen a cow yet. So where can I find cowhide? And that mineral resource upgrade card. We don't even have mineral resources on our own island. So where can we double our resources? Lift the air twice as high? Finally, there is the double card for that fish resource. This is the only one currently available. Therefore, after Tang Xichuan opened these 3 things, he was a little disappointed. However, something is better than nothing. Just because you can't use it now doesn't mean you won't be able to use it in the future. After Tang Xichuan put these things directly into the system space, he walked towards his villa. By the time Tang Xichuan returned to the villa, Ma Yin had already taken Wenwen to take a nap. As for Zhang Ji and Yu Min, one was digging traps with stubborn rocks, and the other was fishing with black soil on the sea. Tang Xichuan took a look and felt that there was nothing wrong with him, so he was going to take a nap, although it is already past 2 p.m. When Tang Xichuan woke up again, it was already past 6 p.m. Tang Xiuchuan, who had slept for 4 hours, suddenly felt refreshed. Just as he was about to go see how well Zhang Ji and the others were preparing their trap, a notification sound suddenly sounded from Daoshi. Tang Xichuan answered the call and heard Shen Qian's extremely anxious voice. Boss, it's bad. The teacher and I found the natives 50 kilometers away from your island, Shen Qian said anxiously. Indigenous people? Got it, Tang Xiuchuan thought to himself, and then said very calmly. Boss, why aren't you panicking? Shen Qian was a little surprised. Afraid? Why are you panicking? Tang Xiuchuan curled his lips and then said. It's not like I haven't encountered them before. When Sister Ma Yin and the others came up, they were also natives. What? Shen Qian was speechless when he heard Tang Xiuchuan's words. I hurriedly went to Tang Xiuchuan to remind Tang Xiuchuan to pay attention, but it turned out that he had already encountered such a situation. By the way, how many boats are the natives you saw? Tang Xiuchuan thought for a while and asked Shen Qian. How many ships? Shen Qian heard Tang Xiuchuan's words, and after thinking about it, he said to Tang Xiuchuan, 2 ships. As expected. When Tang Xiuchuan heard Shen Qian's words, he showed an expression as if it was true. Okay, I know about this. We will be ready. Just come over. Tang Xiuchuan nodded and hung up the communication. Seeing Tang Xiuchuan hang up the communication, Shen Qian was speechless. Fan Long on the side saw that Shen Qian's expression was unnatural, so he took the initiative to ask. How is Xiuchuan doing? Teacher, the boss said he knew. He has encountered this kind of thing before, Shen Qian said speechlessly. Have you met him before? Fan Long suddenly fell into deep thought after hearing Shen Qian's words. It seems that Xiuchuan is fully prepared, Fan Long murmured. Well, yes, teacher. The boss said they will be ready. Shen Qian nodded. Okay, since he said he's ready, it'll be fine. Fan Long nodded. He still trusted Tang Xiuchuan very much. In his opinion, Tang Xiuchuan was not the kind of person who would talk nonsense casually. Since he said he was ready, he must have his own plan. I just need to cooperate with him when the time comes and it will be okay. As for Tang Xiuchuan, after hanging up the communication, he immediately walked out of the villa. Brother Zhang, how are you preparing the trap? Tang Xiuchuan walked out of the villa and asked Zhang Ji directly. It's ready. Zhang Ji nodded immediately after hearing Tang Xiuchuan's words. What? Mr. Fang and the others really met the indigenous people? Zhang Ji asked. Well, just as we expected. There are 2 ships. 2 ships? Zhang Ji thought for a moment, and then said, according to previous experience, 1 ship has 10 indigenous people. So 2 ships. That is 20 people. Well, yes. Tang Xiuchuan responded first, and then continued to ask. Is there any problem with you? Don't worry. I'll take care of things. It's all right. When Zhang Ji saw Tang Xiuchuan ask about the trap, he immediately said with a smile, okay, let's get ready. Tang Xiuchuan nodded and waved to Nushi and the others. Master. When Nushi saw Tang Xiuchuan calling him, he immediately came over with his clan members. Get ready. Some of your tribe will be coming soon. Tang Xiuchuan smiled slightly and said to Nushi, Clansmen? Nashi was stunned for a moment when he heard Tang Xiuchuan's words, and then he instantly realized what Tang Xiuchuan meant. Suddenly, Nushi showed his big white teeth. Master, don't worry. We will definitely get things done, Nushi said to Tang Xiuchuan with a smile. Tang Xiuchuan nodded, and then asked Nushi and the others to prepare. Soon, Nushi led his tribe back to Tang Xiuchuan again. However, this time, they all had weapons in their hands, although only Nashi, Haitu, Mushi, and Maka held iron spears. The other indigenous tribesmen still used stone weapons, but they exuded an aura of invincibility, including Maka and the others who just joined yesterday. They all have a determined look on their faces. without any heaviness of facing their clansmen and having to fight with them. Tang Xichuan felt a little strange about this. He quietly came behind Nushi and poked him. Nushi, what's going on with you guys? Why aren't you worried at all? Worried? What are you worried about? Nushi looked confused. Aren't you worried that you are about to start a war with your own people? Don't worry. Nushi shook his head immediately after hearing Tang Xichuan's words. Why? Tang Xichuan was very surprised. Why are you worried? Nushi looked strange, and then explained. We dug the trap ourselves under the command of the master, your friend. We only need to lure the tribesmen to the edge of the trap and let them fall. We can capture them alive. You can't afford to fight. So why should you worry? Okay. Tang Xichuan was speechless when he heard Nushi's words. He actually forgot about this. Chapter 91. The situation is not good. As soon as Tang Xichuan finished speaking, a huge silver-white wave appeared on the sea in the distance. When Tang Xichuan saw the scene, he knew that Shen Qian and Fan Long had arrived. Everyone, be prepared, Tang Xichuan reminded lightly. After hearing Tang Xichuan's words, Nashi and others, who had experienced this situation several times, immediately took their weapons and prepared to wait for the ship to dock at the dock. Half a minute later, the flying fish docked steadily at the dock. As the cabin door opened, an old man with gray hair and a stooped body walked out of the cabin. He first stood on the deck and looked around the entire island, with a look of shock on his face. But then, he reacted and turned his attention to the people still on the dock. Although the old man's hair was gray, his eyes were still sharp. He quickly spotted Tang Xichuan standing in the crowd. He quickly walked towards Tang Xichuan. Are you Xichuan? The old man looked at Tang Xichuan and asked. Tang Xichuan also saw the person coming clearly. Sure enough, he was the one who often appeared in the sight of the people. He nodded quickly. Mr. Fang, you are finally here. Whether we can have a full stomach in the future depends entirely on Mr. Fang. Tang Xichuan made a joke with a smile. Ha! This is what I should do. Fan Long also nodded very politely. He knew very well how difficult it was to survive in this world with his body. But now, Tang Xichuan is willing to take him in, and also let him do his original job. All this is incredible to Fan Long. By the way, Xichuan, there is a group of indigenous people behind us. Fan Long suddenly thought of something, and said to Tang Xichuan. Tang Xichuan nodded, and then continued. Don't worry, Mr. Fang. I will solve this matter. You should go back to the villa with Shen Qian first. As he spoke, Tang Xichuan pointed at the villa behind him to the north. Xichuan, I know that I am old and can't help much. But Shen Qian is still young. You can let him stay. He will have one more person and more strength. Fan Long looked at Tang Xichuan and said, Don't worry, Mr. Fang. We will solve it. Shen Qian has had a hard day just like you. Let's have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow, we can let Shen Qian follow you to see the island. Tang Xichuan shook his head and refused directly. Fan Long's proposal. Boss, don't you trust me? When Shen Qian heard Tang Xichuan's words, he suddenly became a little anxious. He quickly explained. Boss, when I was in school, I was in the Taekwondo club. I am very powerful. It's not that I don't trust you, but I have enough manpower. And someone needs to be guarding the villa. If something slips through the net, you need to deal with it. After all, there are only old, weak, women and children in the villa. Tang Xichuan suddenly felt dumbfounded when he heard Shen Qian's words. Oh, so that's it. Don't worry, boss. I will definitely guard the villa. Shen Qian promised immediately after hearing Tang Xichuan's words. Okay, the natives will be here soon. You go back to the villa first. Tang Xichuan counted the time and felt that the natives were about to arrive. So he said to Shen Qian and Fan Long. Fan Long also knew that if he continued to be here, it would be of no help to Tang Xichuan. So he walked towards the villa with the heavy money. Looking at the two people leaving, Tang Xichuan cast his eyes on the sea. Soon, a black spot appeared again on the sea. Tang Xichuan knew that it was the indigenous boat. Brother Zhang, I forgot to ask before. Where did you dig the trap? Tang Xichuan asked. On the other side of the dividing river. Zhang Ji pointed to the open space behind him. Tang Xichuan looked in the direction of Zhang Ji's finger and found that there was nothing on the ground. There is no way to tell where there is a trap. Brother Zhang, your skills are very professional. I can't even tell. Tang Xichuan couldn't help but sigh. Just kidding. This is what our old Zhang does. Zhang Ji said with a smile when he heard Tang Xichuan's compliment. Brother Zhang, what are you going to do? Needless to say, It's to lure the enemy deeper. Zhang Ji curled his lips and then said, the question is how to lure the enemy deeper? Tang Xichuan was a little confused after hearing Zhang Ji's words. We'll just stand here. When they are about to land, we will retreat and lure them to the trap. Zhang Ji thought for a while and said simply, I don't understand this aspect, so it all depends on Brother Zhang. Tang Xichuan felt that he was indeed not as professional as Zhang Ji in this aspect, so he simply handed over the command to Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji smiled and nodded. Soon, Nushi and the others, under Zhang Ji's arrangement, formed a very simple formation. Although Zhang Ji didn't know much about the battle between cold weapons, he had never eaten pork before, but he had always seen pigs running away. For Zhang Ji, this kind of scene can only be said to be a small scene. Just as Zhang Ji started to prepare, the outlines of the two indigenous ships could finally be seen clearly in the sea. Nushi! Prepare to retreat slowly! Zhang Ji shouted to Nushi. After hearing Zhang Ji's words, Nushi began to lead the natives back toward the trap. As soon as Nushi retreated, the two indigenous ships rushed directly to the offshore. Then the indigenous people waved the stone axes, or stone spears in their hands, jumped into the sea as deep as their legs, and rushed towards Nushi and the others. However, when they just washed up on the beach, they were stunned. They never thought that the people standing opposite them were actually members of their own tribe. Taking advantage of the opponent's daze, Nushi and the others had already retreated behind the trap and rearranged their defensive formation. Just when both parties were embarrassed and didn't know what to do, a short old man wearing an unknown bird feather came out from behind the crowd. Nushi, do you know the leader on the opposite side? Tang Xichuan looked at the only person with a bird feather and felt that he was not simple. At this time, when Nushi saw the man, he suddenly panicked. Master, that person is the wizard of the tribe. Tang Xichuan's eyes widened when he heard Nushi's words. He originally thought that this last wave of indigenous attacks would be the same as before, with warriors from the CC tribe leading the team. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be wizards. As soon as he heard that the other party was a wizard, Tang Xichuan immediately looked at the others and found that the other natives showed a hint of fear. Stubborn Stone and his cronies who had used the contract card were okay. At least they could still use the weapons in their hands. But the natives who had only used coercion to force them had already begun to tremble with their legs. It is obvious that the majesty of the wizard in the past has been engraved in the hearts of these indigenous people. This is not going to be easy. When Tang Xichuan saw the scene, he suddenly felt something was not good. Chapter 92. What's going on? Where are the people? Brother Zhang. Something is wrong. Tang Xichuan poked Zhang Ji's lower back. What's wrong? At this time, Zhang Ji also felt that something was not right with the natives on his side. The leader on the other side is a tribal wizard. Nashi and the others are a little afraid of that wizard. Tang Xichuan simply told Zhang Ji the matter. When Zhang Ji heard what Tang Xichuan said, he also felt that it was a bit tricky. But when things got to this point, it was either you die or I lived. And now his group had no way out. Xichuan, the only way now is to get rid of the wizard first. Zhang Ji thought for a while and said to Tang Xichuan. The question is, how to deal with him? Tang Xichuan asked with some confusion. I have a way. I don't know if it is feasible. Zhang Ji thought for a while and said to Tang Xichuan. Tell me about it. When Tang Xichuan heard that Zhang Ji had a solution, he immediately asked eagerly, Don't you have a repeating crossbow in your hand? Give me that thing. And then go to the front to attract the opponent's attention and buy me some time. I'll try to see if I can kill him. Zhang Ji lowered his voice. He raised his voice and said to Tang Xichuan. How confident are you? Tang Xichuan asked. At least 5 levels. If the wizard doesn't have any special abilities, I can guarantee that he will have 9 levels. Zhang Ji thought for a while and said to Tang Xichuan. When Tang Xichuan heard Zhang Ji's words, he just thought about it for a moment, nodded directly, and said, Okay, there is no other way now. Let's try it first. If we miss, we can only find a way to fight hard. Tang Xichuan had already prepared for the worst. And then he walked to the front row of the team. Who are you? Why do you come to my island? Tang Xichuan asked directly. The natives on the opposite side were immediately confused when they heard Tang Xichuan's words. Seeing their reactions, Tang Xichuan was speechless. He waved to Nushi and asked him to come over and act as an interpreter. Nanshur, tell them why they came to our island. Tang Xichuan said to Nanshur. After Nushi heard Tang Xichuan's words, he asked the wizard directly. When the wizard heard Nushi's words, he babbled a lot. Master, The wizard said that you are a stranger who came to destroy the entire world. So he followed God's will. Nongshur translated for Tang Sichuan for the wizard. What a ghost! Tang Sichuan could only complain in his heart after listening to Nushi's translation. However, complaints are complaints. He really has no good solution now. After all, he is too weak and any solution is in vain. What he can do now is try to minimize the losses in this battle. Tang Sichuan put his hands behind his back and made a gesture to Zhang Ji. Then Tang Sichuan said to Nushi, "Tell the priests to let them leave, and I can spare his life." When the high priest heard Tang Sichuan's words, he immediately showed a mocking expression, and then babbled a lot. "Master, the high priest is laughing at you for not overestimating your capabilities, and he also asked the tribesmen to arrest you, and then you can forgive them," Nongshur said nervously, and at the same time, he was also wary of the two tribesmen around him. Although these words were spoken by the high priest on the spot, the surrounding two tribes were stunned. But those tribesmen still stood still and did not move. When the high priest heard that these natives did not carry out his words, he suddenly became a little angry. He was just about to say some harsh words when suddenly a crossbow arrow shot out from Tang Sichuan's back and flew directly towards the high priest's chest. The high priest couldn't dodge, and the crossbow hit him in the chest. He immediately fell back. Tang Sichuan felt happy when he saw the scene. But then the high priest immediately got up from the ground, his face full of anger. Tang Sichuan's eyes nearly dropped when he saw the high priest standing up again without any injuries. Everything was fine before. Why did it suddenly turn into this situation? Is this high priest really possessed by a god and invulnerable? The high priest angrily pulled out the crossbow bolt still stuck in his chest. His old face deformed with anger. He touched his chest inadvertently, and felt the hard touch coming from inside the animal skin clothes on his chest. And he was also startled. Although he didn't know what the thing that had just been ejaculated was, he knew what it was that saved his life. That was the compass that enabled him to lead his people on a long voyage. The high priest was very angry and stretched his hands forward, shouting, "Buka!" Hearing the high priest's roar, the natives also shouted "Buka!" and rushed towards Tang Sichuan. "Master, they are attacking!" Nushi yelled. "Everyone, get ready!" Zhang Ji just shot out an arrow and looked at the high priest's chest, thinking that this matter had been settled. As a result, the next second, the high priest jumped up, shocking Zhang Ji. After a brief period of confusion, he saw the indigenous people starting to attack. He could only put away the shock in his heart and yelled loudly at Stubborn Stone and the others. At the same time, Zhang Ji also clenched the iron gun in his hand, stood in the front row, and followed Tang Sichuan to prepare to defend against the enemy. The natives on the high priest's side rushed towards Tang Sichuan in a chaotic manner. Although they looked large and powerful, they were completely disorganized. Zhang Ji watched the pace of the natives nervously, and he calculated the distance between the natives and the trap. Soon, the first native stepped on the thin wooden board above the trap. He suddenly felt something strange under his feet. He just wanted to stop, but the tribesmen behind him pushed him. Then, the native who pushed him also stepped on the wooden board. As more and more people stepped on the trap, the thin wooden board suddenly broke, and then those who stepped on the trap fell one after another. Tang Sichuan told Zhang Ji from the beginning that he wanted to capture these natives alive. So when Zhang Ji dug the trap, he did not insert a killing wooden stick at the bottom of the trap, but in order to prevent these natives from climbing up easily, Zhang Ji and his men dug very deep. The entire trap was more than 3 meters long. If these natives fell, they would be knocked unconscious even if they did not have wooden sticks for killing them. I don't know anything about east, west, north, south. Now! Zhang Ji shouted, then took the lead and rushed out. This is the moment he has been waiting for. Now most of the natives have fallen into the trap, and there are only 2 or 3 natives left outside. Zhang Ji took the iron gun, jumped directly over the trap, and jumped to the opposite side. Zhang Ji first swept the remaining 2 natives into the trap with 2 sweeps, and then thrust his gun towards the high priest. At this time, the high priest was completely confused. What's going on? Where are my people? Why are they all gone suddenly? The high priest had not yet reacted. He never expected that the situation would be like this in an instant. Chapter 93. You have no choice anymore. At this time, the high priest was completely stunned. He never expected that in just a few seconds, the situation on the entire scene would be completely reversed. Obviously before, they were evenly matched, and even their side was the dominant side. How could it become like this? The high priest couldn't figure it out, and didn't have time for him to figure it out. in order to prevent the high priest from showing his astonishing invulnerability. Zhang Ji killed the remaining 2 natives with one sweep and then stabbed towards the high priest. The high priest didn't react in time and was directly shot in the stomach by Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji did not expect that he would be stabbed. And the high priest did not expect that he would be stabbed. The 20-centimeter gun blade completely penetrated into the high priest's abdomen. The pain caused the high priest's entire face to become deformed. Although Zhang Ji was a little strange as to how he could stab the high priest with one shot. His body naturally kicked the high priest in the chest. The huge force kicked the high priest's body upside down, and at the same time pulled the tip of the iron spear out of the high priest's body. Blood poured out of the high priest's wound uncontrollably. He covered the wound on his abdomen and tried to stop the bleeding. But it was all in vain. Tang Xichuan was stunned when he saw this scene. He originally thought that this was a life and death battle, and it would be very hard. Especially when I saw the high priest blocking the crossbow bolt. I felt even more that this battle was not going to be easy. But who knows what the result will be. Sichuan, what should we do? Seeing that the high priest lost the ability to move, Zhang Ji turned to Tang Xichuan and asked, "What can we do? It's already like this, and we can't save him. Let's send him on his way." Tang Xichuan shook his head when he heard Zhang Ji's words. It's not that Tang Xichuan is unwilling to save the high priest, but that the high priest really cannot be saved. The gun head, which is more than 20 centimeters long, can penetrate a person directly when inserted. Moreover, the entire gun head is 3 fingers wide. Such a large penetrating wound cannot be saved without first aid equipment. Moreover, even if he could be saved, Tang Xichuan had no intention of saving him. After all, this high priest claims to be able to communicate with the gods. Who knows if he has any backup plans after rescuing him? Not to mention that there is a contract card that can restrain him. Tang Xichuan doesn't want to take risks. After all, the high priest can connect with the gods, and he doesn't know if the contract card will take effect on him. If he had the means to hide it from himself, and then stab himself in the back, wouldn't he die unjustly? Therefore, what Tang Xichuan can do is to send him on his way and reduce his pain. When Zhang Ji heard Tang Xichuan's words, he twisted his spear and walked towards the high priest. The high priest looked at Zhang Ji, who was slowly walking towards him, with a trace of panic on his face. The high priest mumbled a lot, but Zhang Ji said he didn't understand. He raised his hand and stabbed the high priest in the chest. The spear penetrated his body, and the high priest clutched the barrel of the gun tightly, with a look of reluctance on his face. But no matter how unwilling he was, he could not stop the flow of life force. In the end, the high priest died with his eyes closed. Nanshi, did you hear what the high priest said at the end? Tang Xichuan turned his head and looked at Nanshi and asked, Master, the high priest just said that God will avenge him. Nanshi said immediately after hearing Tang Xichuan's words. Tang Xichuan frowned immediately when he heard Nushi's words. He was a little worried about the god the high priest was talking about, but only slightly. He estimated that the god the high priest was talking about wanted survivors like himself to compete with the natives. Therefore, he should not care about these things. After Zhang Ji killed the high priest with one shot, he directly pulled off the high priest's animal skin jacket, and then his face became very ugly. Sichuan, do you know why the high priest was fine with that arrow just now? Zhang Ji raised his head and looked at Tang Xichuan. Why? Tang Xichuan also became interested after hearing Zhang Ji's words. Then, take a look at this. With that, Zhang Ji handed a palm-sized disc to Tang Xichuan. Congratulations on getting the nautical compass. Are you still worried about not being able to find your way home? Then you need a nautical compass that can allow you to find wherever you want to go in the vast sea. Huh? Tang Xichuan was dumbfounded when he saw the compass. He never thought that it was this thing that just blocked the crossbow strike. Moreover, the introduction of this compass is very strange. What does it mean to be able to find the way home in the vast sea? Could it be? Tang Xichuan suddenly thought of a possibility. Nanshi, you said before. What is the name of your tribe's island? Tang Xichuan raised his head and asked Nanshi. Our tribe's island? Nashi was a little confused by Tang Xichuan's question, but he still said, Master, the island of our tribe is called Stream Island. Stream Island? Tang Xiaochuan murmured, and then began to recite it silently in his heart. A magical scene happened. An indicator needle suddenly appeared on the compass that was originally empty. The indicator needle points directly to the southeast. Tang Xichuan held the compass and turned it back and forth several times, but the pointer kept pointing to the southeast. Seeing this, Tang Xichuan was basically certain that Cici Island was to the southeast of him. Tang Xichuan put away the compass and looked at Zhang Ji again. Brother Zhang, this compass can locate Cici Island. Tang Xiachuan pretended to be calm and said, Really? Do you want me to take people to destroy Cici Island now? Zhang Ji also asked with interest. Let's not rush this yet. Tang Xichuan shook his head and directly rejected Zhang Ji's proposal. Now is not a great opportunity to attack Creek Island. At least not before conquering the natives they just captured today. Zhang Ji also understood. So he nodded when he heard Tang Xichuan's words. After Tang Xichuan saw that Zhang Ji stopped talking about attacking the Creek Island, he walked towards the trap. When he walked to the edge of the trap, the natives who fell into the trap were still wailing. Although there are no killing wooden skewers placed at the bottom of the trap, it is so high that it would still be painful to fall. Your high priest is dead. You are cornered. And now you are all my prisoners. From today on, I am your master. You have to work for me. I will provide you with food, clothing, housing and transportation. You can walk around this island as you like, but don't think about escaping. Otherwise you will regret it. Tang Xichuan looked at this group of prisoners and said loudly. He didn't care whether these natives understood it or not. Anyway, after he finished speaking, he walked towards his villa. However, before he left, he still called Mu Xi and Nashi. Nanshi, you and Mu Xi will conquer all these natives and arrange for them to live there. Tang Xichuan said to Nanshi. Yes, master. Nushi nodded. Chapter 94. Since we are going to fight, let's do it as soon as possible. After Tang Xichuan handed over the matter of appeasing the indigenous captives to Nianshi, he returned to his villa. As soon as Tang Xichuan and Zhang Ji walked into the door of the villa, Ma Yin, Fang Long and Shen Qian surrounded them. Xichuan, has the matter been resolved? Ma Yin asked first. Well, it's been solved. Tang Xiaochuan nodded, then thought for a moment before continuing. But this time, there were casualties. Oh? Is that serious? Ma Yin asked immediately after hearing Tang Xichuan say there were casualties. She had heard that the previous 2 indigenous attacks resulted in 0 casualties. Moreover, after these 2 days of contact, Ma Yin also fell in love with Nashi and his group of honest natives. She didn't want to think that Nushi and the others would be in any danger. It's not the casualties on our side. It's the attacking group of natives. Tang Xichuan shook his head before continuing. This time the leader is the tribal priest. His existence poses a great threat to us. And these priests are said to have the ability to communicate with gods. They are too mysterious. So Brother Zhang and I can only kill him. Oh, I was scared to death. I thought there were casualties on our side. When Ma Yin heard Tang Xichuan's words, she immediately patted her chest with her hand. However, after this incident, Brother Zhang and I had an idea. Tang Xichuan thought for a while and decided to tell Ma Yin and the others about the attack on the indigenous islands, because he didn't know how far the indigenous island was from his side. He only knew a rough line of defense. However, according to what they said at the beginning, their ship could only sail 20 kilometers per hour, and then ran for 15 days. Calculated this way, this single trip is at least 7,200 kilometers, and the time it takes to get back and forth is not short. Not to mention the Feiyu, which can sail 800 kilometers per hour, but its maximum range is only 10,000 kilometers, which is only enough for a single trip. Therefore, it is conservatively estimated that this trip will take about 15 days. If you really have to leave for such a long time, you must first arrange everything on the island. Judging from the information we have so far, Nishiki's previous tribe was called the Stream Tribe. It was a small tribe with about 200 people. Among them, there are about 60 old people and children, and the rest are laborers. And among these laborers, there are about 80 people who are middle-aged men. These people can not only serve as labor force, but also our main source of soldiers. So, what Brother Zhang and I want to do is to take advantage of the fact that the Cici tribe's strength has been exhausted and prepare to occupy their island. Tang Xichuan thought for a while and said to a few people, What? As soon as Tang Xichuan finished speaking, Ma Yin and the others exclaimed, Boss! Although you are very strong, if we go to fight with the natives now, we probably have little chance of winning. Shen Qian immediately spoke to dissuade Tang Xichuan. No, on the contrary, I think we have a high chance of success this time. Tang Xichuan shook his head. You may not understand that the leader of the tribe in this world is not the tribe leader, but the high priest. Now that the high priest has been killed by us, it can be said that as long as we take the high priest's body back, the entire Cici tribe will definitely fall into panic. At that time, the entire tribe will be in panic from top to bottom, and it will be impossible to organize a defense. We can easily break through the indigenous islands. If you wait too long, it will make the indigenous tribes suspicious and make them defensive, and it will be difficult to capture the indigenous islands. Tang Sichuan shook his head helplessly. Do we have to occupy the indigenous islands? Ma Yin said worriedly after hearing Tang Sichuan's words. After all, they had been defensive before, but this was the first time they took the initiative to attack, and they still ran so far away. Sister Ma Yin, if we want to develop and survive, we must take this step, Tang Sichuan said immediately after hearing Ma Yin's words. Otherwise, as the island area expands, we will not have as much labor force to develop the island. As a result, a large part of the island will be abandoned. Moreover, if we don't capture the indigenous tribes, we will have to face the threat of the indigenous tribes at any time. We simply can't develop with peace of mind. In this case, why don't we directly capture the indigenous tribes when they are the weakest and most panicked? Woolen cloth? After hearing Tang Sichuan's analysis, Ma Yin remained silent, while Fan Long, who had been silent, nodded. On this point, I agree with Ogawa's opinion. Sometimes, war is a prerequisite for peace. Only by eliminating threats in the cradle can we develop with peace of mind. Well, Sichuan, when do you want to set off? Since Tang Sichuan couldn't be stopped from attacking the indigenous tribes, Ma Yin could only wish Tang Sichuan a successful victory. The day after tomorrow. I need to make a deal with the survival group tomorrow. Tang Sichuan thought that he would have to make a deal with the O survival group tomorrow, so he could only control the departure time to the day after tomorrow. Oh, by the way, Tang Sichuan suddenly thought that he originally wanted to give Fan Long the seed gift package he got from opening the box after the island expansion was completed. However, now that he was planning to attack the indigenous tribe, he could only hand over the seed gift package to Fan Long in advance. Mr. Fan, I opened a box and got a crop gift package, which contains 99 kinds of crops. But I don't know much about these things, so I can only leave it to you. With that, Tang Sichuan, he took out the gift package from the system space and handed it to Fan Long. What? 99 kinds of crops. When Fan Long heard Tang Sichuan's words, he stood up in surprise. When Fan Long took the gift package and checked it briefly, he immediately said excitedly, Great. With these seeds, I will definitely cultivate our own farmland. When these crops mature, we will have a continuous and abundant source of food, as long as Mr. Fong is confident. Whether we can eat delicious rice in the future or not depends entirely on Mr. Fong. Tang Sichuan said with a smile. Sichuan, don't worry. I've been in this business before. I'm very familiar with it. Fong Long said confidently. Yes. Tang Sichuan nodded, and then said, In this case, let's go to bed early. After saying that, Tang Sichuan walked towards his bedroom. He still needed to ask the people who made the oath to see how they were preparing. After all of this is directly related to the question of whether one's own island can be directly doubled. When Tang Sichuan returned to his bedroom, he directly contacted his former self. In the past, messages were still replied instantly, which made Tang Sichuan couldn't help but sigh. The External Relations Department of the Pledge to Survival Group was indeed professional. When Tang Sichuan asked the other party if he was ready, Zheng Xing directly replied that everything was ready to Tang Sichuan. Seeing Xing's reply, Tang Sichuan nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 95 Prepare for a Rainy Day. After dealing with the O Survival Group, Tang Sichuan checked the loyalty of the current personnel on the island. As a result, he found that apart from those who had used the contract card, Zhang Ji was the most loyal, followed by Fan Long, Shen Qian and Ma Yin. As for the indigenous people, except for the indigenous tribesmen before today, whose loyalty was generally above 65, the indigenous people captured today also had a loyalty level between 45 and 57. Tang Sichuan is still very satisfied with this kind of loyalty. According to the introduction given by the Mind Control Tower, a loyalty of 100 is die-hard loyalty. 90 to 99 is very loyal. 80 to 89 is loyal. 70 to 79 is extremely favorable. 60 to 69 is average favorable. And below 60 is neutral attitude. And if it is less than 40, it is hostile. If it is negative, it is a mortal enemy. Generally speaking, above 60, as long as the owner does not seek death or abuse, there is no possibility of rebellion. Will Tang Sichuan commit suicide? He certainly wouldn't. After all, Tang Sichuan is short of labor force now. In order to achieve the best development for the island, He has no intention of mistreating these natives. In addition, with the care of Mushi, the young clan leader, and Maka, the first warrior of the original tribe, Tang Xichuan did not worry at all that other tribe members would betray him. Therefore, what Tang Xichuan wants now is to increase the loyalty of those indigenous people who are still below 60 points to above 60 points. Only in this way can he feel at ease. So, how can we quickly increase their loyalty? It's simple. Just give them a feast of meat. After all, it was not easy for these natives to eat meat in the tribe before. In many cases, these meats had to be handed over to the high priest. This led to the fact that the high priest was not as respected by the indigenous people as Tang Xichuan thought. Tang Xiaochuan, who had already decided, told the 4 people in Mushi through the contract card, and asked them to fish some sea fish from the fish pond for these tribesmen to eat. Suddenly, cheers from the indigenous people came from outside the villa. Hearing these cheers, Tang Xichuan fell asleep contentedly. When Tang Xichuan woke up again, it was already 7:30 in the morning the next day. Tang Xichuan simply went to freshen up, and then walked out of the villa. He immediately went straight to the fish pond. What he was most concerned about now was whether the fish pond had enough fish for 25 tons. Master! When Nushi saw Tang Xiaochuan approaching, he immediately saluted Tang Xichuan. Other indigenous tribesmen on the side also followed Nushi and saluted Tang Xichuan. Tang Xiaochuan nodded. He looked at the faces of these indigenous people. A large part of them were captured yesterday. The fact that they are now able to salute Tang Xichuan is enough to show that they have recognized their new identity. Tang Xichuan looked at the indigenous people around him, nodded with satisfaction and said to them, I have only one request for you. Do your best. I won't treat you badly. I will definitely keep you well fed and clothed from now on. You no longer have to endure hunger. You will have meat every meal. The surrounding indigenous people jumped up excitedly when they heard Tang Xiaochuan's words. For them, being able to have enough food and clothing was their biggest wish. And having meat every meal was something they had never dreamed of before. I dare not ask for it. Therefore, when these indigenous people heard Tang Xiaochuan's guarantee, they jumped up with excitement. Tang Xichuan looked at these simple natives and said nothing more. Instead, he turned his attention to the stubborn stone. Nanshi, are you ready for the sea fish I asked you to prepare before? Tang Xichuan asked Nanshi. Master, now we have expanded the fish pond from the original 3 by 3 meters to 10 by 10. And the pond is also full of fish. It has exceeded 25 tons by visual inspection. Nanshi thought for a while and faced Tang Ogawa said, Well, that's good. Tang Xichuan nodded after hearing Nushi's words. He turned around and glanced at the location of yesterday's trap. Several natives were now backfilling the trap with soil. Tang Xichuan looked at the movements of the natives, thought for a moment, and then said to the stubborn stone, Don't waste the location of the trap. Connect it to the fish pond. Connect them together? Nushi was stunned for a moment when he heard Tang Xichuan's words, and then looked towards the location of the trap. In fact, the trap is not far from the fish pond, only about 10 meters. But if the two places are connected, the area of the fish pond will be large. Master, it seems unnecessary. If they are really connected, then this fish pond will be at least more than 300 square meters. Do we need such a big area? Nushi had some doubts. Well, you have to take a longer view. Tang Xichuan shook his head and said, If nothing else happens, our island will expand more than 10 times today. By then, do you still think this fish pond is big? Furthermore, in my plan, the people of your stream tribe will all be moved to this island by me. If you don't prepare more food, how will you be able to feed so many people by then? What? Master, did you just say that you want to move all the people from the Sisi tribe here? Nashi was stunned when he heard that Tang Xichuan was planning to move the entire Sisi tribe here. Tang Xichuan looked at the surprised Nushi and didn't say much. He just nodded and then continued. We have this plan at the moment, so we'd better prepare more food in case of emergency. Understood. Master. Nashi nodded heavily when he saw Tang Xichuan say this. After Tang Xichuan confirmed that there were enough sea fish, he walked towards his villa to prepare for the biggest acquisition since he entered this world. Tang Xichuan returned to his bedroom and first sent a message to Oath. Brother Oath, are you ready? Tang Xichuan asked directly. Ha ha ha. Brother Yefeng, I have not been idle these past 2 days. I have already prepared all the supplies you need. Oath replied directly as soon as Tang Xichuan sent the message. Well, since I'm ready, let's start trading. Tang Xichuan nodded, and then said to the Oath. Okay, there is no problem on my side. Oath nodded and said to Tang Xichuan. However, Brother Oath, when you start purchasing, I may also need to purchase some supplies. Tang Sichuan thought for a while, and said to Oath, Brother, do you still need to purchase some supplies? Oath originally thought that after Tang Sichuan had handed over the matter of purchasing supplies to himself, he would not make additional purchases. If Tang Sichuan also needs to make an acquisition, it will inevitably affect the price of his own acquisition. If he wants to lower the price and earn the difference, he has to think about it. Brother, can't you leave all the acquisitions to me? Oath asked directly. Chapter 96. A mouth is the old Versailles. When Tang Sichuan heard this sentence of the oath, he immediately didn't know what to say. His original intention was not to lower the price of the oath. He simply wanted to collect more cornerstones. But after he heard the words of the oath, he suddenly felt a little unhappy. It's obvious that they want something from them. But I don't need to rely on them. Even if there is no Oath survival group, there are still 1U and Liu survival groups. In other words, no matter who wants to cooperate with Tang Sichuan must take the lead. If you are the only one holding someone else's neck, how can you let others ride on your neck? Oh, Brother Oath, do you think that if I, Yi Feng, leave you, I won't be able to purchase enough supplies? Tang Sichuan asked in a bad tone. When Xiaoshua heard Tang Sichuan's words, he suddenly felt bad. He originally thought that he and Tang Sichuan were so familiar that they were good partners. Logically speaking, Tang Sichuan asked him to help him purchase supplies. So he and Tang Sichuan should be considered to be in the honeymoon period. But he didn't expect that Tang Sichuan would become disgusted with him just because of one sentence. However, the current oath does not dare to fall out with Tang Sichuan, because he has already posted nearly a ton of supplies for this material purchase. If Tang Sichuan wants to fall out with him, then these supplies will be in his hands. This ton of supplies might be nothing to Tang Sichuan, but for him, it might be a big deal. It is even possible that the entire pledge to survival group will perish because of this batch of materials. Although Tang Sichuan's purchase of additional supplies would prevent him from keeping the price to the lowest. But even so, he would not lose money. It would just be a matter of making more or less. If Tang Sichuan cancels the transaction, he vows to be crushed to death by this batch of supplies. He vowed that he would not dare to bet on whether Tang Sichuan would cancel the transaction. So he immediately said to Tang Sichuan, Brother, I misunderstood. This is not what I meant. Oh, then what do you mean, brother? Tang Sichuan asked with a sneer. Well, brother, what I mean is that if you are busy, you can leave these little things to me, and I will definitely help you get things done beautifully. Oath explained quickly. When Tang Sichuan heard the words of the oath, he just wanted to ask him in his heart, I believe you are the only one who is a ghost. However, complaints are complaints. And Tang Sichuan also knows that there will be many times when he will need Oath's help in the future. There is no need for him to offend him to death. He just needs to make him clear about who is in charge of the cooperation between him and him. So that's it. It seems that I misunderstood, brother, Tang Sichuan said with a smile. But don't worry, brother. What you use to purchase is ordinary fish meat. I use high-grade marine fish trading here, so there is not much. Also, it won't affect my brother's acquisition. The most important thing is that this batch of sea fish of mine is mainly used to purchase drawings, seeds and other items. It does not conflict with the cornerstone that I need to purchase. Tang Sichuan thought for a while and explained to Oath. One sentence. After hearing what Tang Sichuan said, Xiaoshu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't buy cornerstone with me. Otherwise, I would really have made a lot less money. Oath said silently in his heart. Wait. Xiao suddenly reacted. He just seemed to have heard Tang Sichuan say, sea fish with levels. Although Oath is the leader of the group, he has not obtained many such fish. But he knows very well how precious this kind of fish is to survivors. It is no secret that this kind of graded food can improve physical fitness. Almost all survivors have received similar items to one degree or another. After eating it, they can clearly feel the changes in their bodies. Therefore, when Xiao Chuan heard that Tang Sichuan was preparing to trade fish with grades, he was dumbfounded. Trading fish with levels? How many good things does Night Breeze have in his hands? If he has a lot of these fish, how strong is his individual strength now? And the most important thing is, if all these fish go into your pocket, or if you can get some of them, then it will be a good thing for the entire survival group. I don't know if Yi Feng is willing to trade these fish with me. After Xiao came back to his senses, he began to make secret calculations in his heart. However, no matter how he calculated, all he thought about was trading with Tang Sichuan, and he never thought about intercepting this batch of fish. The more good things Tang Xiachuan exposes now, the less he dares to offend Tang Xiachuan. If this batch of supplies is intercepted, then Tang Xiachuan will definitely fall out with himself. Don't lose the big for the small. High-end fish are precious, so it's better to guard Tang Xiachuan, a golden chicken that can lay eggs. Oath warned himself secretly in his heart. Brother Yifeng, please forgive me for asking. How many of these great fish do you have in your hand? If the quantity is not large, I hope to use the supplies you mentioned to trade with you. Oath thought for a moment, choosing a compromise plan, and asked, Anyway, I have to buy the foundation of materials for Tang Xiachuan. One way to buy is to buy all kinds of sundries. It's the same, but it's a little more troublesome. Oh, brother, do you want to reconcile? Tang Xiachuan suddenly laughed when he heard the words of the oath. Yes, brother. Xiao Xiao nodded immediately after hearing Tang Xiachuan's words. I also know the situation here, and I still have about 200 people to support. So, there are some good things. As the leader of the group, I have to think about the brothers below. Oh, so that's it. Tang Xiachuan nodded, and then said, But, brother, you may not be able to eat this batch of high-level sea fish. I made a rough estimate here, although a large part of this batch of fish are at least D-level fish. The total number is as high as 10 tons. Tang Xiachuan said calmly. How much? Oath suddenly spat out after hearing Tang Xiachuan's words. He suddenly felt that this Tang Xiachuan was the old Versailles as soon as he opened his mouth. Others are still struggling to survive, working hard all day every day just to have something to eat. As a result, Tang Xiachuan not only had too much fish to eat, but also had more than 20 tons of sea fish for trade. He could even take out high-grade sea fish that he rarely eats without blinking an eye. 10 tons come. If you say that this is Tang Xiachuan's entire family fortune, he will be the first one not to believe it. Who is such a fool these days that he can trade all his wealth? Since Tang Xiachuan can produce 25 tons of sea fish and 10 tons of sea fish, it means that he still has a lot of supplies in hand. When he thought of this, he made up his mind to follow Tang Xiachuan carefully in the future. Even if Tang Xiachuan could eat meat, he could still follow him and drink some soup. Chapter 97 can be skipped without affecting reading. Chapter 98 Let's settle old and new grudges together. Dear Survivor Brothers, we pledge to survive as a group. In order to improve everyone's living conditions and improve everyone's food, we are giving away a big show of friendship today. We have prepared 15 tons of sea fish. Start exchanging cornerstones at a ratio of 250 to 1. The quantity is limited. First come, first served. In addition, our survival team warmly welcomes all kinds of survivors to join. Let us work together to live a better life in this world. A sudden message directly detonated the entire public screen. Heck! 250 to 1. I feel insulted by this ratio. But am I completely insulted? Upstairs. If you feel insulted, you don't need to exchange it. That's right. If you feel insulted, you can choose not to redeem it. And I will exchange it for you first. No. Let's talk about it. This ratio is higher than the ratio offered by the boss Yifeng before. You're kidding. What do you say? Mr. Yifeng? He's just one person or a small team. How can he compete with one of the best survival groups, like the Pledge? Yes. I heard that the Pledge to Survival group now has more than 500 members. Wow. 500 people. Judging from this, the Pledge to Survival group is very powerful. That's a must. Otherwise, how could they come up with something so fishy? Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and apply to join. Oath looked at the public screen, where other survivors expressed their wish to join the Oath Survival group, and showed a satisfied smile. He had previously decided to help Tang Xiachuan acquire Cornerstone. On the one hand, he hoped to earn the price difference from it. On the other hand, he also wanted to use this opportunity to build the reputation of his survival group. Now, when Oath looks at the other survivors discussing how to join the Oath Survival group, his face is about to burst into laughter. As for whether Tang Xiachuan would object to him doing this, he felt that Tang Xiachuan would not object. After all, when Tang Xiachuan handed these supplies to him, he should have been able to imagine the fame and fortune it would bring to the Pledge of Survival group. Since Tang Xiachuan didn't take the initiative to ask him not to recruit members, he wouldn't foolishly suggest it. These days, when working for others, who doesn't bring some personal belongings with them? Zub! Tell the brothers to brag more about the welfare of our group on the public screen. After thinking about it for a while, he sent a message directly to Zheng Zheng. Understood, boss. Zheng Zheng responded quickly. Once upon a time, he was the right-hand man of the Oath. After receiving the notice of the oath, he immediately arranged for a sitter to lead the rhythm on the public screen. Brothers, I'm sorry to be honest, but this oath survival group is actually really good. Did you know? The commission they charge on transactions is only 5%. What? Only 5%? The Deep Sea Titan side is 8%. 3 percentage points less? Isn't this a bloody gain? Hey, it's not enough to earn money by blood. For us little shrimps, 3 percentage points more or 3 percentage points less is the same. Brother upstairs, you can't say that. You can't tell if the transaction volume is small. But if your total transaction volume goes up, these 3 percentage points are huge. Yes, brothers on the top floor. Brothers, do the math. If you trade 1,000 G of goods, these 3 percentage points are a difference of 30 G. If it is 10,000 grams, that is a difference of 300 G. A little adds up to a lot. Old Man Iron. Yes, I heard what the person above said. I rounded it up to about 100 million. Damn it. There's such a big difference. And you're still talking about DER? Hurry up and apply to join. Under the leadership of Zheng Zheng, everyone on the public screen hopes to join the Oath Survival Group. As more and more people talk about how to join the Pledge of Survival Group, the pledge will acquire supplies faster. In just a few minutes, he had already traded 2 tons of supplies. The foundation stone has also reached 8,000 foundation stones. However, his acquisition behavior is bound to arouse the resentment of other survival groups. Just like Titan of the Deep. At this time, Zhou Yunwei, the leader of the Deep Sea Titans, was in an extremely unhappy mood. Although he didn't know where the 15 tons of marine fish from the Pledge to Survival Group came from. And he didn't know if the 15 tons of marine fish from the Pledge to Survival Group really were there. He knew that if he didn't take action, his survival team would be in ruins. Boss, now the Oath Survival Group wants to step on us and get the upper hand. What should we do? Go Sheng, the External Relations Director of the Deep Sea Titan Survival Group, asked anxiously. Humph. You want to step on me and get the upper hand? It's not that easy. Guzi, let me know. Let the brothers concentrate their resources, and we will buy it at the same price as their Pledge of Survival Group. Zhou Yunwei snorted coldly, thought for a while, and then continued. No. Compare. They have 10 G more. 10 G more than them? But boss, if that's the case, we won't be able to get so much supplies. Gosheng said with some worry. Can't get it? Then ask the members to borrow it. Borrow it in the name of the survival group. Afterwards, everyone who lends us materials will be exempted from 50% commission within a month. What? Boss, if you waive 50%, then our commission will only be 4%. Asshole. It's already this time. Do you still care about this ratio? If we can't suppress the Pledge of Survival Group this time, we will have a hard time in the future. Zhou Yunwei heard Gosheng's words and cursed angrily. How long has it been since he was meowing that he still cares about this? If the Oath Survival Group takes over this time, I will lose the face of the Deep Sea Titan. Moreover, if the Pledge of Survival Group stepped on him to rise to the top, not to mention that he would no longer have the title of number 1, I am afraid that a large number of members in the group would also be lost by then. If you have less money, you can make money, but if people are gone, you have to risk your life to make money. What I can do now is to engage in a price war with the Pledge of Survival Group. Even if it hurts my bones, I still have to keep the title of number 1. Otherwise, he would not be able to bear the consequences of losing personnel. After being scolded by Zhou Yunwei, Gosheng immediately reacted. Soon, Gosheng collected 10 tons of various supplies, including a large amount of food and fresh water. Boss, we have collected 10 tons of supplies, and the brothers behind are still collecting. Do you think these are enough? Gosheng asked after trading the supplies to Zhou Yunwei. These supplies should be barely enough. The grandson of Oath claimed that there are 15 tons. I don't believe this number, but it is certain that he will exceed 10 tons of supplies. Tell the brothers to increase efforts to collect. Our goal this time is 15 to 20 tons of supplies. When I, Zhou Yunwei, do something, I either don't do it, or I don't give people a chance to fight back. He vowed to want to play. So this time, we will settle the old and new grudges with him. I will crush the Pledge Survival Group to death. Zhou Yunwei said viciously. Boss is wise. I will tell the brothers to continue collecting supplies. Gosheng nodded after hearing Zhou Yunwei's words. Just let the people below take care of this matter. Now go and guide public opinion on the public screen. Zhou Yunwei thought for a while and said to Gosheng. Ah? Leading public opinion? Go Shun was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, I understand. Boss. Chapter 99. Are you the one who calls Fong dimming? Come and take a look. The first survival group is now giving back to the masses. The original price of the cornerstone was 200G, but now it's 260G. One unit of material originally cost 100G, but now it's 120G. The quantity is limited. First come, first served. A veteran survival group. Our reputation is guaranteed. Go Sheng is worthy of being in the field of external relations. As soon as his words were sent, they caused a sensation on the public screen. Holy shit! What did I see? The Deep Sea Titan also started purchasing supplies? Yeah. It's a bit higher than those from the Pledge of Survival Group. Ha! Let me just say that as the first survival group, the Deep Sea Titans cannot remain indifferent. Looking at it now, it is indeed the case. That's right. That's right. It's worthy of being the #1 survival group. This move is higher than the oath. It's really rich and powerful. Zhou Yuwei looked at the comments on the public screen and suddenly felt like drinking ice water in the dog days of summer. It was so refreshing. Guzi, continue. Let the caretaker start pulling people in. Zhou Yuwei nodded with satisfaction and said to Go Sheng, Got it, boss. Go Sheng replied immediately. Go Sheng responded, and then began to arrange for people to come to the public screen. In fact, the people arranged by Go Sheng are similar to those arranged by Oath, which is nothing more than belittling the opponent and promoting oneself. Brothers, I have something to say. Compared to the two major survival groups purchasing supplies just now, everyone has seen it. What I want to say is that as a human being, you should keep your eyes open. Don't be fooled by false things. Look at the Deep Sea Titan. They can raise the price to acquire it. What does this mean? Upstairs, I also have something to say. I once had a friend who only liked to speak half of what he said, and then he was beaten to death. Ha! Why do I think the person upstairs is the old man on the top of the connotation? Be more confident and remove the words. How do you feel? Dot. Okay. Let's get down to business. What I want to say is that this proves that the Deep Sea Titan has more capital than the Oath. Brothers, think about it. Why do we, the hard-working people, want to join the survival group? Isn't it just to act as a guarantee for them to avoid being cheated? Since you have to rely on others, why not choose someone with strength? Damn it. What the guy above said makes sense. But I can't even refute it. That's right. It's all about seeking refuge anyway. Why choose someone who doesn't have enough strength? If a large transaction is hacked, a person without strength may not be able to compensate if he is upright. That's right. That's right. With this comparison, it seems that the 3% commission from Deep Sea Titan is reasonable. Huh? It seems that this is really the case. Compared with being cheated, the survival group has no way to compensate. It seems that the 3% commission is not unacceptable. No. I suddenly discovered something. We all seem to have been misled. Brothers, think about it carefully. At this stage, apart from the survival group, which survivor can come up with such a large amount of supplies? Yeah. Just our trading volume of a few hundred grams. It's really not obvious. Upstairs, if you say that, I will object. We can't take it out, but someone can. This is, a survivor suddenly said. Who is it? Everyone asked immediately after hearing the survivor's words. Have you forgotten Mr. Night Breeze? When everyone heard someone mention Yifeng, Gomping fell into silence for a while. Let's talk about it. Boss Yifeng can't count it out? Judging from the current situation, it seems that Boss Yifeng can live a good life without having to trade with us. I agree with this statement. But everyone, who of you can reach the level of Brother Yifeng? So, we should just join a survival group honestly. Yes. Yes. We are all just salty fish. Don't think about being able to soar into the sky. It's better to just find a survival group. +1. +2. +10,068. Seeing that the direction of the wind was beginning to turn towards the Deep Sea Titan, Oath's face looked a little ugly. Boss, what should we do now? Zhengzing asked. What can I do? Go with him. Xiao Xiao thought for a moment, and then said decisively. At this time, he couldn't be cowardly. First of all, he is now carrying Tang Sichuan's entrustment, and the number of cornerstones he has acquired is far from Tang Sichuan's minimum standard. Second, if he gives in at this time, the Pledge to Survival group will be disbanded. After all, the whole thing was initiated by myself. If you give in now, Wouldn't you just tell everyone that your Oath survival group is not as good as the Titans of the deep sea? Then I'll be a fool from now on. Besides, he had already expected that when he made the purchase, someone would jump out to stop him. Therefore, he hid 10 tons of supplies from the beginning just to prevent accidents. Now, as expected, the people from the deep sea Titan jumped out to stop him. However, Oath is not panic at all. He still has a lot of supplies in hand. Excluding the supplies he had exchanged before, he still had almost 20 tons in hand. With these 20 tons of supplies, he didn't believe that the deep sea Titan could crush him to death. Having already figured it out, Oath said directly to Zung, "Since they want to play, then play with them. I raised the foundation stone to 270G and other materials to 130G. I understand, boss." Zung nodded. Soon, the news that the Pledge to Survival group raised the purchase price to 270G once detonated the entire public screen. "Oh no! The two survival groups are fighting again. Yes, yes. This will make things easier for us solo survivors. I seem to have seen this script somewhere. Upstairs. Are you trying to say that Boss Yifeng has done this before? And single-handedly brought down the Deep Sea Titan? Yes. Yes. It was that time. That time was the only time I had enough food these days. Sure enough. It's a familiar recipe and a familiar taste. I feel like I can eat enough again today. Upstairs. You are such a damn talent." While other survivors were bragging, the Deep Sea Titan once again raised its purchase price. "Damn it! The fight is starting. It's really starting. Come and see. Everyone. Now the price of Deep Sea Titan has been raised again. I'll go. Really? It's now 280G. Old guys, do you think we should hold on a little longer? Upstairs. What did you do before? What's wrong?" The survivor who said he wanted to hold on a little longer asked. "I feel that you are well versed in financial management. Ha! When it comes to this, I am a professional. After all, I used to be an actuary," the previous survivor said with a proud face. "I'll rub it. Really? Bro? Yes. If you have played stocks, you should all know me. My name is Phong Deming." "Huh? Phong Deming? This name sounds so familiar. Oh my god. I remembered it. What's so special is that you recommended everyone on the internet to buy Huantai stocks. You said there must be state support. It made me lose all my wealth." When Phong Deming heard someone poking at his black spot, he was immediately embarrassed and speechless. Chapter 100 Boss. I have another way. Phong Deming, who was named, suddenly did not dare to speak. However, just because he dared not speak did not mean that the conflict between the Deep Sea Titan and the Oath was resolved. Instead of shaking hands and making peace, the two major survival groups intensified their efforts. The two major survival groups have raised the price of materials purchased from the initial 250G and 260G to 320G. And this does not seem to be their bottom line. Both sides are still gritting their teeth and persisting. In fact, neither the Oath survival group nor the Deep Sea Titans expected that things would develop to this point. Neither Oath nor the Deep Sea Titan expected that the other party would be so well prepared with supplies. The Oath has already distributed nearly 15 tons of fish, which is just enough to meet Tang Sichuan's minimum 50,000 foundation stone acquisition device. With the remaining 10 tons of marine fish, it seems a little overwhelming to purchase 60,000 units of other supplies. The Deep Sea Titan also scattered nearly 16 tons of various materials. At this moment, the resource bases of both parties have basically bottomed out. But in this fight, no one is willing to give in. If the Survival Pledge group gives in, then everyone he meets with the Deep Sea Titan in the future will be a head shorter. The same goes for Deep Sea Titans. So, this time, no one can afford to lose. "Boss, we don't have enough supplies. What should we do?" Go Sheng asked anxiously. "Hey! This day is over. Contact the people in Sky City and Yuanyu and tell them that this time I, Shanghai, owe them a favor." Zhou Yue gritted his teeth and said to Go Sheng, "Contact Sky City and Yuanyu." "Boss, this..." Go Sheng seemed a little hesitant when he heard Zhou Yue's words. "Go quickly!" Zhou Yue roared. Go Sheng was startled by Zhou Yue's roar. "Yes, boss!" Go Sheng responded immediately. The Oath on the other side is also as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. "Boss, think of a way." Once upon a time, I was also waiting for the answer to my oath. "Think of a way. Think of a way. Yifeng has already given us 25 tons of supplies. But we haven't purchased the supplies he needs yet. How can we compete with Shanghai?" Oath rubbed his forehead in pain. Boss, are we just sitting here waiting to die? Zheng Zing asked. What can we do? Xiao Xiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Our skills are inferior to others. Boss, actually we still have a way. Zheng Zing, after hesitating for a moment, said to the Oath. What can I do? Oath had some surprises. Boss, I have just found out how the people in Shanghai got their supplies. They directly collected supplies from members of the group. So they were able to raise 20 tons of supplies in a short period of time. If people in the deep sea can do this, why can't we? Zheng Zing asked. No. Xiao Xiao shook his head immediately after hearing Zing's words. Why? Zheng Zing asked with some surprise. Once upon a time, when we recruited members, we said that the survival team would not confiscate materials from members at any time. This is our previous rule. If we want to violate it now, how will we convince the public in the future? Oath shook his head. No. Boss, can you stop being so rigid? If we don't go to the members to borrow it, we will lose. Boss, have you ever thought about what would happen if we lose? Because I know very well what will happen if we lose. So I can't go to the members to ask for supplies. Have you ever thought about it? If we lose now, our foundation is still there. Our credibility is still there. We still have a chance to make a comeback. If this hole is opened, our credibility will collapse. Besides, we are losing after borrowing supplies. How can those members survive? Oath said with a sad look on his face. Once he heard the words of the Oath, he immediately fell into silence. He didn't think much about the Oath. Now after hearing the words of the Oath, he also fell into silence. As the Oath says, if they don't want members to talk about this, even if they lose members, they still have a chance to make a comeback. If this hole is opened, it will be easy to win. But if they lose, it will not only be the managers of the survival group who will be unlucky, but even the ordinary members will also be unlucky. Boss, there is actually another way. Zheng Zing thought about it and said to the Oath. Any solution? Boss, we can go directly to Boss Yifeng. Go to Yifeng directly? Xiao Xiao was stunned when he heard Zing's words. Yes, go directly to Yifeng. Zheng Zing nodded, and then continued. Boss, we are doing something for Big Yifeng this time, and that's why we ended up in this situation. We are too embarrassed to ask the members to borrow it. We can borrow it from Mr. Yifeng. Even if the interest is higher, it is still possible. At worst, we don't need to pay this time. Hearing what Zing said, Oath frowned and asked, Is this okay? I think it's okay. Boss, think about it. This time we were actually helping Boss Yifeng. If we lose, his face will be disgraceful. Besides, have you forgotten? Boss Yifeng originally had a grudge against the Deep Sea Titan. If we are defeated by the Deep Sea Titan, then he will develop better, which will not be a good thing for Big Brother Yifeng. Once upon a time, he said to Oath. Well, what you said makes sense. Then go and contact Yifeng. Xiao Xiao thought about it and said to Zheng. Okay, boss. Zheng Zing nodded and was about to hang up the communication. No, wait. Oath finally stopped Zheng. It's better for me to talk about this matter. This will make it more solemn. Hearing the words of the Oath, Zheng Zing nodded, and then hung up the communication. Oath hesitated for a moment, and then contacted Tang Xichuan directly. In fact, when Tang Xichuan started purchasing supplies from the Survival Pledge group, he had been paying attention to the situation on the public screen. Even when the Deep Sea Titan joined the battle later, he kept watching and did not join the battle, because he knew that in the face of such a situation, they should not be able to withstand the Oath. After all, their opponent is a Deep Sea Titan with more than 2,000 people. Even if you swear to have your own support, you may not be able to stick to it. Of course, the inability to persist mentioned here refers to the 25 tons of ordinary sea fish that Tang Xichuan handed over to the Oath. After all, there are more than 2,000 people in Deep Sea, and it is very easy for them to raise 20 tons of supplies. At this time, even if it is Tang Xichuan, if you ask him to bring out 20 tons of sea fish, he will not be able to bring it out. After all, this time, in order to trade with the Oath, Tang Xichuan also exhausted all his ordinary level sea fish. But this does not mean that Tang Xichuan will lose. There are no more ordinary sea fish. Do you want graded sea fish? Tang Xichuan can guarantee that if the 10-ton marine fish in his hand is smashed, not to mention a deep sea titan, even another one will not be a match. Therefore, Tang Xichuan has been hiding behind his back, waiting for Xiao Xiao to take the initiative to contact him. Although Tang Xichuan wants to help Oath, it doesn't mean that Tang Xichuan is a fool and will come to his door to be killed by oath. Chapter 101 Betting on One's Fortune and One's Life. Brother Yifeng, I might lose this time. The first words he said to Tang Xichuan when he contacted her started to sell miserably. When Tang Xichuan heard the oath, he sneered. In this society, there are so many people who are miserable. Who do you think they are? However, he couldn't say this directly in front of the oath. Otherwise we wouldn't even be friends. What's wrong, brother? Tang Xiaochuan asked, deliberately pretending not to know anything. Brother Yifeng, didn't you watch the public screen? Xiao Xiao asked a little strangely. Sorry, I've been busy before, so I haven't had time to read it yet. It's like this. Our acquisition this time was blocked by the Deep Sea Titan. Now I'm a little unable to make ends meet. Oh said with a wry smile. Oh, I remember that the sea fish I gave you was 25 tons. Right. Why can't these sea fish suppress the Titan of the deep sea? Tang Xiaochuan asked, pretending to be surprised. Brother Yifeng, I made a miscalculation this time. I didn't expect that the deep sea could come up with 20 tons of supplies. And now they are fighting with us. Brother, I won't hide anything from you. I'll just tell you the truth. I have no choice this time. So I want to ask for help. If I can help me. Brother, I don't want any remuneration this time. Besides, these supplies are all borrowed from me. When Tang Xichuan heard the words of the oath, he understood that the oath was now cornered. If you don't help the oath, then the oath survival group will have no choice but to disband. In fact, from the bottom of his heart, Tang Xichuan did not want the pledge of survival group to disband. Not to mention, during this period of time, I and the pledge to survival group are still in the honeymoon period, and the relationship between the two parties is also very friendly. Moreover, whenever Tang Xiaochuan needs something, the oath survival group will try its best to meet his needs. The most important point is that Tang Xichuan still needs the oath survival group to step forward and attract the attention of the Deep Sea Titan for him. Although he is not afraid of the Deep Sea Titan, it is not a good thing to be stared at all the time. Therefore, there is only one way before Tang Xichuan, which is to help the oath survival group defeat the Deep Sea Titan. Brother, what are you talking about? I, Yifeng, always have my own opinions on things I do. Since this time, my brother is quarreling with the Deep Sea Titan because of my affairs. How can I just sit idly by and ignore it? However, I don't have much stock of ordinary sea fish here. Only about 5 tons. I think even if these sea fish are thrown in, they won't make much splash. Tang Xichuan thought for a while, and said to the oath, originally vowed to be excited when he heard that Tang Xichuan was willing to take action. But when he heard that there were only 5 tons of sea fish, his mood suddenly fell to the bottom again. He knew very well that even if Tang Xichuan gave him these 5 tons of sea fish, he might not be able to defeat the Deep Sea Titan. After all, he can ask for help here. Can't the Deep Sea Titan ask for help? 5 tons more and 5 tons less. In this situation, there is not much difference at all. Is this all we can do is admit defeat? Oath murmured. Admit defeat? There is no such thing as admitting defeat in Yifeng's dictionary. The corners of Tang Xichuan's mouth raised slightly, revealing a smile. Although I don't have many ordinary grade sea fish in stock here, I still have 10 tons of graded fish. I think I can crush the Deep Sea Titans. What? Xiao Xiao was stunned when he heard this. Although he knew that Tang Xichuan had a batch of high-level sea fish, he did not expect that there would be so many. Moreover, the quantity is so huge. You can take out 10 tons. What is this? Dimensionality reduction attack? Ordinary sea fish, in front of high-level sea fish, are like the difference between cinders and diamonds. Although both are carbon elements, the price is one in the sky and the other in the earth. No matter how many ordinary sea fish there are, they can't compare to the sea fish with grades. In other words, as long as the Pledge of Survival group starts exchanging these graded sea fish, it will definitely form a crushing situation. Brother, don't lie to me. Oath was now deeply afraid that Tang Xichuan would lie to him. So he gave himself hope first, and then let his hope shatter. Brother, I have a very strong character. Besides, if I lie to you, what good will I gain? Tang Xichuan smiled and said to the oath, Okay, then I will leave my wealth and life to my brother. Ha ha. Brother, I give you these high-end goods. You have to use them well. Don't worry. Brother, with this batch of sea fish, I can suppress the deep sea to the bottom of the sea. If I can't win even with the support of my brother, I swear that I won't have to mess around in the future, he vowed. Okay, I hope brother won't disappoint me. Don't worry, brother, and when things here are over, I will give you a big gift. At this moment, the oath was burning in his heart. He really wanted to get the 10-ton level sea fish now, and then have a head-on confrontation with the deep sea titan. Tang Sichuan moved very quickly. He traded the high-level sea fish directly through the island stone. In an instant, the originally full-level sea fish pond was instantly empty, with only dozens of sea level and above fish left swimming around in the water. And the oath that has received support is to arrange people with confidence and prepare to face a wave of deep sea titans. At the same time, Zhou Yuwei of Deep Sea Titan also received 20 tons of supplies from Sky City and Yuan Yu. However, even after receiving these 20 tons of supplies, Zhou Yuwei's mood at this time was extremely unhappy. Because, although these two survival groups agreed to help, the interest made Zhou Yuwei feel painful. Damn! How dare you raise the interest rate to 50% and ask me to repay 30 tons of supplies within a month? When I clean up the pledged survival group, you two wash my neck and wait to die. Zhou Yuwei cursed secretly. One sentence. Subsequently, Zhou Yuwei contacted Go Sheng directly and asked him to continue raising prices on the public screen. Zhou Yuwei has now put all his wealth on the line. If he cannot defeat the oath this time, just repaying Sky City and Full Moon supplies will cause the entire Deep Sea Titan to collapse. Go Sheng learned that Zhou Yuwei had obtained 20 tons of supplies, and he immediately started to face the Pledge of Survival team on the public screen with confidence. I heard that the Oath Survival Group has a lot of money. I really want to see it. Today, our Deep Sea Titan Survival Group is willing to accompany the Earth. So we have prepared another 20 tons of supplies, hoping to satisfy the Oath Boss. Damn it! Another 20 tons. It's indeed the #1 Deep Sea Titan. Sure enough. Kata Real Estate. As soon as Go Sheng finished speaking, some survivors began to sigh. That's necessary. Don't even think about it. If you can't even get these 20 tons of supplies, how can you be #1? To correct the sentence above, so far, Deep Sea Titan has brought out a total of 40 tons of supplies. Wow! 40 tons. If you gave me all this, wouldn't I be able to take off from the same place? Upstairs. You're thinking shit. Chapter 102. Not much. Just 10 tons of D-class fish. The provocation of the Deep Sea Titan was naturally seen by the people who took the oath, and they were very unconvinced. However, none of the big guys in their group stood up to refute, which made the people who made the oath feel that their side was a bit inferior to the Deep Sea Titan. Boss, when are we going to take action? Now some of the brothers in the group are worried. Some asked anxiously. No hurry. What's the hurry? Let the people in the deep sea dance for a while longer, Oath said with confidence. If we don't let him jump now, he won't have a chance in the future. But boss, if we keep waiting like this, I'm afraid that the members of the group will lose confidence in us, Xing said with some concerns. Losing confidence? No, it won't happen. When the people in Deep Sea have had enough fun, we will come out again and give them a fatal blow. What if a member of the group chooses to quit the group? Xing asked. Then let them go. If you choose to withdraw now, you can only share the blessings but not the hardships. There is no benefit for such people to stay in the group, Oath said lightly. Huh? Boss, do you want to pass this time to screen the members of our group? Now I understand the meaning of the oath. Yes. This time, we have the support of Brother Yifeng. It is certain that we can win the Deep Sea, and we will replace the Deep Sea Titan in the future. However, our survival group has always demanded that we share blessings and hardships together. Those who are unwilling to share hardships should leave early and be better off, Oath said slowly, and he was already thinking about future development. I understand. Boss, let me make arrangements now. Xing nodded and said to the Oath. While Oath and Xing were discussing, the Titan of the Deep was dancing happily on the public screen. Huh? Where are the people who made the oath? Why don't they come out to fight? That's right. That's right. Keep going. Whether I can eat enough today depends on the two survival groups. You guys, you really can stand and talk without pain in your back. Do you think a survival group can compete with a Deep Sea Titan? That's right. That's right. This oath can produce 25 tons of sea fish, which is pretty good, but it's still not as good as the Deep Sea Titan. How do I feel that the Pledge to Survival group feels like losing both my wife and the army this time? Damn it. You guys are so heartless. You just took advantage of the oath's benefits. Now you're going to smash the oath's bowl. Upstairs. Don't speak so harshly. What do you mean by smashing their bowls? Yes. Yes. We can't call it smashing the bowl. At most, we are abandoning the dark side and turning to the bright side. Oh my god! You abandon the darkness and turn to the light. Instead of focusing on these things, you should think about whether this Oath Survival group can survive. Yes, the Oath to Survive group brought out 25 tons of sea fish. This means that they have wiped out all the money. Can the Oath to Survive group survive in the future? Do you think this Oath Survival group still has some backup plans? Waiting for a Jedi counterattack? Upstairs, have you read too many hacking novels? Are you still fighting back? Do you know that the Pledge of Survival group is about to collapse now? And many people have already quit the group. That's right. If they had a backup plan, they would have taken action long ago. How can they still make members leave the group? I advise brothers who are still in the Pledge to Survive group to leave the group as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will only be dragged to death by the Pledge to Survive group. On the public screen, the stooge of the Deep Sea Titan was still moving. Some survivors, who obviously only wanted to get bonuses, also chose to quit the group after seeing this information. The Pledge to Survival group has dropped from more than 500 people at the beginning to only more than 200 people. And the loss of members has exceeded 50%. Boss, we can't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, our group will be disbanded. He once looked at the loss of a large number of personnel and started to feel a little panicked. At this time, Oath felt that it was almost done. The entire survival group had lost more than 50% of its members. Those who had not quit yet were all members with high loyalty. Although these members are highly loyal, it does not mean that they are die-hard fans. If they have not taken action yet, these people will leave sooner or later. Okay, go ahead and release the information. Oath nodded and said to Zhang Zheng, "Can we release the information?" Zhang Zheng was stunned when he heard the words of the Oath, and then said with great surprise, "I know. Boss, I'll go right now." Once upon a time, he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He was holding back his anger from the beginning. If the Oath hadn't stopped him, he would have been unable to hold back and fight with others. Now he has vowed to let him fight on the public screen, and he supports him with both hands and feet. Remember, those who withdraw from the group are not allowed to come back. If you want to join the group later, set up an inspection period first to test your character. From today onwards, I vow to join the survival team. I don't ask for a large number of people, but only a strong character. The Oath finally said to Zheng. Understood. Boss, even if you don't say anything, I will do it. Zheng Zheng nodded, and then switched to the public screen. I heard that the brothers of the Deep Sea Titan have prepared another 20 tons of supplies. I am deeply impressed by the Survival Pledge team. Our Deep Sea Survival group is a small family, and we really can't get so much supplies. Once upon a time, I first bought a wave of misfortune on the public screen. Ha ha ha. Let me tell you, this Survival Pledge group can't hold on any longer. Does this count as kneeling down and begging for surrender? Oh, I originally thought that this Survival Pledge group was just a man, but I didn't expect that they would kneel down and beg for surrender in the end. If you can't beat him, there's no shame in kneeling down in order to survive. But why do I suddenly want to laugh? He once looked at the provocative remarks on the public screen, and he just smiled slightly, and then said lightly, I hope you shills can still laugh after a while. I think what you said makes sense. Our Pledge to Survival group is indeed inferior to others in terms of skills. We only managed to collect 10 tons of sea fish. Zheng Zheng said with a smile. Ha ha ha. What did I hear? 10 tons of sea fish? That's a big deal. Yeah. It's only half of the deep sea of others. It's a joke. No wonder we have to surrender. I used to look at these clowns, and finally came to a shocking revelation. Indeed, there are only 10 tons, but they are all D-class marine fish. As soon as Zheng's words were sent out, the entire public screen came to a standstill. For more than 10 seconds, no information was sent from the public screen. In the past, he was very satisfied with this feeling. He felt that this time, he had swollen the face of the Deep Sea Titan. Holy shit. What did I see? 10 tons of D-class sea fish. This is awesome. Pledge to Survival group. I would like to call you the strongest. Pledge to Survive. YYDS. As this bombshell news came out, the entire public screen exploded. Not only did the public screen explode, but the direction of the trend has completely changed. In the past, comments that were ridiculing the Pledge of Survival group have now turned into flattering the Pledge of Survival group. Chapter 103 200,000 Cornerstones. Damn it. Zhou Yunwei kicked over the barbecue grill in front of him with a look of anger on his face. He never expected that even after reaching this point, Oath could still produce 10 tons of fish. If it was an ordinary 10-ton fish, he wouldn't have to worry about it. But the problem was that what he vowed to bring out now was a 10-ton D-class fish, which would cost his life. This level of fish is not comparable to ordinary sea fish, even the lowest level D level. Today's survivors are no longer the novices who just arrived a few days ago. They already know very well that in this world, it is not too difficult to obtain food. But if you want to obtain items with levels, then it is too difficult to improve yourself. Anyway, until now, no one has been able to promise to release 10 tons of fish at once. Now in the trading market, if there is occasional high-level food, there will be a rush. However, now, he vowed to directly smash out 10 tons of fish. This is no longer a matter of looting, but a direct explosion of the entire public screen. Even if he now vows to lower the exchange price of grade fish to 50 G for 1 base stone or 2 units of supplies, it can still cause a sensation. Seeing this situation, Zhou Yuwei already knew his fate. It was inevitable for the survival group to disband on the spot, because he lost this time, which resulted in a large loss of members in the group. And he could not receive the trading commission at all. If he can't receive the transaction commission, how can he repay the materials he borrowed from members? Not to mention the 30 tons of supplies to repay Sky City and Full Moon. The total added up to more than 50 tons of supplies, and he simply couldn't repay them. The price that cannot be repaid will only ruin Zhou Yuwei's reputation. Damn it. He looked like he was going to win. He actually did this to me. Okay. Since you have ruined my reputation, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhou Yuwei looked at the roll of manufacturing plans in his hand and thought viciously. Ha ha ha. Boss, this wave is really exciting, Zing said to the oath with a smile. It's really cool. Xiao Xiao also nodded. Boss, what are we going to do next? Zing asked Oath. How is our material acquisition going? Xiao Xiao thought for a while and asked. Boss, at present, the foundation stone in our hands has reached 102,000 yuan, and the weapons far exceed 60,000 units. Zing said. There are already so many. Level C fish. How many are left? There are about 5 tons left. Well, let's suspend the exchange first. Contact Yifeng and tell him that the supplies he asked us to purchase are enough. Oath thought for a while and said to Zing. In fact, it was not that Xiao Xiao had not thought about taking these supplies and running away directly. At first, when he saw the 10-ton marine fish that Tang Sichuan had directly traded, his first thought was to run away with the fish himself. But when he calmed down, he felt that running away with these fish would be the stupidest choice. Although the 10 tons of fish in front of him can bring him huge benefits. What about the future? First of all, your reputation will be so bad that no one will trade with you in the future. Then in the days to come, he can only rely on himself. Moreover, he will also face pursuit from Tang Sichuan, a person who can casually take out 10 tons of fish. Do you think he will take out another 10 tons of fish as a reward? Although the survivors do not have the ability to sail far now. What about the future? Besides, if he does things well for Tang Sichuan, based on his understanding of Tang Sichuan will never treat him badly. Why do you have to do things that are scary when you can get a comfortable reward? Therefore, I vowed that I had no intention of embezzling this batch of supplies myself. Soon, Tang Sichuan connected with Zeng. Boss, if you want supplies, we have prepared them. We have already acquired 102,000 pieces of cornerstones and more than 60,000 units of supplies. Moreover, there are about 5 tons of your grade marine fish. He once said to Tang Sichuan directly reported today's results. 102,000 foundation stones? That much? Tang Sichuan was surprised when he heard Zing's words. Boss, after the 25 tons of sea fish were exchanged, it was still a little bit worse. After all, something happened in the middle. But after the boss took out the high-level sea fish, our redemption speed was much faster. It even exceeded it. Zeng briefly introduced the situation. Well, okay. Just give me the cornerstone and material trade. For those sea fish, you can just keep a ton, and give me the rest. Tang Sichuan thought for a while, and said to Zing. This is not because Tang Sichuan is being generous. But this time it is indeed thanks to the Pledge of Survival group that he was able to obtain so many cornerstones. In addition, I had already agreed with them before that after their acquisition was completed, I would need to leave them some compensation. Therefore, for the remaining 5 tons of marine fish, 1 ton is used as reward, which is not bad. But once I heard Tang Sichuan's words, I was immediately dumbfounded. Big boss. Really? A ton of sea fish? Well, yes. Tang Xiuquan nodded and confirmed. Well, thank you very much. I thanked him very excitedly. If you do things for me, I won't treat you badly, Tang Xiuquan said with a smile. Big brother, can we trade now? I'll trade things to you, Zeng asked Tang Xiuquan. Give me a minute. I'll make some preparations here, Tang Xiuquan said hastily, and then hung up the communication. He directly took out the double card he had previously obtained from the island stone space. Ding! It is detected that the survivor has double cards. Do you want to use them? Use? Tang Xiuquan did not hesitate and directly chose to use it. Congratulations to the survivors for getting double the material experience time, with 24 hours remaining. Nice! Tang Xiuquan waved his fist, and then directly contacted Zeng. What? My side is ready. Okay, boss, I'll trade it to you now. Zeng nodded, and then initiated a transaction with Tang Xiuquan. Ding! Get 102,314 cornerstones. Trigger the double effect and get 204,628 cornerstones. Ding! Get 12,548 units of wood. Trigger double effect. Get 25,096 units of wood. Ding! Get 14,256 units of glass. Trigger double effect. Get 28,512 units of glass. Ding! Get. A series of beeps made Tang Xiuquan feel a little happy, and he felt like he was about to take off on the spot. He had never received so much supplies. More than 200,000 pieces of quick foundation, and 120,000 units of various supplies, which made him feel indescribably comfortable. Ding! Get 4 tons of D-level sea fish. Trigger double effects. Get 8 tons of D-level sea fish. Huh? What's the situation? The fish in the sea have doubled? Tang Xiuquan said with some surprise. Chapter 104 Island Evolution in Progress. That's not right. How come the sea fish has doubled? Tang Xiuquan looked at the last prompt and was a little dumbfounded. Could it be that this double effect can be used infinitely? Tang Xiuquan suddenly thought of a possibility, and he immediately contacted Zeng. Brother Zeng, I will trade my sea fish to you, and you will trade it back? Tang Xiuquan immediately said to Zeng. Why? Once upon a time, when he heard Tang Xiuquan's words, he was immediately dumbfounded. Don't ask too much, Tang Xiuquan said coldly to Zeng. Oh! Once he heard Tang Xiuquan's words, he nodded immediately. He didn't dare to make Tang Xiuquan angry now. Tang Xiuquan didn't talk nonsense to Zeng and directly traded 5 kilograms of sea fish. After getting the sea fish, he didn't waste any time and directly traded it back to Tang Xiuquan. But this time, Tang Xiuquan did not trigger the double effect in this transaction. How could it be? Tang Xiuquan muttered in his heart. He didn't understand why it didn't trigger the effect this time. Is it because these sea fish have been traded, so they can't be triggered? Tang Xiuquan murmured as he thought, and his expression became a little unsightly. Originally, he thought that this double effect could be triggered infinitely. If it can really be triggered, then I can directly create a continent today. Although he was a little disappointed. It was okay for Tang Xiuquan. After all, the White Wolf had doubled the foundation stone with nothing. Boss, do you still need my help? Someone once said humbly. No. You go and do your work and say hello to Brother Xiuquan for me. Tang Xiuquan shook his head and said to. Once shook his head. Oh. Okay. Zeng nodded and then hung up the communication. After Tang Xiuquan hung up the communication, he couldn't wait to use all the cornerstones directly on the island stone. As soon as he clicked to confirm the use, he suddenly felt a tremor under his feet. And then there was a loud noise outside the villa. Tang Xiuquan frowned, and then ran directly outside the villa. When he just walked out of the villa, he saw that the island that was originally only more than 100 meters long had now turned into a large island with a side length of more than 400 meters. Not only that, even the hill behind the villa, which was originally only 3 or 4 meters high, has now become a peak of more than 20 meters high. Although it is not very high, it is at least 4 or 5 times higher than the previous hill. In addition, the dormitory building, which was originally more than 30 meters in front of the villa, has now been moved to more than 200 meters away, but it is still in the middle of the entire island. Xiuquan, what's going on this island? Ma Yin watched Tang Xiuquan come out of the villa and immediately came to greet him and asked. It's okay. I just expanded the island a bit. Tang Xiuquan was very satisfied with the current size of the island and said with a smile to Ma Yin. It's just a little bigger? I'm afraid it's not a little. It's almost 20 times bigger. When Ma Yin heard Tang Xiuquan's Versailles-like remarks, she suddenly felt a flock of crows flying over her head. It's not much. Exactly 20 times. The current island should be 210,000 square meters. Tang Xiuquan said with a smile. 210,000 square meters is not much. Ma Yin shouted in surprise. You are too Versailles. Ha ha ha. Tang Xiuquan touched the back of his head and laughed loudly. You guys want to keep busy while I go see the changes on the entire island. Tang Xiuquan thought for a while and said to Ma Yin. Ma Yin nodded. She knew that the island had become bigger. As the owner of the island, Tang Xiuquan had to check the situation of the island first. The first thing Tang Xiuquan thought of was the small forest behind his villa. There were only about 20 trees here before. And although there are only so many now, Tang Xiuquan knew that based on previous experience, this forest should have evolved by tomorrow morning. The hill behind the woods has now evolved and turned into a hill about 20 meters high. It looks much taller than before. Moreover, this hill has not only become taller, but has also become longer. It is still the same as before, spanning the entire island. On the other side of the mountain, there is about 1/10 of the island's area. Tang Xiuquan slowly walked towards the location of the previous spring. When he reached the edge of the spring, he found that the spring that was only as big as the mouth of a cup had now become a large spring of 30 centimeters. The spring water gurgled out. Seeing the large amount of spring water pouring out, Tang Xiuquan held some water in his hands and drank it. It tastes sweet in the mouth, and Tang Xiuquan's face is filled with a satisfied smile. This one is quite sweet. It seems that you don't have to worry about running out of fresh water in the future. Tang Xiuquan nodded, and then continued walking along the stream where the spring water collected, towards the center of the island. At this time, the spring stream is no longer as small as before. It has changed from a few centimeters in width to now as wide as 2 feet. It seems that the task of widening the Tanshui River needs to be put on the agenda. Tang Xiuquan looked at the small stream at his feet and thought in his heart. When he reached the north bank of the Boundary River, where the fish pond was originally, he saw that Nushi and the others were still in a daze. Tang Xiuquan didn't care about Nushi and the others at this time. He looked directly towards the Boundary River. At this time, after many days of widening, the Boundary River has now grown from a width of only 30 meters to a river that is now fully 3 meters wide. Looking at the river, which was 3 meters wide, Tang Xiuquan covered his forehead in pain. I was careless. I forgot to build a bridge first. Tang Xiuquan shook his head helplessly. At the same time, he kept in mind the need to build a bridge. Tang Xiuquan roughly looked at the situation of the entire island and found that although the entire island had undergone great changes, the evolution of the island was actually still in progress. According to the experience gained from the previous expansion of the island, the evolution of the entire island will not be completed until at least early tomorrow morning. Although the evolution of the island is not over yet, Tang Xiuquan knows that he is the one who will benefit the most from this decision. Nushi! Prepare the bonfire. We will hold a celebration tonight. Tang Xiuquan turned his head and said to Nushi. Yes, Master. Nushi heard Tang Xiuquan's words and immediately smiled and nodded. Brother Zhang, you should also go to Daosher Space and look for something edible. We will also slow down your taste. The authority has been granted to you. Tang Xiuquan turned his head again and said to Zhang Ji. Sure. Leave this to me. Zhang Ji smiled and nodded when he heard Tang Xiuquan's words. After Tang Xiuquan finished giving instructions, he continued walking towards the dock. He still remembered that there were a large number of supply boxes waiting for him at the dock. Tang Xiuquan now feels that his island already has an area of 210,000 square meters, and the area will be enough in the future. What is missing now are various seeds, drawings and other things. I hope you won't disappoint me. Don't waste the double card you got with great difficulty. Tang Xiuquan muttered to himself as he walked towards the pier. Chapter 105. The livestock are ready. Tang Xiuquan quickly arrived at the dock. Looking at the piles of supply boxes, he felt very complicated. On one side, he was happy that he was about to get double the supplies. And on the other side, he was sighing as to when these boxes would need to be opened. However, despite the pain, you still have to open up. Tang Xiuquan directly put his hand on a supply box, then lifted it up with force, and the lid of the supply box was opened. Obtain materials: wood X4, pure water X2, glass X4, bread X1. Ding! Trigger the double effect and obtain materials: wood times 8, pure water times 4, glass times 8, bread times 2. When Tang Xiuquan heard the notification sound, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Although the double effect was still so powerful, the basic supplies provided were indeed very poor. Tang Sichuan is not short of supplies and materials now, but what he is short of is things that can improve the island's environment. After all, the entire island has now expanded to 210,000 square meters. The island is large, but very empty. A long time ago, Tang Sichuan divided the island into 4 areas, namely the residential area on the North Island, the manufacturing area on the East Island, the livestock area on the West Island, and the planting area on the South Island. The land has been divided, but there are no root hairs on it. The only things that can be considered planted are a pepper plant and an apple tree. There are only 2 chickens in the breeding area. However, when talking about these 2 chickens, Tang Sichuan suddenly thought that it seemed that those 2 chickens were about to enter the maturity stage. But he didn't know when they would lay eggs. Chickens lay eggs, and eggs hatch chickens, endlessly. But that's all. Apart from these things, there is nothing else on Tang Sichuan's island. Of course, those seed gift packages don't count. After all, they haven't been planted yet. Therefore, what Tang Sichuan wants is to get some things that can be planted or cultivated from the supply box, thereby enriching the output of his island. However, Tang Sichuan opened more than 100 boxes in a row and got a lot of things, but he couldn't get the seeds and cubs that he needed most. Tang Sichuan put his hand on the 101st box numbly. Supplies obtained: frightened duck eggs X2, wood X4, glass X3, cornerstone X1. Ding! Trigger the double effect and obtain supplies: frightened duck eggs X4, wood X8, glass X6, cornerstone X2. Nice! It's finally done. Tang Sichuan was suddenly awakened by the sound of the notification sound. He nodded with great satisfaction, and then put his hand on the 102nd box. But this time, he was disappointed again. What came out this time were some basic supplies. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There are still more boxes. There is still a chance. Tang Sichuan took a deep breath and continued to open the box. There were more than 1,000 boxes, and it took Tang Sichuan more than 2 hours to open them all. Although most of these boxes contained basic supplies, they also made Tang Sichuan a lot of money. Among these supplies, Tang Sichuan received more than 200 cornerstones. Once these cornerstones were doubled, another 428 square meters was added to Tang Sichuan's island. Then, there are the seeds and young animals that Tang Sichuan values the most. First of all, Tang Sichuan obtained 8 fertilized eggs. Once doubled, he directly owned 16 fertilized eggs. After doubling the duck eggs, we also got 24 eggs. There were fewer goose eggs, but we still got 12. Looking at these fertilized eggs, Tang Sichuan felt that some chicken pot, roast duck, and goose stewed in an iron pot were waving to him. In addition to these, what surprised Tang Sichuan even more was that he actually got 2 young oxen, 1 male and 1 female. There were also 2 little cows, little lambs, and piglets. After the double effect, we directly got 4 little cows, 4 cows, 4 lambs, and 4 piglets. With these young animals, Tang Sichuan can start a breeding industry on the island. In addition, Tang Sichuan also received a lot of seeds planted. However, because Tang Sichuan already had a seed gift package, these seeds that were released separately overlapped with the seed gift package. But Tang Sichuan was still very happy. After all, no one would dislike the diversity of species on their island these days. However, what makes Tang Sichuan most happy is that he also got a lot of seedlings from trees this time. Osmanthus tree, a plant of the genus Oleaceae in the Oleaceae family. Its flowers are yellow and have a strong fragrance. It can be used as a food additive or ornamental plant. Rubber tree, Euphorbiaceae, Hevea genus plant. Rubber juice can be obtained, and rubber can be obtained after processing. Cinnamon tree, a plant of the Lauraceae family that produces cinnamon bark, which can be used as a spice or seasoning after drying. Tang Sichuan looked at the goods he had received this time. He felt that he was not far away from the goose stewed in the iron pot, and the pork stewed with vermicelli. After he collected the supplies he had delivered, he was ready to return to his villa. As soon as Tang Sichuan returned to the villa, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Tang Sichuan. Let me tell you some good news. This time we have a great harvest, Tang Sichuan said to everyone with a smile. Great harvest? How big is it? Zhang Ji immediately raised his head and asked after hearing Tang Sichuan's words. The big one. The corners of Tang Sichuan's mouth once again turned into a square root shape. This time, Our island has been expanded to 215,746 square meters. And the livestock that can be raised include 4 calves, 4 cows, 4 sheep and 4 pigs each. There are also more than a dozen chickens, ducks and geese each. When these things grow up, the products on our island will be further enriched. What? There are still cows? So, don't we all have milk to drink from now on? Shen Qian asked immediately after hearing what Tang Xichuan said. In principle, this is true. But these domestic animals are still babies. It will take more than 10 days to wait for them to produce milk. Tang Xichuan estimated the growth time of the chicks and thought that when these domestic animals grow up, what will happen? It will take a while. It's okay. It's only about 10 days. We can wait. Zhang Ji also smiled and nodded after hearing Tang Xichuan's words. Mr. Fang, are you familiar with livestock breeding? Tang Xiaochuan nodded first, then turned to Fan Long and asked. Don't worry. We are all familiar with these tasks. Fan Long also smiled and nodded after hearing Tang Xichuan's words. He finally found a job he was familiar with on the island. In the past 2 days, Fan Long saw that whether it was Zhang Ji, Ma Yin, or Shen Qian, they all found something to do. Only he had nothing to do all day long. Apart from feeding the chickens, he could only sit in a daze every day. After all, Fan Long is now over 70 years old. If he wants to do physical work, he can't do it. He feels like an idler. Not to mention, there are more than 40 young and strong indigenous people on the entire island. And these indigenous residents are all competing to do those physical jobs. And now, Tang Xichuan finally assigned him a task. Moreover, it was agriculture that he was most familiar with. Fan Long felt that he must do what Tang Xichuan told him well. Chapter 106 Listen. There are birds chirping. Tang Xiaochuan saw that Fan Long agreed. He nodded, and then said, Fan Long, we will be on the island for another day tomorrow. I will let Nashi and the others prepare the cultivated land on the South Island. Then, planting has begun. However, you still need to pay attention to your health and don't tire yourself out. We are not short of food now, but the food source is too single. Besides, Shen Qian will still work with you. In this case, you will have to work less. Tang Xichuan thought for a while, and then said to Fan Long, Don't worry, boss. I will definitely help the good teacher. When Shen Qian heard Tang Xichuan's words, he immediately wanted Tang Xichuan to guarantee it. Xichuan, you just said you will be on the island for another day tomorrow. What do you mean? Ma Yin suddenly asked. Yes, boss. What do you mean by this? Shen Qian suddenly reacted. Tang Xichuan smiled immediately when he heard what Ma Yin and Shen Qian said, and then turned his attention to Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji felt Tang Xichuan's gaze and explained for him. Xichuan discussed it with me. We discovered that the indigenous people who have attacked our island for a period of time are all from the same tribe. Then we learned from Nashi and others that their tribe is a small tribe, with a total population of only about 200 people. Most of them are old, weak, women and children, and half of the remaining young people have joined us. So, Xichuan thinks that we should take this tribe for our own use. Zhang Ji slowly told Tang Xichuan's plan. No, it's too dangerous. As soon as Zhang Ji finished speaking, Ma Yin stood up and objected. Danger? Don't think so. Tang Xichuan said immediately after hearing Ma Yin's words. Xichuan, this is no joke. Even if the opponent is old and weak, he is still capable of fighting. Moreover, if you use people from their tribe to attack their tribe, have you considered whether they will suddenly rebel? Ma Yin said anxiously. I have considered these issues, but I think this is an opportunity for us. Tang Xichuan nodded after hearing Ma Yin's words, and then continued. First of all, I am confident that these natives will not overturn us, because what I can give them is far more than what their tribe can give them. I am not using violent means to forcibly capture their tribe, so it is very likely that no conflict will break out this time I go. The second point, and the most important point, is that the High Priest is the main leader of Nashi's tribe. Now the High Priest is dead, so my visit this time can greatly intimidate them. Xichuan, since you killed their High Priest, you can't go. Those natives will definitely avenge the High Priest. Ma Yin said anxiously. No, the High Priest has always been in the tribe and is the ruling class. He has always oppressed these indigenous residents. Many of them dare to be angry but dare not speak out. So, if I go this time, it is very likely that I can resolve it peacefully. And, this time, I have to go. We need a stable development environment. If we leave these indigenous people alone, they will continue to harass us. At that time, we will have no time to develop ourselves. So, this time, I have to go, Tang Xiaochuan said firmly. Ma Yin looked at Tang Xiaochuan's expression, and she knew she couldn't persuade him. Well, in this case, you must be more careful. Ma Yin sighed and said to Tang Xiaochuan, Don't worry, I haven't enjoyed life yet. Tang Xiaochuan nodded. Tang Xiaochuan made some arrangements for what to do after leaving the island. At Tang Xiaochuan's strong request, he only planned to take 20 indigenous people to Xieshi Island this time, while the remaining 20 indigenous people stayed on the island to assist Fan Long in reclaiming the island. As soon as Tang Xiaochuan put forward his opinion, he was opposed by Ma Yin and others. But after Tang Xiaochuan's repeated explanations, everyone finally agreed with Tang Xiaochuan's opinion. But Tang Xiaochuan also promised everyone that he would take the Feiyu with him. If danger does occur, he will escape alone on the flying fish. With the flying fish's speed of 800 kilometers per hour, it was impossible for ordinary indigenous ships to catch up. After Tang Xiaochuan appeased Ma Yin and the others, he began to consider who to take and who not to take. In fact, what Tang Xiaochuan originally wanted to do was to bring the stubborn stone, Black Soil, Mushi, and Maka. But then I thought about it. If I took all these people away, who would take care of the indigenous people on the island? After thinking about it, Tang Xiaochuan felt that he should take Nashi and Mushi with him, while Maka and Haida stayed on the island to assist Zhang Ji and others in opening up Wasteland. After making the decision, Tang Xiaochuan gave the management authority of the island to Ma Yin and Zhang Ji. Then Tang Xiaochuan went to the market to buy some weapons and prepared to arm this group of indigenous people. After everything was ready, it was already dark. Tang Xiaochuan and others spent a cheerful night. This night, both the indigenous residents and Tang Xiaochuan and others had a great time. When everyone woke up the next day, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. After Tang Xiaochuan got up from the bed, he opened the window of the room and found that there was already greenery outside the window. Faintly, Tang Xiaochuan seemed to hear a few birds chirping. Damn it! Has it changed so much? Tang Xiaochuan suddenly woke up. He rubbed his eyes and found that a large forest really appeared outside. Tang Xiaochuan immediately ran towards the outside of the villa, and his actions also woke up other people in the villa. Everyone drove Tang Xiaochuan out in a hurry, looked at each other with strange expressions, and followed him. When they followed him out, they were all dumbfounded. The entire outside of the villa has turned green. Grass has covered the entire island, turning the originally yellow island into a green island. The small forest behind the villa has now turned into a large forest, and the woods are very dense. The chirping of birds came from the woods. Xiaochuan, have you heard the birds chirping? Ma Yin walked behind Tang Xiaochuan and asked. I heard that. Tang Xiaochuan also nodded very happily. At this time, Tang Xiaochuan suddenly thought of the previous introduction of Cornerstone, saying that when the island becomes larger, it will evolve its own ecosystem. Later, when Tang Xiaochuan's island expanded to more than 10,000 square meters, there were no changes except for a few more trees. Originally, he thought that the so-called island evolution only meant the increase in supplies. He really did not expect that the island's enlargement could evolve its own ecological environment. If an ecosystem can really evolve as the island grows larger, then your own island will definitely develop in a benign direction in the future. At least, I don't have to worry about not eating enough. Chapter 107 What's the use of ornamental value? Xiaochuan, is this really our island? Ma Yin looked at the woods in front of her in disbelief. Well, if nothing else happens, this should be true. Tang Xiaochuan nodded before saying, Well, Xiaochuan, do you think there will be other animals on the island? Ma Yin thought for a while, and then asked doubtfully. Before Tang Xiaochuan had time to speak, a gray rabbit ran out of the woods. As soon as it ran out of the woods, it saw a group of bipedal creatures standing in front of the woods. The rabbit also learned to stand upright on its hind legs, and the two sides looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes. Holy shit! Is that a rabbit? Zhang Ji shouted in surprise when he saw the rabbit. Tang Xiaochuan and others also looked at the rabbit in a daze. Sister Ma Yin, it seems that there are already other animals on this island. Tang Xiaochuan murmured while looking at the rabbit. Wow! It's really a rabbit! Ma Yin looked at the rabbit and was very surprised. The rabbit seemed unwilling to be pointed at. When it saw Ma Yin pointing at it and shouting, it turned around and ran into the woods unhappily. Xiaochuan, catch it quickly! Ma Yin saw that the rabbit was about to run away and immediately said to Tang Xiaochuan. Tang Xiaochuan didn't want to. The rabbit in his mouth ran away. He immediately shouted, Heisey! Come on! Woof woof! Heisey barked twice and jumped out. Heisey moved very quickly. But Rabbit seemed to have never seen such a black, four-legged creature before. It actually stopped and just stood there and stared. Heisey was unwilling to give up this opportunity, so he immediately pounced on him like a vicious dog. At this time, the rabbit felt threatened and wanted to run away, but it was too late. Heisey swooped down and pushed the rabbit to the ground, then opened his big mouth and bit the rabbit's neck. The rabbit whimpered and stopped moving, while Heisey ran towards Tang Sichuan with a proud look on his face, his tail still wagging, as if asking for credit from Tang Sichuan. Awesome! Tang Sichuan patted Heisey's head with satisfaction, and Heisey kept wagging his tail. At this time, Ma Yin also came around. She looked at the rabbit in Tang Sichuan's hand, and then said, "Wow, Sichuan, is this really a rabbit? Sister Ma Yin, if there is nothing wrong with our eyes, then this is really a rabbit." Tang Sichuan nodded and said, "Sichuan, this rabbit is quite fat. It makes me salivate." Zhang Ji also gathered around at this time and looked at the rabbit and said. Ma Yin on the side also nodded after hearing Zhang Ji's words, and then said, "The rabbit is so cute, so you must put more chili pepper." Tang Sichuan was dumbfounded when he heard Ma Yin's words. "No, this script is wrong. You shouldn't be saying that rabbits are so cute. How can they eat rabbits?" Tang Sichuan kept complaining in his heart, but he still nodded, and then said, "I'll go to the market and come back later to get some seasonings. Okay, let me take care of this rabbit." Zhang Ji volunteered and took the rabbit from Tang Sichuan. After Tang Sichuan handed the rabbit to Zhang Ji, he looked at the woods in front of him, thought about it, and walked into the woods. "Sichuan, where are you going?" Ma Yin asked immediately as she watched Tang Sichuan walk towards the woods. "I'll go take a look in the woods." After hearing Ma Yin's words, Tang Sichuan turned around and said to her. When Ma Yin heard what he said, she immediately said, "Then I'll go too." Tang Sichuan nodded when he heard Ma Yin's words, and then said, "Well, let's go together." Then Tang Sichuan said to Fan Long, "Mr. Fang, do you want to come together? Well, let's go take a look together. Maybe there will be something good in the woods." Fan Long nodded after hearing Tang Sichuan's words, and then followed Tang Sichuan towards the woods. As soon as the three of them walked into the woods, they heard very clear bird calls. Tang Sichuan raised his head and looked towards the treetops, and found a bird whose name he didn't know, looking at him on the treetops, and then kept chirping. "This is the willow warbler, the most common bird in our country." Fan Long followed Tang Sichuan's gaze, took one look and said immediately, "Huh? Mr. Fan also studies birds?" Tang Sichuan asked immediately after hearing Fan Long's words. "I dare not say anything about research, but those of us engaged in agriculture must at least know something. After all, agriculture has a deep relationship with these common birds." Fan Long shook his head, and then said to Tang Sichuan. Tang Sichuan nodded when he heard Fan Long's explanation, then raised his feet, and continued walking forward. The group of people walked about 10 meters when Fan Long suddenly stopped. "What's the matter, Mr. Fang?" Tang Sichuan asked immediately when he saw Fan Long stop. "It's okay." Fan Long shook his head, and then walked to his left. He came to a tree, looked left, touched, and finally said with a surprised look, "How is that possible? What's wrong? This tree is Guangxi Fire Tongue." Fan Long said in surprise. "Guangxi Huatong? What's wrong? This tree is very precious?" Tang Sichuan asked with a strange look on his face. "Precious? There are only 3 trees in the entire flower gardening family. This tree cannot be described as precious. Then what is the use of this tree?" Tang Sichuan didn't understand very well. He looked at Fan Long curiously and asked. Fan Long was speechless when he heard Tang Sichuan's words. After a long time, he said, "This tree has extremely high ornamental value." Viewing value? Tang Sichuan was a little disappointed when he heard Fan Long's words. What's the use of the ornamental value of God's meow at this time? Not as valuable as a loaf of bread. Moreover, the world now is different from the original world. It is very likely that the plants that were extremely precious in the original world are very common here. Fan Long also felt a little disappointed when he heard Tang Sichuan's words. He sighed first, and then said, "It would be great if I could bring this back, Mr. Fang. Now we still have to focus on survival. This tree may be precious to the original world, but it is probably a very common plant here." Tang Sichuan thought for a while and said to Fan Long, "I know, but it's a bit of a surprise to see this tree here." Fan Long sighed before saying to Tang Sichuan, After hearing Fong Long's words, Tang Xichuan looked outside the woods again, and then said, Mr. Fong, this place is only a dozen meters away from the outside of the woods. In the future, when Mr. Fong is not busy, you can come here often to visit. When Fong Long heard Tang Xiuchuan's words, he suddenly smiled and nodded. After Tang Xiuchuan finished speaking, he walked towards the woods again. He wanted to explore the entire woods today and see what kind of changes there would be in the woods after this evolution. Chapter 108 Leaving. Tang Xiuchuan, Fong Long and Ma Ying continued to explore in the woods. They had just walked about 10 meters when Tang Xiuchuan heard a rustling sound coming from the grass on his left. He immediately stopped, then squatted down half-crouched, and took out the katana from his waist to be on guard. Ma Ying and Fong Long behind him also followed Tang Xiuchuan and squatted down. What's wrong? Ma Ying asked softly. There is something in the grass on the left, Tang Xiuchuan said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw another colorful pheasant flying out of the grass. The moment they saw the pheasant, both Tang Xiuchuan, Ma Ying, and Fong Long had dull expressions on their faces. Is this a pheasant? Ma Ying asked uncertainly. It should be so. Tang Xiuchuan didn't recognize him either, and he said with the same uncertainty, This is the golden pheasant. Fong Long reminded Tang Xiuchuan from behind. Golden pheasant? Can it be eaten? Tang Xiuchuan asked. Yes. You can eat it. Fong Long lowered his voice and said to Tang Xiuchuan. Understood. When Tang Xiuchuan heard Fong Long say it was edible, he immediately rushed to his waist, took off the repeating crossbow, and then quietly aimed it at the golden pheasant that was still digging the ground. Then a crossbow arrow flew out. At this time, the golden pheasant was directly hit by the crossbow arrow before he could figure out what was going on. Nice! You can have extra food today. When Tang Xiuchuan saw that he had hit the target, he immediately waved his fist excitedly. With that said, Tang Xiuchuan stood up and walked towards the golden pheasant. When Tang Xiuchuan twisted up the golden pheasant, he felt that this chicken weighed at least 2 or 3 pounds. Tang Xiuchuan hung the golden pheasant on his waist, then waved to Ma Ying and Fong Long, and continued walking deeper into the woods. But after that, Tang Xiuchuan and the others made no new discoveries, although they also saw other hares and golden pheasants along the way. Tang Xiuchuan felt that there was no need to kill them all. Today I got a hare and a golden pheasant, which is enough for several people to improve their taste. After all, the island has just formed an independent ecosystem, and Tang Xiuchuan doesn't want to damage this fragile ecosystem too much. Only when the ecosystem is stable enough can we have enough food sources. But now, if we can improve the taste, it's okay. However, in addition to obtaining food, Tang Xiuchuan also discovered some useful plants in the woods. These plants are not ornamental plants, but rather practical plants. For example, in the northeast corner of the woods, Tang Xiuchuan found a few bamboo shoots that had just sprouted. Although I don't know why bamboo grows together with trees, and these plants are found all over the world. But that didn't stop Tang Xiuchuan from being happy. After all, in Tang Xiuchuan's opinion, this bamboo was more practical than other trees. Bamboo shoots can be eaten, and bamboo can also be used to make things. Moreover, in addition to bamboo, Tang Xiuchuan and others also discovered plants such as saponaria in the woods. This surprised Tang Xiuchuan. It took a full hour before Tang Xiuchuan took Fong Long and Ma Ying out of the woods. For this exploration, Tang Xiuchuan had a preliminary understanding of the woods. In his opinion, the biggest gain from this island evolution is this forest. This forest was a great surprise to Tang Xiuchuan. First of all, the presence of woods means that Tang Xiuchuan will not only be able to eat sea fish and rice, but also discover some mountain delicacies in the woods, which further enriches the products of the entire island. Tang Xiuchuan suddenly had a feeling that the evolution of this forest might be the top priority. However, no matter what, Tang Xiuchuan feels that everything is moving in a good direction now. By the time Tang Xiuchuan and the others returned to the villa, Zhang Ji had already packed up the hares and was about to start grilling the rabbits. Brother Zhang, please take care of this too, Tang Xiuchuan said, and handed the golden pheasant in his hand to Zhang Ji. Pheasant? Zhang Ji said with surprise when he saw the golden pheasant handed over by Tang Xiuchuan. This is the golden pheasant. Oh, did you get this from the woods? Tang Xiuchuan didn't speak, just nodded. Let me go. Is there such a thing in the woods? Zhang Ji said. But he still took the golden pheasant and walked towards the boundary river. Not long after, Zhang Ji took the already twisted golden pheasant and returned to the door of the villa again. Zhang Ji took the golden pheasant and dressed it very skillfully, then put it on the rack, ready to start grilling. When Tang Xiaochuan saw that nothing happened, he returned to his room. System. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations on getting the Journey Accelerator card. Journey Accelerator card. Are you still worried that long-distance travel takes too long? Then you need an accelerator card that can greatly shorten your travel time. The White Emperor's hair is shining brightly in the clouds, and thousands of miles of rivers and mountains are being returned in one day. This is the best interpretation of the accelerator card. Note, an accelerator card can shorten the original flight time by 90%. Valid for round trip. What the H.L.? Tang Xiaochuan was stunned when he saw this card. Could it be that the system felt that it took too long to go out this time, so it opened a backdoor for itself? Shortened by 90%. This means that the journey that originally took 10 days can be reached in one day? Tang Xiaochuan held the accelerator card in his hand and kept thinking. Originally, Tang Xiaochuan was worried that something unexpected would happen if he left the island for too long. But looking at it now, it is very likely that I will be able to come back in 2 or 3 days. This greatly reduces the possibility of accidents when you go out. It seems that this thing is really a great weapon when used with a compass. Tang Xiaochuan nodded and walked out of his room. When he came to the door of the villa again, he told everyone that after lunch, he planned to set off with Nashi and Mushi. Everyone was originally in a happy mood, but after hearing Tang Xiaochuan say these words, there was some silence. Are you leaving? Ma Yin asked. Yes. Tang Xiaochuan nodded, and then said, It's okay. I will take away a vassal island stone. In this way, we can keep in touch. Ma Yin nodded when she heard Tang Xiaochuan's words, and then said, In that case, we will take turns guarding the main island stone. If you have anything, please contact us directly. I understand. Tang Xiaochuan smiled at Ma Yin, and then saw Zhang Ji walking over. Without saying a word, he directly pulled off 2 chicken legs and wings from the roasted golden pheasant and handed them to Tang Xiaochuan. Xiaochuan, there is an old saying in my hometown that people who go on a long journey should eat a pair of chicken legs, which means a safe journey. A pair of wings means flying high. Tang Xiaochuan looked at Zhang Ji and suddenly couldn't help but smile. He didn't believe this, but looking at Zhang Ji's serious face, Tang Xiaochuan still took the chicken legs and wings, and then ate them with big mouthfuls. Chapter 109 Upgrading the Trireme Warship. In the early morning of the next day, when Tang Xiaochuan walked out of the villa again, Nashi and Mushi had already gathered 20 indigenous warriors at the pier in the southeast corner of the island. When Nushi and Mushi saw Tang Xiaochuan, they all asked Tang Xiaochuan for their luggage. Owner, are you all ready? Tang Xiaochuan asked, looking at everyone. Everything is ready. Mushi nodded and said to Tang Xiaochuan, Well, let's set off. After Tang Xiaochuan heard Mushi's words, he directly asked the indigenous warriors to get on the boat. Looking at the indigenous people boarding the ship in an orderly manner, Tang Xiaochuan nodded with great satisfaction. When the last indigenous warrior boarded the ship, Tang Xiaochuan was also ready to board the ship. Xiaochuan, wait. Just when Tang Xiaochuan stepped onto the wooden boat, he suddenly heard someone calling him from behind him. Tang Xiaochuan stopped and looked back, and found that Zhang Ji was running towards the dock with Fang Long and Shen Qian. What's wrong? Tang Xiaochuan asked. Aren't you leaving now? Let's see you off. Zhang Ji looked at Tang Xiaochuan and said, You really don't want me to follow you? No. Someone still needs to be watching the island. So just guard the island. Tang Xiaochuan shook his head, and then looked behind the 3 of them. As a result, he didn't see Ma Yin. What? Are you looking for Xiao Yin? Zhang Ji asked. No. No. Tang Xiaochuan shook his head in embarrassment. Zhang Ji looked at Tang Xiaochuan's expression, and just smiled without saying anything. Xiaochuan, this Xiao Yin said she was feeling a little uncomfortable, so she didn't come to see you off. She said she would be on the island, waiting for you to come back. Fang Long said to Tang Xiaochuan with a smile. Yes. Tang Xiaochuan nodded after hearing Fang Long's words, and then continued. By the way, Brother Zhang, after we leave, you and Mr. Fang will discuss everything on this island. Don't we still have a terraforming card in our hands? Just discuss it with Mr. Fang and see how to make the entire island easier to defend and harder to attack. Don't worry. We'll start working on this soon. Zhang Ji nodded after hearing Tang Xiaochuan's words. Tang Xiaochuan heard Zhang Ji's assurance and said nothing more. He just nodded and walked towards the wooden boat. While still on the pier, Haida saw that Tang Xiaochuan and others had boarded the ship, so he began to loosen the rope tied to the pier. Without the restraints of the rope, the wooden boat slowly moved away from the dock and drifted into the deep sea. After the wooden boat was far enough away from the shore, Mushi and others immediately raised the sails on the boat. Under the influence of the sea wind, the wooden boat began to sail towards the distance. Tang Sichuan stood at the stern of the boat, looking at the island that was moving away, feeling filled with emotion. At this moment, Tang Sichuan saw a figure suddenly appear beside the villa. That beautiful figure was holding a child in her arms. Tang Sichuan knew that it should be Ma Yin. Tang Sichuan raised his right hand and waved it in the direction of the island. It wasn't until Tang Sichuan couldn't see the island clearly that he slowly retracted his right arm. Tang Sichuan stood at the stern of the ship for a while, and then he took out the compass and accelerator card from his system space. Ding! The compass and accelerator card have been detected. The wooden boat can be upgraded. After upgrading, the speed can be greatly increased. Huh? Tang Sichuan had just taken out the compass and accelerator card when he heard a prompt from the system. What do you mean? Can this wooden boat be upgraded? Tang Sichuan was dumbfounded. No. When I got these two things before, I didn't hear that they could be upgraded. Why is it suddenly prompted that they can be upgraded now? Could it be that I completed the wooden boat upgrade standard by coincidence? Tang Sichuan felt a little strange. This means that there will be no prompts when upgrading items. You have to figure it out yourself? If you figure it out, you can upgrade it? Tang Sichuan thought to himself. However, this is a big problem if you explore it on your own. Who knows what materials are needed to upgrade a certain thing? It seems that item upgrades can only be done by chance. However, no matter what, it is a good thing that wooden boats can be upgraded now. Therefore, Tang Sichuan just thought about it for a moment and directly chose to upgrade. Confirm the upgrade! As soon as Tang Sichuan finished speaking, he felt the wooden boat under his feet turn into a white light. The white light came and went quickly. In less than a second, the white light faded, and a brand new wooden boat appeared at his feet. Tang Sichuan looked at the thick wooden deck under his feet, the solid guardrails around the hull, and the three tall sails in the middle of the hull. The entire ship is pointed at both ends. The middle hull is very wide, and there is a shield on the hull covering the ship deck. There were some upward curving decorations on the bow and stern of the ship. Tang Sichuan looked at the stern and found that there was also a collision horn at the stern, and some oars also protruded from the hull. Each oar was 4 or 5 meters long. Tang Sichuan looked at this Mediterranean-style warship, and a word suddenly came to his mind. Trireme warship? Tang Sichuan shouted in surprise. This trireme warship was the main warship of ancient Greece and Rome. Ancient Greece and Rome were able to become the hegemons of the Mediterranean largely because of such warships. This kind of warship has thick armor and extremely high defense. And because the ship is equipped with 174 slaves, it can maintain a speed of about 7.5 knots. Moreover, the bow and stern are equipped with ramming horns, making this ship invincible in both long-distance and broadside battles. If hit by such a ship at full speed, no ship can survive. The ship that is hit can only sink to the bottom of the sea. Moreover, this kind of ship, according to the Roman configuration, also has 4 archers, 14 harpooneers, and 20 soldiers. This makes the entire ship extremely sharp in both melee and long-range attacks. Although Tang Sichuan currently does not have enough personnel to unleash the full power of this trireme warship, he knows that he has made a profit this time. But the question is, can they operate this stubborn ship? If you can't operate it, wouldn't you be doomed? Such a good boat can only be looked at, not used. Master! At this time, Nushi came over and said to Tang Sichuan, Master, the sea wind has become stronger. Do you want to go to the cabin first? Wait a minute. Nashi, do you know how to operate this boat? Tang Sichuan asked. This ship? Yes. Nushi didn't understand why Tang Sichuan suddenly asked such a question, but he still nodded. Yes. Tang Sichuan was a little surprised. He didn't expect Nashi to be able to drive. But after he thought about it, it seemed that all this made sense. After all, it was not like he had never seen anything more outrageous than this. Since Nushi and the others can drive, Tang Sichuan is relieved. He nodded and went directly to the captain's room. He found a table in the cabin, and a map was placed on the table. The entire map was all gray and white except for a green dot island and a red dot island, which were marked on the map. Is this a sea map? Tang Sichuan shouted in surprise when he saw this picture. Chapter 110: The Rise of Zhou Yue. Although Tang Sichuan is not sure whether the picture in front of him is a navigation chart, what he can be sure of is that of the 2 points he can see now. One represents his own island, and the other should be this time. Destination: Creek Tribe. From the current point of view, my route is heading towards the Stream Tribe. It is estimated that it will take another 36 hours, which means that my ship has already reached 200 kilometers per hour. If this were put into reality, it would be quite speeding. However, this speed is still not enough for such a distance of several thousand kilometers. Since this voyage took 36 hours, Tang Xiaochuan felt that he needed a good rest. This time going to the Sisi tribe. It can be said that the future is uncertain, and Tang Xiaochuan needs to be in the best condition to deal with it. Therefore, Tang Xiaochuan wanted to take a good rest and think about what he would do if something unexpected happened. Just when Tang Xiaochuan was thinking about how to deal with the Sisi tribe, on an island in the distance, a man looked very gloomy. Ding! Congratulations on getting the heavy galley. From now on, you don't have to stick to the island. Hearing Daosher's prompt tone, the man's face showed the smile he had seen for many days. Ha ha ha! Finally let me build the warship. Oath! Night Breeze! You all just wait for me. I will settle accounts with you one by one, the man whispered. This man is Zhou Yunwei, the leader of the Deep Sea Titans. After Zhou Yunwei lost the bid, he decisively withdrew from Deep Sea Titan after he knew that he could not repay the team members and the materials of Yuanyu in Sky City. After he quit, he also took away the remaining 20 tons of various materials. But what they got in exchange was the rejection of all members of the Deep Sea Titans and the pursuit of Yuanyu in Sky City. However, Zhou Yunwei did not take this to heart, and instead began to build his own warship on his own island. The warship in Zhou Yunwei's hands was obtained by opening the supply box and obtaining a blueprint of an SS-class warship. The entire ship is 60 meters long and 12 meters wide. It is a heavy sailing ship, and the deck of the ship was also covered with shields, can effectively block long-range attacks. However, although such a warship is equipped with sails, it also requires human power. That is, someone needs to row the boat. Otherwise, the entire ship will simply not be able to exert its due combat effectiveness. However, even so, Zhou Yunwei still believed that his ship was one of the best in combat power. Zhou Yunwei ran to the galley very excitedly. Looking at the huge warship, Zhou Yunwei suddenly felt heroic. With such a warship, what a night breeze! What a vow! You will all become my defeated generals, Zhou Yunwei murmured with a fierce look on his face. However, such a big ship is really not something I can handle on my own. Should we find some more helpers? Zhou Yunwei looked at the oars on both sides of the warship and the huge triangular sail, with some melancholy thoughts. However, he is considered a member of his own family who knows his own affairs. My reputation is probably already bad on the streets now. So where can I go to find help? While Zhou Yunwei was still thinking about who he was looking for, he suddenly heard a notification sound coming from his island rock. In fact, after Zhou Yunwei was about to run away and hide the supplies privately, he directly turned off the sound of Daosher's reminder. Only a few people have the right to contact them. At this time, his island stone made a beep, which meant that the person contacting him now was one of the few people he had reserved. Zhou Yunwei thought for a while, but opened the Daosher chat page and found that the person who sent the chat request was his close confidant, Go Sheng. Zhou Yunwei thought for a while and chose to connect to the private chat. Boss, what's wrong with you these days? I haven't been able to contact you. Now our survival team is about to collapse. After Go Sheng connected to the private chat, he immediately said to Zhou Yunwei, I've been busy these days. What's wrong? Zhou Yunwei asked. Boss, I haven't been able to contact you in the past 2 days. People from Yuanyu and Sky City have been abusing us on the public screen and asking us to return the supplies. Moreover, with your absence, boss, these 2 days, the brothers in the survival group have lost confidence, and they have chosen to quit the group. Currently, apart from a few of our core members, there are only about 50 people left in our survival group, Go Sheng said anxiously. Oh! Zhou Yunwei nodded when he heard Go Sheng's words, and said unusually calmly, Those things don't matter. Hey, boss, why aren't you in a hurry? Go Sheng asked. Afraid? What's the use of being anxious? Zhou Yunwei said calmly. If you're anxious, can you bring the survival team back? Can you pay back the supplies you owe? Boss, what do you mean? Go Sheng asked. My point is very simple. If you can't pay it back, then you won't pay it back. Zhou Yunwei said without thinking. Won't pay back? Go Sheng was a little confused, and then said, Boss, if we don't pay back, our reputation will be ruined. Who will dare to trade with us then? Since no one is willing to trade, then go grab it. Huh? Go and grab it. Well, how can we grab it? Boss? Go Sheng still didn't understand. Go Sheng, you have been with me for a long time. You also know that I am a loyal person. Zhou Yunwei thought for a while and said to Go Sheng, well, yes, the boss is indeed very loyal. Go Sheng nodded and then said, but boss, does this have anything to do with the supplies we are talking about? Let me tell you straight. Go Sheng, are you willing to hang out with me? Zhou Yunwei said to Go Sheng. Huh? Boss, of course I am willing to hang out with the boss. Go Sheng said directly to Zhou Yunwei without thinking. Okay, I won't hide it from you. I have built a ship now, and I plan to become a pirate in the future. Are you willing to follow me? Zhou Yunwei thought for a while and said to Go Sheng. Ship? Pirate? Go Sheng was stunned for a moment when he heard Zhou Yunwei's words, and then said excitedly, boss, is it true? Zhou Yunwei didn't say anything. He just sent a screenshot of the built galley. After Go Sheng saw the attributes of the galley, he fell into silence for a short time. Damn it, Boss Nyoshi. He actually built such an awesome battleship. Go Sheng said. How about it? Do you want to follow me? Zhou Yunwei asked. Needless to say, I am definitely willing to follow the boss. Go Sheng said directly without thinking. Well, since you are willing to follow me, I will pick you up now. But in order to find you accurately, I need you to sign a contract card. As long as you sign the contract card, I can sense your location and I can pick you up. But correspondingly, you will be completely mine from now on. If you betray me, I will kill you. Of course, in exchange, you will become the first mate of this ship. Your status is second only to me. Zhou Yunwei said to Go Sheng. Chapter 111. Zhou Yunwei is going to be a pirate. When Go Sheng heard Zhou Yunwei's words, he only hesitated a little and agreed to Zhou Yunwei's proposal. It wasn't that Go Sheng was willing to be Zhou Yunwei's lackey, but that he really had no choice. He is the External Relations Minister of Deep Sea Titan. Zhou Yunwei cheated the members of the survival group and the supplies of Yuan Yu and Sky City. And he, Go Sheng, was also implicated. At this time, even if he was willing to draw a clear line with Zhou Yunwei, it was impossible for others to let him go. In this case, the only choice left for him to win is to follow Zhou Yunwei's path to the dark side. Moreover, he had just seen Zhou Yunwei's newly built warship. It can be said that Go Sheng has been the External Affairs Minister of Deep Sea Titan for so long, and he has never seen anyone else get such a warship. It can be said that Zhou Yunwei, who owns such a warship, no longer needs to be limited to the island. He can completely use the warship as his stronghold and then develop maritime power. Everyone else is still alone on the island. If they face the siege of 4 or 5 other survivors, then the only thing waiting for them is death. Therefore, in Go Sheng's opinion, since the island will no longer be able to live in peace, it is not bad to be a happy pirate. Maybe being a pirate will be more joyful and free than being on an island. There was just one thing. Zhou Yunwei needed him to sign a contract before he could get on the ship. As a senior member of the Deep Sea Titan, he naturally knows the role of the contract card. As long as he signs the contract card, his life will be tied to Zhou Yunwei's. However, does he still have a choice now? No. So Go Sheng could only agree to Zhou Yunwei's proposal. Boss, I believe you, Go Sheng said to Zhou Yunwei. Ha ha ha! Good. You made a wise choice, Zhou Yunwei said with a smile. Don't worry. You won't regret your choice. Then thank you, boss, for your support. Go Sheng also said to Zhou Yunwei. Okay, I happen to have a contract card here. Let's sign the contract first, and then I will go find you. From now on, the two of us brothers will ride in this sea area, Zhou Yunwei said to Go Sheng. Okay, boss. Go Sheng nodded after hearing Zhou Yunwei's words. Seeing that Go Sheng agreed, Zhou Yunwei took out a contract card from his collection and chose to use it towards Go Sheng. The same black smoke drifted towards the island stone. At the same time, a puff of black smoke also appeared on Go Sheng's side. Go Sheng did not choose to resist and allowed the black smoke to sink into his body. As soon as the black smoke entered the body, there was a faint telepathy between Go Sheng and Zhou Yunwei. Zhou Yunwei slowly raised his head, looked towards the east of his island, and said to Go Sheng, I can already feel your island. I estimated the distance. It will take me about 2 days to get to you. Just wait for me on the island. Okay, boss. Go Sheng nodded and said to Zhou Yunwei. After getting Go Sheng's response, Zhou Yunwei directly chose to hang up the communication, and then walked towards the heavy galley. When Zhou Yunwei just stepped onto the galley, he received a prompt in his ear. It has been detected that you are about to abandon your island. You can now choose to recover the island. If you choose to recycle the island, all the cornerstones will be returned, and you can choose to rebuild your island at any location, or exchange the island stones for other materials. The exchange ratio is 1 to 1. If you do not choose to reclaim the island will become an unowned island and will most likely be occupied by other survivors. Hearing this prompt, Zhou Yunwei was stunned for a moment, and then directly chose to reclaim the island. Just kidding. If the island is not reclaimed, the entire island will be converted into an ownerless island. He, Zhou Yunwei, is not so kind as to make wedding clothes for others. After all, his own island is more than 1,000 square meters, and he is not generous enough to abandon such a large island at will. And after recycling, you can rebuild your own island at any location. This means that if you choose to recycle, you actually won't lose anything. This is equivalent to moving, and moving the entire home together with the house. Since there was such a choice, Zhou Yunwei did not consider other options at all and directly chose recycling. And after recycling, he had no intention of exchanging it for other materials. The exchange ratio is 1 to 1, which is really pitiful, even according to the previous situation. Before I raised the price with the Oath Survival Group, the ratio had already reached 1 to 2. Now after both parties raised prices, the ratio has been fixed to 1 to 3. Therefore, Zhou Yunwei just chose to recycle the cornerstone and store it. After doing all this, Zhou Yunwei stood on his boat and saw that his island was slowly sinking. In just 5 minutes, the entire island sank directly to the bottom of the sea. Looking at the calm sea, Zhou Yunwei sighed, then walked directly to the sail and lowered it. Using the power brought by the sea breeze, Zhou Yunwei readjusted the direction of the galley and sailed towards the island where Go Shun was. Zhou Yunwei is now unable to maximize the speed of this heavy galley. But even so, the warship has reached 240 kilometers per hour. Everything is ready. All that's left is to wait with peace of mind. Seeing his warship cutting through the sea through thorny obstacles, Zhou Yunwei was full of confidence at this time. If one day, my warship can be full of people, how majestic it will be. Wouldn't it be great if a group of confidants rushed to the islands with weapons, then kill the people on the islands and plunder their supplies? No, you can't kill these survivors. You should just grab all their supplies, and then leave a broken fishing net to them so they can salvage supplies for you. Zhou Yunwei directly rejected his previous idea. Just killing the survivors on the island is too cheap for them, so he should keep them in captivity. From now on, I only need to go to the island to collect supplies at a fixed time. And that's it. Zhou Yunwei doesn't think anyone can stop him. And as time goes by, these survivors trapped by him can only become weaker and weaker. And you can, just like a snowball, become stronger and stronger. Others can be let go. But the people of Oath, Night Breeze, Sky City, and Full Moon cannot be let go. When I see them in the future, I will send them to heaven directly. Zhou Yunwei suddenly thought of his enemy. He felt that other people could be kept in captivity, but swore to them that he must kill them. It seems that when I watched movies in the past, the pirates liked to cut small wounds on their captives, then tie them up and let them jump into the sea. They used the smell of blood to lure the sharks. It seems like this kind of thing is quite interesting. Zhou Yunwei imagined in his mind how he should treat his enemies in the future. As he thought about it, Zhou Yunwei couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 112. There's something wrong with this island. Just when Zhou Yunwei began to think about his future life, Tang Sichuan was still floating on the sea. The entire warship is only 40 meters long. Although Tang Sichuan was still very novel at first, this ship is really too small. When Tang Sichuan ran back and forth several times and touched the entire ship, less than 24 hours had passed. Tang Sichuan was so bored that he could only go back to the captain's cabin, lie down on his bed, and wait for the last 12 hours. By the time Tang Sichuan opened his eyes again, 11 hours had passed. Now there is only less than an hour away from the island where the Stream Tribe is located. Tang Sichuan rubbed his face, looked at the chart, and found that he was almost reaching his destination. So he started to prepare. First, Tang Sichuan directly called Mu Shi and Nashi. Nanshur! Mu Shi! Tell me more about the situation on the island. Tang Sichuan looked at Onshur and Mu Shi and said slowly. After hearing Tang Sichuan's words, Mu Shi and Nashi looked at each other. And then Mu Shi stood up and said to Tang Sichuan, Master, originally there were only about 200 people in the tribe. Among them, there were about 80 old people and children. The rest were young and strong. Among these young men, women account for 1/3, about 40 of them, and the rest are adult men. and half of these men followed us out to sea. In other words, there are only at most 40 adult men on the island now. These people are led by my father, the tribe leader, Jushur. In the original tribe, the person with the final say was actually the high priest, followed by the tribe leader. Mushi slowly said to Tang Xiuquan, "Your father. What kind of person is Jushur?" Tang Xiuquan asked. When Mushi heard Tang Xiuquan's words, he didn't know how to reply for a moment. The stubborn stone on the side stood up and said, "Master, the people of the Big Stone tribe are actually quite good people." "Very good? What's a good idea?" Tang Xiuquan was a little confused. "Master, the patriarch of the Jushur tribe actually takes good care of his tribe members. But even the patriarch can't refute the high priest. After all, the high priest has a high say in the tribe. But even so, the clan leader will still argue with the high priest and speak for us." Nonshur thought for a while and said, "I take good care of you." Tang Xiuquan murmured, "According to your statement, now that the high priest is dead, will the entire tribe obey the patriarch's words?" Tang Xiuquan asked. "Yes, master." Yanshur and Mushi nodded at the same time, and then said, "As long as the high priest does not stop him, the entire tribe is willing to obey the clan leader's arrangements." "Oh, so, even if the clan leader asks your clansmen to surrender to me, that's okay?" Tang Xiuquan asked. "Yes, I'm sure of this." Nushi nodded to confirm. "Then you say, is it possible for Chief Jushur to seek refuge with me?" Tang Xiuquan was unwilling to have a direct conflict with the Sisi tribe. After all, there are few people now, and the entire Sisi tribe has been regarded by Tang Xiuquan as his own private property, and they are all hard to find labor force. He didn't want to lose this labor force for no reason. "Master, if you can provide the clan members with the same standards as now, I think the clan leader will agree." Nushi thought for a while and said to Tang Xiuquan, "Provide the same standards?" This was too easy for Tang Xiuquan. After this period of contact, Tang Xiuquan discovered that these indigenous people's definition of a good life is meat for every meal. It doesn't matter what kind of meat they are. And what is the most important thing about yourself? Isn't it just a sea fish? Although there is a lack of food diversity on my own island, there is no shortage of meat alone. There are automatic fishing nets and the evolution of ponds, which can at least provide yourself with 1 ton of sea fish every day, with the income of 2 or 3 tons of marine fish every day. How could Tang Xiuquan feed these indigenous people? Moreover, with Fan Long planting seeds on the island, it can be said that there is no need to worry about the source of food on his own island. After listening to Mushi and Nashi's words, Tang Xiuquan suddenly became confident in the peaceful integration of the Shi tribe. "In this way, we will choose a relatively secluded place to dock in a while. And then Mushi, you will go to the island first to contact your father. Just tell your father that the high priest is dead. If they are willing, the whole family can move to my island. I can provide them with a steady source of food. I won't oppress them. I just need them to help me work." Tang Xiuquan thought for a while and said to Mushi, "I understand, master." Mushi nodded after hearing Tang Xiuquan's words. Soon, Tang Xiuquan saw an island appearing on the sea in the distance. This island is more than 1 kilometer from its east and west ends, although I don't know how big it is from the north to the south. According to Tang Xiuquan's visual inspection, this island is not small. Moreover, there are dense woods all over the island, and some seabirds are flying over the island. Tang Xiuquan looked at this island that was many times larger than his own island, and he fell into deep thought. That's not right. This island is so big. How come there is a shortage of food? Tang Xiuquan thought with a frown. He thought about his island. It was only 210,000 square meters. It looked very big, but in fact it was just over 400 meters long on a side. Less than 500 meters long. But even such a small island can provide me with a steady stream of food. Why is the big island in front of me lacking food? Tang Xiuquan couldn't figure it out. However, now is not the time to think about this. After conquering the stream tribe and walking around the island, you may be able to find out the reason. Nushi, let the boat come over. Find a place to hide first. Tang Xiuquan yelled at Nushi. Got it, master. Nushi heard Tang Xiuquan shouting and yelled at the tribesmen behind him. Tang Xiuquan's warship slowly moved towards the island of the Sisi tribe. When the warship docked behind a cliff, Mushi jumped directly into the waist-deep sea and swam towards the island. Soon, Mushi landed on the island. At this time, he turned around, waved to Tang Xiuquan, and ran towards the depths of the island. Tang Xiuquan stood at the bow of the boat, waiting quietly for Mushi. hoping that he could bring back good news. At this time, Mushi had just entered the forest when he immediately felt something was wrong. It seems that something is wrong in the woods. He raised his head and looked at the woods around him, but found nothing. Then he put his fingers into his mouth and whistled. As soon as the whistle blew, there was a noise in the woods. A moment later, a group of indigenous warriors holding stone spears and wearing animal skins appeared in front of Mushi. "Young patriarch, why are you here?" One of the leading warriors was a little surprised when he saw clearly that it was Mushi. Chapter 113 must be controlled. "Huh? Is that you, Martin?" Mushi saw the native, who suddenly appeared clearly and greeted him happily. "No, young patriarch. You have been out for half a year. Why are you suddenly back alone? Where are the others?" Martin looked at Mushi with a strange look on his face. "What? Has it been half a year?" Mushi also had a weird look on his face when he heard Martin's words. He remembered that he had obviously been out for less than a month. So why was it only half a year? However, these issues are not important now. The important thing now is that he must see his father immediately and tell him about his master. "Ma done. I have something to do now, and I need to talk to the clan leader. Is he still in the tribe?" Mushi asked. "The clan leader is here." Martin nodded, and then said to Mushi, "Then you can go back first. I still need to guard here." Mushi nodded when he heard Martin's words, and then walked directly towards the depths of the woods. After he passed through the woods, he came to a wider gathering place. The entire gathering place is only about 1,000 square meters, but there are dozens of earthen rooms. Some old men, with some children, were tinkering in the tribe. The women are collecting the prey captured by the male natives. When Mushi appeared for the first time, other tribesmen who were still in the tribe looked at Mushi. "Huh? Young patriarch?" A two-tribe member recognized Mushi and shouted loudly. Mushi didn't speak, just nodded. "Great! The young patriarch is back." A group of natives cheered when they discovered that the person who came back was really Mushi. Hearing the cheers of the tribe, Mushi's father, Dashi, the leader of the Shi tribe, also ran out. "Father!" When Mushi saw the boulder, he immediately ran out from the crowd and saluted to the boulder. "Yeah, it'll be good to come back." Jusher looked at Mushi and didn't ask him where the others were. He just thought it would be good if his son could come back. After all, as soon as my son and the others left, there was no news for half a year. "Father, I'm living a good life outside." Mushi looked at the boulder and felt like crying. But he immediately thought of the task Tang Sichuan had given him. He hurriedly said to the boulder, "Father, I have something very important to say to my father alone." Jusher saw Mushi's serious expression, and he nodded, and then said to Mushi, "Come in." After Mushi heard what Jusher said, he walked directly into Jusher's room. When Jusher saw Mushi walking into the room, he waved to the people still outside and said, "You all go and do your work." After saying that, the giant stone walked into his earthen house without looking back. "What's wrong?" Jusher walked into the earthen house and asked directly. "Father, the high priest is dead." Mushi dropped a big bomb when he opened his mouth. "What? The high priest is dead?" Jusher was dumbfounded when he heard Mushi's words. "How could the high priest die? He is not a man of God?" Jusher asked in disbelief. "The high priest led people to attack the master's island, but was killed by the master," Mushi said directly. "What? Master? What master?" Jusher couldn't believe what Mushi said, and then continued. "No. Didn't the high priest go to attack the alien island? Why did a master suddenly appear? Also, are you enslaved? Father, please calm down first and listen to me slowly." After hearing Jusher's series of questions, Mushi could only comfort Jusher first. In the end, Mushi spent half an hour telling Jusher his experiences during this period. Jusher was confused and confused. "Wait a minute and let me figure it out," Jusher said after listening to Mushi's words. "You mean, you took people to that alien island, and then you saw the stubborn stone and black soil? Then 10 warriors fought against 3 of them, and they lost?" "Yes." Mushi nodded. "Maka was also defeated by that stranger?" "Yes." Mushi still nodded. "In the end, the high priest was also killed by that stranger? Moreover, in these 3 battles, except for the high priest who died, no other clan members were injured?" Jusher still asked in disbelief. "Yes, father. They are all unharmed and on the master's island." Mushi nodded firmly. "Not only that, there is much more food on the master's island than here, and we can get food easily," Mushi said. How is that possible? Jusher expressed disbelief. From what Mushi said, that stranger's island was much smaller than his own. Probably not even a quarter. The food available on such a big island is pitiful. How could there be so much food on that foreigner's island? The occasional meat on the island can only be enjoyed by the high priest and himself. The other tribesmen usually eat wild fruits to satisfy their hunger. And that strange island actually has more meat than wild fruits. How can this be? But Jusher felt that his son would not lie to him. Could it be that the alien's island really had so much food? Thinking of this, Jusher suddenly had the idea of taking that island as his own. If he could own that island, he would be able to feed more people. It seems that this is not impossible, since most of the people on the alien's island are from his own tribe, and there are only 4 or 5 aliens. Then it is indeed possible for him to occupy that small island. Thinking of this, Jusher frowned and asked Mushi in a low voice, "Do you think it's possible for us to occupy that island by ourselves?" When Mushi heard Jusher's words, he stood up immediately, with a hint of anger on his face. "Father, how can you think like this? The master treats us very well, although he is my master in name. But he cares about us very much. Whether it's the source of food or the house we live in, it's all given to us by our master. It can be said that whatever the master eats, we also eat. It can be said that although the master is our master, but he is more like our brother. If you, father, want to harm the master, then take it from our corpses step over." Mushi said with a serious face. Jusher was dumbfounded when he heard Mushi's words. What kind of situation was it? Didn't I just say that it was very possible to capture the alien island? How could you have such a big reaction? However, Mushi's words aroused Jusher's doubts. He couldn't figure out why Mushi defended the foreigner so much. Could it be that the stranger gave Mushi some witchcraft? When he thought of this, there was some anger on Jusher's face. Jusher was now certain that his son must have been controlled by the stranger using some means. Chapter 114, Don't Come Over. After only a brief consideration, Jusher made up his mind to save his son. He stood up slowly, then pretended to be thinking, and slowly walked around the back of Mushi. "Father, what are you thinking about? As long as we follow our master, our tribe will definitely grow stronger." Mushi was still persuading Jusher. He felt his father coming around behind him, and he wanted to stand up. As a result, as soon as he stood up, he saw Jusher holding a big wooden stick in his hand. "Father, what are you going to do?" Mushi looked horrified and wanted to question Jusher. But before he could finish his sentence, Jusher hit him in the head. Suddenly, Mushi felt that many fish appeared in front of his eyes. And they were still very, very big fish. Then, he fainted and fell to the ground. "Son, Daddy is saving you." Jusher looked at Mushi with a distressed expression, his face full of fatherly love. It's just this kind of kindness that really makes people happy. The boulder knocked Mushi unconscious with a stick, and he immediately ran out of his earthen house and shouted to the tribe members, "Quick! Prepare the blood of the black dog." "Black dog?" "Clan leader. What happened?" A tribesman on the side ran over immediately after hearing Jusher's words. "Young patriarch must have been affected by witchcraft. The high priest said before that if you are affected by witchcraft, you can use black dog blood," Jusher said to the tribesman. The surrounding tribesmen looked anxious when they heard that Mushi had been bewitched. Several elven tribesmen immediately ran towards a black dog, preparing to kill the dog and bleed it. "Come a few people and help the young patriarch outside, and we will exorcise him later," Jusher ordered the clan members again. "Yes, clan leader." Upon hearing Jusher's words, several clan members immediately rushed into Jusher's room and carried out the unconscious Mushi. Then, this group of tribesmen quickly helped Mushi to a pillar. Feeling the pain in his body, Mushi slowly woke up. He opened his eyes first, feeling that he was still a little confused. He shook his head vigorously, and the big bump on his forehead made him grimace in pain. When the pain passed, he realized that he was tied up. "What's going on? Who hit me just now? Why am I tied up?" Mushi was still a little confused. "Son, don't worry. I will definitely save you." Watching Mushi wake up, Jusher came to Mushi with excitement on his face. "Save me? Why save me?" Mushi heard Jusher's words, but had not yet reacted. He wanted to say something. "If you want to save me, put me down quickly." As a result, as soon as Mushi opened his mouth and was about to speak, a tribesman ran towards Mushi carrying a big basin. Then, with everyone watching, the tribesman threw the thing in his hand towards Mushi. Seeing the basin of fishy and red liquid being poured towards him, Mushi forgot to speak or close his mouth. when the basin of fishy and red black dog blood splashed all over him from head to toe. Mushi was dumbfounded. He never thought that one day he would be scolded in front of someone. "Father! What are you going to do?" Mushi spat out the blood in his mouth, and then yelled at the boulder. "Son! Are you okay?" Jusher heard Mushi's words and asked immediately. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Mushi said helplessly, feeling the boulder with concerned eyes. "Huh?" Upon hearing Mushi say that he was fine, Jusher's expression changed again. "Clan leader, why do I feel that this black dog blood is useless?" A tribesman on the side looked at the boulder with a bad face and immediately came to his side and said. Jusher didn't speak, just nodded, but his stern look said everything. "Patriarch, I heard the high priest said that General Witchcraft is afraid of filthy things, since black dog blood is useless. Should we change it to something more filthy?" After hearing what the tribesman said, Jusher thought about it and felt that what he said made sense. So he nodded and said, "Then go and prepare." When the tribesmen heard Jusher's words, they immediately nodded and then walked towards the outside of the crowd. Mushi looked at the tribesman who had just splashed blood on him and walked outside again. He suddenly felt something was wrong. "No! Come back! What the hell are you going to do again? Come back!" Mushi panicked a little. "Son! Don't blame Dad." Jusher looked at Mushi with a distressed expression. "No! Father! I'm really fine. Why are you doing this to me? Son! You are possessed by evil spirits. Just bear with it. You will be fine in a while." Jusher looked at Mushi and said, "No! Father! I didn't. I'm very awake now." Mushi explained quickly. Jusher, "I know that most people who are possessed by evil spirits say that they are not possessed by evil spirits." Mushi, "But I am really not possessed by evil spirits. I can prove it." Jusher, "People who are possessed by evil spirits say so. They all say they can prove it." Mushi, "But I can really prove it. Let me go and I will prove it to you." Jusher, "Don't let go. No matter what you say. I don't believe it. Give way. Here comes the fresh and hot cow dung." The Naming people got 2 buckets of excrement from somewhere. The kind with soup in it. When the surrounding tribesmen saw this scene, they all made way for him. Even if they are indigenous people, they can't stand the smell. "Don't come over." Mushi looked at the tribesmen and let out a heartbreaking roar. But his roar was destined to be in vain. "Clan leader, the things are here." The clan members were very excited. "Well, for the sake of the young patriarch, let's get started." Jusher saw the tribesman and placed the bucket heavily at his feet. The bucket of water, due to the vibration, made a splash, falling towards the instep of his feet, and the boulder jumped back quickly and dodged it. "Okay, clan leader." The tribesman nodded resolutely, then picked up the bucket again and walked towards Mushi. "Go away quickly. Don't come over." Mushi went crazy, but no matter how hard he struggled, it had no effect. "Young patriarch, I'm sorry." The tribesman said sorry to Mushi first, then took a wooden ladle, took a scoop, and poured it on Mushi's head. When the first gourd of water poured down from Mushi's head, Mushi's eyes were glazed over, and his whole body was as if his soul had been pulled out, and his whole body was paralyzed. The tribesman saw that Mushi was honest when he saw his first scoop. He thought his excrement had worked. And then another scoop came. 1 ladle, another ladle, and another ladle. Mushi was drenched completely, and now he just wanted to die. Seeing this, the tribesman felt unhappy. He directly picked up the bucket and poured it down towards Mushi. Just when he lifted the barrel over Mushi's head, a crossbow bolt shot out from the woods and pierced the barrel in his hand. Chapter 115. Are you serious about taking a step back? The sudden crossbow bolts frightened all the natives present, although they didn't know what this thing was. The huge lethality and the destructive power that could shoot through the barrel shocked them. A wooden barrel can be shot through. If it were shot at a person, wouldn't it be penetrated? A group of natives were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. The tribesman who was about to pour water on Mushi was also dumbfounded. Big beads of sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. He didn't dare to move now, for fear that the thing would shoot directly into him next time. However, he didn't want to move. But there were some things he couldn't control, such as the barrel he raised above his head. This wooden barrel has been used for many years, and is a bit worn. If it hadn't been penetrated by a crossbow bolt, it might have lasted a few more years. But now, the barrel has been penetrated by the crossbow arrow, destroying its overall structure and making it structurally unstable. The consequence of structural instability is that the barrel breaks into pieces. Since the barrels are broken, the contents of the barrels will fall directly downwards under the laws of gravity and free fall. He poured water on that tribesman's head. The smell above penetrated the tribesman's nostrils and overturned his heavenly spirit cap. Then, he rolled his eyes. His brain began to overclock. And then he fell straight back and fainted. Jusher looked at the clansman, who fell to the ground with a confused look on his face. What was he thinking about? Where did it come from? Before he could think clearly, a four-legged creature came out of the woods outside the tribe. Still black. When the boulder didn't react, he knocked the boulder down from behind. The sharp teeth, sharp claws, and the low roar coming from his ears made Jusher feel like he was going to die. All this happened in the blink of an eye, and the surrounding indigenous people had not yet reacted. Hack! What is that? If I'm not mistaken, it should be a dog. Can your dog grow so big? The surrounding natives were shocked when they saw Heisey knocking down the boulder, and then started talking. At this time, Jusher wanted to curse in his heart. Can you rescue me first and then discuss it? Should we rescue the clan leader first? A suddenly enlightened native asked the people around him. Save? How to save? That thing is as strong as a wolf. How to save it? Then you can't just look at it. How about we use some meat to lure the wolf away? What a great idea! Let's do it! Hearing this, Jusher suddenly felt warm in his heart. He felt that his tribe was reliable, and could actually think of using meat to lure away the beasts behind him. No! All that meat is for the high priest! Suddenly a very discordant voice sounded. When Jusher heard this voice, he wanted to kill the other party. And the high priest? By now the high priest has probably been thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Even if you keep it for him, he still has to live to eat it. However, just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt something falling quickly on top of his head. Oh! A strange cry suddenly sounded above everyone's heads. Then more than a dozen figures descended from the sky and fell directly into the crowd. Don't move! If anyone moves, I will stab your clan leader to death. Tang Sichuan carried an iron gun on his back and a samurai's sword on his waist. The crossbow was fastened to his waist and slid down a vine into the crowd. Following him were a group of stubborn people. Each of them also carried an iron gun. As soon as Tang Sichuan and others landed, they drew out the weapons from behind and pointed them at the surrounding natives. Tang Sichuan, on the other hand, drew out his samurai sword, placed it on the boulder's neck, drew out his repeating crossbow, and pointed it at the surrounding natives. Looking at the iron guns flashing with cold light, the group of natives were dumbfounded for a moment. What was the situation, and how did these people fall from the sky? And what are they holding in their hands? How does it feel so powerful? The surrounding natives only felt that the weapon in Tang Sichuan's hand was very powerful. But Jusher had already experienced it personally. The sharp blade had cut the skin on his neck. The biting coldness made him shiver. Who are you? How dare you come to our tribe? At this time, a native jumped out with a stone spear, pointed at Tang Sichuan and others, and shouted loudly. Without saying a word, Tang Sichuan shot an arrow directly at the native's thigh. He knew very well that he was now surrounded by the natives, and what he wanted was to oppress them with momentum. If you don't have enough momentum and are suppressed by the natives, you will have no choice but to fight hard. Tang Sichuan didn't want to go head-to-head with these natives. After all, these people would be his labor force in the future. Therefore, when the native jumped out, Tang Sichuan shot him an arrow to scare the monkeys. The sharp crossbow arrow directly pierced the native's thigh. He looked down first, and then the severe pain was transmitted to his brain. Ah! The native dropped the stone spear in his hand, hugged his thigh, and let out a miserable cry. Hearing the scream of the native, the other tribesmen around him took a step back. Who else wants to try it? Tang Sichuan asked with a serious expression. The surrounding natives did not dare to speak, but no one dared to question Tang Sichuan. Tang Sichuan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he had calmed down all the natives present. As long as all the natives are suppressed from the beginning, then these natives will definitely make wise choices due to my own deception. Oh, no, my own persuasion. Tang Sichuan looked at the fearful natives and thought to himself. However, when Tang Sichuan looked around at the surrounding natives, he did not see Mushi except for a strange, green, smelly, tied native. He was still a little worried about Mushi, so he asked the surrounding natives, "Where is your young clan leader? Mushi?" After hearing Mushi's translation, the surrounding natives looked at the tied man with very strange eyes. Although, at this time, these natives had not yet recognized the stubborn stone whose face was smeared with black mud. Although they did not know why this black-faced weirdo knew their language, they still understood it. Tang Sichuan was also very surprised why when he asked Mu Shi. These natives looked at the Tide Man with strange eyes. Could it be? Tang Sichuan suddenly thought of a possibility. And then he unconsciously took 2 steps back. At this time, Mu Shi, who had been unconscious, finally woke up. However, the first time he woke up, he saw Tang Xiaochuan retreating. At this time, Mu Shi felt that he was wronged and abandoned by Tang Sichuan. If he hadn't had a strange taste in his mouth and his brain was still in a daze, he would have wanted to ask Tang Sichuan, Master, are you serious about taking that step back? Chapter 116, I feel like you did it on purpose. Master! Mu Shi, who had been washed several times and almost rubbed all the skin off his body, appeared in front of Tang Sichuan again. However, there was still a look of resentment on his face. Ha! Mu Shi, don't worry about these details. Tang Sichuan looked at Mu Shi with resentful eyes, feeling a little uncomfortable all over his body. Master, I know everything. What else could Mu Shi say? He could only forgive Tang Sichuan. In fact, Tang Sichuan can't be blamed for this. After all, if it were his own, he would probably do the same. Can you blame that tribesman? It seems impossible. After all, that tribesman also obeyed the orders of the patriarch. His father. Can you blame your father? It seems that he can't blame his father. After all, Jusher thought that he was possessed by an evil spirit and wanted to save himself. So, after looking around, Mu Shi could only blame himself for his bad luck in the end. Have all arrangements been made for your tribe? Tang Xiaochuan asked, changing the subject. We have arranged for them, and they are now temporarily placed in the square. The tribesmen who followed us are watching them, Mu Shi said. After listening to Mu Shi's words, Tang Xiaochuan nodded, and then continued to ask, By the way, where is your father? Hearing Tang Sichuan mention his father, Mu Shi's face suddenly became a little ugly. Master, father is locked in his own room now, Mu Shi said to Tang Sichuan. Yes, I understand. Tang Xiaochuan nodded, and then thought that if he wanted to control the entire Stream tribe, he could only control the boulder first. But if you want to control the boulder, the best and fastest way is to use the contract card directly against him. However, he didn't want to use the contract card directly on Jusher. He wanted to try and see if he could have a good chat with Jusher. Tell me, I'll have a good chat with your father. Can he lead his tribe to join me? Tang Xiaochuan asked. Mu Shi thought for a while and shook his head at Tang Sichuan. Master, I don't think it's possible. Why? Tang Sichuan was stunned for a moment when he heard Mu Shi's words, and then asked, Master, actually I told my father before you came. But what my father wants is to monopolize your island. Oh, I didn't realize that your father's ambitions are quite big. Tang Sichuan suddenly became angry when he heard Mu Shi's words. Although Mu Shi said that it was unlikely that Tang Sichuan would talk about the boulder, Tang Sichuan still planned to give it a try. At worst, just give him another contract card and that'll be it. The reason why Tang Sichuan wanted to try to convince the indigenous leaders to join him without using contract cards was to prevent him from being able to conquer these indigenous people without contract cards in the future. Tang Sichuan thought for a while and said to Mu Shi, You will change with Nashi later, and I will take Nashi to see your father. Mu Shi was not stupid. When he heard Tang Xiaochuan's words, he knew that there might be some scenes that were not suitable for him to watch. Although Mu Shi will not betray Tang Sichuan under the constraints of the contract card, this does not mean that he is willing to see his father suffer. Soon, Tang Xiaochuan, led by Nu Shi, came to the front of the giant stone. When Jusher saw Tang Sichuan, he turned his head aside in dissatisfaction. Chief Jusher, you are still angry, Tang Sichuan said to Jusher with a smile. Huh? Jusher said nothing, looking arrogant. Chief of the giant stone. What a talk. Snort. Chief Jusher, don't do this. I have a bad temper. Snort. After being rejected 3 times in a row, Tang Sichuan suddenly felt a little angry. He stood up slowly, looked at Jusher's abdomen, and then said, Chief Jusher, have you ever seen a boxing technique? The kind that can punch hundreds of punches per second? Jusher? Seeing the confused look on Jusher's face, Tang Sichuan showed him a warm smile. Oh! Tang Sichuan suddenly shouted, and then he hit the boulder's belly hard. With just 2 punches, the boulder was hit so hard that its eyes bulged out and its cheeks bulged. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, punch to the flesh. Tang Sichuan punched quickly, leaving an afterimage of his fist. after Jusher received 4 or 5 punches. He couldn't bear it anymore and shouted loudly. Hearing Boulder's painful cry, Mushi and the other natives, who were still outside, shook unconsciously. What the natives thought was that Tang Sichuan was too cruel, while Mushi thought why he was so cruel. Then Mushi sighed, pulled some grass from the ground, and blocked his ears. Although Mushi blocked his ears, he also knew very well that Tang Sichuan would not really hurt his father, and would at most make him suffer. Say it or not! Say it or not! Tang Sichuan shouted like a demon while punching quickly. If Tang Sichuan could stop at this time, Jusher would definitely ask Tang Sichuan what he wanted him to say. But Tang Sichuan did not stop, and continued to violently attack the giant stone's belly. In fact, Tang Sichuan has already given up. After all, Tang Sichuan's current physical fitness, with the blessing of a large number of S-level freshwater and level C fish, has far exceeded that of ordinary weightlifters. However, even so, Tang Sichuan was still in great pain from hitting the boulder. After punching more than 20 times in a row, Tang Sichuan stopped. Oh, you still have a hard mouth? Wait for me to take it easy, Tang Sichuan said while looking at the boulder. No. What on earth do you want me to say? Jusher asked immediately after hearing Tang Sichuan's words. He was deeply afraid that if he spoke too slowly, Tang Sichuan would punch him again. Clan Chief Jusher, are you willing to chat now? Tang Sichuan suddenly smiled when he heard Jusher's words. Chat! Jusher couldn't wait to say when he heard Tang Sichuan ask himself again. After hearing Jusher's words, Tang Sichuan's mouth suddenly showed a smile. In negotiations, isn't it that whoever takes the initiative will have the upper hand? Who benefits? In the current situation, whoever has the bigger fist will take the initiative. Chief Jusher, I heard that you want to occupy my island, Tang Sichuan asked casually. Jusher, who said that? This is impossible. I never said it. Don't slander me. Tang Sichuan. Ah! Jusher. Why did you hit me again? Tang Sichuan. You are dishonest. You lied to me. Jusher. How do you know that I lied to you? Everything I said is obviously true. Tang Sichuan. I don't believe it. I don't listen. Ah duh! Jusher. Why did you hit me again? Tang Sichuan. Because you asked me questions, and I don't like others asking me questions. When Jusher heard Tang Sichuan's words, his whole face suddenly changed. He wanted to ask Tang Sichuan, do you just want to beat me up? So you are making excuses. Tang Sichuan looked at Jusher's eyes full of meaning. He instantly understood what Jusher meant. And then, he couldn't help but nodded. Seeing Tang Sichuan nod, Jusher suddenly felt like he had swallowed several flies. Chapter 117, Patriarch. Just promise the master. Okay, Chief Boulder. I don't like ink stains, so we'd better be more direct. Tang Sichuan looked solemn, then took out a contract card from his arms, waved it in front of Jusher, and then said, does Chief Jusher know what this is? Jusher looked at the black card in Tang Sichuan's hand and shook his head in confusion. Chief Boulder, this is a contract card. You can forcefully sign a contract with someone. As long as a contract is signed, the person being signed will never betray the master. No matter how unbelievable the master's request is, the person being signed will complete it. Huh? Jusher was stunned for a moment when he heard Tang Sichuan's words, then frowned and said to Tang Sichuan, so, those people outside who followed you have signed a contract with you? No. Tang Sichuan shook his head, then looked at the boulder again, and said slowly, the only people who signed a contract with me are Nashi and Mushi. Impossible. If only Nashi and Mushi have signed a contract with you, then how can those people outside be willing to obey your orders? Jusher shook his head in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Tang Sichuan smiled slightly, and then continued, does Chief Jusher want to know? Jusher didn't speak, but the longing in his eyes showed deeply that he really wanted to know. Tang Sichuan saw Jusher's desire. He grinned and the corners of his mouth turned into a square root shape. Because I can make them eat better than the tribe. After they follow me, they don't have to risk their lives every day to go hunting. They only need to work for me, help me build my island, and complete the tasks I give them, so they can get a lot of meat. They don't have to trade their lives for these meats, and they can be full. On my island, there is an unlimited supply of meat, provided you can still eat it, and I give them hope that they can live a better life, under the witness of me and them. The island looks different every day. They are all human beings and can have their own discernment. They will naturally make the wisest choice. Enough for the meat too? How is this possible? Jusher clearly didn't believe it when he heard Tang Xichuan's words. As far as I know, your island is less than a quarter of the size of mine, and you get such food from there. When Jusher heard what Tang Xichuan said, he immediately expressed his disbelief. Although the island is small, there are still a lot of resources in the sea. When Tang Xichuan heard what Jusher said, he smiled noncommittally, and then said, If Chief Jusher doesn't believe it, you can go to my island and have a look. Humph. Jusher immediately snorted when he heard Tang Xichuan's words, and then glanced to the side. Jusher is not stupid. If Tang Xichuan asked him to go to the island, then he might let himself leave so easily. Moreover, if I leave with Tang Xichuan, what will the people on this island do? After Tang Xichuan heard Jusher's cold snort, he didn't care. He just waved it in front of Jusher's eyes, and then said, Clan leader Jusher should know that I have a contract card in my hand. Then do you know why I don't just use the contract card on you? Huh? If you could use it unconditionally, I'm afraid you would have used it long ago. As the leader of the clan, Jusher couldn't be a fool. After hearing Tang Xichuan's words, he immediately thought of a possibility. Tang Xichuan nodded after hearing Jusher's words. Indeed, the signing of this contract card must be voluntary by both parties. Otherwise, if it is signed by force, the success rate will be very low. You just have to give up on this. I can't be willing to do it. Jusher looked a little arrogant. Actually, I can force you to sign a contract by knocking you unconscious. And the current method is 100% successful. The reason why I am unwilling to choose this method is actually because I want you to sincerely surrender to me, not because of the existence of the contract card. I am confident that I can enable all of you to live a life without worries about food and clothing. Tang Xichuan said seriously. When Jusher heard Tang Xichuan say that he could knock himself out before signing the contract, he suddenly panicked. But after he heard Tang Xichuan say that he was unwilling to sign the contract just like that, he became a little silent. Indeed, as Tang Xichuan said, if Tang Xichuan wanted to force him to sign a contract, then he really had no chance to resist. He has a contract card in his hand, but it's useless. Is it true that he is as confident as he said? Jusher was extremely confused. Tang Xichuan also saw Jusher's entanglement, and then said to Jusher, You think about it. I will set off to return tomorrow. If you haven't thought clearly by then, I will have to use the contract card on you. Because, without your guidance, the tribesmen outside would not be willing to go back with me. Why do you want so many people? Jusher asked with some confusion after hearing Tang Xichuan's words. Because there are too few people on my island. My island needs you and your tribe to develop it together. Tang Xichuan thought for a while and said, An island that is only a quarter of the size of this island needs so many people? Besides, the island will be built one day. At that time, would you still be willing to support me and my people? Jusher said mockingly. When Tang Xichuan heard what Jusher said, he knew that Jusher had misunderstood. He rubbed his forehead with some pain, and then said to the boulder, Although, I don't know how to explain it to you, but one thing I can assure you is that my island will continue to expand. So, those things you are worried about are impossible to happen. Tang Xichuan said it as if nothing had happened, and Jusher was frightened when he heard it. What do you mean? Will the island expand? And this operation? Jusher's face was full of disbelief. Tang Xichuan also saw Jusher's disbelief, and then said to the stubborn stone behind him, Please confirm it with your clan leader. After hearing Tang Xichuan's words, Nushi took a step forward and said to the giant stone, Clan leader, what the master said is true. When Kuratsuchi and I went to the island was only a few hundred square meters. Now it is 210,000 square meters. Not only us, but also the tribesmen outside who came with us can confirm this. And the master also specially built a house for us and let us live in a room like a god. In that room, it is not hot in summer and not cold in winter. So, Lord Clan Leader, even if you are thinking about other clan members, just agree to the master's proposal. Nushi spoke with great emotion, and Jusher looked surprised when he heard it. After a long time, Jusher said to Tang Xichuan, I need to think about it. When Tang Xichuan heard that Jusher relented, he stopped trying to persuade him. After all, Jusher could only figure this out on his own, and no amount of persuasion from others would be of any use. Moreover, Tang Xichuan also thought about it. If Jusher hadn't figured it out yet, when he was about to regret it tomorrow, he would just use the contract card directly. Chapter 118 A Hot Spring River. Tang Xichuan took Nushi out of Jusher's room. Mushi, who was waiting outside, immediately came over to greet him. Master, has my father agreed? Tang Xichuan shook his head. Not yet. During this period, you should also go in and persuade your father. If you haven't agreed when you return tomorrow, I will have to use the contract card on him. When Mu Xi heard Tang Xichuan's words, he nodded and said nothing more. Oh, that's right. Tang Xichuan suddenly thought of something and said to Mu Xi, I will put some food in the room in a while, and you can let people share it. I will go with Nu Xi to check out other places on the island later. Hearing Tang Xichuan's words, Mu Xi nodded. Tang Xichuan didn't say anything else. He walked directly into Mu Xi's room, and then moved out the attached island stone from the system space. Then, Tang Xichuan began to use island stones to suggest a series of people on the island. Xichuan? Is that you? As soon as Tang Xichuan chose to call, the communication was immediately connected, and at the same time Ma Yin's anxious voice came over. Sister Ma Yin, it's me. When Tang Xichuan heard Ma Yin's words, a smile appeared on his face. How are you? Xichuan? Are you still used to being at sea? Ma Yin asked a series of questions. Sister Ma Yin, we are already at the place. It's already here? So fast? Didn't it say it would take 7 or 8 days? Ma Yin felt a little strange. Well, something unexpected happened, so we arrived early. Are you okay? Ma Yin immediately asked anxiously when she heard something happen to Tang Xichuan. It's okay. We are all safe, and we have occupied the entire Sisi tribe, Tang Xichuan said with some pride. So fast? Ma Yin shouted in surprise again. Then why did you call home today? Ma Yin asked. Tang Xichuan heard Ma Yin say, home. He suddenly felt a little emotional. He didn't know when he seemed to have regarded the island as his home. Is it when you eat your first full meal or when you build your first house? Tang Xichuan can't remember some things clearly, but now he does regard this place as his home. Perhaps with the people you like and with your friends. Anywhere is home. Xichuan? Ma Yin waited for a while, but didn't get a response from Tang Xichuan. So Ma Yin called out softly again. Huh? Tang Xichuan came back to his senses when he heard Ma Yin's voice. Oh, by the way, Sister Ma Yin, prepare some soldiers for me. Probably enough for 150 people to feed them for 2 days. Oh, I got it. Ma Yin nodded immediately when she heard Tang Xichuan asked her to prepare food. Then she initiated a transaction with Tang Xichuan from Daosher's interface. Soon, a meal of high-grade sea fish was traded. Sister Ma Yin, I'll go and get busy first. When Tang Xichuan saw that the transaction was completed, he said to Ma Yin and prepared to have people come in to move the fish. Xichuan, wait! Huh? What's wrong? Just when Tang Xichuan was about to hang up the communication, Ma Yin immediately stopped him. Ma Yin said nothing, and she initiated a deal with Tang Xichuan again. What is this? Tang Xichuan was a little confused when he saw that Ma Yin initiated a transaction with him again. Xichuan, the apples you planted are ripe, Mr. Fong said. Let you try them. Apples? Tang Xichuan was stunned when he heard Ma Yin mention apples. Then he suddenly remembered that he ate 2 A-grade apples on his first day in this world. Seeds were also obtained from one of the apple cores. Then he planted it himself. Unexpectedly, the apples are now ripe. Xichuan, you should try it too. Seeing that Tang Xichuan was still in a daze, Ma Yin urged. Yes. Tang Xichuan nodded after hearing Ma Yin's words and accepted the deal. Suddenly, 2 smaller apples appeared in Tang Xichuan's hands. Huh? This apple is a bit small. Tang Xichuan looked at the apple in his hand and murmured. Yes, Mr. Fong said. This apple tree, when it bears fruit in the first year, will be very small, and the taste is not very good. Just wait until the next year. Moreover, there are no insects that can pollinate on our island now. Mr. Fong and the others have already begun to think of ways to artificially pollinate. It is estimated that the next round of apples will taste much better. Ma Yin said to Tang Xichuan explained. When Tang Xichuan saw Ma Yin's nervous explanation, he immediately smiled and said, It's okay. I'm just sighing. Now, it's good to have apples to eat. With that said, Tang Xichuan took a bite of the apple. After one sip, Tang Xichuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Although this apple is small, it still tastes good, sour and sweet, and very delicious. Tang Xichuan ate the entire apple in 3 gulps. But this time, Tang Xichuan did not get the seeds. However, Tang Xichuan thought about it and felt that this was quite reasonable. Otherwise, if you eat an apple, there will be a seed, and you will have many A-grade apple trees sooner or later. Thinking about it with your toes. You know this is impossible. So, no seeds. No seeds. I don't lack the seed either. After Tang Sichuan said Lo to Ma Yin, he hung up the communication and walked out of the house. Mushi! Ask someone to move things into the house, Tang Sichuan said to Mushi, and then asked Nushi to follow him to the island. Tang Xiuchuan and Nashi, one holding an iron gun and the other holding a samurai sword, walked towards the woods. After walking for a few minutes, Tang Sichuan and Nushi were already far away from the tribe. Nansher, why is your tribe called the Stream Tribe? Tang Sichuan suddenly thought of a question and asked Nansher. This? Nushi paused for a moment after hearing Tang Sichuan's words, and then said, Master, because there is a hot spring stream on our island. It is called the Stream Tribe. Huh? Hot spring? When Tang Sichuan heard Nushi's words, he felt happy immediately, and then said, Take me to see it quickly. Well, this way. Nushi nodded, then pointed to the other side and said. Tang Sichuan looked in the direction pointed by the stubborn stone and found that there was a hill there. The hill is covered in vegetation, so some of it is less obvious. Tang Sichuan followed Nushi towards the hot spring. Soon, he smelled a strong smell of sulfur. He rubbed his nose and continued walking forward. When the stubborn rock lifted up a piece of vegetation, Tang Sichuan saw a river more than 3 meters wide appearing in front of him, with white smoke rising from the river. You can tell at a glance that the temperature of the water is not low. Tang Sichuan followed Nushi to the hot spring stream. Only then did he realize that although the stream was very wide, it was very shallow, probably only a few centimeters. He slowly stretched out his palm and felt the water temperature only a few centimeters away from the water, and found that the water was not that hot. Then he quickly tapped the water with his finger and found that although the water was still a little hot, the approximate temperature was over 60 degrees. There are also some yellow crystals on the bottom of the stream and on the rocks. Chapter 119. You call these wild fruits? This is a sulfur mine? Tang Sichuan looked at the light yellow crystals at the bottom of the stream with a look of surprise on his face. Sulfur ore can be formed in such hot spring streams. This shows that the sulfur content in this hot spring is very high. Tang Sichuan raised his head and looked at the hot spring mouth and found that there was more sulfur there. And there were even some fist-sized crystals. This sulfur is a good thing. Not only can it prevent insect pests, it can be used as fertilizer, and it can even be used to make the most basic gunpowder. Of course, if you want to make gunpowder, you can't just have sulfur. You also need other things. The most basic gunpowder, that is, sulfur, saltpeter and charcoal, is prepared according to the ratio of monosulfur, deniter and charcoal, and then ground into powder. Although it is not very powerful, it is very intimidating. Not to mention that these natives didn't even have decent iron weapons, let alone weapons that made such a sound and emitted black smoke. But unfortunately, this island is not the island where Tang Sichuan is located, and he is destined not to stay here for a long time. Tang Sichuan looked at the sulfur now. Although he was greedy, he was also helpless. I can only let people get some and take them back. Nushi, please record it and let your tribe come here to pick up some of these things later. As he spoke, Tang Sichuan used 2 wooden sticks to pinch out a small piece of sulfur crystal from the boiling stream. Huh? Master, what do you want this for? Nashi looked at the sulfur in Tang Sichuan's hand, a little confused. This is a good thing. Tang Sichuan heard Nushi's words and immediately explained to him. This thing can be used as fertilizer to help rapid growth, and it can also be used as a weapon. Weapons. That's it? Nashi immediately expressed disbelief when he heard Tang Sichuan's words. Forget it. Let me tell you. You don't understand either. Tang Sichuan looked at the confused Shosher, and it suddenly occurred to him that he was several levels behind him. He really had no way to explain to Nushi what gunpowder was. Anyway, just remember that these are good things. Oh, then I will ask the tribesmen to come over and collect some in a moment. Yeah. Tang Xiaochuan nodded, and then said, Let's go and take a look inside the woods. Tang Sichuan followed Nushi and walked into the woods again. By the way, Nushi, you said before that you all eat wild fruits and rarely eat meat? Tang Sichuan suddenly asked. Yes. The meat is supplied to the high priest. We can only get some meat during the full moon. Stubborn Stone nodded. Then take me to the place where you collect wild fruits. Tang Sichuan thought for a while and said to the Stubborn Stone. Okay, Master, go this way. Nushi nodded and then led Tang Sichuan towards the other side. By the way, Stubborn stone. You see, your island is not small. Why do you collect so little meat? When Nushi heard Tang Xiaochuan's words, he was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Tang Xiaochuan with a strange expression. Master, we have checked this island before. It is only about 1 square kilometer. There are only some small animals such as rabbits and pheasants on the island, and the number is still very small. The high priest said before that God told us not to kill too many of these animals. No more than 3 per day. As for the other reasons, maybe the high priest knows about it. When Tang Xiaochuan heard Nushi mentioning gods and high priests, he immediately felt disdainful. Why is there this so-called god everywhere? Tang Xiaochuan complained in his heart. However, Tang Xiaochuan thought about it and found that this seemed to be a normal phenomenon. 1 square kilometer sounds huge, but if you convert it, it seems that the Forbidden City is only 720,000 square meters. 1 square kilometer equals 1 million square meters, which means this island is only slightly larger than the Forbidden City. Doesn't it look big when you look at it this way? For humans to live in, it is quite big, but for animals, it is small. Take the wild boar, for example. Its living range is 8 to 12 square kilometers. It's almost equivalent to 8 to 12 such islands to allow wild boars to live. So looking at it this way, the island of this square meter is very small, because it is simply impossible for large beasts to survive on such an island because they cannot move around. Moreover, Tang Xiaochuan looked at the island and knew from his previous conversations with Nushi and Mushi that the speed of time on this island seemed to be different from his own. To give a simple example, on my own island, the apple tree I planted on the first day I arrived in this world only took about 10 days to grow. Those 2 eggs also turned from eggs to chickens. It only took about 10 days. This means that the flow of time on your own island is much faster than that of the stream tribe. At least the crops must grow quickly, and a crop can be harvested in 10 to 15 days. As for the CC tribe, it does not say how long it takes for an apple tree to grow from seed to tree fruit, but it only takes several months for a fruit tree to bloom and bear fruit. It takes several months or even a year for a chicken to mature from egg to egg. Therefore, this caused a food shortage in the CC tribe. But what Tang Xiaochuan couldn't figure out was why the person was okay. It seems that this phenomenon of accelerated time flow only affects everything on the island except people. Whether it is the growth of animals, plants, or even the evolution of landforms, they have all been accelerated. But humans have been excluded. This effect of not accelerating people is not only for survivors like myself, but also for the native people who came to the island later. Like Nianshur. This feeling is like playing a game, as if it has been set up in advance. I really have a headache. Tang Xiaochuan, who had thought so much but still couldn't figure it out, could only rub his forehead to express his big head. If you can't figure it out, you don't want to. This is Tang Xiaochuan's consistent style. In his opinion, no matter how the other party sets the rules of the world, as long as he can work hard to survive, it will be fine. Moreover, such a setting is very beneficial to myself. You can harvest a crop of food in just 10 days, and you no longer have to worry about not having enough to eat. Master, we're here. While Tang Xiaochuan was still thinking, the stubborn stone in front suddenly stopped. Huh? What happened? Tang Xiaochuan, who was too deep in thought, had not yet reacted. When he saw the stubborn stone stopped, he also stopped, then looked up, and was instantly dumbfounded. Oh no! Nushi, is this the wild fruit you're talking about? Tang Xiaochuan was stunned. Tang Xiaochuan looked at the large field of fruit trees in front of him, and in his heart there were 10,000 mythical beasts running past. He saw patches of peach trees, pear trees, bananas, and pineapples. There is even a smelly durian with spikes all over its body. Tang Xiaochuan originally thought that the wild fruit Nushi was talking about was small, a little sour, and a little like apples. But he didn't expect that it was such a hard product. Yes, master, these wild fruits are not as delicious as the flesh, especially the prickly ones. You may not think it's big, but it's very smelly and pricks your hands. Nushi pointed to a durian tree and said to Tang Xiaochuan. Tang Xiaochuan also looked at Nushi with a strange expression. He wanted to ask Nushi at this time, is your hometown in Versailles, France? Why does it smell like Versailles when you open your mouth? Chapter 120. This fruit needs to be peeled. Tang Xiaochuan looked at Nushi with a strange look on his face. He had never thought that someone could really eat durian every day. He raised his head, looked at the ripe durians, and smashed them in his mouth. He is a little greedy for durian now. Nushi, did you usually eat these before? That's right. Except for that one. These wild fruits are not very tasty. Stubborn Stone nodded, then pointed to a pear tree and said, Master, this wild fruit has a layer of very fine velvet on the outside, so you will feel itchy all over after eating it. Nushi picked a peach and said to Tang Sichuan. When Tang Sichuan heard what Nushi said, he immediately felt that he needed to teach them how to eat these fruits. Nushi, you said eating this wild fruit will make your whole body itchy. Then you haven't considered removing the outer layer of skin? Tang Sichuan said, looking at Nushi. Peeling? How to peel it? Nushi was dumbfounded. Hey, forget it. Let me teach you. Tang Sichuan sighed, and then said to Nushi, Go and get some of the fruits you usually eat, and then I will teach you how to eat them. Oh, okay. Nushi heard Tang Sichuan's words, and suddenly felt that his master was a bit stupid. Even though there was delicious meat available, I had to eat these wild fruits. What's so delicious about this wild fruit? Can it have meat and taste good? However, since this is Tang Sichuan's request, as a good dog leg, who is 100% loyal to Tang Sichuan, he will naturally comply with it. Soon, Stubborn Stone returned to Tang Sichuan again. He brought Tang Sichuan some of the wild fruits he could find. Now, I call this wild fruit a peach. Tang Sichuan raised a peach and said to the Stubborn Stone, This is a good thing. The peach tree produces a kind of gum called peach gum, which can be used as an adhesive and can also be decomposed into sugar. And its fruit, the peach, can supplement various vitamins, keratin, protein, etc. needed by the human body. Master, I have seen the peach gum you mentioned, but I have never seen the vitamins and radishes you mentioned. Nushi suddenly looked innocent when he heard Tang Sichuan's words. After hearing Nushi's words, Tang Sichuan suddenly felt that he was wrong. Really wrong. Why are you looking for trouble when you go talk to an aborigine? Well, if you don't understand, just don't understand. Anyway, as long as you know that this peach is very good, then it's okay. But, Master, even if this peach is very good, it will still itch after eating it. Nushi looked innocent. Hey, Tang Sichuan sighed again, then took out the 1-meter-long samurai sword from his waist, and started peeling the peach with the section near the handle. Actually, you will feel itchy all over after eating it. That's because there is a layer of fuzz on the surface of this peach. You just need to wash this in the water more, or peel off the skin directly. Otherwise, wash your hands after eating and don't touch it. Tang Sichuan said while peeling the peach with a samurai sword. Skin. Come on, have a taste. Tang Sichuan handed the peach to Nashi. Nushi glanced at the peach in Tang Sichuan's hand, and looked at Tang Sichuan's encouraging eyes before taking the peach and biting it down. Stubborn Stone just took a bite, and then his eyes lit up. Master, eating it like this is indeed better than eating it with the skin on. If it's delicious, just eat more. Tang Sichuan said to Nushi with a smile. After saying this, Tang Sichuan picked up a pear and said to the Stubborn Stone, I call this wild fruit pear. This fruit is rich in vitamins and fiber, and has the effect of laxative and cough relief. You can eat this thing without peeling it. Master, I like this fruit very much. Nushi still had peaches in his mouth, and said to Tang Sichuan inarticulately. Tang Sichuan was non-committal. After putting down the pear, he picked up a pineapple, and said to the Stubborn Stone, This is called a pineapple, or it can also be called a pineapple. Master, this wild fruit is not delicious, and will irritate your mouth. This needs to be peeled, then cut into pieces and soaked in salt water for a while. It will be very delicious. Ah, this pineapple still needs to be peeled. Nushi looked weird. Tang Sichuan had no time to pay attention to the Stubborn Stone, so he picked up another orange from the ground and said, This is called orange. Master, this skin is not delicious. Gotta peel it. You need to peel it again? Nushi was very confused as to why the owner was so familiar with a kind of wild fruit, and he knew how to peel it. This looks like a strawberry. Tang Sichuan touched his chin and looked at the fruit in front of him that was a little hard, a little green, but a little like a strawberry. Master, this is too sour and not delicious. Nushi said immediately when he saw Tang Sichuan pick up the thing that looked like a strawberry. Huh? Nashi, is there a red version of this thing? Tang Sichuan thought for a while and asked Nashi. Yes, but the red ones are difficult to store and rot easily, so we usually don't eat them. Nonchur nodded, and then asked, Master, does this kind of wild fruit also need to be peeled? Only then can I eat it? No, you don't need to peel this fruit. Tang Sichuan shook his head. Then why doesn't it taste good? Are there any other ways to eat it? Nushi was confused. No, you can eat this fruit directly after washing it. Tang Xichuan shook his head, and then said, the reason why it doesn't taste good is because you picked them before they were ripe. This thing needs to be picked red. Pick red. Tang Xichuan's last words were directly roared at the stubborn stone. But, Master, this wild fruit will not be easy to let go after it turns red. Stubborn Stone explained. That's because he couldn't put this thing away in the first place. Why should he put it away when he picks it and eats it now? When Nushi heard Tang Xichuan's words, he didn't know how to answer. It turns out that after eating wild fruits for so long, none of them were eaten correctly. Nushi felt bitter in his heart. Okay, let's go back. You will ask the tribesmen to come over and collect some of these fruits. We will bring them back to the island and grow them ourselves. In this case, we will have all kinds of fruits in the future, Tang Xichuan said, stood up and said to Nushi, Oh, okay, Master. Nushi nodded. After the two of them took a rough tour of the island, they headed towards the location of the tribe. Tang Xichuan and the others spent about 2 hours on this tour. After Tang Xichuan visited the entire island, he felt that this island was a fairly normal island. There are a lot of hares, pheasants, etc., but they are definitely not enough to feed so many natives. It can be said that these so-called wild fruits are indispensable for the reason why the tribe of Yinshur can reach the size of 200 people. If there weren't so many fruit trees on Nishi's island, their tribe would never be so large. Hey, this island is a good island, but it's a pity that I can't take it with me. After Tang Xichuan saw the entire island, he could only sigh and said slowly, Chapter 121 What I want is labor force, not cannon fodder. If Tang Xichuan was given a chance to choose, let him choose between the Stream tribe and his own island. Tang Xichuan will choose his own island without hesitation. Just kidding. Is he the kind of guy who would give up his island for a few fruit trees? As long as your island continues to expand without limit, what will you lose? Besides, if after switching to this island, the entire island does not have the attribute of fast food harvest, then how can I feed these indigenous residents? Moreover, even if you covet these fruit trees, you only need to take the fruits and seeds back. With an agricultural master like Mr. Fan around, Tang Xichuan didn't believe it would be possible to plant these trees. Let's go! Nashi, we're going back. Tang Xichuan looked at the tribe that was not far away and said to Nashi. Stubborn Stone just nodded and said nothing more. Soon, Nushi and Tang Xichuan returned to the tribe. At this time, the tribe was filled with the smell of grilled fish. Mushi was leading the group of natives who had followed him back, running back and forth between several fires, making grilled fish. The captive natives gathered around and looked at the grilled fish. The saliva at the corners of their mouths already showed how tempting these grilled fish were to them. Master! When Mushi saw Tang Xichuan and Nashi returning to the tribe, he immediately ran over and asked Tang Xichuan. Tang Xichuan nodded, and then said to Nushi, Go find someone first and get those things I mentioned. Yes, Master. Nonshur nodded, and then walked towards the indigenous crowd. Master, what did you ask Nushi to get? Mushi asked with some doubts after hearing Tang Xichuan's words. It's just some fruit trees and some minerals that we don't have on the island. Tang Xichuan replied calmly after hearing Mushi's words. Oh, by the way, has your father figured it out since I've been out for so long? Well, my father said that he wants to talk to you, Mushi said with some embarrassment after hearing Tang Xichuan's words. From Mushi's point of view, Tang Xichuan was here to rescue them. He didn't know why his father wanted to think about it again. Okay, then I'll go see your father. Tang Xichuan nodded and walked towards the house where the boulder was. Mushi thought for a while and decided to follow. When the two came to the room where the giant stone was again, the giant stone was still looking down in thought. Chief Jushur, have you thought about it? Tang Xichuan walked into the room and asked Jushur. Can you really guarantee that the tribe will have enough food when they arrive on your island? Jushur asked immediately when Tang Xichuan asked him if he had thought about it. Chief Boulder, let me reiterate. What I need is labor force. Compared to you who know my identity, I am what you call a stranger. We suddenly came to this world, and each of us only has one island. I want to survive, so I have to develop my own island. But now, as you can see, I only have one person. Even if I add my friends, there are only a few people. I can't build the island at all, so I need enough labor. Your tribe has a population, but lacks food. My island has inexhaustible food, but it lacks labor. As for me, I don't want to fight or kill. It would be best if we could talk. But if we can't reach an agreement, then I will have to take tough measures. After all, I also want to live, Tang Sichuan said to the boulder. Jusher nodded after hearing Tang Sichuan's words. Actually, it's not impossible for us to seek refuge with you. But we also have requirements. Let's talk about it. As long as it's not too much, I'll try to be satisfied. Tang Sichuan nodded after hearing Jusher's words. My people must eat meat every 3 days. And you can't deliberately let my people die. In exchange, our tribe is willing to be loyal to you. Jusher looked at Tang Sichuan and said, It won't take 3 days. As long as you join me, I can guarantee that you will have meat every day. Tang Sichuan said to Jusher with a smile. As for what you said about not letting you die on purpose, I didn't even have such an idea. What I want is a labor force that can develop the island for me, not cannon fodder. Of course, in times of crisis, you also need to take up arms and fight for me. After hearing Tang Sichuan's words, Jusher thought for a moment and then nodded. Seeing Jusher nodding, Tang Sichuan showed a smile on his face. Although he does not have a mind control tower now, and cannot see the loyalty of the boulder, Tang Sichuan can guarantee that the loyalty of the boulder is at least between 50 and 60. As long as he doesn't commit suicide, the possibility of Jusher's rebellion is unlikely. And after arriving on the island, as long as a period of time passes, his loyalty will become normal loyalty. Tang Sichuan feels that as long as these indigenous people join his island will have enough labor force at this stage. Even more, Tang Sichuan now has plenty of food. He is not worried about having a surplus of labor. He is now worried about a shortage of people. Now that Jusher is ready to surrender to him, there is no need for him to tie him up. Mushi, why are you still standing there? Why don't you untie your father? Tang Sichuan glanced at Mushi and suddenly felt that Mushi had no eyesight. Oh! When Mushi heard Tang Sichuan's words, he immediately responded twice, and then ran to untie the boulder. Mushi, take your father out for dinner first, Tang Sichuan said to Mushi. Huh? Master, aren't you going? Mushi looked at Tang Sichuan in surprise. You go ahead. I'll go to the high priest's house first. Tang Sichuan shook his head. Oh! Mushi nodded, and then asked, Master, do you want me to take you there? No need. When I was walking around the island before, Nushi took me to the high priest's place once. I'll just go there by myself. Tang Sichuan shook his head. Okay then. Mushi nodded when he heard Tang Sichuan's words, and then walked outside with the boulder. After Tang Sichuan watched Mushi leave, he also planned to visit the high priest's residence. Since the high priest is the actual controller of the entire stream tribe, his residence should contain the most valuable things of the entire tribe. In fact, this was not a random guess by Tang Sichuan. First, Tang Sichuan had been to Mushi, the young patriarch's room, and now he was in the patriarch's room. Jusher. He looked through both rooms and did not see the kind of box that the high priest had given to the outgoing tribesmen before. This means that if there is a bronze supply box on the entire island, it is most likely in the high priest's room. That kind of bronze supply box is a good thing. The valuable things Tang Sichuan opened were basically opened from the bronze box. Tang Sichuan felt that if he didn't go and take a look, he might not be able to sleep well that night. I remember. Nushi said that the high priest's residence is the largest house. Tang Sichuan stood in the middle of the tribe, looking at the big house not far away and thought. Chapter 122 Island Ownership Card. Tang Sichuan came outside the high priest's room and looked at the 2 torches at the door and the 2 skulls under the torches. I can only sigh. This high priest really has a strong taste. He walked to the door of the high priest's room, pushed hard, pushed the door open, and walked in. As soon as Tang Sichuan entered the high priest's room, he felt a putrid smell coming towards him. Tang Sichuan pinched his nose, then fanned himself in front of his face, and then continued to walk inside. When Tang Sichuan walked in, he immediately felt that the furnishings in the high priest's room gave people a particularly depressing feeling. On the cabinets on both sides, there are countless plants, as well as some animal and human bones. In the middle of the house, there is a table and a dark red pattern. No matter how Tang Sichuan looked at those lines, he felt that they were a magic circle. What are you doing? Is there really magic in this world? Tang Sichuan looked weird. However, Tang Sichuan did not pay too much attention. In his words, if magic really existed, the high priest would not die so easily. Therefore, Tang Sichuan felt that even if there was magic, it would definitely not occupy the main position. He slowly walked to what seemed to be a magic circle, stretched out a finger, touched the dark red line, and then brought it back under his nose to ask, I know damn well. Those TV shows are all lies. Even if this thing is blood. He has already done it. Those people on TV just touch, poke, and smell it, and say it is blood. This stuff obviously has no smell at all. How did they smell it? It turns out they are a bunch of unscrupulous editors who are just talking nonsense. Tang Xichuan rubbed what should be blood with his fingers and complained. However, complaints are complaints. And Tang Xichuan has not forgotten the purpose of coming here. Tang Xichuan looked around and finally found 2 bronze boxes and a silver box in a corner of the room. Huh? This is it? Tang Xichuan looked at the 3 boxes, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He stood up immediately and walked towards the 3 boxes. When Tang Xichuan walked to the box, he immediately used the system to check the familiarity of the 3 boxes. Bronze supply box can produce high-quality items. Silver supply box can produce rare-quality items. It turned out to be a silver supply box. Tang Xichuan shouted in surprise. Good stuff! Good stuff! Tang Xichuan stretched out his excited hand and placed it on the silver supply box. What good things will I get? Tang Xiaochuan murmured. And then, he opened the silver supplies box with force. Obtain supplies, Stream Tribe Island Ownership Card. Stream Tribe Island Ownership Card. It represents the ownership of the entire island. Those who own this card can get the support of the indigenous tribes on the island. Effect 1, Native Loyalty plus 10%. Betrayal cost plus 30%. The higher the loyalty, the higher the cost and the lower the chance. Effect 2, with the ownership card. You can move the island at will and relocate the island to any location. Or you can fuse the ownership card into the island stone to integrate the Stream Tribe Island with the Survivor Island, increasing the corresponding area and products. I'll wipe it! I'll wipe it! Tang Xichuan used countless classic Chinese curse words to express his inner excitement at this time. Tang Xichuan looked at the 2 effects of this belonging card. The first one, he said, was that it could increase the loyalty of these natives. This is easy to understand. It is to make these natives more loyal. As for the betrayal cost plus 30%, Tang Xichuan estimates that this is for the indigenous people who have not signed the contract. For example, if a hostile force wants to bribe the indigenous people on their side, it originally only needs to give 10 kilograms of meat to do so. But now it needs to give 13 kilograms. If this is combined with the mind control tower and the condition that the higher the loyalty behind it, the greater the cost, Tang Xichuan feels that this can basically eliminate the possibility of betrayal by the indigenous residents on his island. You must know that this mind control tower, in addition to monitoring the loyalty of intelligent creatures on the island, also has another function, which is to slowly increase the loyalty of the residents. This means that as long as they last long enough and do not commit suicide, the loyalty of these indigenous residents can theoretically reach 100. Who knows how much it would cost to buy a resident with 100 loyalty points? The second effect can be said to be unparalleled. You can move the island or fuse the ownership card directly with the island stone. What does this mean? That is to say, Tang Xichuan can directly move the entire island to any dangerous place or place with rich products, and make the entire island his own island. Of course, you can also move the island directly next to your own island so that the 2 islands are directly adjacent. However, there are 2 disadvantages to doing this. One is that Tang Xichuan cannot guarantee that after he moves the island will also gain the attribute of acceleration. If the island does not gain the acceleration attribute after moving it, then it will still take several months or a year to plant on the island, and the value of the island will be reduced a lot. Another disadvantage is that if your island is placed together with your own island, what will happen to this indigenous island if your own island expands again? Will it be pushed out by the new area? Or will it be surrounded? No matter what kind of thing. It's not what Tang Xichuan wants. Knowing 10 things is worse than being good at 1. If this indigenous island cannot achieve the attributes of my own island, then why don't I just merge the 2 islands directly? Doing this is equivalent to directly expanding your own island 4 times to 1 square kilometer in one go. Now my island is only 210,000 square meters, and it has already evolved into woods, rabbits, pheasants, etc. If this was directly expanded to 1 square kilometer, God knows what his island would look like. Maybe it can directly evolve a complete ecosystem. Moreover, the introduction also said that even if there is integration, the resources of the indigenous islands will not be reduced. This brings me to the idea of directly relocating the island's properties to my own island without any damage. When I think of the hot springs and various fruit trees, Tang Xichuan could only say, "Woohoo! Take off!" At this time, Tang Xichuan had already made a decision. He no longer considered moving the island. What he wanted was to integrate the entire island with his own. When Tang Xichuan thought that his island had directly covered an area of 1 square kilometer, he became excited and excited. The feeling was like drinking a bottle of Bing Qiluo during the dog days of summer. The feeling of comfort is beyond words. Chapter 123 Preparing to Move. After Tang Xichuan collected the island ownership card, he turned his attention to the remaining 2 bronze boxes. Tang Xichuan, who already had a vested card base, felt that he would not lose anything. He put his hand on the bronze box very casually, and then opened the 2 bronze boxes directly. Item obtained, epic item. Intelligent Family Doctor Robot. Intelligent Family Doctor Robot, are you still worried about not having basic medical equipment and being deterred by expensive medical expenses? Then you need a family doctor, since it has it. Injuries and illnesses are far away from home. Note, the Intelligent Doctor Robot can treat common injuries. Colds, fevers, knife wounds, and fractures can all be treated. Item obtained, Small Textile Workshop. Small Textile Workshop. Are you still shivering because you have no clothes to wear after the weather gets cold? Then you need a textile workshop. Just put the raw materials in, and you can continuously spin ready-made clothes. Note, this facility consumes a lot of electricity. If there is insufficient power on the island, please consider it carefully. Requires wood times 1,000, bricks times 1,000, metal sheets times 800, wires times 400. When Tang Xichuan saw the newly acquired supplies, his mouth opened into an "oh" shape. Living on a deserted island without a hospital. What are you most afraid of? Isn't it just an injury? It would be good if some of the survivors knew Chinese medicine. At least they would have a chance to see if there are any Chinese medicines that can cure diseases on the island. As for why it is not Western medicine, I have to think about the reason. If you don't know medical skills, you can only rely on your own body to carry it. If you can carry it through, everything will be fine. If you can't carry it, everything will be fine. It's fine for adults who are in good physical condition and can handle it. But how can you handle those children and the elderly? Tang Xichuan is not the virgin, but there is currently such a problem on his island. Although Tang Xichuan's current population on the island has exceeded 200, more than 200 of them are indigenous people. Do you still need to expect these people to know medical skills? It would be good if they have basic hygiene knowledge. As survivors, Tang Xichuan and the others, although they have some common sense, none of them have medical skills. It would be great if Tang Xichuan and others knew how to use Western medicine to treat simple colds. As a normal person, Tang Xiaochuan's medical knowledge was limited to cephalosporin cannot be paired with wine. Otherwise we will leave as soon as we leave. If you were to tell Tang Xichuan the specific reason, Tang Xichuan could only say that he didn't know. Therefore, at this time, how important it is to have a set of intelligent medical robots. At least in the future, being sick will not be a problem. Compared with medical robots and ownership cards, this small textile workshop seems a bit boring. The weather is so damn hot now that I want to stay in the water. How can it be cold? For Tang Xichuan, the meaning of this small textile workshop is not only to make some short clothes and short sleeves, but also to enrich the types of buildings on his island. As for the prompt saying that it consumes a lot of power, Tang Xichuan scoffed at this. Others may still have insufficient power generation, but I have a small multifunctional power plant. Now it can meet the electricity consumption of the entire island without using thermal power. Tang Xichuan didn't believe that a mere textile workshop could bring him down. Although not many things came out of these 3 boxes, Tang Xichuan was still very satisfied. He collected the supplies, looked around him, and found that there was really nothing good left. So Tang Xichuan walked outside. When Tang Xichuan just walked out of the high priest's room, he saw that Nushi and the others had returned. At this time, a group of natives gathered around the fire, eating grilled fish. With satisfied faces, Tang Xichuan looked at this situation and nodded with satisfaction. After seeing Tang Xichuan, the natives stood up one after another with awe on their faces. Tang Xichuan watched the natives stand up and look at him in awe. He knew that the belonging card must have worked. He first pressed his hands to the natives, motioning them to sit down, and then said, "From now on, you are all my employees. I don't like to control you with enslaving thoughts, so I plan to use the rules of my previous world. From now on, I am your master and your boss. You are my employees. As long as you obey my arrangements honestly and work hard for me, I can ensure that you eat meat every day." The natives immediately cheered when they heard Tang Xiaochuan's words. If there weren't some people who were in awe of Tang Xichuan, He estimated that the cheers of this group of people could overthrow the entire island. Okay. Tang Sichuan looked at the cheers that couldn't stop for a long time. He could only forcefully press his hand down to signal everyone to stop. After you finish lunch, pack your things first. We will prepare to return to my island early tomorrow morning. Tang Sichuan said to the indigenous people. Yes, master. A group of natives who followed Tang Sichuan said to Tang Sichuan one after another. As for the newly conquered natives, they were still a little confused and didn't know how to answer. Afterwards, Jusher gave his room to Tang Sichuan so that Tang Sichuan could rest better. Originally, Jusher wanted Tang Sichuan to rest in the high priest's room. But when he thought about the high priest's room, there were some human bones everywhere, and he felt that a normal person would not choose to rest there. Therefore, as the clan leader's house with the second best rooms on the island, Jusher could only give it to Tang Sichuan. Jusher planned to sleep with his son. He had not seen his son for half a year. Tang Sichuan is not opposed to such an arrangement. Although you can sleep anywhere, given the choice, who would a normal person be willing to sleep with human bones? After a night of silence, Tang Sichuan woke up early the next morning. However, Tang Sichuan felt that he woke up early. But in fact, someone woke up earlier than him. As soon as Tang Sichuan opened his eyes, he heard a lot of noise outside the house. He rubbed his eyes and walked out. As a result, he saw that the entire tribe, except for some particularly old natives and those indigenous children who liked to sleep, other natives were already packing some necessary things. Master, are you awake? Mu Shi saw Tang Sichuan appear at the door of the room and ran over immediately. Tang Sichuan nodded, and then asked, What are you doing? Oh, them. Aren't they arranging the master's instructions, packing things, and preparing to move? Mu Shi asked with some confusion. No, I asked you to pack your things. I meant to pack up the specialties, not to move all the pots and pans to the island. There is everything on that island. You don't need these things. You just need to bring them. There are no plant seeds on the island. Tang Sichuan felt a little headache. Chapter 124 Conqueror of the Ocean. Under Tang Sichuan's arrangement, these natives reluctantly gave up the things they thought were valuable, and instead filled baskets full of plants, fruits and seeds that did not seem to be very valuable. Then Tang Sichuan led a group of natives and walked towards the hidden trireme. Tang Sichuan selected a group of strong indigenous people and asked them to serve as oarsmen. He set up the sails, set the destination, and then set sail. It can be said that Tang Sichuan made a lot of money during this trip to the Sisi tribe, with more than 100 strong and powerful rowers joining in. The trireme warship, which was already flying quickly, became a few minutes faster, just when Tang Sichuan set sail and began his return journey. Far to the northeast of him, a small island more than 20,000 kilometers away also welcomed a warship. Go Sheng looked at the warship getting closer and closer to him, his face full of surprise. He really didn't expect that someone had already built such a large warship just a few days after he came to this world. The triangular sail has 6 sides. There is also a row of neat square holes on the hull of the ship, and there is a long ramming horn on the bow, which all prove that this ship is a perfect weapon of war. At this time, at the bow of the ship, a man was holding a long gun and looking at him. Go Sheng knew that that man should be his boss, Zhou Yunwei. Soon, the warship sailed into the simple dock that had been prepared long ago. Just as Go Sheng was about to go up and say "Lo," he heard Zhou Yunwei say loudly, Don't move. What's wrong? Boss, it's me, Go Sheng. Go Sheng was startled by Zhou Yunwei's scolding. I know you are Go Sheng. Zhou Yunwei breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Go Sheng stop his movements. On the way here, he was worried whether Go Sheng would betray him. Killing people to seize treasures is not uncommon in history. Therefore, he felt that as soon as he arrived at Go Sheng's island, he would first control him. Although he had already signed a contract with Go Sheng, it was the first time for him and Go Sheng to use this thing. So who knows if it will be effective? What if Go Sheng pretended to obey, and then waited until he relaxed and struck a fatal blow? Wouldn't he be in trouble? Brother, don't blame me for being ruthless. Let's be villains first, then gentlemen. Zhou Yunwei thought for a while, and said to Go Sheng. When Go Sheng heard Zhou Yunwei's words, his expression suddenly turned ugly. But then, he returned to his previous flattery. Brother is right. Let's be villains first, then gentlemen, so that everyone can rest assured. Go Sheng, who was helpless, could only follow Zhou Yunwei's words. In this way, you first find a rope and tie your legs. I will search for the supplies first and then we can chat. Zhou Yue thought for a while, and said to Go Sheng, "Find a rope and tie yourself up?" "Brother, this is not necessary. I have already signed a contract with you." Go Sheng suddenly hesitated after hearing Zhou Yue's words. "Brother, don't blame me. This is the first time for both of us to use this contract card. No one knows what will happen. So, I said before, both of us should be villains first and gentlemen later. If brother you really didn't do anything behind the scenes, I will apologize to you." Zhou Yue looked at Go Sheng and said, "This." Go Sheng suddenly hesitated when he heard Zhou Yue's words, but he only thought about it for a few seconds before agreeing. This is not because Go Sheng is weak, but mainly because he knows whether he has hidden his own backhand. He had never done this before, so he would naturally not be afraid of what Zhou Yue would find on the island. The second point, and the most important point, is that he has signed a contract with Zhou Yue. According to what the contract card says, as long as the owner gives a thought, he will die. Zhou Yue dared to try because Zhou Yue was the master. No matter how he tried, it would not pose a fatal threat to him. As for him, he was a slave. He didn't dare to put his own life to the test. Is this contract card really invalid for survivors? Looking at Zhou Yue's unwavering expression, Go Sheng knew that it was useless to refute. Not to mention that his life was now in Zhou Yue's hands. He could only nod his head and said to Zhou Yue, "I understand, boss." With that said, Go Sheng walked aside, pulled out a rope, sat down on the beach, and began to tie his legs. After he tied his legs tightly, he then began to tie his hands. But no matter how he tied it, he couldn't tie it. After all, it is not even easy for a person to tie his hands. However, his actions were recognized by Zhou Yue. He nodded secretly, and then jumped directly from the bow. When Zhou Yue stepped firmly on the soft beach, he walked slowly towards Go Sheng. But even so, the iron gun in his hand was still held tightly by him, ready to deal with dangers that might arise at any time. "Boss, wait a minute. I'll be ready soon." Go Sheng also heard Zhou Yue slowly walking towards him, and he thought it was Zhou Yue who was anxious. Moreover, when Go Sheng thought about it, he had already tied his legs, and his posture and attitude were also clear. At this time, Zhou Yue should say to himself, "No, brother, I believe in you." Then the two of them should hug each other and cry bitterly. This is the plot on TV. "It's okay. I'll help you." Zhou Yue's words directly shattered Go Sheng's fantasy. "No. Why do you ask me to help you?" Go Sheng was dumbfounded when he heard Zhou Yue's words. Before he could react, Zhou Yue walked over directly, then picked up the rope and tied his hands behind his back. "Go Sheng? Why do I feel like the plot is not right?" "Brother, I'm sorry. Brother, let's go see your island first." Zhou Yue saw that Go Sheng was tied up by him, and then patted Go Sheng on the shoulder. Big brother, you can do it yourself. If you are younger, I won't be able to accompany you." Go Sheng said to Zhou Yue in embarrassment. "It's okay. Brother, please rest for a while." After saying that, Zhou Yue stood up and walked towards Go Sheng's island stone. In fact, Go Sheng's island is not big, only about 500 square meters. Therefore, Zhou Yue walked to the edge of the island stone within a few steps. As soon as Zhou Yue put his hand on the island stone, a notification sound suddenly appeared in his ear. "Congratulations on getting the island stones from other survivors. You will be given a navigation map as a reward. With this map, you can view all the islands within 10,000 kilometers around you. Congratulations on capturing an island. You have the following options. First, occupy the island and make it your affiliated island. Second, reclaim the island, and the original owner of the island will become your subordinate. Congratulations. You have become the first survivor to occupy other people's islands. Now you will be given the special title, Ocean Conqueror. When you have this title, you can plunder other survivors, and the materials you obtain will increase by 20%. After conquering other survivors, you will be able to survive. He has the attribute of loyalty." Chapter 125. Your survival team is not good enough. "Awesome." Zhou Yue heard the prompt and waved his fist excitedly. Not to mention other things. Just the title of Conqueror of the Ocean is already very unbelievable. Looting supplies increases by 20%. After conquering survivors, you can gain loyalty attributes. This means that as long as you continue to rob other people, you can develop very well. When he originally wanted to become a pirate, he was also worried that he didn't have enough supplies. And now adding 20% more is tantamount to giving him huge confidence. This indirectly confirmed Zhou Yunwei's determination to become a pirate. However, there is still a problem. That is, although he has won the title of Conqueror of the Ocean, he is still the only one. It seems that I will need to recruit more talents in the future. Zhou Yunwei touched his chin and thought lightly. After all, Zhou Yunwei doesn't know what will happen to his next target. The more people there are, the higher the success rate will be. When Zhou Yunwei thought of this, he couldn't help but think of Go Sheng again. Zhou Yunwei walked towards Go Sheng. Seeing that Go Sheng was still lying there, he immediately started to untie him. Brother, I'm sorry, Zhou Yunwei said to Go Sheng with a smile. It's okay. It's okay. Brother, you should be more cautious. Go Sheng heard Zhou Yunwei's words and immediately said to him, Brother, don't worry. In the future, if you have a bite of your brother, you will never be without your brother. From now on, you and I, brothers, will be kings and hegemons on this sea. Zhou Yunwei said with a smile to Go Sheng. Thank you for your cultivation, brother. Go Sheng immediately showed a flattering expression after hearing Zhou Yunwei's words. Brother, what should we do next? Let's pack up the things on your island first, and then we'll go to the next survivor's island. Zhou Yunwei thought for a while. The next island for survivors? Boss, are we just wandering on the sea like this? Go Sheng asked in surprise when he heard Zhou Yunwei's words. What are you wondering about? Zhou Yunwei smiled faintly, then took out his navigation chart and showed it to Go Sheng. What do you think this is? This is? A navigation map? Go Sheng looked at the map and said with some uncertainty. Yes, this is a nautical chart. It can explore the islands within 10,000 kilometers around us. With this map, we can be the first to discover the island. Moreover, in the current situation, other survivors are living alone on one island. But we are two people. 2 against 1. Our chances of winning are very high. Zhou Yunwei said with a smile. Brother, what do you mean? We continue to plunder other survivors? Go Sheng was dumbfounded when he heard Zhou Yunwei's words. Isn't this nonsense? If we don't rob other people, how can we survive? Zhou Yunwei suddenly smiled when he heard Go Sheng's words. Why? You can't do it? After saying this, Zhou Yunwei showed a hint of chill. Go Sheng felt Zhou Yunwei's chill. He suddenly became excited and said to Zhou Yunwei, What are you talking about? Big brother. I naturally follow the lead of Big Brother. Well, that's good. Zhou Yunwei nodded after hearing Go Sheng's words, and then said, Brother, you have to remember that our current world is a world where people cannibalize people. If you don't want to die or be eaten, then try to become a cannibal. Zhou Yunwei said with a serious face. I know. Brother. Go Sheng nodded after hearing Zhou Yunwei's words. Let's go. Pack your things first. Then we'll set off. Zhou Yunwei patted Go Sheng on the shoulder and walked towards Daoshi. Go Sheng paused for a moment and then followed. Now Go Sheng has no right to choose. If he doesn't follow Zhou Yunwei, then he will have no choice but to wait for death. Could it be that Zhou Yunwei could still be expected to show mercy and let him go? Go Sheng's island is not big. Only a few hundred square meters. The resources on the island are also pitiful. Zhou Yunwei and Go Sheng held big axes at several trees on the island, slashing them hard, turning the trees into wooden blocks, and then prepared to leave the island. However, when leaving the island, Zhou Yunwei chose to reclaim Go Sheng's island. Zhou Yunwei, who got some more stones, nodded with satisfaction and then raised the sail. Boss, where are we going next? Go Sheng looked at Zhou Yunwei and asked. Wait, let me take a look. After hearing Go Sheng's words, Zhou Yunwei took out the navigation chart. After a while, Zhou Yunwei put away the map, and then said to Go Sheng, Let's go to the southwest. The map shows that there is an island of survivors 1,200 kilometers away. 1,200 kilometers? Go Sheng was dumbfounded when he heard Zhou Yunwei's words. So far? It's not that far. This battleship is very fast. It only takes a few hours. Zhou Yunwei said proudly. After hearing Zhou Yunwei's words, Go Sheng didn't say anything more, just nodded, and then began to operate the sails to make the warship move toward the southwest. After several hours of sailing, Zhou Yunwei and Go Sheng were able to see the island in the distance. Zhou Yunwei and Go Sheng planned to rush aboard as soon as the boat docked. They didn't believe that the other person could knock them both down. Zhou Yunwei and Go Sheng were currently paying attention to the situation on the island and did not realize that at this time there was already a commotion on the public screen. Brothers, I seem to have seen a black spot heading towards my island quickly. The survivors on the island discovered by Zhou Yunwei and the others announced the news on the public screen. Black spot. What black spot? It can't be a ship. A survivor asked immediately. Upstairs. Why don't you pretend to understand? There isn't even a hair in this world. And there are ships from there. Yes. Yes. Even if it is a boat. It probably belongs to the indigenous people. I have heard that there are indigenous people in this world. Huh? Upstairs. How did you know? When someone said that there are indigenous people in this world, someone immediately asked. Of course, it's information released by our survival group. Hey, how come your survival group knows this information? Why do our survival group know this? Brother, your survival plan is not good. You don't even know such important information. Brother upstairs, dare I ask what the name of your survival group is? I want to switch jobs and join your survival group. Ha! Brother, you are indeed wise. I am here with the Oath Survival Group. How about it? Brother, can you come? There is a discount for coming now. The survivor who was obviously the Oath Sitter said on the public screen. Wow! It turns out that we are brothers from the Pledge to Survival Group. That's disrespectful, another survivor said. As the Oath began to recruit people, the survivor who spoke first became a little anxious. No, brothers, what should I do? That black spot is obviously coming towards me. Chapter 126, Brother. Can we talk? Brother, rest in peace. There is really nothing we can do about this. I heard people say that there are about 10 of these natives when they arrive. With our current combat power, if we encounter the indigenous people, we can only wait for death. The survivor of the Pledge to Survival Group said in an extremely helpless tone. The survivor who was about to be attacked by Zhou Yue was speechless. Rest in peace. Whoever is fine just wants to rest in peace. Although life in this world is very difficult, no one wants to die like this. For a moment, the entire public screen fell into silence. Although people died every day in this world, this was the first time I faced such a situation. I knew I was going to die, but I couldn't do anything. This kind of suffering is enough to drive a normal person crazy. Hey, I hope those natives can be reasonable. Brother, are you thinking too much? What if we don't understand the language with the natives? The person who just said he hoped to reason with the natives immediately didn't know what to say. Do you think those natives will accept prisoners? If they do, then it would be better if we surrender directly. At this time, another survivor said, Brother, I don't know whether the natives will accept prisoners. But the problem is that you need to be able to communicate with the natives. If you can't even communicate with the most basic people, there is nothing you can do even if you want to surrender. According to you, if we encounter the indigenous people, we will just have to wait for death. Absolutely. The main reason is that we are all scattered, and it is difficult for 2 fists to defeat 4 hands. If we gather together, these natives really don't have to worry too much. The survivor who was about to face an attack felt extremely cold in his heart. Gone! Fight with these natives. Even if you die, you have to get a piece of meat from them. The survivor said directly on the public screen with a sudden change of heart. I'll go. Are you so brave? Brother? As soon as the survivor who was ready to fight to the death finished speaking, someone immediately praised his bravery. Then tell me, do I have any other choice? It seems there really isn't. That's it. Just do it. The survivor was now indifferent to life and death. Brother, you are so brave. I am willing to support you with a machete. At this time, a big survivor immediately stood up and said, Okay, then I'll thank you. Brother. When the survivor heard that someone was sponsoring him, he nodded very gratefully. Soon, the survivor who said he wanted to help directly traded the machete to the survivor who was about to face the attack. With a heavy machete in hand, the survivor suddenly felt a little courage. Although he knew that he might not be able to change any outcome, he had absolute confidence that he could bite off a piece of meat from these natives. At this time, this survivor had only one thought in his mind. Kill one without losing anything. Kill 2 and gain 1. Brother, I have a good hand with your knife. If I don't die, I will definitely return this knife to you. Brother, you're welcome. The person who delivered the knife immediately shook his head and said, Okay, brother, I won't say anything anymore. The ship is already very close. The survivor who was about to be attacked said on the public screen as he looked at the black dog getting closer and closer to him. Huh? Something's wrong. The survivor looked at the approaching ship and suddenly felt something was wrong. How could the indigenous people have such a good boat? Looking at the large ship that was nearly 3 meters above the sea, the survivor was a little dumbfounded. What's wrong? Brother? When the survivor said something was wrong, the public screen became lively again. No, I don't think I'm an aborigine. The survivor hid behind the island rock, holding the machete in his hand and staring at the big ship on the sea, while telling the other survivors in the public screen. What? Not Aboriginal? When the survivor said he was not a survivor, the other survivors on the public screen immediately panicked. It's not indigenous. When I look at this boat, it doesn't look like it could have been built by indigenous people. The whole ship has a strong medieval European style. The survivor gave an on-site report to the others. No, the ship has docked, the survivor said nervously. But as soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yunwei and Go Sheng jumped out of the boat that had just stopped. When the two of them stepped on the soft beach, they immediately held the iron gun in their hands and looked around cautiously. Boss, there seems to be no one. Go Sheng looked around and found that the island was only about 200 square meters. Not very big at all. Look, the island is so big. Where can he hide? Zhou Yunwei waved his hand and asked Go Sheng to look for it together. However, the conversation between the two of them was heard by the survivor. No, brothers, the people who came to my island are two survivors. What the hell? Survivors? Brother, did you make a mistake? A survivor immediately stood up and said, Absolutely. I was hiding behind the island stone, only about 20 meters away from them. It was impossible to hear them. One of them just called the other person boss in Mandarin, and they know that there are people on this island. The survivors hiding behind the island stone posted all the information they knew on the island stone. Damn it! Is there really a big boss who has already built a ship? Did you make a mistake? The important point now is that the other party is a survivor. So brother, you don't have to die. Some survivors who reacted quickly suddenly thought of a question. Hey, yes, since the other party is a survivor, then I can communicate with them. The survivor suddenly reacted. Yes, brother, then go up and ask. If they are really survivors, then let that brother come to save us. Let's sign up for a group together. Yes, brother, go and ask. Someone immediately said in agreement. The survivor thought for a while and thought he could give it a try. After all, we are all survivors, and we can still communicate no matter what. Okay, let me set it up. I will broadcast all the conversations between me and that buddy directly to the public screen. You can watch it yourself. The survivor thought for a while and left a sentence directly on the public screen. Then he said Dowsher to automatically send information to the public screen. After doing all this, the survivor slowly stood up from behind the island stone. As soon as he stood up, he was discovered by Zhou Yunwei and Go Sheng. Zhou Yunwei and Go Sheng immediately pointed their iron guns at the survivor. The survivor watched the two of them pointing iron guns at him. And then he felt that he had a machete in his hand. It seems that there is something not right about holding a machete and talking to the other party. The survivor smiled first, then threw the machete in his hand to the ground, raised his hand again, and said to Zhou Yunwei, Brother, I am a survivor. Can we talk to you? Chapter 127 The Undead. When Zhou Yunwei saw the survivors on the island taking the initiative to put down the weapons in their hands, he immediately revealed a very hidden smile. He turned his head slightly, glanced at Go Sheng next to him, and then said to the survivor, Okay, let's talk. Seeing that Zhou Yunwei was willing to talk, the survivor breathed a sigh of relief. Now that we can talk, there is no need to worry about fighting again. Brother, this is awesome. I have my own boat in just a few days. You don't know. When I saw you just now, I was shocked. I thought the natives were coming. The survivor slowly put down his hand and patted his chest. Oh, you think it's the Aborigines? Are you so afraid of the Aborigines? Zhou Yunwei said to the survivor, then put his hands behind his back and waved to Go Sheng, asking him to go around. When Go Sheng saw Zhou Yunwei's gesture, he immediately began to slowly move around the survivor's back. Although Go Sheng moved very slowly, he was still discovered by the survivor. Brother, what do you mean? The survivor suddenly frowned and asked. Oh, it's okay. My brother, I just want to visit your island, Zhou Yunwei said with a smile. By the way, you said you were afraid of the indigenous people. What? Have you ever met the indigenous people? Zhou Yunwei quickly changed the subject. Have you seen it before? But I heard someone say it on the public screen. The survivor was interrupted by Zhou Yunwei and ignored Go Sheng. Oh, really? Zhou Yunwei nodded after hearing the survivor's words, and then continued. Since you have never seen those indigenous people, what are you afraid of? Hey, Aren't you afraid of having conflicts with the natives who don't understand the language? Why? Are you still afraid of those natives? Don't you have weapons in your hands? Zhou Yue pursed his lips and gestured to the machete at his feet. That's what you said. When the survivor saw Zhou Yue pointing at the machete at his feet, he immediately said, "This knife is not mine. It was lent to me by other brothers on the public screen for self-defense when they saw that there was a situation on my side. I'm here to defend you. So why don't you use it now?" Zhou Yue continued to attract the other party's attention. "Hey, brothers, haven't we met you here? We all came here one by one and can communicate. So why do we need this machete? Then you are not afraid that we will also be hostile to you?" Zhou Yue asked with a smile. "It's okay to be hostile to me. Brother, this is not funny." When the survivor heard this, he immediately felt something was wrong. "I'm not kidding you. Otherwise, what do you think we do?" Zhou Yue was still smiling. When the survivor heard this, he suddenly had a bad feeling. He immediately wanted to bend down to pick up the machete he had dropped. But by this time it was too late. Go Sheng, who had circled behind the survivor, took a running start and kicked the survivor in the back. The survivor who was caught off guard was kicked directly by Go Sheng. When he looked up again, he saw that Zhou Yue's spear was already touching his face. "Brother, what do you mean?" The survivor was a little panicked. "Things have come to this. Haven't you seen it yet?" Zhou Yue said with a smile. "Of course we are here to rob." "No, brother. There is nothing on my island. Why are you grabbing it?" The survivor was dumbfounded when he heard Zhou Yue's words. "Who said there are no good things? Your island is good," Zhou Yue said with a smile. "Stop talking nonsense. I will give you two options directly. Either join my pirate group, or I will send you on your way." "Pirate group?" When the survivor heard Zhou Yue's words, he was stunned for a moment, and then said to Zhou Yue, "Brother, there's no need to rely on it. I choose to join." "Oh, really?" Zhou Yue looked at such a survivor, and then asked, "What is your name? Have you joined other survival groups before?" "Brother, my name is Peng Jie. I have joined the survival group. I am from the Full Moon survival group," Peng Jie said immediately after hearing Zhou Yue's words. "Oh, he's from Yuan Yu." Zhou Yue nodded after hearing Peng Jie's words, and then said, "I know your group leader, so you can follow me from now on." "Thank you, brother." "Don't worry, brother. I will definitely follow your brother's lead in the future." Peng Jie heard Zhou Yue's words and immediately said to him excitedly, "Okay, you get up first and take me to your island stone." "Okay, brother. Please come over here." Peng Jie heard Zhou Yue's words. Although he didn't know why Zhou Yue wanted to go to Daoshi, he had no chance to resist now. Peng Jiegan just stood up and was about to take Zhou Yue to the island stone. But just as he turned around, he felt a pain in his back. The tip of a spear with cold light came out directly from the body. Then he was kicked in the back by Zhou Yue. Peng Jie's body just flew out. "Boss, what does this mean?" Go Sheng saw that Zhou Yue had really killed someone, and he looked at Zhou Yue in panic. "Why are you panicking? I won't kill you." Zhou Yue rolled his eyes at Go Sheng, and then said, "Originally I didn't want to kill him. But who said he was from the full moon? I, Zhou Yue, have sworn a long time ago that I will kill anyone I touch in the Sky City. The full moon, the people I swore to, and that person named Yi Feng. But, boss, he has obviously taken refuge with us." Go Sheng asked a little confused. "Take refuge? Is he taking refuge? He is afraid of death. If one day his life is threatened again, he will betray us with great difficulty. Besides, this world lacks everything except people. As long as the two of us work together, we will soon be able to recruit enough people. By then, our pirate group will be able to span the entire ocean." After hearing Zhou Yue's words, Go Sheng couldn't say anything now. After all, everyone was dead. He could only nod his head, and then said to Zhou Yue, "I understand. Boss, let's go and search for the loot." Zhou Yue walked up to Go Sheng, patted his shoulder, and walked towards Daoshi. Zhou Yue walked a few steps and came directly to the edge of the island stone. Then he touched the island stone with his hand and immediately heard the notification sound. "Congratulations on getting the island stones from other survivors, and being the first strong person to kill other survivors. You will be awarded the title, Undead. As a reward, Undead, you can resurrect corpses within 24 hours of death. After resurrection, the undead have no consciousness and only retain the physical quality of their lives." "Hack!" Zhou Yue, who was pretending to be serious, couldn't help but shout out after hearing the reward. This title is outrageous! Zhou Yue looked shocked. He didn't expect that he could get such a heaven-defying title after just killing a survivor. Zhou Yue knew very well what this meant, which meant that as long as he kept killing, his pirate group could expand wirelessly. Chapter 128. It's okay. There are many of us. Zhou Yue thought of this and immediately looked at Go Sheng. In Zhou Yue's view, only dead people would not betray him. But as soon as the idea of, should I kill Go Sheng, came into my mind, it was rejected by Zhou Yue. After all, the prompt just now clearly stated that these undead can only move, but they have no consciousness. This means that these undead need someone to command them. For now, only Go Sheng can be reluctantly trusted. Therefore, it is still necessary to keep Go Sheng around now. Go Sheng may have never dreamed that just now he was strolling around outside the gate of hell. However, Zhou Yunwei and Go Sheng never thought that what they had done would be exposed on the public screen. Let's face it. Are these two still human beings? The ones upstairs? Obviously. They're not. No. This is killing people. The public servant is out to arrest people. I'll go. You're upstairs. Did you just travel through time? How long has it been? Are you still looking for a business trip? That's right. It's already this time. Where are the police officers out to arrest people? Then just watch them kill people. Otherwise? What? Are you upstairs ready to come forward? Then I support you. No. Did you notice an important point? At the end, the man said his name was Zhou Yunwei? Huh? If you didn't say it, I forgot. It seems that he really said it. Boss, it sounds like you are very familiar with this Zhou Yunwei. Upstairs, the internet has just been connected to your island? You don't even know Zhou Yunwei? Someone asked immediately. Zhou Yunwei, the former leader of the first survival group, Deep Sea Titans. Hey, brothers upstairs, are you mistaken? Since he is the leader of the first survival group, why did he become a pirate? Upstairs, are you really stupid? Or did the island just get online? Didn't you see such a wonderful showdown 2 days ago? What's going on? I really didn't pay attention the past 2 days. Forget it. Let me tell you briefly. The O survival group faced off against the Titans of the Deep Sea. The Titans of the Deep Sea were defeated miserably. Then Zhou Yue, the leader of the group, took the remaining supplies and donated money and fled. A survivor simply said, I said the matter again on the public screen. It's just that what I didn't expect was that Zhou Yunwei would make a comeback in such a short period of time. He is really amazing. What's the use of being awesome? His character is still so bad. Now we can no longer say that his character is bad. He is now a murderer. Upstairs, I'm afraid you haven't woken up yet. In today's world, do you still care about your bad character? Surviving to the end is the only way. Yes, I support the person above. In today's world, whoever survives to the end is the king. If it were me, I would do the same. I bet. There's something wrong with your worldview upstairs. I suggest you see a psychiatrist. Ahem. I'm a psychiatrist. Who wants to see me? On the public screen, many survivors were talking about Zhou Yue killing Peng Jie. Some people supported him, while others despised him. As the saying goes, laymen watch the excitement, while insiders watch the door. At this time, all the senior leaders of the big survival groups looked bad. In particular, the faces of the survivors and leaders of several major survival groups that Zhou Yue named last were ashen. Among these people, the man who gave the knife to Peng Jie has also been paying attention to the development of the GAF. At this time, Zhang Ji, with his brows furrowed, was sitting in front of the island stone, watching the debate on the public screen. At this time, Ma Ying pushed the door in and said to Zhang Ji, Brother Zhang, you can eat now. Ma Ying shouted, but Zhang Ji didn't answer. Seeing that Zhang Ji was still in a daze, Ma Ying walked over and patted Zhang Ji on the shoulder. Brother Zhang, what's wrong with you? Oh? It's Xiaoyin. Zhang Ji felt someone pat him, and he came back to his senses. Brother Zhang, what are you thinking about? So absorbed in your thoughts? Ma Ying asked. Oh, it's okay. I was just thinking about something. Brother Zhang, what happened? Ma Ying asked immediately when she saw Zhang Ji's expression was a little unnatural. Zhang Ji thought for a while and felt that he still needed to tell Ma Ying. So he said to Ma Ying, Xiaoyin, something just happened on the public screen. What's the matter? Ma Ying asked with a puzzled look. Just now, a survivor died on the public screen. Zhang Ji said simply. A survivor died? Ma Yin was stunned when she heard Zhang Ji's words. Ma Yin was very confused. Logically speaking, in this world now, it would be strange if a few people didn't die every day. Although saying this seems very cold. It is the fact. Who can survive now and not escape death? Seeing Ma Yin's confused eyes, Zhang Ji knew that she had misunderstood. So, Zhang Ji immediately explained. This survivor was murdered. Ah! What? Ma Yin shouted in surprise when she heard Zhang Ji's words. I just saw someone on the public screen saying that he saw the boat and he suspected it was Aboriginal. So I gave him a machete. As a result, the guy directly broadcast the contact between him and the other party on the public screen. When the boat got closer, the guy discovered that the other party was also a survivor. So he was ready to negotiate with the other party. But what surprised everyone was that the two survivors who landed on the island killed the guy directly. How could it be? How could the other party be so cruel? Ma Yin covered her mouth, expressing some disbelief. Not only that, we all know the person who killed him. Zhang Ji smiled bitterly and shook his head. No! Who is it? Ma Yin heard Zhang Ji's words and looked at him in confusion. It's Zhou Yunwei. Zhou Yunwei. Such a familiar name. You have forgotten that when Sichuan first purchased supplies, it was Zhou Yunwei who stood up against Sichuan. Moreover, after killing the survivor, Zhou Yunwei also said that he wanted to take revenge on Sichuan. What? He wants to seek revenge on Sichuan? Ma Yin couldn't help but take a step back after hearing Zhang Ji's words. Zhang Ji stood up slowly, and then said to Ma Yin, However, Xiao Yin, you don't have to worry too much. As long as I'm here, I won't let him hurt Sichuan and you. Moreover, this matter may be a very troublesome matter for others. But for us, it is not a big problem. Think about it. How many people are there on our island now? When Sichuan comes back, the number of people on our island will exceed 100. Even if Zhou Yunwei is powerful this time, he won't be able to pose much of a threat to us. Zhang Ji said to Ma Yin with a smile. Ma Yin breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Zhang Ji's words, and then nodded to Zhang Ji. Well, let's wait until Sichuan comes back. Chapter 129. The boat blocked the pier. When the sun just rose the next day, a huge warship appeared on the sea. Tang Sichuan stood on the bow of the boat, feeling the oncoming sea breeze. He was puzzled, looking at the scenery around the warship. He estimated that the speed of the warship was at least over 200 kilometers per hour. But the sea breeze was still gentle, just like an old sailing ship. Perhaps this is another law of this world. Tang Sichuan shook his head, indicating that this was beyond his knowledge. However, when he saw the island getting closer and closer, he was still in a good mood. Master, we are almost there. Nushi didn't know when he walked behind Tang Sichuan and said to him, Well, tell Dashi and the others to slow down and let's get closer. Tang Sichuan nodded and said to Dusher, Okay, Master. Nushi nodded after listening to Tang Sichuan's words, and then left. Although Tang Sichuan had only been away from the island for 3 or 4 days, he now felt an urgency to return home. When the ship was only 1 kilometer away from the island, Tang Sichuan could already clearly see the changes in the entire island. First of all, there is a partition wall made of stones around the entire island. Although this kind of wall is not very high, only 4 or 5 meters high, it is obvious that this wall surrounds the entire island. Secondly, the North Island in the residential area is obviously higher than the other sub-islands, especially the location of the villa, which is built on a platform on top of a hillside. Tang Sichuan knew very well that the villa was built at that location and had a good view. Behind the villa, there is also a high mountain, but now the mountain is integrated with the hillside. The mountain also protects the villa. I can't see what's behind the mountain at this time, but I think there is an open space behind the mountain. Over there is the reserved fishing ground and the second pier. Speaking of piers, there is also a pier in the southeast corner of the island. However, this pier is also surrounded by a wall. It looks like a complete wall, and then it was cut off in the middle, leaving a gap. Through the opening, Tang Sichuan could see inside the dock, where several ship berths had been planned. It seems that Brother Zhang has used the terrain transformation card to transform the entire island. Tang Sichuan looked at the transformed island and nodded. Tang Sichuan is still very satisfied with this transformation. What is most important in this world now? That's safety, the most important thing. This mountain stone wall was built along the seaside. It can be said that one side of the wall is the land of the island, and the other side is directly the sea. There is no open space for others to land. The only way to enter the island is from the pier. But looking at this side of the pier, it seems that it is not that easy to attack. Only less than 50 meters of the wall outside the entire pier was left. Just in time for the last two boats to go out side by side. Of course, the two boats mentioned here refer to the Flying Fish and the one they took in the first place. But the trireme warship that Tang Sichuan was riding now was only big enough for one warship to barely pass. Although the entrance is relatively small, it is still reasonable to open it now. However, what Tang Sichuan can see now is the outside. As for what the inside of the island looks like, he can only take a look after entering. Soon, the slowed-down warship had approached the island. At this time, some people were already standing on the wall, all holding iron guns in their hands. Tang Sichuan saw his familiar figure among the crowd. Zhang Ji, Kuratsuchi, and Maka were all in the crowd. Tang Sichuan looked at the three of them and waved excitedly. Zhang Ji and others did not expect that the person sitting in the big boat was Tang Sichuan. In fact, Tang Sichuan and the others had just entered the 30-kilometer range from the island when Zhang Ji, who had received authorization, heard the alarm sound from the island. He thought it was Zhou Yue who killed yesterday. So he immediately summoned the indigenous warriors on the island to gather at the dock. Just as they were getting ready, they saw someone waving to them. After Zhang Ji watched for a while, he saw clearly that it was Tang Sichuan who was waving to him. Hi to! Tell the brothers that the alarm has been lifted and it's Sichuan and the others. Zhang Ji said to Tang Sichuan with a smile. Okay, sir. Haita heard Zhang Ji's words and said in blunt Chinese. Haita can speak Chinese, thanks to Wenwen. Wenwen is now over 1 year old, and it is time to learn to speak. Ma Yin volunteered to teach Wenwen how to speak. She had just been teaching for a long time when she suddenly realized that the group of natives in Haita didn't know Chinese either. So Ma Yin simply pulled them over and taught them together. Anyway, teaching one person is teaching, and teaching a group of people is also teaching. Therefore, Haitu and the others would spend 2 or 3 hours every day to follow Wenwen and receive Chinese teaching from Ma Yin. I don't know if it's because Kuratsuchi and the others eat a lot of food that improves their physique, but they learn pretty quickly anyway. It has only been 3 or 4 days, and I can already communicate with Zhang Ji and others using some simple words. Although the pronunciation is still not accurate, at least it is understandable. A few more minutes passed, and the huge warship carefully sailed into the dock and docked at the berth. However, this warship is still too big, and a small part is still outside the dock. But Tang Sichuan is not worried at all. Anyway, it won't be long before the island will be expanded 4 times, and it will be able to accommodate it by then. After Tang Sichuan waited for the boat to stop, he was the first to jump onto the pier. Sichuan, why are you back so soon? Zhang Ji saw Tang Sichuan jumping onto the pier, and he immediately greeted him. Also, where did you get this boat? It's so big, it can't even fit on the dock. Zhang Ji looked at the tightly blocked entrance and exit of the pier and felt a little dumbfounded. I have obviously opened the entrance and exit very wide, but now it is still blocked tightly. Brother Zhang, something happened on the way. The boat I drove out before was upgraded, and then it became like this, Tang Sichuan said with a smile. What kind of ship is this ship? It's so big? Zhang Ji was also interested in this ship after hearing Tang Sichuan's explanation. This ship has a great background. It's called a trireme warship, and it was the top warship that dominated the Mediterranean back then, Tang Sichuan said with a proud look on his face. Hey, your ship is a good ship, but my dock is going to be expanded again. Zhang Ji shook his head with a wry smile, expressing that he was tired. Ha. Actually no need. This time, I went to the indigenous people and got some good things. I will go to the island stone in a while and modify the island. Tang Sichuan smiled and shook his head. Oh, by the way, Brother Zhang, did anything happen on the island during the few days I was out? If you didn't tell me, I would have forgotten. Nothing important happened on the island, but something terrible happened elsewhere. When Zhang Ji saw Tang Sichuan asking about business, he immediately said seriously, Chapter 130 wants to kill Zhou Yue. Tang Sichuan originally just asked casually, but he didn't expect that there was really a problem on Zhang Ji's side. He was suddenly startled. What's the matter? Tang Sichuan also became serious. Do you still remember Zhou Yue? Zhang Ji asked. Zhou Yunwei. Tang Sichuan was a little confused when he heard this name. He seemed to have heard this name somewhere before. Seeing Tang Sichuan's confused expression, Zhang Ji knew that Tang Sichuan had forgotten Zhou Yunwei on purpose. That's the leader of the Deep Sea Titan. Zhang Ji reminded. Oh, him. After hearing Titan of the Deep Sea, Tang Xichuan suddenly understood and nodded. What's wrong with him? He got a warship from nowhere and became a pirate. Yesterday he led his men to invade a survivor's island, and even killed him when the other party surrendered. Zhang Ji said with a heavy face. I'll go. So arrogant? Tang Xichuan was also shocked when he heard Zhang Ji's words. Although people are dying every day in this world, Tang Xichuan has also killed people. But the people he killed were natives. If the world is viewed as a game, then these natives are just NPCs. To say the least inhumane. Therefore, whether Tang Xichuan or Zhang Ji took action, they actually did not have much psychological burden. However, this survivor is different. If the accident was caused by the lack of food, Tang Xichuan felt that it was justified. But now it is true that a survivor who chatted with people on the public screen all day was killed by another survivor. This nature is different. Moreover, Zhou Yunwei also admitted that he wanted to take revenge on you. Zhang Ji said. Avenge me? Why are you seeking revenge from me? Tang Xichuan was dumbfounded when he heard that Zhou Yunwei wanted to take revenge from him. You forgot. You had a conflict with him when you were purchasing supplies. Zhang Ji rolled his eyes at Tang Xichuan when he heard what he said. Let me go! How can he hold grudges over such a big thing? Tang Xichuan was very depressed at this time. Although Tang Xichuan was still complaining, he was already thinking about how to deal with this matter. It is impossible to back down, and there was no place for him to retreat. The only thing he can do is to have sex with Zhou Yunwei. However, how to do it still requires some planning. In fact, at this time, Tang Xichuan had already thought of two ways in his mind. The first way is to take the initiative to look for trouble and ask Zhou Yunwei to fight. The second method is go. Let's talk about challenging Zhou Yunwei first. This is the fastest and most direct way Tang Xichuan can think of to solve the problem. First of all the survivors now have only been in this world for a dozen or so days. At this time, survivors generally did not have the ability to travel far. As far as we know so far, one of the people with the ability to travel long distances is Tang Xichuan, and the other is Zhou Yunwei. So far, we have not heard of a third force that can sail far away. This means that Zhou Yunwei's current number will not be very large. Only a few people at most. Or about 10 people. After all, survivors are very far away from each other. Even if you have the ability to sail long distances, facing a route that is often thousands of kilometers long, even if you have a navigation map, you still need a day or two to travel. Moreover, it has only been 5 or 6 days since Zhou Yunwei lost to the Pledge of Survival group. So he has so much time to recruit people. Therefore, Tang Xichuan concluded that Zhou Yunwei's number must be smaller than his own now. If Zhou Yunwei can be lured to the island at this time, then Tang Xichuan is sure to choke Zhou Yunwei to death in the sea. However, there is a fatal flaw in doing this. That is, Zhou Yunwei is not a fool. When he saw such a big island and so many people, he definitely didn't dare to go directly to the island. If he was allowed to run away, it would not be so easy the second time. Moreover, since he took the initiative to expose the coordinates of the island, he would have to face Zhou Yunwei's attack at any time. In addition, other thoughtful survivors will also covet their own islands. If it's the second option, it's to hide yourself. But if you do this, let alone whether you are willing or not, how long can you hide? The longer time passes, the more people will be on Zhou Yunwei's side. This is no joke. No matter how you say it, Zhou Yunwei was once the leader of a large survival group with 2,000 people. No matter how bad he was, he would still have a few confidants. When Zhou Yunwei gathers these confidants together, it will be a powerful force. It doesn't take too many of these confidants. Just a dozen or so. And they can easily attack the islands of other survivors. Then use coercion to force those survivors to join their side. Even if those survivors are reluctant at first. In order to survive, they will definitely do what Zhou Yunwei wants. Once you are unwilling, twice you get used to it, and 3 or 4 times it becomes voluntary. From ancient times to the present, is it rare to coerce others to join oneself? If we really board for a period of time, Zhou Yunwei's number of people will definitely reach a very terrifying situation. Don't look at the fact that people are criticizing Zhou Yunwei on the public screen now. When things really fall on them, you will see if they will choose to join Zhou Yunwei. Maybe, when the time comes, I will not only have to face Zhou Yunwei, but also him and the dozens or hundreds of people under him. Therefore, Tang Xichuan was not very satisfied with these two methods. Zhang Ji looked at Tang Xichuan and frowned, thinking that Tang Xichuan was afraid of Zhou Yunwei. Xichuan, don't worry. If one day comes, I will definitely be at the front. Huh? What? Tang Xiachuan came to his senses after hearing Zhang Ji's words. I said, if the day comes, I will stand in front of you and protect you. Zhang Ji said solemnly again. No. I was just thinking about a question. After Tang Xiachuan heard Zhang Ji's words clearly, he suddenly felt embarrassed. I have a question. Zhang Ji's old face also turned red. He thought Tang Xiachuan was afraid, so he didn't speak. But it turned out that Tang Xiachuan was thinking about something else. Well, I was thinking, should I find a way now to actively expose myself and attract Zhou Yue to come over? Or should I just wait and see? Tang Xiachuan said, touching his chin. After hearing Tang Xiachuan's words, it was Zhang Ji's turn to be dumbfounded. He never expected that Tang Xiachuan was thinking about whether to mess with Zhou Yue instead of being afraid of Zhou Yue. What do you want to do? Zhang Ji asked curiously. I haven't thought about the details yet. But the general idea is that I took the initiative to provoke Zhou Yue on the public screen, and then directly asked him to go to the island. At this stage, I guess Zhou Yue doesn't have many people in his hands. As long as he dares to come, I am sure that he will not be able to leave the island. When Tang Xiachuan said this, his eyes suddenly showed a fierce look. Chapter 131. Do you think I am an idiot? When Zhang Ji heard Tang Xiachuan's words, he knew that Tang Xiachuan had already had his own thoughts. So he said nothing more. Zhang Ji looked at the natives who were still getting off the warship. And Zhang Ji had some surprises. I hadn't noticed just now, but it seemed that after Tang Xiachuan got off the boat, these natives kept getting off the boat. How long has it been? Why are you still getting off the ship? Xiachuan, how much did you gain from going to the indigenous island this time? Why do I feel that there are too many people? Zhang Ji looked at the crowd and asked with some doubts. Oh, you mean the indigenous people? I brought them all here this time. Tang Xiachuan didn't understand what Zhang Ji meant at first, but when he followed Zhang Ji's gaze, he immediately understood what Zhang Ji meant. What? All of them? Zhang Ji was dumbfounded. He knew very well what everything Tang Xiachuan said meant. He had been involved from the beginning and naturally knew how big the indigenous population was. He also understood very well that Tang Xiachuan would not lie. Since Tang Xiachuan said everything, it means that all the indigenous people were brought here. The population of the indigenous people is around 200, which means that the population of Tang Xiachuan's island has officially exceeded 200 people from today on. When he thought that the total population on the island exceeded 200 people, Zhang Ji suddenly realized a serious problem. Don't look at the fact that Tang Xiachuan's island area now exceeds 210,000 square meters. However, a large part of this 210,000 square meters does not produce food. The island was planned very evenly by Tang Xiachuan, with planting areas, production areas, residential areas and grazing areas. All areas are currently evenly distributed, with each area only having an area of approximately 40,000 square meters. Although the overall area of the island is 210,000 square meters. After the island's terrain was transformed, more than 50,000 square meters were not suitable for planting or living. 40,000 square meters looks big, but in fact it doesn't do much. If this 40,000 square meters is just for living, let alone 200 people, it can be doubled. When you say that if you use 40,000 square meters for planting and need to feed more than 200 people, you are just wishful thinking. No matter how fast the crops grown on this island grow, it will still take 7 days to mature. Moreover, the first wave of food grown was only trial planting. All the harvested grain is reserved for planting and preparing for the second round of sowing. According to Fan Lao's estimation, it will take at least 3 rounds of sowing to have enough food for consumption. This means that it will take at least more than 20 days to eat the agricultural products grown on the island. That means starting today, until the crops are harvested, there are 20 days in between, and the entire island will be in a food monoculture situation. The only thing I can eat every day is fish. Zhang Ji has been eating fish every day these days, and he is almost vomiting. Originally, he was thinking of getting some rice to make rice after the first wave of grain was harvested. Now it seems that this wish will come true. If eating fish every day is still bearable, then there is a more serious problem, and that is whether the 40,000 square meters of planting area can feed so many people. First of all, 40,000 square meters of land is 400 acres. According to the rice grown, the harvest of 1 acre of rice is about 1,800 to 2,000 kilograms. Therefore, under the best extreme circumstances, one wave of planting can yield a harvest of 720,000 kilograms of rice. That is 360 tons of rice. On average, a person eats 2 pounds of rice every day. 200 people on the front line need to consume 400 kilograms of food. In 7 days, nearly 2 tons of food were consumed. It seems that the total amount of food consumed in 7 days is not worth mentioning compared to the amount of goods received. But it should be noted that what is mentioned here is the extreme case. That is to say, in this 40,000 square meters area, only rice is grown and no other crops are grown. For example, no vegetables or anything else are grown. Moreover, such a situation cannot be realized from now on. If you want to have enough to sow 40,000 square meters of grain, it will take at least 20 days and 3 rounds of sowing. So, the question comes back again. What will you eat during these 20 days? In addition, the calculation formula for harvesting 360 tons of rice in these 7 days is still based on the premise that it only takes 7 days to mature on the island. If one day this rule disappears, the entire island will immediately fall into famine. When Zhang Ji thought of this, he immediately told Tang Sichuan what he thought. Tang Sichuan was stunned when he heard Zhang Ji's words. Then he shook his head helplessly. "Brother Zhang, that's not what you decided," Tang Sichuan said with some laughter and tears. "Sichuan, although what I just thought was a bit extreme, we still need to be on guard against this kind of thing. After all, food is the top priority of our development," Zhang Ji said with a serious face. "Okay." Tang Sichuan looked at Zhang Ji's serious face and said immediately, "Brother Zhang, you just said that your guess was the most extreme case. But you missed one point." "What?" Zhang Ji was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Brother Zhang, even if you say the island rules will change, it will still take time. Have you ever thought that when we start harvesting, we will be able to harvest 360 tons of grain in the first wave? This food is enough to feed the entire island for a year. And our biggest reliance has never been the cultivation on the island. Our biggest reliance is that the entire island will accelerate its creation as its area expands. Is Brother Zhang so unsure that we can't develop the island to a very huge extent within 1 year?" This. Zhang Ji heard Tang Sichuan's words and suddenly didn't know what to say. It seems that what Tang Sichuan said makes sense. "So, Brother Zhang, if we survive in this world, we will face various crises. But among all crises, the food crisis is the most insignificant." Tang Sichuan showed a confident smile. Zhang Ji was speechless when he heard Tang Sichuan's words. "I'm afraid that among all the survivors, you, Tang Sichuan, are the only ones who don't take the food crisis seriously," Zhang Ji complained in his mind. But then he thought about it, and it seemed that what Tang Sichuan said made sense. As the island continues to grow, the current food crisis is really nothing to Tang Sichuan. For Tang Sichuan, eating well has never been his goal. His goal is to let himself and those who follow him eat well. What does it mean to eat well? That is, there is rice in the bowl, meat in the pot, vegetables in the bowl, and fruit after the meal. This is Tang Sichuan's goal. As for the option of eating enough, Tang Sichuan has never considered it. Apart from being hungry on the first day, which one of the following days was he not full of food? "I have worked hard to expand the 8-point island to 210,000 square meters. Is it because I want to eat enough?" He was there to eat well. "Besides, Brother Zhang, who told you that our island only has 210,000 square meters?" Tang Sichuan looked at Zhang Ji with a smile. "Sichuan, although I joined the army after graduating from high school, I also experienced 9 years of compulsory education. This island is not 210,000 square meters. How much is it?" Zhang Ji looked at me with a look on his face that said, "Don't treat me like an idiot." Tang Sichuan. Chapter 132, Do you really think we are freeloaders? It's 210,000 now. But it won't be any more soon. Tang Sichuan said to Zhang Ji with a smile. What do you mean? Zhang Ji said he didn't understand. Look what this is. Tang Sichuan said, taking out the island ownership card and handing it directly to Zhang Ji. What is this? Zhang Ji asked strangely as he watched Tang Sichuan take out a card. But when Zhang Ji saw it clearly, he yelled, I'll wipe it. Sichuan, where did you get this? Of course, I got this from the Sisi tribe. Tang Sichuan nodded. Here. How big is the island of the Sisi tribe? Zhang Ji asked curiously. It's not big. Only 1 square kilometer. Tang Sichuan said with some pride. 1.1 square kilometers? Zhang Ji was stunned. He knew very well what this square kilometer represented. This means that Tang Sichuan's island can be expanded 5 times immediately. This means that Tang Sichuan's island now has 1-9.6 millionth of the area of the previous flower grower. Don't underestimate this square kilometer. This is one small step for Tang Sichuan and one giant leap for survivors. Sichuan, when others robbed, they just grabbed property and stuff. But you just robbed an island in a row. Zhang Ji was a little speechless. He has been in the army for so many years, and it is not like he has never seen robberies. But this was the first time he had seen a robber like Tang Sichuan. Then what are you going to do? Zhang Ji asked. What else can we do? Just expand the island. Tang Sichuan spread his hands and looked at Zhang Ji like an idiot. Zhang Ji felt Tang Sichuan's contempt and immediately said, That's not right. Didn't you say before that you were a little worried about Zhou Yunwei? Why do you suddenly want to expand the island? I just thought about what you said. Tang Sichuan saw Zhang Ji mentioning Zhou Yunwei again, and then lent it to him to explain. I thought about it for a moment. It's really not the same thing for us to avoid Zhou Yunwei like this. So, the best way is to hit him head on. However, Zhou Yunwei is not that easy to deceive. So I plan to divide the whole plan into 2 steps. 2 steps? Zhang Ji immediately became interested when he heard Tang Sichuan's words. Yes, just 2 steps. Tang Sichuan nodded, and then continued to analyze Zhang Ji. Zhou Yunwei is not stupid. So if we lie to him directly, we won't be able to lie to him at all. So, the best way is to expose some of our strength in advance and let him think that our strength is only that much. Then give him some confidence and let him feel that what we expose is our full strength. Give him confidence and make him feel that if he works hard, he can kill us. Finally, let them try their best to attack us. Let them come ashore. And then let them find out that they have been deceived by us. Zhang Ji said immediately after hearing half of it. Tang Sichuan nodded when he heard Zhang Ji's words, and then said, Yes, that's what I mean. It's just that how much strength this exposes is a question. It would be bad if we exposed too much and scared Zhou Yunwei into hiding. Tang Sichuan thought for a while and said to Zhang Ji, Yes, that's what I mean too. Zhang Ji nodded. If there is less exposure, I am afraid it will arouse Zhou Yunwei's suspicion. In this way, he will not be fooled. So, I plan to expand the island, then release about 40 indigenous people, and hide the others first. 40 indigenous people, plus us survivors. We are already a very powerful force. Furthermore, so many people occupying such a large island can also explain why we collected supplies so quickly. Presumably, with Zhou Yunwei's greed, he will never let go of this opportunity. Tang Sichuan told Zhang Ji his plan. Yes. In addition, we need to divide these 40 people into 2 waves. One wave needs to be reserved as a backup to make Zhou Yunwei feel that he has clearly seen our cards. Zhang Ji added. Tang Sichuan was stunned for a moment when he heard Zhang Ji's words, and then gave Zhang Ji a thumbs up. Brother Zhang, you are so sinister. Go. Why am I so sinister? Zhang Ji immediately waved to Tang Sichuan after hearing Tang Sichuan's words. What I call wisdom. How can I call it Yin? Yes. Brother Zhang, you are so wise. Tang Sichuan nodded. Although Tang Sichuan said that Zhang Ji was sinister, from the bottom of his heart, he already agreed with Zhang Ji's suggestion. The plan that was not perfect at first became perfect immediately after getting Zhang Ji's supplement. For a cruel and cunning person like Zhou Yunwei, if you expose all 40 people at once, he will definitely wonder if he has any backups. If only a few people on his side were exposed and Zhou Yunwei guessed his side's backup plan, he would not be suspicious again. It made Zhou Yunwei think that Tang Sichuan was on the first floor and he was on the second floor. After making him confident and leading everyone to attack, he finally discovered that Tang Sichuan was in the atmosphere. Only by directly crushing Zhou Yunwei to death with powerful strength can he destroy Zhou Yunwei psychologically and physically. This can't be blamed on Tang Sichuan's cruelty. It can only be said that since Zhou Yunwei wants to kill him, there is no need to be polite to him. By the way, Brother Zhang, there is one more thing. Tang Sichuan thought for a while and said to Zhang Ji, What's going on? Zhang Ji smelled something strange. It's like this. There are more people on our island. Soon the island will be 1 square kilometer. We have a small number of people, and the islands will continue to evolve, which makes it very likely that carnivores will evolve. These predators are very likely to cause some harm to the indigenous residents. So I want to set up a convoy, select some strong indigenous people, train them, and then distribute weapons and let them patrol the island. Tang Sichuan said to Zhang Ji with a serious face. That's okay. Zhang Ji nodded in agreement. So I plan to let you, Brother Zhang, lead this escort team. Huh? Why me? Zhang Ji was a little surprised. Brother Zhang, among all of us, you are the only one who has served as a soldier. You are the only one who understands these things. You are not responsible for this matter. Do you want Mr. Fang and others to go? Tang Xichuan rolled his eyes at Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji heard Tang Xichuan's words, nodded subconsciously, and then said, Okay, leave this matter to me. Seeing that Zhang Ji agreed, Tang Xiaochuan said nothing more. Brother Zhang, please keep an eye on this place first and make arrangements for these new natives so that they can stay here for the time being. I'll think about it later and see if I can get 2 more dormitories. Oh, Mr. Fang has already thought of this housing issue for you. Just go to Mr. Fang directly. That's it. Zhang Ji heard Tang Xiaochuan's words and said to him immediately, Huh? Mr. Fang has already thought of it? Tang Xiaochuan was surprised. Aren't you talking nonsense? Who is Mr. Fang? Do you really think that we only have to eat on the island? Zhang Ji finally found an opportunity to ridicule Tang Xiaochuan. Chapter 133 Expanding the Island. Okay. It's my fault. When Tang Xiaochuan heard Zhang Ji's words, he could only admit his mistake immediately. Now that the housing problem has been solved, it will be okay to arrange for these indigenous people to live in it soon. Okay. Got it. Zhang Ji nodded after hearing Tang Xiaochuan's words. Tang Xiaochuan saw that Zhang Ji understood what he meant, so he walked towards the villa. Now that we have decided to continue to expand the area of the island, it is time to do so without further delay. It's still morning, and it's still early. I've expanded the island here, and I can continue to build the facilities on the island in the afternoon. When Tang Xiaochuan arrived at the villa, Ma Yin was already waiting for him at the door of the villa. Sister Ma Yin. Tang Xiaochuan called to Ma Yin with a smile. Xiaochuan, you finally came back safely. There was no danger along the way. Ma Yin looked at Tang Xiaochuan and said with a smile, What can happen to me along the way? It's great. Tang Xiaochuan smiled and shook his head. Then have you eaten? Do you want to prepare something for you? Don't bother. Sister Ma Yin. Tang Xiaochuan looked and found that Wenwen, who had been holding him in his arms before, was not here now. Where is Wenwen? Tang Xiaochuan asked. Wenwen followed Mr. Fang and the others to the South Island to play, Ma Yin said with a smile. Going to the fields? Okay. Tang Xiaochuan nodded, and then said, Then I will bring Wenwen back when I go to find Mr. Fang later. By the way, Xiaochuan. Ma Yin looked at Tang Xiaochuan, hesitated for a moment, and then called him. What's wrong? Sister Ma Yin? Tang Xiaochuan stopped and asked. Xiaochuan, did Zhang Ji tell you about Zhou Yue? When Tang Xiaochuan saw Ma Yin asking about Zhou Yue again, he nodded. Brother Zhang has already told me. Don't worry. I have already thought of a countermeasure. Okay. Since you already have a countermeasure, I won't say anything. Ma Yin nodded, stepped back, and said to Tang Xiaochuan, I'll prepare lunch for noon. You can do your work first. After saying that, Ma Yin went directly back to the villa, and Tang Xiaochuan also returned to his bedroom. When he walked into his bedroom, he found that his bedroom had been neatly tidied, and there was a faint fragrance in the whole room. This bedroom looks like someone is cleaning it every day. Tang Xiaochuan threw himself on the sofa in an extremely comfortable posture, and then touched the island stone with his hand. Ding! It's been detected that you have an island ownership card. Do you want to use it? As soon as Tang Xiaochuan's hand touched the island stone, he heard a prompt from the island stone. Use. Tang Xiaochuan did not hesitate and chose to use it directly. Please choose how to use the island ownership card. Use the ownership card with the island stone. Tang Xiaochuan directly chose to merge the ownership card with the island stone without even thinking about it. Confirmation completed. Following Daosher's prompt, a full map of the island suddenly appeared in front of Tang Xiaochuan's eyes. Tang Xiaochuan, who has experienced many island expansions, knows very well that he wants to freely expand the island by himself. Tang Xiaochuan, who originally wanted to distribute the island area evenly, suddenly stopped. Wait a minute. It seems that the island area cannot be distributed equally now. Tang Xiaochuan murmured. First of all, the current island actually has an area of 210,000 square meters, evenly distributed among 4 islands, each of which is about 50,000 square meters. Such a large area is large enough for some of the facility islands in my plan. For example, the island that I plan for production and construction is already big enough. Moreover, Now the entire island only has a population of over 200 people. These 200 people live on an island with more than 40,000 and nearly 50,000 people, which is enough. However, these areas are far from enough for the planting and breeding industries that we want to develop. For example, per square meters of planting land is only 400 acres, so not much can be grown. Of course, if you use all of these 400 acres to grow rice, that's enough. But that's not what Tang Sichuan wants. What he wants is not only to be full, but also to eat well. So fruits, vegetables, these must be grown. Counting these, Tang Sichuan's existing planting area is not enough. Moreover, this does not include the breeding area. Now on Tang Sichuan's island, there are cows, sheep, chickens and ducks. These small animals need a certain amount of space to move around. Now it seems that the activity area is enough. But these little animals will give birth to babies. One day, the farming islands will become extremely small. In addition, Tang Sichuan is preparing to form an escort team. So these escort teams also need space for activities and training. This means that he still needs at least 10,000 square meters of open space for these escort members to train. The current situation is that of the 4 islands. Some have sufficient area or even exceed the standard, while some islands have insufficient area. Now that I've finally got an ownership card, I can directly expand the island to 1 square kilometer. I don't know when the next opportunity like this will come. Therefore, Tang Sichuan does not want to distribute this square kilometer equally. After thinking about it, Tang Sichuan felt that food was the most important thing in his future life. In this case, the area of cultivated islands must be expanded. Even if the food grown is too much for people like myself to consume, it can still be sold. Anyway, no matter what, Tang Sichuan's view on food is that he would rather have more than less. As a result, Tang Sichuan directly added 400,000 square meters to the planting island. The entire planting island instantly became 440,000 square meters. As for the area of the breeding island, Tang Sichuan also designated 400,000 square meters. The overall area of the breeding island also reaches 440,000 square meters. After planting the areas of the 2 islands, Tang Sichuan still had 200,000 square meters in hand. Among the remaining areas, Tang Sichuan directly allocated another 120,000 square meters to the residential island, which tripled the area of the residential island. The manufacturing island was finally allocated 60,000 square meters. Let the entire Dongdao area responsible for production and manufacturing exceed 100,000 square meters. With the remaining 20,000 square meters, Tang Sichuan redeveloped a small island in the northwest corner of the residential island. It is close to residential islands and breeding islands. Tang Sichuan also had his own considerations in doing so. First of all, the entire island will definitely grow larger, and by then, it will no longer be realistic to just patrol on foot. Therefore, the later convoys will definitely need to be equipped with horses. Horses need pasture, and pasture is grown on the breeding islands to the west. In addition, these escorts need to pay attention. So it is destined that the training ground can only be built close to the residential island. And it must also be convenient for raising horses. Why don't you just confirm that the training ground can only be placed in the northwest corner? Just do it as soon as you think of it. After Tang Sichuan planned the island, he clicked confirmation directly. Chapter 134 There is a hot spring. As soon as Tang Sichuan clicked to confirm, he felt a vibration on the ground under his feet. The vibration came and went quickly. In just a few seconds, the vibration stopped. Tang Sichuan, who has had many experiences, knows the normal behavior of this island when it expands. When the shaking stopped, Tang Sichuan hurriedly walked outside the villa. He also wanted to know how much the island had changed this time. When Tang Sichuan just walked out of the villa, Ma Yin was already waiting at the door. Sichuan, our island seems to have grown bigger again? Ma Yin looked at Tang Sichuan with confusion. Yes, Sister Ma Yin. Tang Sichuan nodded, and then said to her, Sister Ma Yin, you are busy first. I will go to the island to have a look. Oh! When Ma Yin heard that Tang Sichuan was going out for a walk, she didn't stop him. She just nodded and said to Tang Sichuan, You come back early at noon, and we will have stir-fry for lunch. Stir-fried vegetables? Tang Sichuan stopped immediately after hearing Ma Yin's words. Tang Sichuan felt that he had only been away for a few days, but he could already eat stir-fry on the island. Ma Yin saw Tang Sichuan's doubts, smiled, and said to Tang Sichuan, This is all the result of Mr. Fong. Mr. Fong tried growing a batch of vegetables before, which were irrigated with high-grade soil and S-grade fresh water. So this batch of vegetables grew very quickly. Early this morning, Mr. Fong had people harvest a bunch of food and send it over to everyone for a change of taste. Really? Tang Sichuan suddenly became interested when he heard Ma Yin's words. Sister Ma Yin, what's for lunch? Tang Sichuan asked. It's just some simple vegetables. 1 scrambled eggs with tomatoes, 1 stir-fried lettuce, and 1 stir-fried rabbit with cucumbers and garlic sprouts, Ma Yin said with a smile. When Tang Sichuan heard Ma Yin's words, he suddenly felt his mouth begin to drool. Although these dishes were all home-cooked dishes for me in the past, but for today's survivors, they are rare delicacies. These survivors, if they do well, can eat fish and meat every day, while if they do not do well, they can only eat the bread in the supply box. It is estimated that among all the survivors, Tang Sichuan and his friends are the only ones who can eat stir-fried vegetables. Okay, I'll be back in a moment. Tang Sichuan nodded. Although he was greedy for these food, Tang Sichuan felt that he still needed to see the situation on the island first. Tang Sichuan had just walked out of the villa, and the first thing he saw was the hill behind the villa. The hill at this time was 50 or 60 meters high. It is the tallest being on the entire island. But even so, this mountain can still only be called a hill. At the foot of the hill, the mouth of the spring, which was originally just a trickle, has now turned into a small river. Although this small river is only 2 or 3 meters wide, its water depth exceeds 30 centimeters. Looking at this spring river, Tang Sichuan knew that he would never be short of drinking water in the future. It is also worth mentioning that the forest behind the villa was at least removed by Zhang Ji, because the last time the island expanded to 210,000 square meters, some small animals began to appear in the woods. Although these small animals are pheasants, hares, etc., they have no attack power. But if the island expands again, some ferocious beasts may evolve in the woods. Therefore, Zhang Ji divided the forest into 3 parts for the safety of the people on the island. Among them, a very small part of the woods is preserved behind the villa, which is the most decorative part of the villa. Another part was also placed on the east side of the North Island, because in Tang Sichuan's plan, the East Island was an island reserved exclusively for manufacturing. Zhang Ji was worried that pollution would occur when large-scale construction began on Dongdao, so he allocated trees in advance as barriers. However, the trees in these 2 places only occupy about 20% of the previous forest. The remaining 80% of the woods were moved to the north of the hill by Zhang Ji. His idea was to turn the north side of the hill into a forest and let it evolve naturally. However, in order to prevent enemies from landing from the north of the island, Zhang Ji specially opened a small platform on the mountain north of the hill. Then the original cabin of Tang Sichuan was placed there and used as an observation post. Tang Sichuan agreed with this. Indeed, as Zhang Ji said, the forest behind the villa has developed into a forest. Tang Sichuan didn't dare to put the villa on the edge of the forest. God knows what would come out of the forest. Tang Sichuan walked slowly on the island. He had just crossed the Spring River, and after walking less than 100 meters, he smelled a very familiar smell of sulfur again. When Tang Sichuan smelled the smell, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly walked forward. As a result, he discovered that there was another spring on the mountain, and water was flowing out. At the same time, bursts of water vapor emerged from those springs. Could it be a hot spring? Tang Sichuan's eyes lit up, and he put his hand on the outlet of the spring water, feeling the temperature of the spring water. I'll go. It's really a hot spring. It's amazing now. Tang Sichuan was immediately overjoyed. Tang Sichuan had known before that there was a hot spring rich in sulfur in the Sisi tribe. The hot springs are rich in sulfur, which is a rare fertilizer for both breeding and agriculture. And with hot springs, you can take a hot spring bath in the future. Before, Tang Sichuan was a little regretful that he couldn't take the hot spring with him. But he didn't expect that when he fused the ownership card with the island stone, he really created a hot spring. Tang Sichuan looked at the mouth of the hot spring, and then at the spring river 100 meters away. He thought that when he had time, he would have someone come and plan the 2 springs carefully. Such a good thing will be wasted if not used properly. Tang Sichuan stood up again and walked towards the previous dividing river. But as soon as he reached the river, he immediately frowned. Why do I feel that this dividing river has become narrower? Tang Sichuan was a little confused. He remembered that the dividing river before was already several meters wide. How come this river was only 3 meters wide this time? Just when Tang Sichuan was confused, he happened to see Yumin passing by. Brother Yu, wait a minute. Tang Sichuan called Yumin inside. Sichuan? Why are you here? Yumin was carrying a handful of wood pulp and was about to go out to sea. when he heard someone calling him. When he turned around, he happened to see Tang Sichuan. Yu Min knew that Tang Sichuan had just returned to the island today. He originally thought that Tang Sichuan would rest in the villa. After all, he had been traveling for several days and was exhausted. Unexpectedly, I met Tang Sichuan here. Brother Yu, let me ask you something. How do I feel that the dividing river has become narrower? Tang Sichuan asked with a puzzled look on his face. Oh, you're talking about this. Yu Min thought Tang Sichuan was asking him what he was doing, but it turned out that he was asking about the boundary river. Yu Min smiled faintly, and then said to Tang Sichuan, You will know after you taste the water of this river. Chapter 135 Turning Sea Fish into Freshwater Fish. Try it? Tang Sichuan was dumbfounded. This boundary river was originally just a small river that Tang Sichuan dug through the island. The water in this river is also seawater, bitter and astringent. Although water from the spring river was added later to dilute the concentration of seawater, the river water was still not drinkable. To put it bluntly, this dividing river is a Haihe river. Strictly speaking, the water in this river is still seawater. The taste is astringent and bitter. But now, Yu Min actually let him try it. Could it be? Tang Sichuan suddenly thought of a possibility. He immediately leaned down, picked up a handful of river water, and drank slowly. When entering the river water, there is no bitter or astringent feeling at all, but instead a hint of sweetness. But more importantly, the river water has an earthy smell. Tang Sichuan immediately spit out the water in his mouth and looked at the river in front of him in surprise. Although the water has a strong earthy smell, it is indeed fresh water. Is this fresh water? Tang Sichuan looked surprised. Yes, this is fresh water. Yu Min also nodded. How is it possible? Tang Sichuan was confused. Sichuan, the river has become like this since the last island upgrade, Yu Min said with a smile. Last time? Tang Sichuan still couldn't believe it. Yes, although the water in this river is fresh water. In terms of taste alone, this river water is still not as good as the water from the spring river. However, the river water is still enough for irrigation, Yu Min said. Irrigation? When Tang Sichuan heard Yu Min's words, he was stunned for a moment. Then he saw that on the other side of the river, a water inlet had indeed been opened to introduce river water into the South Island. Is that the opening? Tang Sichuan pointed to the opening opposite. Yu Min took a look and nodded. Yes, that's right there. After the river became a freshwater river, Mr. Fong led his people to dig a ditch and pour it directly into the South Island. The entire South Island irrigation system is still under construction. Mr. Fong said that once this ditch is built, irrigation in the South Island will be more convenient in the future. Tang Sichuan nodded when he heard this. Okay, I'll go over and take a look later. By the way, how are you doing over there? Do you need any help? Tang Sichuan looked at Yu Min and asked. I don't have any problems there. I just catch fish every day and build our 2 ponds. But now that the boundary river has become a freshwater river, I wonder if this river can also be utilized. For example, try to see if you can raise some freshwater fish and shrimps. This is a good idea, Tang Sichuan affirmed after hearing Yu Min's words. Okay. But there is a problem that cannot be solved now. Yu Min thought for a while and said, What's the problem? Tang Sichuan asked immediately after hearing Yu Min say that there was an unresolved problem. It's just that we don't have freshwater fish fry at the moment. We have quite a lot of marine fish, but there are no freshwater fish. Yu Min spread his hands and expressed his helplessness. When Tang Sichuan heard Yu Min's words, he immediately frowned. Just kidding. I am now in an ocean world. There are many fish in the ocean, but they are all sea fish. Where can I go to find freshwater fish fry? Even if he wanted to acquire it, it would be almost impossible. First of all, there are at least tens of thousands of supply boxes here. Although it's not a lot of cattle, sheep, and so on. You can raise them by yourself. But at least it's enough to develop your own animal husbandry. But I have never developed freshwater aquatic species. Although it cannot be said with certainty that freshwater aquatic seedlings will not bloom in the supply box, the absolute probability is extremely low. There was a freshwater river in the sky, but it could only be empty. Tang Sichuan felt that his heart was bleeding. Is it just a waste of money? Tang Sichuan was a little unconvinced. But then, he thought of something. Since islands can evolve, and ordinary sea fish can evolve into high-level fish, is it possible to turn sea fish into freshwater fish? How about giving it a try? Tang Sichuan suddenly thought. By the way, brother Yu, do you think it's possible for us to cultivate sea fish into freshwater fish? Tang Sichuan heard it. What? Turning sea fish into freshwater fish? Yu Min was dumbfounded when he heard Tang Xichuan's words. And this operation? Brother Yu, think about it. Most of the sea fish we catch are ordinary fish. But when we caught it on the island and cultured it for a period of time, it turned into a high-level sea fish. Does this mean that we can actually cultivate new species? Tang Xiaochuan smelled. This should be okay, Yu Min said with some uncertainty. Try it. What if it works? We will have another kind of food. Tang Xichuan looked at Yu Min and said. But the problem is, I'm not sure about this kind of thing. Yu Min felt a little confused. Nothing is 100% sure. Tang Xichuan shook his head, and then said, Actually, brother Yu, you don't need to be under too much pressure. It's best to breed freshwater fish. It doesn't really matter if you can't. And this is basically no cost to us, except for the labor required. Tang Xiaochuan encouraged. Hearing Tang Xiaochuan's words, Yu Min nodded. He felt that what Tang Xiaochuan said was very reasonable. Anyway, there are a lot of marine fish on the island now. Taking out a dozen or dozens of fish will have no impact on the development of the island. But if this happens, then there will be another kind of food on my island. It can be said that this matter is a huge benefit. Even if it fails, it will just be a loss of dozens of fish. As Tang Xiaochuan said. In addition, from a scientific perspective, this is actually possible. After all, marine fish and freshwater fish actually have the same physiological structure. The only difference is that marine fish are used to living in seawater, and their bodies have become accustomed to the salinity in the water. Freshwater fish are accustomed to living in fresh water. If freshwater fish are thrown directly into the sea, the male freshwater fish will directly dehydrate and cause death. The same goes for marine fish thrown into fresh water. But what if there is human control? Maybe in the previous world. Even if you did this, it wouldn't be possible for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years. But in this world, all this becomes possible. This world is evolving rapidly. It may only take a few days or 10 days to complete the changes that took tens of thousands of years in the previous world. Thinking of this, Yu Min suddenly felt that it was very possible that he could realize the idea proposed by Tang Xichuan. I can try this, but I can't guarantee that it will be successful. Yu Min thought for a while, and said to Tang Xichuan, Just give it a try. It doesn't matter whether it succeeds or not. If it succeeds, we can make better use of this freshwater river. Tang Xichuan said with a smile. Chapter 136. Leave the farmland empty? After Yu Min heard Tang Xichuan's words, he nodded and said that he could try it. When Tang Xichuan saw Yu Min agreed, he said to him, Then you go ahead, and I'll go see Mr. Fong and the others. Okay. Yu Min nodded, then picked up the paddle and walked towards the seaside. Tang Xichuan crossed the stone bridge built by the terrain transformation card and arrived at the South Island. At this time, the South Island was a prosperous scene. In the world of rice, the ears of rice at this time have already bent the rice stalks. The wheat is also starting to turn yellow. The lettuce on the side is also growing green. All kinds of vegetables and crops are growing beautifully. And it looks like there should be a bumper harvest in a few days. However, Tang Xichuan did not see Mr. Fong lying in Little Ha. Tang Xichuan thought that at this time, Mr. Fong should still be deep in the South Island. Tang Xichuan walked along the field ridge reclaimed by Fong Lao and others towards the depths of the island. Tang Xichuan still enjoyed walking slowly in the fields like this. This gave him the illusion of returning to reality. In my previous hometown, there was also such a large rice field. During the harvest, the rice stalks would be bent in the same way. Tang Xichuan didn't go far when he heard a burst of voices. Teacher, I just took a look. The South Island has indeed expanded a lot. It is estimated to have expanded 10 times at least. No wonder. I said the number of acres of this field is wrong. An old and powerful voice sounded. Teacher, not only has the area of South Island increased, but I have seen all the crops and they are almost mature. I estimate that the harvest will be ready in 2 or 3 days. But teacher, I also checked along the way. Although the crops that are interested in water have begun to mature, the fruits are too small. I think it's because the crops lacked water when they were growing, which caused the fruit to not bear ideally. Shen Qian said slowly. Well, I noticed everything you said, Mr. Fong said still calmly. But it doesn't matter. Although those fruits are not edible, they can still be kept for breeding. However, we have to hurry up with our subsequent work. Although these secondary fruits can be used for breeding this time, it is not a long-term solution. Teacher, I understand. I will tell the boss soon and ask him to send more people, Shen Qian said solemnly to Mr. Fong. Mr. Fong didn't speak. just nodded. At this time, Tang Sichuan came out from behind, looked at Fan Long and the two of them, and said with a smile, "Mr. Fang, are you having any difficulties here? Hey, Sichuan, why are you here?" Fan Long asked with surprise when he saw Tang Sichuan coming out. "By the way, Sichuan, this South Island suddenly became almost 10 times bigger. Is this all your work?" "Yes." Tang Sichuan nodded after hearing Fan Long's words. "You didn't even say H, low in advance," Fan Long said to Tang Sichuan, dumbfounded. "Huh? What's wrong?" Tang Sichuan was a little confused when he heard Fan Long's words. "Actually, it's nothing. It's just that the area of the island has expanded, which has led to the expansion of our later irrigation canal digging projects." Tang Sichuan suddenly felt a little embarrassed when he heard Fan Long's words. When he first expanded the island, he really didn't think about it. Although when the island expands, everything on the island will expand proportionally. But these are only limited to those that have been built. To give a simple example, a 100-meter canal originally needed to be built on the island, but now 10 meters has been repaired. Then at this time, the island expanded tenfold. Then the canals built previously will be expanded tenfold. The canal that has been repaired is 100 meters long. However, the water canal that has not been repaired, or rather has not been repaired, has also been expanded from the remaining 90 meters to 900 meters. The amount of work has increased 9 times. The construction period will also become longer. If the remaining 90 meters of the canal are dug and then expanded, it will mean that the entire canal has been expanded 10 times. The same workload, but 10 times the benefits. It has to be said that Tang Sichuan's timing to expand the island was indeed wrong. However, the thing has been done, so there is no need to regret it. Isn't it just that the workload has been expanded? Now there is no shortage of working labor here. However, Tang Sichuan also thought about it. In the future, he could not expand the island as he pleased. He had to ask clearly first to see if the recent construction work was about to be completed. If he thinks about a situation like today again, Tang Sichuan thinks he can wait. "Mr. Fang, don't be angry. I just heard Shen Qian say that we need to deploy manpower. I agreed to this matter," Tang Sichuan said with a smile. "In addition, our island's population has increased a lot recently, and the labor force has also increased accordingly. You think otherwise? After 2 days, I will ask Nashi and the others to accompany you and go to the Tutu Head to have a look. You have already selected 20 clever natives, and let them follow you to do farm work from now on." "Really?" Fan Long's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard Tang Sichuan's words. Originally, the South Island only had an area of 40,000 square meters, and it was already very difficult for him and Shen Qian. If Zhang Ji hadn't often brought Maka and the others over to help, the 40,000 square meters of land wouldn't have been able to be cultivated. Now the entire South Island area has expanded to 440,000 square meters. This time it is estimated that even adding Maka and the others will not be enough. "By the way, Sichuan, I have one more thing." Fan Long looked at Tang Sichuan and said, "What's the matter?" Tang Sichuan asked with some confusion after hearing Fan Long's words. "It's like this. I just asked Shen Qian to calculate the current area of South Island and found that the entire South Island is already more than 400,000 square meters. It's almost 4,400 acres of land. With our existing manpower, cultivating such a large land is still a bit stressful. Do you think you can think of a way?" Tang Sichuan was dumbfounded when he heard Fan Long's words. What is the concept of 440,000 square meters of land? It's almost a 500 by 880 rectangular piece of land. It is somewhat unrealistic to cultivate such a large area with 200 manpower alone. In order to take good care of the 440,000 square meters of land, Tang Sichuan made a rough calculation and found that it seemed that it was not enough for his group of people to fill it in. When the time comes to develop other parts of the island, I'm afraid they will all have to become farmers. Of course, there is no way to solve this situation. The first way is to reduce the area of cultivated land and only reserve a certain amount of land for cultivation. Or we can only improve the efficiency of existing work and cultivate more land with the fewest people. Tang Sichuan rejected the first method first. Did you manage to expand the island to such a large area and then leave the land empty? Nothing so wasteful. It seems that we can only think of ways to improve efficiency, Tang Sichuan murmured. Chapter 137 Food must be as abundant as possible. But then again, if you want to improve the work efficiency of these natives, there is only 2 words. It is difficult. The reason is simple. They have never been exposed to agricultural planting before. how can you improve? In other words, even if you improve, to what extent can you improve? So, if you want these natives to put forward any constructive suggestions, forget it. As for Fan Long, he may be able to provide some advice, but his role is limited to this. Otherwise, he would not ask Tang Sichuan what he could do, but directly tell Tang Sichuan what to do. Thinking of this, Tang Sichuan rubbed his brow with some pain. In modern agriculture, mechanized production has been adopted in many areas. Tractors can be used to cultivate the land. Special rice transplanters can be used for planting. Water pumps can be used for irrigation. And large harvesting machines can be used for harvesting. Therefore, in modern agriculture, it is possible for one person to cultivate dozens of acres of land, or even hundreds of acres of land. In the island world, forget about these large agricultural machines. Arable land can only rely on manpower. And planting also relies on manpower. Irrigation is better. Nowadays, water diversion canals have been implemented for irrigation. However, harvesting, the last step of agricultural production and planting, can only be harvested manually. So the manpower required is an astronomical figure. It's simply not something Tang Sichuan can afford now. Therefore, this seemingly non-problem has now become the most difficult part for Tang Sichuan. Is there really no other way? Tang Sichuan felt a little difficult. Just when Tang Sichuan was feeling in trouble, he suddenly heard a moo cry. Hey! What's this sound? This animal sound woke Tang Sichuan out of his thoughts. He raised his head and looked in the direction where the cry came from, and saw a few young cattle grazing leisurely in the distance. Now Tang Sichuan and the others were in a position far to the west, while those cattle were grazing leisurely at the southern end of the West Island. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Tang Sichuan suddenly patted his thigh. He had just been thinking about how to improve the work efficiency of the indigenous people. But he never thought that the easiest way was not to change the indigenous people, but to equip them with some tools. The tools mentioned here are not just tools such as hoes given to the indigenous people. It's about other agricultural production tools. Examples include oxen and bit plows that could be used to assist in plowing the land. To put it simply, Tang Sichuan's previous ideas were all based on humans. And he never thought that in the long history of human development, these animals that can help humans farm are good partners of humans. For example, if an adult has a hoe to dig in the ground, how much can he dig in a day? A plowing ox can easily cultivate several acres of land. When plowing, you can use oxen to help. And when planting, you can also use it. And irrigation has been automated. So the only thing left is harvesting time. There is currently no good way to do this. And you can use animals to cooperate. But if it is just harvesting, even if all the people on the island participate, the harvest can be completed in just a few days. Therefore, in the entire agricultural production activities, when all the people on the island need to participate, it only takes a few days, and it will not waste too much time. Mr. Fang, do you know much about the tools in the countryside before? Tang Sichuan asked. What? Fan Long was stunned for a moment when he heard Tang Sichuan's words. It's just plowshares, blowers and layers. Oh, these things? I've seen them before. Fan Long nodded. Then, Fan Long suddenly realized what Tang Sichuan meant. Sichuan, do you want to make these things? Yes. Tang Sichuan nodded. And then said, That's what I mean. But Sichuan, it seems we don't need it. Fan Long said immediately when he saw Tang Sichuan nodding in confirmation. In fact, Fan Long brought up this topic because he wanted to tell Tang Sichuan that he had only a few people and could not use so much farmland. He wanted to ask Tang Sichuan if he could cultivate less land. After all, the population on the island was limited and he couldn't eat so much food. In addition, according to the rules of this world, the maturity time of crops is very short, and they can mature in a few days. Even if there is an accident, I will still have time to find a way to replant. Okawa, have you ever thought that our number is relatively small, and the food we actually need is far less than the current amount of cultivated land? Coupled with the short maturity time of crops, we plant in large quantities, which will cause our food to be squeezed. When the food goes bad, it will be bad. Tang Sichuan was stunned when he heard Fan Long's words. Only then did he realize that he seemed to have misunderstood Fan Long's meaning. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. But he heard from behind. Fan Long seemed to want to suggest that he reduce the area cultivated here. He immediately said no. Mr. Fang, I understand what you mean, but I think this is wrong. First of all, we believe that this crop has a short maturity time, which is an extremely unreliable inference. For example, It takes 230 days for wheat to mature and 120 days for rice. This is the law of plant growth. Now, both wheat and rice have been compressed to 7 days to mature. This simply violates the growth laws of plants. The reason for all this is the rules of this world. But this kind of rule is not in our hands. If one day, this rule changes and becomes the original growth cycle, then Mr. Fong, have you thought about the consequences? Tang Xichuan asked seriously. This? Fong Long was speechless when he heard Tang Xichuan's words. He didn't expect that after just a few days of living a comfortable life, he would actually let down his guard. What do you mean? Fong Long asked. For the stable development of our island, we must ensure adequate food. So I think we need to stockpile as much food as possible. Don't worry that there is too much food for us to eat. Even if we really can't finish it, we can still sell it. Fong Long nodded when he heard Tang Xichuan's words. Since Tang Xichuan has such an idea, there is no need for him to object. As the saying goes, if you don't worry about the long term, you will have immediate worries. Since Tang Xichuan is afraid that there will be a shortage of food in the future, it is necessary to hoard more food. As Tang Xichuan said, even if people like himself can't finish it, aren't there other survivors? It would also be good to use the excess food to exchange for some supplies needed on the island. Hey, I didn't expect that I would relax my vigilance now that I'm living more and more. Fong Long smiled bitterly and shook his head. Sichuan, don't worry about this. I know all about the plowshares and blowers you mentioned. I will draw the original drawings tonight. But there is nothing I can do about the manufacturing. Chapter 138. Dignity comes from fighting. When Tang Xichuan heard Fong Long's words, he was immediately speechless. He originally thought that Fong Long didn't know this. So he asked himself about island planting. As a result, I misunderstood and thought Fong Long didn't know. However, it's a good thing that I didn't say what was in my heart. Otherwise, it would have been even more embarrassing. Okay. Since Mr. Fong understands this, let's leave this matter to Mr. Fong. Tang Xichuan smiled and nodded. However, I only understand these structures. As for how to make them, I don't know. After all, many of them are purely handmade. If there are modern tools that can determine the size of these parts during manufacturing, if it is changed to pure manual work, it will require superb skills. Otherwise, the parts will be different in size, and they won't be assembled at all, Fong Long said. When Tang Xichuan heard Fong Long's words, he suddenly felt his head was big again. Indeed, if you have a modern lathe, you only need to input the size of each part into the computer, and the CNC lathe will accurately manufacture the parts you need. Now, there is no such thing as CNC machine tools, and all parts need to be polished by hand. This requires a lot of craftsmanship. As far as Tang Xichuan knows, no one on the island currently has such ability. Are you blind again? Tang Xichuan looked unhappy. Fong Long looked at Tang Xichuan's face getting darker and darker, and he knew that Tang Xichuan was in some trouble. Xichuan, are you worried about how to make these things anymore? Fong Long asked. Tang Xichuan didn't speak, just nodded. Actually, Ogawa, you have fallen into a misunderstanding. You want to let the people on the island solve everything. Why don't you think about it and let the survivors outside the island figure it out? Huh? What do you mean? Tang Xichuan was a little surprised when he heard Fong Long's words. What I mean is very simple. In layman's terms, it's to find outsourcing, Fong Long said with a smile. Huh? Outsourcing? Why does this matter have anything to do with outsourcing again? Tang Xichuan had doubts on his forehead. However, he just thought about it for a moment and understood what Fong Long meant. Fong Long's meaning is very clear. That is, since the people on his own island can't solve it, he should find a way and let other survivors outside the island solve it. On my side, I just need to pay them, and that's it. Among survivors, the hardest currency in circulation is food, and food happens to be the most abundant resource on the island. This is equivalent to Tang Xichuan having a lot of wealth in his hands. Although Tang Xichuan understood what Fong Long said, he was still a little worried. He was afraid that if he revealed his wealth without absolute strength, it would attract the prying eyes of other survivors. Mr. Fong, I'm worried that if we purchase these materials with great fanfare, people will be concerned about it, Tang Xichuan said worriedly. You are wrong. Fong Long shook his head, and then said, in fact, the relationship between the survivors now is the same as the relationship between countries in the past. The reason why a big country is called a big country is never because of its land area. This is like the empire in the 19th century. Although its territory was large, It was the food of Western countries. But that island country far away in Europe can dominate the world. Do you know why? Fan Long asked. Is it because that country is more advanced and enlightened? Tang Sichuan replied with a frown. No. Fan Long shook his head. And then said, No. This shows that Go is useless. Ah? When Tang Sichuan heard this, he couldn't help shouting. He never expected that such words could come out of Fan Long's mouth. Seeing the surprise on Tang Sichuan's face, Fan Long continued with satisfaction. Actually, there is no affection at all between countries. Some of them just rely on the power of their own hands to speak. Why are flower growers able to get seats in the 5 permanent houses? Is it because of the country's strong strength? No. The flower growers at that time were not very powerful. But they dared to fight. Be able to exchange your own blood for the respect of other countries. You are afraid that other survivors will unite against you after knowing your wealth. But, have you ever thought about it? Why are you still afraid when you are obviously the strongest? Even if these survivors unite, they won't be of the same mind. So you don't have to be afraid at all. Let's not talk about why they came to beat you. Just say that they are coming. Won't we resist? You know, not many people have the ability to travel far now. Even if they come, there won't be many of them. And this is our chance to show our strength to other survivors. You can't survive until the end. Because the weaker you are, the more useless you are in the eyes of other survivors. Fan Long said slowly to Tang Sichuan. After Tang Sichuan listened to Fan Long's words, he suddenly felt an epiphany. Indeed, as Fan Long said, he had been carefully hiding himself because he was afraid of being discovered by other survivors. But the more hidden it is, the greater the potential danger. In the end, a fight is still equally inevitable. In this case, it is really better to nip this hidden danger in the bud, as Fan Long said. I understand. Tang Sichuan nodded with firm eyes. Fan Long looked at Tang Sichuan's expression and knew that Tang Sichuan at this time was completely different from the Tang Sichuan before. If before, Tang Sichuan chose to hide himself in order to survive, then now Tang Sichuan has become more determined. Mr. Fang, then you get busy first. I'll go back and make preparations. I'll try to make what you need as soon as possible. Okay. Fan Long nodded with satisfaction. When Tang Sichuan saw Fan Long nodded, he turned around and left. Now that you have decided to do something, do it as soon as possible. Tang Sichuan hurried back to the villa and rushed into his room. Then he directly opened Daosher's public screen page. What came into view was a screen full of abuse. However, the target of the abuse was not Tang Sichuan, but another old acquaintance, Zhou Yunwei. 2 days have passed since Zhou Yunwei last invaded other survivor islands. In the past 2 days, he invaded the islands of 7 and 8 survivors. The survivors on these islands were all killed by Zhou Yunwei without exception. Originally, Zhou Yunwei did not intend to go on a killing spree. He only wanted to target Yuanyu, Sky City, Oath, and Tang Sichuan. However, since he killed the first survivor and gained the title of Undead, he has become more and more out of control. A living person may betray him no matter what, but a dead person will not. Now that he has the ability to control the undead, why should he keep the hidden danger of living people? Therefore, Zhou Yunwei did not stop doing anything and directly started his own killing path. Chapter 139. I'm a professional at cheating people. Wow! Where are those big bosses from the survival group in the past? Why don't they stand up to fight against that Zhou Yunwei now? A survivor said on the public screen. Upstairs. You are overthinking. Those big guys are probably scared to death. How could they stand up to provoke Zhou Yunwei at this time? That's right. Now that we are all alone on an island, how can we be the opponents of Zhou Yunwei's group of animals? Upstairs. Are you really stubborn? Aren't you afraid that Zhou Yunwei will follow the network cable to find you? The survivor who initially said Zhou Yunwei was an animal suddenly became frightened. Now even other large survival groups dare not face Zhou Yunwei directly. How could he, a small single player, dare to conflict with Zhou Yunwei head-on? In the past, if it was on the internet, he would naturally have the courage to defy the sky and the earth. But now, he doesn't have the courage to confront Zhou Yunwei. Because, in the past, if you insulted someone, you would get a beating at most. But now, if you insult someone, you will probably die. Let me tell you, since you can't beat them, just join. At this time, a survivor suddenly made an unusual statement. Upon hearing his words, the entire public screen fell into silence. Upstairs. Are you stupid? Are you thinking of joining the pirates? What's the point? This world is originally a world without rules. Everything is about survival. Since there is no way to fight against Mr. Zhou now, why can't you choose to join? Yes. Yes. That's the truth. Since you can't beat them, just join. At this time, someone immediately came out to echo the previous survivor who wanted to join the pirates. Besides, since you want to choose to stand on the opposite side of Boss Zhou, then we can also choose to join. This issue is your own choice. Do you still have any conscience? You actually chose to join the pirates to persecute your compatriots. Upstairs, I want to ask, what is conscience? How much does it cost per pound? Is it delicious? Those of you who want to join the pirates are a group of people with evil views. I am ashamed of your company. Hey, you upstairs. Are you so righteous? Do you dare to tell me the coordinates of your island? Wait for Mr. Zhou to find you. I hope you won't be timid then. Me. The survivor who said that the three views were incorrect immediately did not dare to speak. Tang Xichuan looked at the people on the public screen and couldn't help but frown. It seems that Zhou Yunwei's notoriety has spread, Tang Xiaochuan murmured. Although he wanted to kill Zhou Yunwei, to be honest, he was not ready at this time. At this time, if you really meet Zhou Yunwei, you may be able to win, but you will definitely suffer losses on your side. Even though Zhou Yunwei only has 7 or 8 people now, these people are all survivors and people who have seen the world. There is no way that natives like Nushi can compare. When a single survivor faces a group of natives, he may be easily defeated by the natives. But if these survivors gather in large numbers, they can crush an equal number of natives with their equipment. Tang Xichuan didn't think that Zhou Yunwei would be without weapons after clearing so many islands. However, Zhou Yunwei was able to sweep across so many islands in just 1 or 2 days. Tang Xichuan wouldn't believe it even if he said he didn't have any trump cards. Since now is not the best time to deal with Zhou Yunwei, then he should just pretend that he didn't see it. Tang Xichuan thought for a while, and decided to complete the acquisition task first. Yifeng, now I need to make some farm tools. If you have any brothers who have farm tools or know how to make farm tools, please message me privately. Wow! The missing person is back. Come and see. Everyone. What? What? Boss Yifeng appears again. Boss Yifeng, do you need a thigh pendant? I am light and soft and can easily be pushed over. As always, when Tang Xiaochuan appeared, all kinds of flattery began on the public screen. The focus of discussion on the entire public screen naturally changed from Zhou Yunwei to Tang Xichuan. Boss Yifeng, what have you been doing during this time? You haven't shown up for several days. That's right. That's right. Boss, in the past few days when you were away, Zhou Yunwei, the former deep sea titan, has now become a pirate. Boss, please find a way to save us. People upstairs, you flatter me just because you flatter me, but you want Yifeng to save you. Are you overthinking it? Yes. Times have changed now. The world belongs to the pirate King Zhou. Who the H.L. is Yifeng? Some people flattered him. And naturally some people who couldn't stand Tang Xichuan jumped out to ridicule Tang Xichuan. You just have fun. Stop making trouble. Don't make fun of Brother Yifeng. When Brother Yifeng was here in the past, even Zhou Yunwei's survival group couldn't beat Brother Nifeng. What are you thinking about now? Some of them were Tang Xichuan. The die-hard fans immediately defended Tang Xichuan on the public screen. Stop making trouble. You are more powerful if you have more supplies? This world needs to talk about strength after all. Now there are at least 7 or 8 island members under Boss Zhou. And Yifeng is still alone even if he has more supplies. Upstairs, I just want to ask. How did you know that Mr. Yifeng was the only one? Did you see him? That's right. That's right. I don't believe that Mr. Yifeng can come up with such supplies. He only has one person on the island. Tang Xichuan looked at the other survivors on the public screen and compared himself with Zhou Yunwei. He did not discuss the farm tools, he just mentioned it all. He suddenly felt a little dissatisfied and just wanted to remind these survivors that it would be better to talk less about these things and do more practical things. However, just as he was about to speak, he suddenly realized that this situation was not a suitable opportunity for him. If he exposes some of the actual situation on his island at this time, it is estimated that it will soon reach Zhou Yunwei's ears. At that time, Zhou Yunwei can be induced to misestimate the strength of his island. Moreover, by revealing some things about his island at this time, in the eyes of others, he is showing off his strength. From a normal person's point of view, since it is showing off, it must be bragging for the good. No one would think that when showing off, one would choose to hide it. Therefore, at this time, even if Tang Xichuan said on the public screen that there were 40 people on his island, It is estimated that the vast majority of survivors would not believe it. They would instinctively think that Tang Sichuan was bragging. Since Tang Sichuan wants to get rid of Zhou Yue, it is inevitable to dig a hole for Zhou Yue. A professional digging team needs to dig holes for people anytime and anywhere regardless of time. If there is no opportunity, create opportunities to dig holes for others. Now that the opportunity has come, if you give up, wouldn't you be sorry for your title of digger? Chapter 140 Yifeng. Let's settle our old and new grudges together. Thank you for your concern. I've been busy expanding my island recently, so I don't have much time to pay attention to everyone's chats. However, what you just said about the relationship between me and Zhou Yunwei, the former leader of the Deep Sea Titans, I want to say that you all misunderstood. I have been friends with Captain Zhou for a long time. Captain Zhou is an excellent leader of the survival group, Tang Sichuan said on the public screen. Hey, why is the painting style not right? Why does it feel like Mr. Yefeng is kneeling and licking Zhou Yue? A survivor suddenly said something weird when he heard Tang Xiaochuan's words. Fart. How could Yifeng kneel down and lick that bitch Zhou Yue? Then tell me, what is Night Breeze doing now? Why do you talk so much nonsense? Don't you think it's okay if you just read it? Tang Sichuan looked at the comments on the public screen, but he didn't take it to heart. He still said to himself, however, I am extremely sorry that Captain Zhou recently changed his career to become a pirate. Although I despise such behavior, it is all Captain Zhou's own choice. Recently, other brothers have compared me with Captain Zhou. What I want to say is that I will not actively provoke other people, but others should not try to provoke me. I can tell you very responsibly that I, Yifeng, am not that bullying. I just want peaceful development. But if anyone thinks I'm a soft persimmon, you can try it and ask my 40 brothers on the island if they all agree. Also, if you think I'm lying, you can come and take a look. The coordinates of my island are here. If you don't believe it, you can come and try it. However, ugly words ahead. Any survivor who dares to come within 30 kilometers of my island will be regarded as an invasion by me, and you will be responsible for the consequences. Tang Sichuan said very domineeringly. And then, he quietly waited for the feedback on the public screen. The survivors on the public screen fell silent for a moment when they saw Tang Sichuan's remarks in the second half, which could almost be regarded as a provocative declaration of war. Oh my god. What did I see? Boss Yefeng just said how many people are there on his island? 40 people? Upstairs? You miscalculated. Boss Yefeng mentioned the 40 brothers behind him. Then including Boss Yefeng himself. There are a total of 41 people on his island. Damn. You're lying. 41 people. How can he feed them? And how big does his island have to be? Yes. Yes. It must be a lie. I can't eat enough for anyone right now. Where does he get the food to feed 40 people? Hell's upstairs. Have you forgotten that Mr. Yifeng has extra supplies for sale? Do you think that if he is not full, he will take out so much food? A fan who is considered a Yifeng fan, the survivor said to the other survivors. That's right. Boss Yefeng has been constantly exchanging food and fresh water for other supplies during this period. If he says that there is a shortage of food on the island, I will be the first to not believe it. No. Haven't you thought about something? Boss Yifeng needs to feed 40 people. And there are so many supplies that can be sold. So how big must his island be? Brother Yifeng, would you mind if there was one more person on your island? There will be one more person in 5 months. The one upstairs. Why is there another one after 5 months? I'll go. The bastard upstairs. She said there's another one in her belly. Oh my god. There's another one in my belly. Is your boss Yifeng the taker? No. Why do I feel that the receiver is so good? Buy one, get one free. Hack. What the H.L. God man. Tang Sichuan looked at this astonishing statement and suddenly felt that he was shocked. It was still the kind of charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Sure enough, when the bird is big, it can be found in any forest. Looking at the public screen in a crooked building, Tang Sichuan felt that what he just said could reach Zhou Yunwei's ears. As long as this warning reaches Zhou Yunwei's ears, he is not afraid that Zhou Yunwei will not be fooled. Although he didn't know where Zhou Yunwei was now, Tang Sichuan felt that he needed to hide his strength from now on, in order to allow Zhou Yunwei to confidently attack him. From now on, he can only have about 20 natives who can be exposed. As for why only 20 people were allowed to come out, the main reason was for credibility. After all, the island is so big, and if there are too few people there, anyone with a discerning eye will know it is fake at a glance. And 20 people, not counting the development of the island. can barely collect the entire island every day, and still have so many remaining supplies. As long as Zhou Yuwei dares to land on the island, then he can let Jusher and all the young men of the tribe come on board. Tang Xichuan didn't believe it. His tribe of more than 200 people couldn't handle Zhou Yuwei. However, Tang Xichuan did not relax his vigilance because of this. Although at present, Zhou Yuwei only has 7 or 8 people under his command. But in case Zhou Yuwei is far enough away from him, along the way, he conquered various islands. Maybe he can really attract a large number of followers. If Zhou Yuwei's number exceeds the pirate group composed of 50 survivors, then his side will be in danger. Tang Xichuan had just realized this problem. If he really faced such a situation, Tang Xichuan could only have people blockade the entire island, and then spend a lot of money to ask for help from other survival groups. If they really end up in this situation, Tang Xichuan is really not sure whether those survival groups will directly take advantage of the money. After all, being able to deal with Zhou Yuwei on your own means that in the eyes of others, you are very powerful, and they are not sure if you have any backups that have not been exposed. If you need to find someone for help, others will think that you have used all your cards, and that's all you have. For a person who doesn't have much strength but owns such a big island, do you think those survival groups will directly attack you? By then, even if Zhou Yuwei can be eliminated, Tang Xichuan will probably be in a more difficult situation. Therefore, the best way is for Tang Xichuan to deal with Zhou Yuwei independently. Since Tang Xichuan couldn't ask for help from other survival groups, he could only find a solution on his own. The number of indigenous people cannot increase in a short period of time, so they have to find ways to get more equipment. Tang Xichuan was still hesitating whether he should start preparing some equipment for the indigenous people now. But he was still a little hesitant. After all, he had just blown away the bullshit. Isn't it a little tiring to buy weapons now? Just when Tang Xiaochuan was still hesitating, Zhou Yuwei, who had not spoken on the public screen for many days, suddenly appeared on the public screen. Yi Feng, you are so brave. How dare you challenge me? However, I like your bold and pretentious character very much. I just checked the coordinates of your island. It's only 1 day away from my current location. I hope you take a good bath tonight. Especially clean your neck. Tomorrow morning, I will come to visit you. And let's settle our old and new grudges together. Chapter 141. Not a human. Could it be a ghost? Tang Xichuan looked at Zhou Yuwei's threat and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Originally, he only planned to pass the news to Zhou Yuwei through the mouths of other survivors. But he did not expect that Zhou Yuwei saw it himself. He also plans to cause trouble for himself tomorrow. If he can arrive tomorrow, that means Zhou Yuwei is very close to him. Very close means that the distance between two people is short, and there are few survivors in between. Then you are still afraid of hanging yourself? He only has 7 or 8 people now. Even if there are 7 or 8 islands of survivors in the middle. When Zhou Yuwei arrived on his island, there were only 15 or 6 people in Dingpation. Not even 20 people have arrived. How dare he come? The total population here has reached 200 people. And even the young and strong warriors have 180 people. No matter how you calculate it, it is more than 4 times that of Zhou Yuwei. Even if Zhou Yuwei were fully armed, it would not be possible to smooth out this huge numerical difference. However, if Zhou Yuwei has more people, his side will be damaged. But victory is absolutely no problem. Tang Xichuan didn't want to lose the existing labor force. After all, he had managed to recruit so many labor forces. If these indigenous labor forces were lost, Tang Xichuan estimated that he would cry for a long time. Therefore, just in case, Tang Xichuan still needs to prepare some weapons and equipment. But those are things for later. What we have to do now is to face off against Zhou Yuwei. Since Commander Zhou wants to visit Bai Dao, I will sweep up the couch to welcome him, Tang Xichuan said without any sign of weakness. I hope you won't ask for mercy when the time comes. Zhou Yuwei replied equally domineeringly after hearing Tang Xichuan's words. After Zhou Yuwei said this, he exited the public screen directly. Wow! There's a fight! There's a fight! Come and watch. Everyone! There's a fight! A survivor who didn't mind watching the show jumped out and said, Come on! Come on! Open the market! Open the market! Yi Feng wins 1 and pays 1.8. And Zhou Yuwei wins 1 and pays 1.7. Upstairs. What's wrong with your odds? Why is Zhou Yuwei even lower than Yi Feng? Do you know how to shovel? Zhou Yuwei must be better than Yi Feng. After all, Zhou Yuwei has invaded 7 and 8 survivor islands. So what achievements can Yi Feng have? No. Didn't Yi Feng say that there are 40 brothers on his island? Upstairs. Are you stupid? Yifeng said he has 40. Do you believe it? I also said, I have tens of thousands of brothers on the island. Tang Xiaochuan saw the market opening on the public screen, and he knew that he would not be able to find anyone to make the farm tools he needed today. Since there is no way to find someone to make farm tools, it would be a waste of time for him to continue to stay in Gongping. It's not like I have nothing to do. After Tang Xiaochuan exited the public screen, his private chat started to ring continuously. Tang Xiaochuan took a general look and found that most of the people were begging to be hugged. Of course, there are some survivors who feel that Tang Xiaochuan is pretending to be an AC and ask him to give him all the supplies on the island before he dies. To such people, Tang Xiaochuan can only say, "You are thinking nonsense." However, there are also some messages from acquaintances, such as the past and the oath. Tang Xiaochuan thought for a while and finally answered the chat request from the oath. "Long time no see. Brother Oath." Tang Xiaochuan smiled and greeted Oath. "Oh, my brother Yifeng. Why did you suddenly have a conflict with that scumbag Zhou Yue?" Xiao Xiao asked anxiously. "What's wrong? Why do I have a conflict with him?" Tang Xiaochuan was speechless when he heard the oath. "No, brother Yifeng. We can't afford to offend Zhou Yue now. This grandson has taken some medicine recently. He's a thief," Xiao Xiao said with some lingering fear. When Tang Xiaochuan heard what the oath said, he immediately felt that something was wrong. It seemed that the oath seemed to know some internal situations. "Brother Oath, do you know what's going on?" Tang Xiaochuan asked. "I know a little bit." Oath nodded, and then said, "One of the survivors that Sun Tzu attacked in the past 2 days is from my regiment. That brother had some tough guys in his hands, and he was a good practitioner. So he chose to attack Zhou Yue head-on. I'm going to meet Zhou Yue in front of me. This guy can do it." Tang Xiaochuan sighed when he heard the words of the oath. "But yes, brother, in the past, 7 or 8 people usually couldn't get in. But now everyone is too cold." Oath felt a little speechless. After hearing the words of the oath, Tang Xiaochuan frowned slightly. "Brother Oath, tell me, what's the specific situation?" Tang Xiaochuan asked in a deep voice. "Hey, that guy is also very stubborn. He actually found out about Zhou Yue in advance. Because at that time, that guy just came to me to withdraw some materials and said he wanted to build a ship. As a result, the ship had just been built. And during the sea trial, Zhou Yue was discovered driving the ship towards him. After I let him go, the guy immediately returned to the island and asked me for some weapons. He said he wanted to attack Zhou Yue head-on. I told him at that time to let him evacuate first. After all, he has a boat. He is more powerful than that guy. If he has to go, there is nothing he can do to stop him. In the end, I had no choice but to agree. The guy gave me the boat he just built as a mortgage and rented a set of leather armor and weapons. Moreover, the guy still showed me his battle scenes live." Oath said with some regret. "Show it live to you." When Tang Xiaochuan heard the oath, he frowned and said, "Then what did you see?" "Don't worry. Wasn't this what I was about to say?" The oath was interrupted by Tang Xiaochuan, who was a little dissatisfied. "Okay, I was wrong. Brother, please continue." Tang Xiaochuan curled his lips and said to the oath. After hearing what Tang Xiaochuan said, Xiao Xiao reworked his emotions, and then continued. "The guy rushed forward, and the big blade in his hand was dancing like a tiger. Although, that guy was as fierce as a tiger in one action. But when you look at the results of the battle, not a single person was injured." "Huh? That's not right. No one was injured. Are the people on the other side all masters?" Tang Xiaochuan frowned, with a look of confusion on his face. "Master? What a master?" Oath curled his lips, and then said, "Those people move slowly and stiffly. How can they be masters? If you are not a master, how could you not be injured? Is the buddy you are talking about just a showman? No, that guy is indeed very fierce. And even if he is a showman and swings around with a big blade, there is no way that no one will be injured." Oath shook his head. "Brother, this is not the case. And that is not the case. What is it for?" "You said it. It makes me anxious." Tang Xiaochuan suddenly felt that the oath deserved a beating. "Forget it. I won't tease you anymore. That's because Zhou Yue's subordinates are not human beings." "What do you mean? It's not a human being? It's a ghost." Tang Xiaochuan didn't expect that he had waited so long for an answer like the oath. But what Tang Xiaochuan didn't expect was that Xiao Xiao nodded very solemnly and said to him, "In a sense, they may really be ghosts." Chapter 142, wanting to capture Zhou Yue alive. What do you mean? Tang Xichuan was dumbfounded when he heard the oath. He never thought that his random words would actually become reality. Ghost? What the hell? Tang Xichuan said with a confused look on his face. How would I describe it to you? It's the kind of thing where a knife cuts on the body, and it's like nothing happened. Xiao Xiao thought about it, and said to Tang Xichuan. Wait a minute. What do you mean when someone cuts you with a knife? It's like you're fine. Tang Xichuan still didn't quite understand. Let's put it this way. I saw with my own eyes that the guy slashed one of them on the neck with a knife. But after the knife went in, there was no trace of blood. Furthermore, after the blade was pulled out, the person who was chopped had a wound on his neck, and continued to attack the guy as if nothing was wrong. I did a rough count, and that guy basically stabbed everyone. But the people who got stabbed were all as if nothing happened. I'll go. So fierce? Tang Xichuan was dumbfounded. He suddenly felt that what he had done this time was a bit big. Yes. Otherwise, do you think we, the leaders of the survival group, would not say anything? Oath rolled his eyes at Tang Xichuan. Tang Xichuan was speechless when he heard the oath. He felt like he was being sloppy this time. No, brother. Why did you tell me such an important thing now? Tang Xichuan asked. I wanted to tell you in advance, but you didn't give me a chance. You reported the coordinates of your island in one breath, and I couldn't stop you even if I wanted to. Xiao Xiao felt that he had such a problem. A little bit of grievance. Brother, according to you, Zhou Yue is immortal. Then how do we play? Just wipe his neck. Tang Xichuan said with some bitterness in his mouth. Correction. I don't know if Zhou Yue is immortal, but if you don't have a tool to escape, I suggest it is better to wipe your neck. Oath nodded and said, Hey, no, I'll go. Brother Oath, you actually asked me to wipe my neck? Do you really want me to die? Tang Xichuan said with some surprise. Ha! Okay, let's stop making trouble. Xiao Xiao laughed loudly, and then said solemnly to Tang Xichuan, It's because Zhou Yue is difficult to deal with. So I contacted you immediately after I saw you reported the coordinates of the island. Xiao Xiao said to Tang Xichuan with a smile. Brother, isn't there a boat here? Zhou Yue is still almost a day away from you. You can completely run away. Run away? Can running solve the problem? Tang Xichuan suddenly felt speechless when he heard the words of the oath. Brother, don't be so stubborn. You have to know that if you keep the Green Hills, you won't have to worry about running out of firewood. If we can't defeat Zhou Yue now, it doesn't mean we won't be able to defeat him in the future. We, the survival group, are already discussing how to deal with Zhou Yue. Even if you run away, you don't have to run for long. If I'm worried about daily necessities during this period, I can give you a guarantee. I'll cover your supplies during this period. It was impossible for Tang Xichuan not to be moved when he heard the words of the oath. After all, he and Oath can only cooperate a few times. But now that Oath is willing to help him at this time, that's okay. Although he has a better boat in his hands. Xiao Xiao doesn't know about this. However, Tang Xichuan had no intention of escaping. The reason is simple. Tang Xichuan doesn't believe that there are really such things in this world. Being invulnerable. Doesn't it make it clear that he wants Zhou Yue to rule the entire island world? There must be something that I just ignored. Tang Xiaochuan murmured. It seems that I just swore that I don't know if Zhou Yue is immortal? Tang Xichuan suddenly thought of what he just said in the oath. Brother, you just said that Zhou Yue is not immortal? Tang Xiaochuan asked. I didn't say that. Oath shook his head and said, I just said that I didn't know that Zhou Yue was not immortal. What do you mean? Tang Xiaochuan asked. Because I didn't see Zhou Yue take action. Xiao Xiao thought for a while, and said, Huh? Tang Xichuan was a little confused by the oath. Hey, let me tell you the truth. Xiao Xiao thought for a moment, and then said to Tang Xiaochuan, When my brother chose to fight with Zhou Yue didn't do anything. To be precise, Zhou Yue and another person did not take action. So I don't know whether Zhou Yue is immortal. But there is one detail. That is, Zhou Yue and the survivor next to him moved like normal people. But the other survivors who participated in the attack had stiff and slow movements. Huh? Is there such an operation? Tang Xichuan was a little surprised when he heard the oath. It's true. Oath solemnly confirmed. When Tang Xichuan heard the confirmation of the oath, he suddenly realized that perhaps the key to the solution lay with him. Zhou Yue. According to Zhou Yue's stinky, show-off character, if he really had immortality, he would definitely be the first to do so. Moreover, there is another point. The other survivors who participated in the siege all moved stiffly. Why was Zhou Yunwei okay? Last but not least, why would an invulnerable survivor sacrifice his life for Zhou Yunwei? Since they are so capable, invulnerable and immortal, why do they have to work for Zhou Yunwei? Therefore, there must be some connection between Zhou Yunwei and these survivors. Tang Xichuan couldn't help but think of this. Assuming that this kind of correlation exists. What kind of correlation will it be? A person who can make immortal survivors obey him, execute his orders accurately, and not have to worry about betrayal. Tang Xichuan thought for a while, and felt that the most likely possibility was that these survivors were created by Zhou Yunwei. Moreover, these survivors can also be controlled by Zhou Yunwei. Then think about it on the other hand. If Zhou Yunwei can really control these survivors, then if he wants to defeat Zhou Yunwei, can he take the lead in controlling Zhou Yunwei with his numerical advantage? If it is really possible, then you can consider whether to form your own undead army. The more Tang Xichuan thought about it, the more it seemed possible. Although he couldn't confirm it, Tang Xichuan felt that he was at least 8 levels sure. As long as he controlled Zhou Yunwei, there would be no need to continue fighting in the future. However, for my plan, I need someone to hold back the survivors around Zhou Yunwei. They cannot be given a chance to back up Zhou Yunwei. Since you want to hold those people back, you need to prepare some weapons and protective gear. I don't have enough of these things now on the island, so I have to find someone to borrow them. As for the candidate, Tang Xichuan now knows the leader of a large survival group. That is Oath. But the question is, how much do you need to borrow? Although Tang Xichuan knew that he had a good relationship with Oath, he had not yet reached the point where he could reveal all his trump cards. Chapter 143 Sell a message to Oath. Tang Xichuan thought for a while, and decided to borrow 40 sets of protective gear and weapons from Oath. After all, this number was already half of the manpower Tang Xichuan planned to use to encircle and suppress Zhou Yunwei. Such a large number of people was enough to encircle and suppress Zhou Yunwei. By the way, Brother Oath, I still need to ask you for a favor, Tang Xichuan said to Oath. Brother, tell me, if I can help, I will definitely help, Wang Xiao said happily after hearing Tang Xichuan's words. Brother, you also know that I am about to have a fight with Zhou Yunwei, but I still have some shortages of weapons and protective gear. So, I want to ask my brother if there is any extra protective gear, tools and weapons. Of course, my help will not be in vain, Tang Xiuchuan said. After hearing what Tang Xiuchuan said, Xiao Shuo did not answer in a hurry. Instead, he thought about it before asking Tang Xiuchuan. Brother, how many sets of weapons and protective equipment do you need over there? 40 sets. 40 sets? Oath shouted out in surprise, and then said with a look of shock, There are really 40 people on your island? That's about right, Tang Xiuchuan said vaguely. Almost. Oath was a little speechless, and then said, At first, I thought you were exaggerating, but I didn't expect it to be true. It looks like Zhou Yunwei will suffer a big loss when he comes to trouble you, Oath said with some gloating. You can't say that. The people on my side basically don't have any weapons. It can be said that they are barehanded. If we meet Zhou Yunwei like this, we might even suffer a loss. After hearing Tang Xiuchuan's words, there was some silence in the Oath. Indeed, as Tang Xiuchuan said, Zhou Yunwei does have some evil spirits now. The 7 or 8 survivors under his hands are quite fierce. The kind that cannot be killed by a knife. If you don't have a handy weapon, it really won't work. However, when Tang Xiuchuan opened his mouth, there were 40 sets of protective equipment and weapons, which made the Oath feel a little uncomfortable. After all, it's okay. Who would say 40 sets of weapons and equipment? After all, now everyone is still alone on an island. Therefore, if Tang Xiuchuan wanted these 40 sets of equipment, he vowed that he could only borrow them from his team members. There are so many things involved in this process. Brother Yifeng, I am a straightforward person, so I will speak frankly. I can't get these 40 sets of equipment personally. I can only borrow them from other members. Therefore, after this incident, I must give some compensation to the members. If it's just a few sets, I can ask other executives to borrow them. When Tang Xiuchuan heard the Oath, he immediately understood what he meant. Tang Xiuchuan expressed his understanding of what the Oath said. After all, the survival group is not a one-word promise. He always needs to consider the feelings of other members. Therefore, if Tang Xiuchuan wanted to borrow these equipment, he would have to pay some price. However, since you have to pay the price, and if you want to form a guard, you do need some equipment. So it is better to buy it directly from Oath. Tang Xichuan decided to ask the Oath directly. Brother Oath, since I need to rent it, why don't you ask me if you can sell it to me directly? Sell it to you? Xiao Xiao was stunned for a moment after hearing Tang Xichuan's words, and then said, That's okay. But you want so much equipment. Is that okay? Okay. The island here is a bit big. I'm going to form a guard team. Tang Xichuan thought for a while, and felt that he could also tell Oath about the evolution of the island. After all, Oath is now considered his ally, and there is nothing wrong with telling him in advance that they will find out sooner or later. Guards? Is the island bigger? As expected, Xiao Xiao suddenly became interested after hearing Tang Xichuan's words. By the way, I forgot to ask. Your current island is 100,000 square meters. Right? Oath asked. I remember the last time I traded with you. I gave you more than 100,000 quick foundation stones. Well, how should I put it? My current island is not 100,000 square meters, but more than 1 square kilometer. Tang Xichuan thought for a while, and said to the Oath, Oh, 1 square kilometer. After hearing Tang Xichuan's words, Xiao Xiao nodded casually, but as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately shouted, How much? 1 square kilometer? 1 million square meters? Let me go! Brother Yifeng, how did you do this? Brother, as long as the island wants to expand, there will always be a way to expand it. But that's not what I want to say, Tang Xichuan said very calmly. Then brother, what do you want to say? After hearing Tang Xichuan's words, Xiao Xiao suddenly felt that what Tang Xichuan said next was the key point. Brother, let me tell you this. When my island was only 200,000 square meters, some small animals appeared on the island. Now, my island has just exceeded 1 square kilometer today, although no new animals have been seen yet. However, I always feel that the bigger the island, the more good things can appear, Tang Xichuan said ambiguously. Wait, did you just say that small animals appeared on your island? Oath was stunned when he heard Tang Xichuan's words. Yes, hares and pheasants appeared. Then why doesn't my island have one? Oath said with a speechless expression. Brother, how big is your island? It's 1,000 square meters now. Oath replied honestly. Then it's probably because your island is too small. Why don't you expand it some more? Tang Xichuan said with a smile. I'll go. If I had known it, I should have followed you to acquire a wave of cornerstones. Now that you are acquiring cornerstones on a large scale, it might attract the attention of others. Actually, it's okay, as long as you do it more secretly. Brother, there will be no problem. Tang Xichuan thought for a while, and said to the Oath. After hearing what Tang Xichuan said, Xiao Xiao didn't say anything. He just thought about it for a moment, and made up his mind. Since Tang Xichuan said that continuing to expand the island will trigger the effect of evolution, it is impossible for him not to acquire it. After all, everyone has been in this world for more than 10 days. And it has long been clear that in this world, resources are king. As long as there are countless resources, even if you are alone, you can live well in this world. Therefore, even if his acquisition of the cornerstone would arouse suspicion among the hostile survival groups, he must still acquire it. However, Xiao Xiao also knew that he did not have no advantages at all. At least he had information about Tang Xichuan, and he would definitely know the news earlier than others. Nowadays, the vast majority of survivors believe that the enlargement of the island only allows them to live in a larger area. So many people only expand to a few hundred square meters and then stop. This results in that, for now, the exchange price of cornerstone is relatively stable. Now that I have relaxed the restrictions on acquisitions, I will definitely receive a certain amount of cornerstones before everyone reacts. In this way, I can widen the gap with other survival groups. Therefore, strictly speaking, this news from Tang Xichuan can be regarded as giving Oath the key to continue to grow the survival group and widen the gap with other survival groups. Chapter 144. What did he say? Brother Yifeng, I owe you a favor for this matter. I will solve the equipment issue for you now, Oath said to Tang Xichuan with a confident look on his face. Okay, then I'll trouble you, brother. But you can calculate these prices however you want. You also know, brother, what I am most in need of now is food. So as long as it is something that can be solved with food, there is no need to spare it for me. Tang Xichuan also responded with a smile. After hearing what Tang Xichuan said, Xiao Xiao thought about it for a moment, nodded, and then said, Okay, then I won't be polite to you. Well, that's troublesome. Tang Xichuan nodded and wanted to hang up the communication. As a result, The other side of the oath suddenly said, "By the way, brother, I saw you just asked on the public screen if there were any farm tools. Why do you need farm tools?" "Oh, you said this." When Tang Sichuan heard what the oath said, he suddenly felt that he might still need to rely on the oath to solve the problem of farm tools. "Hey, brother, what are you talking about? Isn't my island 1 square kilometer long? I thought it would be a waste to leave so much land unused. So I decided to dig some cultivated land. I'm going." "Brother, you are going to take off and farm on the island." Oath heard what Tang Sichuan said and shouted directly, "Isn't this just idle time? Find something to do for yourself." Tang Sichuan said with a smile, "Why do you ask me about this?" "Oh, isn't it because you need farm tools? I have a capable man here with ancestral craftsmanship, and he knows how to forge iron. So, I think you need something. If it's iron, I can ask him to help. Know how to blacksmith." Tang Sichuan was stunned. It's rare to see people who know how to craft nowadays. "Yeah. So let's see what you need, and then I'll ask him to help you build some." When Tang Sichuan heard the affirmation of the oath, he immediately began to think. First of all, he has a small blacksmith shop, but no one on the island knows how to blacksmith. Then, as the island expands, more and more iron tools will be needed on the island in the future, and I can't find someone to help me build it every time. Therefore, the best way is to let the people on your island learn to blacksmith. Of course, if the people on the island can't learn, then let those who can come to the island. Just when Oath was trying to find a solution for Tang Sichuan, Tang Sichuan was already thinking about how he was going to poach Oath's corner. However, Tang Sichuan did not intend to put forward his ideas now, at least until the Zhou Yue incident was over. "Brother, don't rush this matter now. Let's wait until Zhou Yue is dealt with." "That's okay." Oath nodded and said to Tang Sichuan, "Then I will go and collect weapons and equipment for you first." After saying that, Oath directly hung up the communication. Tang Sichuan hung up the communication, and within half an hour, Oath sent a transaction application. Tang Sichuan used 500 kilograms of sea fish to capture all this batch of weapons and equipment. Tang Sichuan looked at the brand new leather armor and a variety of weapons. For example, weapons such as iron guns and machetes. Tang Sichuan couldn't help but sigh. The value of these 500 kilograms of fish flowers. After getting these weapons, Tang Sichuan went directly to Zhang Ji, who was still arranging the newly arrived natives. "Sichuan, why are you here?" Zhang Ji looked at Tang Sichuan with some surprise. "Brother Zhang, I have something to ask you," Tang Sichuan said. "What's going on?" Zhang Ji heard Tang Sichuan's words and felt that he was a bit serious. So Zhang Ji also asked seriously, "Zhou Yunwei should arrive at our place tomorrow, so we need to prepare in advance. So fast?" Zhang Ji frowned when he heard Tang Sichuan's words. Although he knew that Tang Sichuan had the idea of luring Zhou Yunwei to the island, he did not expect that Zhou Yunwei would come so quickly. However, being fast also has its advantages. After thinking about it, Zhang Ji nodded and said to Tang Sichuan, "Don't worry. This will definitely make him never come back. However, Brother Zhang, you need to pay attention to something. It is said that the survivors under Zhou Yunwei are a little strange. Weird. What's so strange?" Zhang Ji asked incomprehensively, taking a sip of water as he spoke. "It's that kind of invulnerability." When Zhang Ji heard Tang Sichuan's words, he was suddenly stimulated and coughed violently. "No, Sichuan, you didn't lie to me. Are there still people in this world who are invulnerable?" The leader of the Pledge to Survival group swore that he saw it with his own eyes. According to him, he saw the knife on the neck of a survivor under Zhou Yunwei's hands. But nothing happened. "Let me go! How are we going to play here?" Zhang Ji was a little depressed. "Zhou Yunwei is so fierce. What else are we going to have fun with? Listen to what I have to say," Tang Sichuan said, looking at Zhang Ji, who was a little anxious. "I feel that there cannot be such an unsolvable existence in this world. The oath states that the survivors under Zhou Yunwei's hands move slowly one by one. Zhou Yunwei himself does not feel this way. So I think the key point lies with Zhou Yunwei." "Huh? You mean Zhou Yunwei can control these survivors?" Zhang Ji frowned when he heard Tang Sichuan's words. "Don't you think Zhou Yunwei looks a little like a necromancer?" "I'll go. Don't tell me. They are really a little bit similar," Zhang Ji said, touching his chin. "So, I think we just need to catch Zhou Yunwei, and that will be all. It's just that the group of survivors under his command are a little difficult to deal with," Tang Sichuan also said worriedly. "If you just want to control the people under him for a short period of time, This is actually easy to do. Zhang Ji thought for a while and said, Sichuan, leave this matter to me. I will figure it out. Okay. Then I'll trouble Brother Zhang. Hey, is this any trouble? Zhang Ji said with a smile. Oh, by the way, Brother Zhang, I have placed 40 sets of protective gear and weapons in the room of the villa. You can ask people to take them out and distribute them later. Tang Xiaochuan reminded. Hey, there are also weapons and protective gear? That's enough. Zhang Ji gave Tang Xiaochuan a thumbs up and said, while Tang Xiaochuan and Zhang Ji were discussing, a warship floated on the sea 18,000 kilometers northeast of Tang Xiaochuan Island. Standing at the bow of the boat was none other than Zhou Yunwei. At this time, Zhou Yunwei was wearing a sailor leather armor that he got from somewhere, and a hat woven from hay on his head. There is also a Western-style sword hanging on the waist. From a distance, it really looks like an island. Boss, are we really going to cause trouble for Yi Feng? Go Sheng on the side asked Zhou Yunwei cautiously. What's wrong? Are you scared? No. Boss, they have 40 people over there. Can we beat them? He said he has 40 people. But there are 40 people? I also said that I have 1,000,000 brothers here. Zhou Yunwei rolled his eyes. A little timidly Go Sheng. Chapter 145, I suspect you have plans for me. But, boss, Yi Feng seems to always have his own truth. If this time, he doesn't tell lies. If we just go through it, wouldn't it be like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth? Although Go Sheng was given a thumbs up by Zhou Yunwei, he cursed, but he still said to Zhou Yunwei. When Zhou Yunwei heard Go Sheng's words, he also felt that they made sense. After all, he only has one life. He doesn't care how many others die. All he cares about is himself. Well, what you said makes sense. Then what do you think we should do? Zhou Yunwei looked at Go Sheng and asked. Boss, why don't we take pictures of the undead and go up first? We'll hide and watch from a distance. If there are really that many people on their island, we'll just run away. Zhou Yunwei heard Go Sheng's words and felt that what he said was very reasonable. As long as the green hills are left and there is no need to worry about having no firewood. Not to mention whether these undead will be killed by Tang Xiaochuan. Even if they are really killed, he is not afraid. At worst, he will run away and recruit troops again. Anyway, these undead are worthless. As for creating these undead, a survivor must be sacrificed, which is none of his business. What's more, Zhou Yunwei doesn't think Tang Xiaochuan has the ability to kill these undead. Ha! Guzi, you are right. I will do as you say this time. Zhou Yunwei couldn't help but pat Go Sheng on the shoulder. Thank you for the compliment. Boss, Go Sheng said flatteringly. Okay, no more nonsense. Zhou Yunwei suddenly turned around and looked at the undead, who was rowing hard, feeling heroic in his heart. These undead souls all had dull eyes and pale faces. The movements are very stiff, but tireless. In order to reach Tang Xiaochuan's island as soon as possible, Zhou Yunwei had made these undead rowing hard for more than 3 hours. During these 3 hours, every oar was full, so the warship was very fast. But it was very tiring. However, Zhou Yunwei has no such worries, because the undead's physical strength is endless. The fight between Zhou Yunwei and Tang Xiaochuan seemed to be just a fight between two people. But in fact the impact behind it was quite large. If Tang Xiaochuan wins, then everyone can develop with peace of mind for a while. After all, Tang Xiaochuan still has a good impression in the hearts of many survivors. When everyone was starving, Tang Xiaochuan was the first to exchange food for supplies. Even though the price was relatively low, but it barely saved everyone's lives. Moreover, for a long period of time, the price given by Tang Xiaochuan was the standard price for exchange among survivors. Although it was dark at first, after getting used to it, everyone accepted it. And Zhou Yunwei represents death. After all, in just 1 or 2 days, 7 or 8 survivors died in Zhou Yunwei's hands. Currently, none of the survivors is worried that Zhou Yunwei will suddenly kill him on his island. If Zhou Yunwei was killed by Tang Xiaochuan, then he wouldn't have to worry. One day when he fell asleep, someone would cut off his head and lose his life. Therefore, other survivors are also paying attention to this battle. As for Tang Xiaochuan, one of the parties involved, he is currently in his bedroom. Tang Xiaochuan threw himself on the soft mattress. Ah! I'm so tired! Tang Xiaochuan hasn't slept much since he set off from the island 5 days ago. Although there wasn't much fighting along the way, it was quite uncomfortable to ride the boat all the way. It's not all smooth sailing on the sea. There are also big waves. When there were big waves, Tang Xiaochuan could only tie himself to the bed to sleep. and the bed was still very hard. After returning to his island, Tang Sichuan was busy all day again. He first expanded the area of the island, then inspected the changes in the island, and then made a deal with Oath, and defeated Zhou Yunwei. It can be said that Tang Sichuan was not idle for a minute after returning to the island. But now, Tang Sichuan finally laid down on his big, soft bed, feeling so refreshed. As soon as Tang Sichuan lay down, Ma Yin opened the door and walked in. Sichuan, how many times have I told you? Don't go to bed without taking a shower. Ma Yin said to Tang Sichuan with her hands on her hips. Take a bath? What kind of bath? I'm a grown man. Isn't it normal for me to go to bed without taking a bath? Tang Sichuan asked doubtfully. No. You don't know. These white sheets are difficult to wash. If you sleep in the dark, it won't look good in the future. No. Sister, I'm in my own room, sleeping on my own bed. If you want to sleep in the dark, just sleep in the dark, Tang Sichuan said nonchalantly. No. Ma Yin refused directly. Go take a shower quickly, then get ready for lunch. Well, lunch? When Tang Sichuan heard Ma Yin say lunch, he immediately sat up. He still remembered that Ma Yin said in the morning that he would eat stir-fried vegetables for lunch. Tang Sichuan felt like his mouth was starting to drool when he thought of eating stir-fried vegetables. Hey, by the way, where is Wenwen? Didn't you say that when you went to find Mr. Fong, you would bring her back? Ma Yin saw that there was no Wenwen in Tang Sichuan's house, which was a little strange. Asked, Huh? Wenwen? Tang Sichuan was stunned at first when he heard Ma Yin's words. And then, he was dumbfounded. I'll go. I forgot, Tang Sichuan said with some embarrassment. Ma Yin was speechless when she heard Tang Sichuan say that she had forgotten to bring Wenwen back. Otherwise, I'll go pick Wenwen back now, Tang Sichuan said tentatively. No need. I'll go by myself, Ma Yin said and turned around, preparing to pick up Wenwen and call Mr. Fong and the others back for dinner. Don't worry. It's quite a long way. I'd better go. No. I'll go. You go take a shower. Ma Yin put her hands on her hips and said to Tang Sichuan, If I come back and find that you haven't taken a shower, I won't let you eat at noon today. When Tang Sichuan heard Ma Yin's words, he suddenly felt a black line on his forehead. This Ma Yin is good at everything. She needs a good face and a good figure. Well, this is not good. The flesh on the chest is a little smaller. However, after all, Ma Yin was very good at caring about Tang Sichuan's health issues. Is there anything wrong with a boy not to take a shower? Nothing wrong. But Ma Yin stipulated that Tang Sichuan must take a shower every day before going to bed. He also called it euphemistically, for the sake of his sheets. Tang Sichuan was suspicious of this, and he always felt that Ma Yin had an agenda for him. Okay, I'm going to take a shower. With that, Tang Sichuan stood up from the edge of the bed and reluctantly walked towards the bathroom. After Ma Yin watched Tang Sichuan prepare to take a shower, she nodded with satisfaction and exited Tang Sichuan's room. Tang Sichuan's room is the master bedroom. There is a bathroom in the room, and there is also a bathtub in the bathroom. Tang Sichuan put the water in and then sat in the bathtub. Next to the bathtub is a floor-to-ceiling window, which allows you to see the woods behind the villa. Tang Sichuan thought it was pretty good to take a bath like this and look outside. Chapter 146. A weapon that gathers thousands of years of wisdom from the flower-growing family. Tang Sichuan just looked at the island scenery outside and fell asleep unconsciously. When he woke up again, he heard someone knocking on the door. Who is it? Tang Sichuan asked in a high voice. Sichuan, what are you doing? It's been an hour. Why haven't you come out yet? Ma Yin asked through the door. It's been an hour? Tang Sichuan was a little surprised when he heard Ma Yin shouting. He just felt that he just squinted for a while. But in the blink of an eye it was already an hour. I know. I'll come out now. Hurry up. Mr. Fong and Brother Zhang are waiting for you, Ma Yin said. I know. Tang Sichuan nodded and stood up from the bathtub. When Ma Yin saw that Tang Sichuan was ready to come out, she nodded, and then said to Tang Sichuan, Hurry up. I'll go down first. When Tang Sichuan saw Ma Yin leaving, he began to wipe the water off his body. Tang Sichuan wiped it, and suddenly thought that he had not signed in today. A few days ago, Tang Sichuan signed in on the ship, and didn't get anything good. The first day was a packet of cash crop seeds. The next day was a set of armor. Iron armor. The kind of iron armor that often appeared on a certain sound before. As for why Tang Sichuan knew it was from a certain sound, it was because the name of this set of armor was Brother Jia's armor. Speaking of this Brother Jia, Tang Xichuan had in his mind a man with a big beard who looked like an old man but spoke fluent northeastern dialect. Let's not talk about other things. Brother Jia's armor is quite good. At least it is made of enough materials. The armor is very thick, but it is also very heavy. When Tang Xichuan got this pair of armor, he couldn't wait to try it on, and he almost fell to the ground. But this also indirectly means that if Brother Jia produces something, he must produce heavy armor. On the third day, Tang Xichuan began to win all kinds of junk. For example, heart-to-heart, tissue paper, and elastic fitness underwear. Damn it. What does Tang Xichuan think is the use of paper? It is now the 5th day, and I have been busy today and have not had time to sign in. Now that you have taken a shower, would you like to come and sign in? This can be regarded as bathing and changing clothes. System. Sign in, Tang Xichuan said silently in his heart. Congratulations on getting the blueprint. A rubbing of the bed crossbow manufacturing diagram. Are you still worried about the insufficient defense of your island? Then you need a bed crossbow. It is the crystallization of thousands of years of wisdom of the flower family. It has powerful attack power. And with special crossbow arrows, it can kill enemies from 1,000 meters. Not a dream. Note, this picture is a rubbing and can be made repeatedly. It comes with 3 arrows and crossbows. Note, the bed crossbow requires wood times 500, iron ore times 100, animal sinew times 30, and tongue oil times 50. The crossbow arrow requires wood times 50 and iron ore times 10. I'll go. Expressing doubt. I'll go. Expressing exclamation. Tang Xichuan said, I'll go. Twice, which fully represented his inner thoughts at this time. Bed crossbow? How can such a thing be fired? This is a big killer. Tang Xichuan knew very well the lethality of this thing. He couldn't wait to take the rubbing out of the system space. When I got the rubbing, it felt very heavy. If an ordinary drawing is just a piece of paper, then this rubbing can be said to be completely a metal plate. This is very heavy to start with. It feels like it weighs 3 or 4 pounds. This material is neither iron nor gold. Although it feels cold to the touch and is completely black, it can reflect light. This doesn't feel like the metal on Blue Star, Tang Xichuan murmured as he looked at the metal plate. But this is not important. What is important is that what is depicted on this rubbing is a bed crossbow with 2 bows facing forward and 1 bow facing back. These 3 bows are placed in order from front to back, and then 2 bow strings are used to connect the 3 bows. Behind the bed crossbow, there is a winch used to string the bed crossbow. In comparison, the crossbow arrows of this bed crossbow are even scarier and thicker than one's forearm. Moreover, the arrowhead of this crossbow is actually barred-shaped. Tang Xichuan couldn't imagine what would happen if someone was hit by such a crossbow arrow. I guess the person will be broken into pieces, Tang Xichuan thought to himself. The most important thing is that he can use this thing repeatedly. In the past, they were all drawings and disposable things. But this time, they are rubbings that can be used repeatedly. This means that as long as you have enough supplies, you can make unlimited weapons of this kind. However, Tang Xichuan had not seen the last material, tongue oil, used to make the 3-bow bed crossbow for so long. What on earth is this tongue oil? Why haven't I seen it before? Tang Xichuan touched his chin and thought. But after thinking for a long time, he didn't know where to get this thing. In the end, Tang Xichuan decided to ask Mr. Fong. Tang Xichuan quickly put on his clothes and walked outside. When he arrived at the restaurant, Fong Long and the others were already sitting in the restaurant waiting for Tang Xichuan. Xichuan, are you here? Fong Long saw Tang Xichuan and nodded to him with a smile. Mr. Fong, I want to ask you something, Tang Xichuan asked Fong Long as soon as he sat down. What's going on? Fong Long was a little surprised when he heard Tang Xichuan's words. I have never seen Tang Xichuan like this before. What happened today? Mr. Fong, do you know tongue oil? Tang Xichuan asked. Tongue oil? You know. Fong Long heard Tang Xichuan's words and looked at him with some doubts. This barrel of oil is an important economic crop in our southwest region. This barrel of oil is collected from tongue oil trees. Yes. Why do you ask this? It's okay. I just want to know. Are there tongue oil trees on our island? Tang Xichuan asked. Tongue oil tree? Fong Long lowered his head and began to recall after hearing Tang Xichuan's words. After a long time, he said to Tang Xichuan, I don't think I have seen a tongue oil tree on the island. Tang Xichuan suddenly felt a little disappointed when he heard Fong Long's words. However, Tang Xichuan suddenly thought that just because he didn't have it on his own island, It didn't mean that it didn't exist on other people's islands. It seems that I'd better go to the public screen and take a look later, Tang Xiuquan decided secretly. Sichuan, what do you need tung oil for? At this time, Zhang Ji asked from the side. It's okay. I just make something and need tung oil. What is it? Why is tung oil used? Zhang Ji looked at Tang Xiuquan in confusion. When Tang Xiuquan heard Zhang Ji's words, a smile appeared on his face. And then he handed the rubbing in his hand to Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji glanced at Tang Xiuquan strangely. He didn't understand why Tang Xiuquan handed him a metal plate. However, Zhang Ji felt the heavy weight brought by the metal plate. I'll go. This board is quite heavy. Zhang Ji almost lost his grip. Don't worry about these details. Just look at what's on this board. Things? What? I'll go. Zhang Ji was a little unconcerned at first. But when he saw the things on the metal plate clearly, he was so frightened that he swallowed back the rest of his sentence. Chapter 147 Mist Island Stones Prompt. Sichuan, where did you get this? Zhang Ji asked. This came out of the box, Tang Xiuquan said sincerely. Open the box? That's not right. I've been at the dock all morning, and I didn't see you going to the dock. Zhang Ji looked confused when he heard that Tang Xiuquan said the box was opened. When Tang Xiuquan heard Zhang Ji's words, his face suddenly turned red. Don't worry about these details. What's important now is where to get this tung oil. Tang Xiuquan quickly changed the subject. That's right. This tung oil is a bit difficult to get. At least I didn't see tung oil trees on the island, Zhang Ji thought, touching his chin after hearing Tang Xiuquan's words. When Tang Xiuquan heard Zhang Ji's words, he immediately gave up. Since Fang Long and Zhang Ji, who often hang out on the island, both said that there are no tung oil trees on the island, it is basically certain that there is no such tree on the island. Hey, it seems that I have to go to the trading market for a while, Tang Xiuquan said with a sigh. Zhang Ji nodded when he heard what Tang Xiuquan said, and then said, since there are rubbings of this thing, it would be better to make it. After all, with it, we can defend much more calmly this time. I know that. Tang Xiuquan nodded. Indeed, as Zhang Ji said, although Tang Xiuquan and Zhang Ji are now confident that they can deal with Zhou Yunwei, they also know that it is unrealistic to win Zhou Yunwei with 0 casualties. But with this bed crossbow, it's different. This thing has lethality 1 or 2 kilometers away. It can be said that if the accuracy of this crossbow is not considered, only one can cover the entire island. Such a long range and huge power. According to the History of the Song Dynasty, biography of Wei Pai, the old bed crossbow stopped shooting at 700 steps. So Pai was ordered to increase it to 1,000 steps. In the Song Dynasty, 1 step was 1.536 meters, and 1,000 steps was 1,536 meters. This was the range achieved by ancient long-range weapons, one of the highest records. And if you use a bed crossbow to fire trampling arrows, they can be shot into the city wall, and then the soldiers can climb up the city. Zhang Ji felt that if this thing were placed in a circle around the island, it would feel extremely safe. Therefore, from the perspective of island security, Zhang Ji strongly supports Tang Xiuquan's large-scale manufacturing of bed crossbows. As for Tang Xiuquan, he also wanted to make it. But the problem was that he had no way to get this tung oil. He wanted to build this crossbow, but he had to get rid of the barrel of oil first. Brother Zhang, I know what you are saying. I will go see if there is a barrel of oil in a moment, Tang Xiuquan said to Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji nodded when he heard Tang Xiuquan's words. He also knew that tung oil was not easy to handle. Okay. Don't talk about this while eating. Ma Yin looked at the two people who were silent and said immediately to Tang Xiuquan, okay, let's eat first. Tang Xiuquan nodded after hearing Ma Yin's words. Seeing that Tang Xiuquan and the others had stopped discussing, Ma Yin turned to the kitchen and brought out the stir-fried vegetables that had been prepared long ago. Tang Xiuquan looked at the scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried lettuce served by Ma Yin, and his appetite immediately aroused. He felt like he hadn't seen vegetables for a long time. Then I'm welcome, Tang Xiuquan said, picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Fang Long, Shen Qian and Zhang Ji, who were present, saw Tang Xiuquan scooping into his bowl so fiercely that they were afraid that Tang Xiuquan would finish the entire table of food by himself. So the three of them also joined the fight with chopsticks. The meal was finished soon, and Tang Xiuquan felt that he was almost too full to walk. During this period of time, all he ate was fish. It was not easy for him to have a chance to eat stir-fried vegetables. Tang Xiuquan naturally performed exceptionally well. Tang Xiuquan looked at Ma Yin, who was clearing away the dishes, and smiled apologetically at her. Sister Ma-Yin, I'm sorry to trouble you, Tang Xichuan said embarrassedly. It's no trouble. No trouble. You can go and do your own business. After hearing Tang Xiaochuan's words, Ma-Yin raised her head and smiled at him. Tang Xiaochuan nodded, and then said, I do have something to do. I know. You go ahead, Ma-Yin said without complaint. When Tang Xiaochuan heard this, he stood up and walked towards his bedroom. As soon as he returned to his bedroom, he couldn't wait to come to the island stone. Tang Xiaochuan directly opened the trading market and checked it out. But now, as other survivors gradually become richer, they all have some inventory in hand. These inventories are basically made from surplus on the island, and then put on the trading market to see if they can be exchanged for other things. However, these things that are put on the trading market are all common things. Tang Xichuan has no shortage of such things at all. What he urgently needs now is tung oil. Tang Xichuan took a quick look and found that it was really not on the market. He thought for a while, then went to the public screen and sent a message without giving up. Only this time, Tang Xichuan used Zhang Ji's vest in order not to alert the enemy. Super Dad, now you can buy unlimited tung oil. 1 unit of tung oil can be exchanged for 100 g of food or the same weight of fresh water. After Tang Xichuan sent this message, he began to wait quietly. As expected, not long after, Tang Xiaochuan's private chat started ringing. Boss, are you going to buy tung oil? A survivor named Lu Cha sent Tang Xichuan a private message. Yes. Tang Xiaochuan nodded. Boss, I have tung oil, but it's still tung oil fruit now. If you need it, you can squeeze it yourself. Lu Cha thought for a while and said to Tang Xichuan. Tang Xichuan suddenly frowned when he heard Lu Cha's words, because what he wants is tung oil. But this road check only has tung oil fruits. This means that after getting these tung oil fruits, he still needs to squeeze the oil himself. It would be okay if he had tools, but the problem was that he didn't have tools himself. Can't you just give me tung oil? Tang Xiaochuan asked. Boss, do you think if I had extraction tools, I could give you the tung oil fruit directly? Lu Cha was speechless when he heard Tang Xiaochuan's words. When Tang Xiaochuan heard Lu Cha's words, he immediately felt that he had suffered a big loss. Why do I hear there is something wrong with what you said? Tang Xichuan asked with some confusion. Boss, do you really not know? Or are you lying? Lu Cha looked at Tang Xichuan strangely when he heard this. What's the situation? Tang Xichuan looked confused. Boss, didn't you hear the announcement 4 days ago? Lu Cha looked at Tang Xichuan as if he were a fool. The announcement 4 days ago? Why don't I remember it? Tang Xichuan muttered in his heart. I was delayed on something and maybe I didn't pay attention. Brother, can you tell me about it? I can pay you, Tang Xichuan said with a smile on his face. Actually, there's nothing we can't say. In our million-person area, a big boss discovered an indigenous island, and then all of us got a reminder that the island-specific module has been opened. In the future, our island will randomly refresh an island-specific resource. My island happens to have tung oil trees, but my island is relatively small, only about 200 square meters, and there is only 1 tung oil tree in total. Chapter 148. Nothing can escape the really good smell. When Tang Xiaochuan heard this, he was stunned. He really didn't know this news. Not only did he not know, but even Fan Long and Zhang Ji didn't tell him, which showed that Zhang Ji and the others probably didn't know either. Each island generates a unique resource? Then why is there not one on my island? Tang Xichuan was confused. If every island has unique resources, it is impossible that our own island does not have them. But I haven't heard the news yet, so it's very likely that people like me have ignored it. Brother, let me ask, how do you know that the specialty resource on your island is the tung oil tree? Tang Xichuan asked with some confusion. No. Boss, are you really a survivor? After the special resources are refreshed, you can find them through the island stone positioning. I found it through the island stone location. There is only 1 tung oil tree at this location, so the unique resource on my island is tung oil. Lu Cha patiently explained to Tang Xichuan. Oh, is that so? Tang Xichuan suddenly realized. No, brother, you don't know this? Lu Cha asked strangely. Maybe I was doing other things and was delayed, so I didn't pay attention to this. But I still thank my brother, Tang Xiaochuan said. Okay, actually, it doesn't matter. Let's help each other, Lu Cha said. By the way, boss, do you want this tung oil fruit? Lu Cha then asked. Yes, why don't you want it? Tang Xichuan said immediately after hearing Lu Cha's words. Big brother, what you want is tung oil, and I can only give you tung oil fruit. Then I will exchange it with you based on 1 unit of 80G food. Lu Cha thought for a while, and said to Tang Xichuan. After all, this is an island world where food is hard currency in any situation. Others, as long as they are inedible, cannot be considered mainstream items. These special resources are only useful to the small group of survivors who are in urgent need of such supplies. Otherwise, it's really not as good as a piece of bread, just like this tung oil fruit. No, just exchange it for 100G for 1 unit. Moreover, the news you just mentioned is very important to me, so I will give you an extra 500G for this transaction. 500G. Boss, you are so rich. When Lu Cha heard Tang Xichuan's words, he immediately said to Tang Xichuan, This is all trivial, Tang Xichuan said with a smile. And then he suddenly thought that if he wanted to make a bed crossbow in the future, he would be unable to do without tung oil. Then it seemed that he had to have a good relationship with this survivor named Lu Cha. But, brother, I have a suggestion. I may need tung oil in the future. So, can you keep the tung oil fruits you have over there for me? The price will still be calculated as it is now. Boss, do you mean that you want to buy my tung oil fruits for a long time? Of course you can. Lu Cha nodded immediately after hearing Tang Xichuan's words. Well, that's fine. Tang Xichuan nodded, and then asked Lu Cha. By the way, brother, I forgot to ask before. How many tung oil fruits do you have over there? I currently only have 200 units here. Lu Cha did a rough calculation after hearing Tang Xichuan's words. Only 200 units? When Tang Xichuan heard this number, he felt that it was a little less. Even if these 200 units of tung oil fruits are invested, basically not much tung oil can be produced. Still, it's better than nothing. Tang Xichuan finally thought about it, and agreed to trade with Lu Cha. After the 500G of food was traded, Tang Xichuan got 200 units of tung oil fruit. He took out a tung oil fruit from the system space and held it in his hand. He saw that the tung oil fruit was about the size of an egg and was a bit heavy to hold. How can I squeeze out the oil from this thing? Tang Xichuan had some numb claws. After all, he had never done this thing before. At this time, he suddenly thought of Fan Long. Fan Long is a professor of agriculture. Even he doesn't know it, but he knows more than himself. Tang Xichuan thought for a while, then took the tung oil fruit and prepared to leave the bedroom and went downstairs to find Fan Long. But just as he stood up, his hand happened to touch the island stone. Tung oil fruit X200 has been detected. Tung oil can be refined. Does it need to be refined? The voice of Daosher machinery reached Tang Xichuan's ears. Huh? Can Daosher refine tung oil? Tang Xichuan had some surprises. However, it would be best if the island stone could be refined, so that there would be no need to trouble Fan Long and no need to think of ways to make oil extraction tools. When tung oil fruits are discovered, tung oil can be refined. The exchange ratio is 4 tung oil fruits equals 1 unit of tung oil. When he saw this exchange ratio, Tang Xichuan could only curse in his heart. It's so dark. For tung oil fruits, the size of eggs can only be exchanged for 1 unit of tung oil. Tang Xichuan exited the Daosher interface without hesitation, and then cursed directly at Daosher. Profiteer! Then, he went downstairs to find Fan Long. When Tang Xichuan went down to the living room, he happened to see Fan Long about to go out. Mr. Fang! Wait! Tang Xichuan immediately called out to Fan Long. Oh! It's Xichuan. What's wrong? Fan Long asked. Mr. Fang, I have something to ask you. Do you know how to extract tung oil? Tang Xichuan asked directly. Expressing tung oil? Fan Long was a little surprised when he heard Tang Xichuan's words, but he still nodded. It's still a little bit good at squeezing out tung oil. I saw local people doing it when I was in Yunnan and Guizhou before. What? You want to squeeze tung oil? Tang Xichuan nodded, and then said, Yes, I just made a purchase, and I only received tung oil fruits. So, if we want to get tung oil, we still need to extract it ourselves. Extract it yourself? When Fan Long heard Tang Xichuan's words, he immediately understood what Tang Xichuan meant by calling him. This is asking him to help him extract oil. But the problem is, there is no equipment. It would be okay if there was special equipment, but now let alone advanced equipment. Even the stone hammer in the most traditional pressing method is not available. It is unrealistic to fry tung oil in a short time. Fan Long thought for a while and said to Tang Xichuan, Xichuan, we don't have the conditions now. It's unrealistic to extract the oil ourselves. You have to know that there are generally two ways to press tung oil now. One is the pressing method, which uses heavy objects to squeeze out the oil in the tung oil fruit. The other method is the leaching method, which uses a certain solvent to soak the tung oil fruit to decompose the oil in it, and then heat it to finally obtain tung oil. However, we have no way to do these two pressing methods because we don't have the equipment. Fan Long explained to Tang Xiaochuan. This. When Tang Xiaochuan heard the words of a professional like Fan Long, he suddenly felt that there was no hope of making money in this life. Okay, I'll think of a way, Tang Xiaochuan said with some disappointment. It seems that we can only let Dasher squeeze the oil. Oh, by the way, Mr. Fang, what is the oil yield rate of this tung oil fruit? Between 20% and 25%. The oil yield rate of top-grade tung oil fruits can reach about 28%, but it will never exceed 30%. Fan Long opened his mouth and told the oil yield rate of tung oil fruits. When Tang Xiaochuan heard these words, he immediately thought of two words in his heart. It smells so good. Chapter 149. With such a big island. Is it still an island? The morning at sea is always so beautiful. A red sun rose slowly from the sea level in the distance, dyeing a large area of the sea fiery red. In such an environment, the sea was as calm as a mirror, reflecting a huge warship on the sea, and this warship was heading in one direction at the fastest speed. The waves caused by the oars destroyed this tranquility. On the bow of the boat, Zhou Yuwei held the sword hilt at his waist with one hand and put the other behind his back. His face was full of an expression of victory. Boss, I just took a look. We can reach Yefeng's island in half an hour. Gou Sheng walked out of the cabin at this time and said to Zhou Yuwei's back. Okay. Zhou Yuwei nodded, then slowly turned around. Go and ask those undead to stop and put on their equipment. Okay, boss. Gou Sheng nodded immediately after hearing Zhou Yuwei's order. Soon, the warship's speed slowed down. However, the warship was still moving towards Tang Xiaochuan's island at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour under the influence of the sail. Half an hour later, a huge island appeared in the eyes of Zhou Yuwei and Gou Sheng. Looking at the huge island about 1 kilometer long, Zhou Yuwei and Gou Sheng couldn't help but swallowed. Boss, this island is too big. Gou Sheng looked at the island and said to Zhou Yuwei. In Gou Sheng's opinion, such a large island is larger than the previous islands combined. It was hard for him to imagine what it would be like to live on such an island. If the coordinates were not wrong, Gou Sheng would never believe that such a large island could be an island for survivors. If no one said anything, Gou Sheng would definitely stay away from such an island, because such a large island might be the island of the indigenous people. Although they followed the coordinates released by Tang Xiaochuan, it cannot be ruled out that Tang Xiaochuan deliberately lured them to the indigenous islands so that they could fight to the death with the indigenous people. Gou Sheng could imagine this situation. And so could Zhou Yuwei. Boss, should we send someone up to take a look first? If this is the home of the natives, it will be difficult for us to escape, Gou Sheng said to Zhou Yuwei. When Zhou Yuwei heard what Gou Sheng said, he neither objected nor agreed. He just thought about it for a moment, and then said to Gou Sheng, Don't worry. Let's go around the island first and see how big the island is. Okay. Gou Sheng nodded immediately after hearing Zhou Yuwei's words, and then went to adjust the sail. As the sails adjusted, the warship began to slowly adjust its course and began to cruise around the island. However, the two of them became more and more frightened as they watched. As the warship got closer, they also saw clearly the appearance of the entire island. A tall mountain, 7 or 8 meters high, surrounded the entire island, making it impossible for Zhou Yuwei and the others to see the inside of the island. After they circled around, they found that there were only 2 places where they could land. One is where the mountain breaks off to form a port entrance, and the other is the northern part of the island. In terms of difficulty, it is definitely the most convenient to enter from the port, because Zhou Yuwei, who has excellent eyesight and obtained a monocular telescope, has already seen the simple dot through the gap. But in this situation, you can tell with your toes that there is definitely an ambush inside. The other path is through the woods to the north. However, Zhou Yuwei chose to give up after taking one look at it. The reason is very simple. Although the north is convenient for landing and there is a forest of flat land, the mountain in the north is integrated with the mountains surrounding the entire island, and is 2 times higher than those surrounding mountains, more than 10 meters long. It directly cuts across the entire island. When he came, he did not consider such a situation at all. So Zhou Yuwei had nothing to prepare for climbing. Although the height of more than 30 meters is not high, if you fall, you will definitely die. Zhou Yuwei didn't want to climb such a high mountain without any protection. Moreover, even if he is willing to climb, the clumsy undead under his hands will also be unable to climb. What's the use of just the two of them climbing a mountain? It would be better to directly attack the port. Boss, what should we do? Go Sheng and Zhou Yuwei, who had turned around and returned to the east of the island, looked at each other again. What should we do? What can we do? We can only send someone up to take a look first, Zhou Yuwei said angrily. Oh! Go Sheng could only nod his head when he heard Zhou Yuwei's words. Soon, a stiff undead jumped directly into the sea. The undead entered the water and sank directly to the seabed dozens of meters deep. After his feet reached the sandy seabed, he began to walk towards the island with firm steps. The visibility on the seabed, which is more than 30 meters deep, is actually not that good. If it is a little further away, you can't see clearly. Therefore, this undead person did not notice that there were two pairs of big eyes staring at him in a circle of water plants on the periphery of the island. The undead fearlessly walked towards the port's defense line with firm steps. The closer he got to the island, the better the visibility became. When he approached the port, the water depth was only about 10 meters. At this time, the undead began to walk towards the side of the port. Then, as he walked closer to the shore, the water became shallower. Finally, when he hid under the wooden planks of the port pier, his eyes emerged from the water. At this time, Zhou Yuwei had seen the situation behind the port through the eyes of the undead. Only about 10 people were seen, divided into two teams, hiding behind the mountains on the left and right sides of the port. Some of these people only wore animal skins and had tattoos on their bodies, and the weapons in their hands were still stone weapons. However, there were also some people dressed as survivors, holding iron guns. However, at first glance, the survivors were in the minority. There were only 2 of them, and they were scattered on the left and right. Then, the undead began to turn his head and looked at the inside of the island. I saw only a part of the island where a large amount of food was grown. At a glance, it was impossible to see the end of it. A meandering river extends directly from the interior of the island to the port. Zhou Yuwei looked at the situation on the island through the eyes of the undead, and he began to feel proud in his heart. Although he only saw about 10 people at the port, Zhou Yuwei would never be stupid enough to think that there were only these 10 people on such a large island. But it will definitely not be as much as Tang Sichuan said. Zhou Yuwei estimates that there are only about 20 or 30 people on the entire island. Such a small number of people spread on such a big island. Zhou Yuwei felt that this island was a gift given to him by God. With such a big island as a base, how can he still act as his own island? Wouldn't it be nice to just sit on the island and enjoy life? Chapter 150, The First War Between Survivors. Boss, how is the situation? Go Sheng asked immediately when he saw a smile on Zhou Yuwei's face. He also wanted to know what was going on the island. It's not bad. It's a little more troublesome than we thought. But it's better than what Yifeng said. Zhou Yuwei thought for a while, and said to Go Sheng, Boss, can we take this island? Go Sheng looked at such a big island, and he was actually very excited inside. That's a must. Zhou Yuwei immediately laughed confidently when he heard Go Sheng's words. When Go Sheng heard Zhou Yuwei's confident words, he was immediately overjoyed. Let me tell you, there is an ambush behind this port, but the number of people is not large. Only about 10 people. Zhou Yuwei pointed to the mountain in the distance and said to Go Sheng, Ah, is there an ambush? Go Sheng suddenly panicked when he heard that there was an ambush. Then boss, should we withdraw first? Withdraw? Withdraw for what? Just 10 people? Zhou Yuwei immediately became unhappy when he heard Go Sheng said he wanted to withdraw. But, boss, they have an ambush. What are you afraid of if there is an ambush? There are only 10 of them. The others are not even visible. I don't know where they are on the island. So, we only face these 10 people, which can be considered an equal number. Moreover, we have undead here who are not afraid of swords. In a head-on battle, we have a huge advantage. As long as these 10 people can be eliminated quickly, it will be impossible for other people to come together, and the number will not be twice as many as ours. In other words, as long as we can defeat those ambushing people for the first time, this island will definitely be ours. Yifeng is dead this time, Zhou Yuwei said with a smile. When Go Sheng heard Zhou Yuwei's words, he immediately felt that what he said made sense. He rolled his eyes, and then said to Zhou Yuwei, Boss, what are we waiting for? Let's go straight up. Go. But wait a moment. Zhou Yuwei smiled confidently. Wait for me to go to the public screen and mock the night breeze first. and let the grandsons on the public screen see who is the king of this sea. Zhou Yue was full of spirit and scolded Fang Qiu. Boss is wise, Go Sheng immediately exclaimed after hearing Zhou Yue's words. Zhou Yue enjoyed it very much. He returned directly to his cabin and put his hand on the island stone. Yi Feng, your grandpa is here. Come out to see your grandpa when the time comes. Zhou Yue was full of fire as soon as he came up, taunting Tang Xiaochuan. Tang Xiaochuan naturally saw Zhou Yue's words. To be precise, Yumin saw it. And then he passed the information to Tang Xiaochuan, who was hiding behind the port mountain, through the telepathy between the contract cards. After Tang Xiaochuan saw this news, his expression suddenly became very ugly. Zhou Yue, I'll bear with you. I hope you won't let me down for a while, Tang Xiaochuan said through gritted teeth. Although Tang Xiaochuan did not speak, the public screen exploded at this time. I'll go. What did I see? Zhou Yue, the pirate leader, really went to find Yi Feng. Upstairs. You are blind. This Zhou Yue has made it so obvious. I made a blind guess and Boss Zhou must be blocked outside Yi Feng's island now. Huh? The night wind has been blocked on the island? So, we will never be able to exchange food in the future? No. I'll go upstairs. At what time are you still thinking about exchanging food? If Lord Yi Feng is killed by Zhou Yue, the pirate leader, none of us will have an easy time in the future. Upstairs. I don't like what you said. What do you mean? Everyone shouldn't have a better time. If I go in and join Mr. Zhou today, won't I be better off? Yes. Yes. Support Boss Zhou to kill this AC guy Yi Feng. I've long been unhappy with him. That's right. That's right. Kill Yi Feng. Support Boss Zhou. Suddenly, the entire public screen was divided into two factions. One supported Tang Xiaochuan, and the other supported Zhou Yue. Zhou Yue suddenly felt a sense of relief on his face when he saw so many people starting to support him. Ha! Thank you all brothers for your support. After I solve this night breeze, we will discuss joining my side. In addition, I have written down all those who scolded me. We will have plenty of time in the future to chat slowly. Maybe one day, I will go to your island to sit. After hearing Zhou Yue's words, all those who dared to scold him were immediately cleared. Zhou Yue burst out laughing when he saw how influential he was now. Boss Zhou, let's do a live broadcast. We also want to see how Yi Feng was killed by you. Yes. Yes. Boss Zhou, just show us. As more and more people asked Zhou Yue to start a live broadcast, he readily nodded in agreement. After all, now that he has some strength, all that remains is to expand his influence. Now, killing Tang Xiaochuan through live broadcast is the best way for him to gain huge reputation. Okay. Since the brothers want me to start the live broadcast, I will let you see it. And let you see it casually. My Zhou Yue's strength, Zhou Yue said with a smile. As soon as Zhou Yue agreed, a small window appeared on the public screen interface. Many survivors immediately clicked in after seeing this small window. After entering, they saw a row of dull-looking survivors wearing leather armor and holding weapons in their hands on a huge warship. And right in front of the warship, a huge island appeared in front of everyone. Damn it! Such a big island? Is this really an island for survivors? Boss Zhou, you didn't go to the wrong place, did you? That's right. Such a big island can't be an indigenous island. What should be said? For such a big island, if it is really night breeze, then this night breeze is quite powerful. Upstairs, are you kidding me? Yi Feng has been able to bring out so much food for so long. Do you still think he has no strength? Ha ha. Although this island is big, it won't be long before it belongs to Boss Zhou. Yes. Yes. Boss Zhou, go ahead and kill Yi Feng. When Zhou Yue heard this, he nodded with satisfaction. Okay. Since the brother said so, I won't say anything. I will take you to my island. Zhou Yue directly called Tang Xiaochuan's island his own island. This shows that he has full confidence in killing Tang Xiaochuan this time. The survivors in the public screen began to roar when they saw this scene. They knew very well what this war between Zhou Yue and Tang Xiaochuan represented. This is the first head-on war between the survivors. Although the scale is still small, it can barely be regarded as a war. At the same time, this also means whether Tang Xiaochuan, who represents peaceful development, or Zhou Yue, who represents violence, can win. Whoever wins will mean whether their sea area will follow the path of peace or war in the future.